forever. You're the star that's staring back up in the mirror. 'Cause it's special when you stand out from the rest. When you know that you're the best.
Yeah, what's happening? I'm Tom Deacon and welcome to the Gfinity Arena here in the UK, the birthplace of the beautiful game. Now, we are in for a treat today as myself, my wonderful co-host here, LVP, get to crown a champion.
Yes, we do indeed, Tom, but we're a long way off that yet because we have about 9 hours today of amazing gameplay to get through, and there's guaranteed to be some drama and even some upset along the way. But with all that gameplay to come, we can't possibly handle this all alone, Tom. We are not fit for that.
Yeah.
You know, we're here just to piece it all together, but we've got some experts on our team as well who'll be helping us deliver all of the action today. So shall we introduce them?
We do have a big team, but right on this sofa over here, we have Mark Hatcher, aka Onset, and Dan Gaskin.
Good morning. How are we?
Why do you always say it that way?
Yeah, I do say it like that.
You guys are so
morning.
close together right now, and a bit of a
We can get
bromance
closer.
going on.
There you go.
Stop. I have to spend too much time with him already. Can we? Yeah.
Sorry.
All right.
Move on. Yesterday was pretty epic. Lots of team play that was happening and people going out of the competition. Any surprises for you? And how did you find the whole day?
I think Lost in the Waves being eliminated was the big one for me yesterday, especially after his performance last week in Bucharest. But all the favourites really for the competition are still in, so I wouldn't say anything else was really a big upset. Just Waves getting eliminated for me, it was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
Not even your glasses getting stamped on was a big surprise for you at all by LVP.
Thanks for
How do you feel about
reminding
that?
me.
I mean, I actually feel terrible about it, Dan. I'm so
She just about
sorry.
got over it, but thanks for reminding us.
I
Just to
only
bring that
just
memory
about
back.
got over it. But no, Dan, looking fantastic today, and luckily you can see in front of you. So that's what we need. We need you to see the game, and I was taking that away. I was challenging you. It's fine.
It's all right, super glue. Super glue fixes everything.
Guys, I will get your question to you, Mark, in a second. Before we get to the experts, I want to start a little countdown, which is going to start in the top of the screen, which will tell you guys at home, wherever you may be, when we will get to our first game. But Mark, epic action yesterday. A long day, but a very exciting one.
Oh, for sure. There was a few upsets along the way. It's very rare that a player will go through the Swiss rounds without dropping a game, but it was still a surprise to see Nicholas dropping a game to a player who we hadn't heard too much of going into the tournament. Obviously came out with a big performance, but as Dan said, I think yesterday went pretty much to form, to be honest with you. There were no real surprises as far as who got out of the Swiss and who's going to be competing today. So all that we do know is that today's going to be very exciting because we've still got our top seeds in the tournament, which means that every single game we're going to see is going to be fantastic.
Okay, now something that is a bit different from yesterday. We are now in what we called Lottie's Lounge. Do you want to be seeing this as like a kind of like Ellen DeGeneres? Do you want to be seeing it like a Jeremy Kyle area? Do you want to be seeing it like an Oprah? How do you? This is your area, LVP.
Exactly. And do you know what?
Yeah?
I want it to be seen as an LVP area, bro.
Okay, fair enough. I like that answer. Let's have a recap of yesterday's action on the Xbox. So epic scenes were taking place. F2 Tex, it's fair to say, back to his clinical sort of energies that was kicking out from him. 3-0 for him in terms of wins. PSG Dax as well, 3-0. Also Megabit getting through. Senna, lots of goals, lots of delivering. And F2 Tex obviously absolutely blitzing it in the Global Series ranking points, isn't he?
For sure. I mean, he's top of the leaderboards for a reason. He keeps tweeting out as well, just to remind everyone. I think it's sort of been a daily thing recently. He just tweets out the rankings just to remind everyone that he's still on top. So he's definitely the one to watch today, but there's so many other talented players still left there.
Yeah, you see on one side of the bracket, Megabit and Tex are going to be in the same side. They have faced each other before in tournament play. They met in a console final. Tex did come out on top in that one, but certainly Tex is feeling good. I mean, he's had 2 console semi-final exits in a row now. I feel like, though, this is the tournament where we're going to see the resurgence. We're going to see him come back, get to that console final, and maybe even get even further. As you can see there, 3-0. He dominated yesterday.
Yeah, those are the 8 players going through the championship Sunday. And even Black Arrow, I mean, so many goals coming in for him. 28 goals he scored yesterday. Didn't manage to let in 18 as well. And Sakul actually has got a goal deficit of -2, so will he perform? But there, one of the names that don't go through to today, Marcus Gomes. We like Marcus Gomes, don't we, LVP? He always
do.
offers a smile around the arena.
We do. He definitely does. I mean, it is such a shame, I think. You just have to be on form. Coming into these events, you need to be prepared. You know that you're going to go up against such hard competition. You can see there with the bracket. I mean, these guys are not playing around. You have to bring your full form when you come here. And I think there has been a couple of shocks going to that down. What do you think?
Do you know what's quite funny about this bracket as well? If Senna were to overcome Megabit and have to face Tex again, He lost 11-1 last weekend.
Oh,
yeah. Go up against each other. I wonder if that's going to be in the back of his mind seeing that.
I'm sure he might be waking up in the night and having nightmares about that one, but he'll be looking to put that right. But I'm interested to see that Dax and Tex are on opposite sides of the bracket there, because I was super impressed with Dax yesterday. I kind of coined him the nearly man a lot of the time so far. He always gets into these brackets. He almost gets to the finals. He almost wins tournaments, but just comes up short. So he's kind of got a way through here that I can see where he could potentially meet up with Tex in a final. It's sort of that road has been sort of paved out there for them. That's a big game for him, because I think if he can take down Tex, he can take the whole thing.
I mean, back in Bucharest, you know, he actually dropped down the 16th round. I mean, looking at the way he started in that event, guys, because I know you were both there, but how is that compared to the way he is now in this tournament? Because I do think that the lead up to it is kind of dictates how you're going to play on day two.
It was a tough one for him because, again, he matched up against an incredible opponent in Bucharest. He had to go up against Nicholas Razek, who made it through to the finals. So, I mean, he's constantly losing to players who either win the tournament or get to the console finals. So I think that he's just, the thing with Dax is he plays so slightly differently to everyone else. He doesn't rely on a lot of the meta things that you see in game, those first time finesse shots, those El Tornado crosses to the back post. He plays real football. Like, he tries to pass the ball around his opponents. He tries to find those openings. And there was just a flow to his game yesterday that was impressing us so much, where he was creating those chances and, most importantly, putting them away as well.
I think the main thing we saw yesterday was him, when he was in those positions where he was ahead and he had the advantage, usually he keeps possession, he plays a defensive game. He was going for more goals yesterday, and I think that's what he needed to do, and that's what he noticed from Bucharest last week. I can't just sit back, because El Tornadoes might come out from the crosses, from the corners, and then suddenly I'm 2-1 up, and then I'm going to lose that advantage I have. So he's just pressing on, and I think that's going to help him today.
Well, gentlemen, actually, we've got to remember, there's not one console, but there's two. So let's take a look now at some of the PS4 moments that we did see yesterday, and of course we had some incredible stuff happening as well. I mean, everybody is fighting for a place here in the Gfinity Arena, and today is the day to do so. But it's exactly how you set yourself up on day one, gentlemen, because you know you've got to go hard or you go home, and that's exactly what happened to some of our incredible players too. But you know, you've got to give a shout out to some of these players. I mean, Pena for me was such a key person here yesterday. We saw that he wasn't having the best of days. He was finding it really hard to get through his games, but of course he pulled it through mentality. He was fantastic for me.
I think, and that's what makes these top players, that's what makes the champions. It's those who can play badly and still get through those rounds. I think if Pena was eliminated yesterday, he would have been very disheartened, but now he can just start today afresh. Yes, maybe his bracket's going to be slightly more difficult because he went 3-2 rather than 3-0, but he'll look at the PS4 side of things and he'll say, look, I think I could take on any of those players. I am good enough to do so. His main concern is going to be Nicholas, and he's on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the Swiss results here, as you can see on your screen, I mean, Zimmer just loves this place. You know, he's won 2 Elite Series here. He absolutely loves playing here. He's gone 3-0 yesterday, didn't drop a game. And then you look at some of the other names as well. Nicholas, fantastic. But New York City Chris has made it out of Swiss again. And he had a big game yesterday where I felt like we were commentating it, where it was one of those games where, is Chris going to keep it together? Is he going to be able to, you know, not crumble a little bit? Because we've seen that he can be a little bit shakily mentally, but it was such a big game for him because he won that game. And I really feel like that's galvanized him moving forward. I'm excited to see how far he can get in this bracket, because he could be a potential tournament winner. I've talked about this before, and if he plays well, he could be someone who could, you know, represent North America here and lift a check. Sorry, lift a check.
No trophy,
just
a
a
check.
check.
And it is a novelty check, and it is heavy.
It's massive.
It's a huge
Everyone
check.
loves a big check though, but
You can't even fold it.
You know, gentlemen that aren't going to be holding that check, unfortunately. As everyone you can see on your screen right now, gentlemen, anything that's kind of surprised you there with some of these players?
I mean, I spoke about Waves already, but another name that has been creeping up all season long is Web Nasri. I remember seeing him back at Paris Games Week, and I'd heard so much about him. Very young player, very exciting, but a 0-3, the same for Footwear's Marco. He was in Bucharest last week, and I thought he was playing very well. To see him go 0-3 is somewhat disappointing. I'm sure he won't be particularly happy with it. But these players, they keep coming at it, they keep qualifying, they keep just coming to the next tournament. And it's always that, what if this is going to be my tournament? Is this going to be the chance of me getting to knockouts, getting to semi-finals, etc.? They just want more Global Series ranking points, Tom. That's all they want.
That's all they want. It's interesting you say Zimmer loves the vibe of this place, and Footwear's Marco not liking this place, but enjoyed Bucharest. So it's an interesting one, the vibe and the energy around the studio today. But we need to look at that bracket.
We
don't
really do. Let's take a look at the PS4 bracket as it stands today. There we go, gentlemen. You can see on your screen right now. So Zimi, obviously, right there at the top, looking good. I actually got to have a chat with him yesterday, and he's feeling good. He's feeling fresh. He's got 2 tournament wins under his belt in this Gfinity arena. Can he make it a third?
That's a really exciting game. Stefano Pena taking on Zimmer to start off with, because we saw Stefano Pena struggled against a fast, aggressive playstyle of Lost in the Waves. Zimmer likes to play that way. He likes to play quickly. He likes to get the ball up the pitch as quickly as possible and try and create as many opportunities. So that's going to be definitely one to watch, and it's going to be a big wake-up call for Stefano Pena. He's going to have to be on top of his game to win that.
And I think the main difference with Waves and Zimmer is Zimmer has more defensive ability, in my opinion. He knows how to defend. He knows what he needs to do to shut a game out. And realistically, there's 5 names on there that I could see lifting the PlayStation Final trophy. And I say trophy with air quotes because there is no trophy. But I think there is some incredible players in this PS4 side of things, but the main one for me, Nicholas on one side, Pena on the other side. That is our #1 and #2 seed coming into this on the PlayStation side of things, and they are going to face each other in the final if they were to win their games, which they should win, in theory.
Pena losing 2 games yesterday. He said it was crazy. It was a crazy day for him. Hopefully it's less crazy for him. Listen, let's look at the schedule, because we've talked the talk. We've told you what's happening on the Xbox and on the PS4, but this is the breakdown of today's action leading up towards that cross-console grand final around about 8:30. And if you'd have seen just in the top hand side of the screen, it's about just over maybe 11 minutes before we get to that first game. But an exciting day there ahead of you. So we will kick-start with that Dr. Ahano versus Aguilia, and then F2 Tex versus Sakul. Now, can we just agree on this? How are we pronouncing the Spaniard's name for the rest of the day? I want your best version of it for today.
970. No, I'll go with Sakul.
Okay. And what about Aguilia? How are we going to pronounce
Aguilar.
that? Aguilar.
I'm going to Aguilar, yeah.
Aguilar. We're going to
We
Aguilar?
make it simple.
You don't ask me about that, because
Okay, fair
last
enough.
time I was here, I was saying all sorts of things. I think I just went with
old
Mo instead of Mo
yeah.
Alba last
Mo
time.
Alba.
So
Well, look, it happens. It's live. That's the beauty of it. Listen, I'll tell you what, guys. I'm going to leave you in the LVP lounge for a second, chat to you in a bit, because I'm going to head over, bring all my paperwork. Come over. Right up there. Let's get a look at the beautiful arena, and it's going to be mightily resplendent today. But 2 guys who always look on form. We've got to talk about the shirt here straight away. Richard Buckley, Kyle Walker. Sentiments from over in the LVP lounge. A very exciting day, and kind of like the old guard taking on a few of the new guard. There's going to be some upsets today.
There definitely is. I've just got to say, Lottie's Lounge is not as good as Kyle's cool-down corner from Bucharest last week. I'm sorry. Just over there. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. And you all survived. You all got glasses on, and you all survived somehow with Lottie being around. Who knows, you know?
Yeah, if only we'd have got that on camera somehow. Backstage in the green room, basically, Lottie just said, "I've had enough of you, Dan Gaskin," and just stamped on his glasses. Gentlemen, let's talk about the action today. Old guard, new guard, talk about this shirt, Richard Buckley.
I mean, I had the flamingos. I'm going with a parrot, kingfisher sort of vibe now. I just mix it up each day. I think one thing that you've got to come out of yesterday is the top 3 on the Xbox, on the rankings, the top 3 on the PS4 are still in the competition. We talk about this old guard and new guard, but the same players are still getting into competitions late on. That means they're going to continue getting points. So that point discrepancy is going to continue to get further away from the people in 80th, 90th sort of seed.
Yeah, I think that's what's so exciting about this is there's people at the top who are just consistent each tournament they're at, and they're getting more and more points, and it's meaning that gap, as Richard said, is growing further and further. And I think that's where the kind of fight is going to be at the bottom, where people are going to be scrapping to get as many points as they can, whether that's from Weekend League, whether that's from other LQEs, other tournaments. They're going to be trying to get as many points as possible, but they're not here today, some of them, so they're not going to get any.
Yeah, they're top of their rankings for a reason. Let's introduce the first match of today, which is just 8 minutes, 25 seconds away now. It is Dr. Ahano taking on that man to the right, which we're going with Aguala. And Dr. Ahano, he is a wise man. He's been around on the scene for a while, taking on the Nubian in Aguala. What do we make of this matchup?
I mean, it's a Doctor versus Daniel. It's a big game, 3-0 for Ahano coming into yesterday. He's one of those players that he can either go 3-0 in Swiss and make a late run into a competition, or we've seen it in the past, he's gone 0-4 and rage quit his game and left the studio. So it's one of those things, it's all on confidence, it's all on momentum for Dr. Ahano. You can see there on your screen, he looks fresh, looks like he's had a good night's sleep. These sort of things, when you're getting into late competitions, It's more about the preparation. You've got to eat well, you've got to sleep well, you've got to prepare. Maybe that's not playing on weekend league because it's that old version of the patch that we are playing on right now. And you know what? I'm expecting a big performance from Ahano, and I think he's going to continue to move up the rankings.
I think the thing with both these players is there isn't any pressure, I think, coming into this tournament. There's people that we've talked about time and time again, and they can actually maybe breeze through this. Whoever wins is going to go, and they're going to be matched up with the next opponent, and they're not going to feel pressure again. So they've just got to perform here, and whoever does go through, I think they'll push forward without that pressure and do well.
Yeah, I love the Gfinity admin's staff we got there. He looks like a line judge for a tennis, just making sure no hand goes past either side there. Anyway, let's talk about Aguala's results from yesterday. And the interesting thing is these guys took each other on yesterday. So talk about the Aguala results, and I think you were casting on one of the games, weren't you, Richard? Or I believe Aguala, maybe?
Yeah, I think it was the penalty shootout with Pena. We were up at the desk, and you're looking at his results. The 6-4 against Ahano, if you break that down, it was 3-2 and 3-2. Ahano won. So it was very, very tight, both games. The small margins went Ahano's way on that occasion. The only time, really, that he got blown out of the water was that game, I should say, there at the bottom, where he beat Artie Griezmann 9-2. If you look at the rest of the results, they're all pretty 1-goal, 2-goal in his game. So it looks as though it's quite a cagey game. If you're looking at the 6-4 in particular, as I said, 3-2, 3-2. So it went Ahano's way in Swiss. Will it go Aguila's way in the knockout?
Yeah, it's interesting that, because when it gets to that sort of Swiss stage right at the end, goals are flying in. Does that mean that the players are finally warmed up, or has the opposition player gone, that's it, I'm out of the competition, I'm going to just rest up a little bit here?
I see we do see that quite a lot when it gets towards those final rounds, that there's more and more goals. Maybe it's the nerves, maybe it's the fact that when it's that 2-2, and they have to win or they're going home, then they need to, the defence might open up a little bit more, the opponent's defence might open up a little bit more, so there's goals.
Or taking risks as well, which it doesn't happen too much in a Swiss, because you're just trying to make sure you don't get eliminated from it.
Yeah, you're playing not to lose sometimes in Swiss, and when you're down at a 2-2, you have to win. I think what a lot of people at home might not realise is they're not only playing for this tournament and they're playing for the ranking points, but they're playing potentially for contracts. If you're not making it far in tournaments, that contract might not be getting re-signed. You might be having to go and do other lines of work. You might not be able to do this full time. So getting far in competitions and almost building up that CV, that resume of, yeah, semi-final, semi-final, semi-final. That's the thing that's going to get you them contract extensions.
Oh, come on, Rich. You're talking about people losing their contracts. Just put a stamp note on everything. Listen, we did mention Aguala. It's time to talk about his opponent now, Dr. Ahano. And now he has been a familiar face in Fulham Broadway over the years, competing in many of the tournaments that have taken place at the Gfinity Arena. We wanted to catch up with the veterans and chat about his time in the FIFA scene and the dynamic between the old guard and the new.
Chance for Dr. Ahano to go. Playing for Ronaldo. Is he going to pass it? He has done. Brilliant. Brilliant goal there.
Looks like Dr. Ahano is going to be taking the victory here.
There's a mix at the moment between young and old players, and it's very nice. It's also like in real football, you have also Cristiano Ronaldo. He's at the moment 34 and still able to compete with the best. The old school players are still able to compete with the young, talented players like Tex, for example. It shows that also that the age doesn't matter so much. I'm 28 at the moment, and in 3 or 4 years I would be 32, and I don't know any FIFA player who is 32 and playing at a very high level. So I just play and living in the moment now, and then let's take a look what will happen in the future. We are, of course, welcoming new players. For example, Dolmike from Germany. Yeah, it's very nice to have also players from Germany who are able to compete on the highest level on this age. Yeah, he's only 16 years old and he won the FUT Champions Cup, and it's very nice to get new players in the scene, and it's nice to see them on tournaments.
And the cross in towards the back post, and that's 2 goals off the head of a player from Dr. Ahano.
Yeah, this tournament is very important for me. I think I have good chances because I also played well in the last competitions. This time I want to go maybe to the semi-finals or to the console final. I think I can reach a top 4 placement. That's my main goal, to get the 315 global series points. But maybe I can also go a bit higher. Let's see.
Love that, man. Dr. Ahano there, giving us a little insight in his experience and what he thinks of the newer guard in the competition. 16 years difference between him and Dullum Mike. I mean, it's just a stat there. It means nothing because Dullum Mike's not here and Dr. Ahano is in the competition.
Yeah, and I think seeing that consistency over such a long period of time, that's when you start regarding people as the greats of the FIFA scene. I think we saw even a little rare appearance from Spencer FC on commentary back in that clip there in the Gfinity arena back in, I think, FIFA 16. But just seeing the consistency, almost like a Roger Federer almost of the FIFA scene. That's what I'm going to go with. He is a Roger Federer of the FIFA scene, Dr. Ahano.
I like it. Tennis methodology. Yeah. I like that, Richard. What do you make of Dr. Ahano, Kyle, and his chances today going into this competition?
I think he's looked so strong coming in here, and we have talked about age, but that doesn't matter. It's just a number when he's turning up and he's teaching people. I mean, he's a doctor. It's taken him a long time to get that. That's maybe why he's that old. But actually, he's coming here and...
Would you go to the Dr. Ahano to ask him for FIFA advice?
Well, that's what I think. He is one of those players where he's seen it develop, he's seen it adapt, he's seen it change over the years. So he is a perfect example of a player that, yeah, he might be a little bit older than everyone, but he's seen the game develop, he's seen it change, he's seen the scene flourish, which it is doing. Yeah. And I bet it's exciting for him still being here on this stage.
Yeah, it might take too long to try and get an appointment with the NHS at the moment. But anyway, listen, if you can get some advice. What are your thoughts on today, guys? We really love it when you get involved. Tweet us at Gfinity using the hashtag Gfinity FIFA. And we can scroll through those. Let us know. Do you think Dr. Ahano is going to go all the way and repeat? So it could be a back-to-back German winner in the LQEs. So, listen, let's get to it. Thank you very much, Carl. Thank you very much, Richard. Let's get to the action. And the casters to kick things off. Chris Tunn and the one and only Mr. Wonder Boy, the finger point, thank you.
I'm keeping it, you know, Tom, I feel like I'm making it my thing now, you know.
What was it like this?
Yeah, just because yesterday he called me out when I was trying to point the camera and it didn't even come to me, and then it made me look like an idiot, and then he called me out on it.
Happens to the best of us, don't worry, it's fine.
He doesn't let me get away with anything,
If in
Tom
doubt,
Deegan.
finger guns always works.
We can do that. But anyway, either irrelevant away from finger guns, this is going to be a great game of FIFA. The Dr. Ahano recently, this weekend specifically, has looked pretty good. Back to sort of a level we would have expected from him. Going up against his opponent, though, I don't think it's going to be an easy game. We know that these two did face in Swiss, with Dr. Ahano coming off the victor in that one. But Daniel Aguilar, where are we going with this, by the way?
I'm saying Aguilar.
Aguilar? I don't know.
We'll call him Dan. We'll call Daniel.
That would be easier.
Yeah.
We'll go with
first name.
We'll go with that. Aguilar. But that's what we're sticking with. But either way, this guy has had some decent performances so far this weekend, was looking good in Swiss. Things then went a little bit south, but he's found himself in the bracket either way.
Yeah, went south when he played against the man he's playing on the stage at the moment, Dr. Ahano. He was 2-0 in Swiss, was Daniel Aguilar, I'm going with it. Was doing pretty well, won 6-3 against Nasri, and then 6-6 tied with Pena, went to penalties and won 5-4 against Stefano Pena. That's a massive result. Then he plays Dr. Ahano, loses, then he loses his game after that and had to get in with a record of 3-2, but he gets in the bracket, like you say, Chris. He gets in either way. He can try and amend the result against Dr. Ahano in the Swiss, as Richard said on the desk. Both games 3-2, 3-2, so certainly close affairs.
Well, Daniel Aguilar is going to be shooting from left to right. He does have an opportunity straight away there. Obviously in the yellow kit, and Dr. Ahano in the black from right to left. Be an interesting game here to kick off Championship Sunday here at the LQE in London. An interesting one. It's not one that's, you know, a definite. It's been close games, as you said, when these two have played against each other. So it'll be interesting to see which way it does go. But currently it is going to be Dr. Ahano with possession. And he's been around in quite a few of the events. And he's one of these guys who's had consistent times, if you like. Although he has struggled in Swiss occasionally, he's somebody who's putting up points quite regularly.
Yeah, you're right about that. If you're a stickler for ranks like me.
You love
Global Series rankings at the moment. Dr. Ahano, the German, 15th in the world on the PS4. On the other side, the Spaniard, Daniel Aguilar, 80th. So if you're looking at rankings, you've got to say Dr. Ahano looking good to win this one. But like we said, in the Swiss, very close games. 6-4 overall, 3-2, 3-2. So I assume much of the same right here. So far, we're seeing a lot of possession and a lot of chances for Dr. Ahano to get forward. Lots of through balls, lots of long balls going forward. So
lots of space in and behind Daniel Aguilar right now. It does seem that Dr. Ahano is trying to exploit that, but free kick for him now. He's going to go direct, not quite going to lay it off to Mbappe, and that one is blocked. Attack potentially still on. Mbappe wins the header, and it will be recycled back to Hullet. Keeping hold of the ball. Good, experienced play from Dr. Arjano, not rushing anything. And I feel like that's one of the big things these FIFA pros do so well is recycle the ball. They don't rush attacks. You know, I find myself at home, you know, I'm not a good FIFA player by any stretch of the imagination, but I find myself just trying to learn from them to recycle the ball rather than rush a pass that might come off. You're always looking for the Hollywood ball. These guys, simple passes consistently.
Yeah, needs to retain possession here as well, Dr. Arjano, because I'll tell you now.
Good chance.
There's a great chance, just blaze over, but hearing from resident statman Daniel Aguila has 96 tackles, the most on in the entire tournament so far. So watch out for his defensive gameplay. He's going to have to be on point against Dr. Arjano, and also has the second highest possession in the PS4 with 55% across most of his games. Don't forget, he did play more games as well than Dr. Arjano, those 2 extra ones in the Swish. So
it boosts his stats even more, if anything.
A little bit, but
yeah, but you know, it's one of these things where some players like to play that possession game. We've seen it yesterday when Tex was going up against Fabio Denuzzo. He played a lot of possession, and it didn't pay off for him because he's going up against Tex, who you give him too many opportunities and he will score. He tried to limit that, which is maybe what Daniel Aguilar wants to do here against Dr. Arjano. He's already lost to it, so he can say to himself, right, we don't give him the ball as much, don't allow him that possession to potentially score some goals. But we're 22 minutes in, a bit of a cagey one so far.
I wouldn't even say cagey, Chris. I think right now Dr. Arjano is just trying to suss out Daniel Aguilar. We saw just then him switch the play, try and spread the pitch. He obviously likes to hug the touch lines. He likes to give his players much more room. And when you look at a player like Tex, he's got a lot of players down the middle, very condensed in the middle of the pitch. And Dr. Arjano is playing almost opposite of that. He's switching the ball a lot. He's making sure his players have a lot of room to try and get those runs in behind, as we saw early on in the first 20 or so minutes of this game. He had a couple of through balls that were successful for him. So that's obviously his style of gameplay.
Neymar is going to play it forward to Cristiano Ronaldo.
Nice
move inside. It's fantastic. Really good skill inside the box, and the deadlock has been broken by the German. Dr. Arjano takes the lead. A goal by Neymar. Fantastic work by him, and a very good goal.
The drag back makes it, Chris. I won't lie. Such a versatile skill move. You can exit it any way you want. That drag back right there confused 2 different defenders, and then it's an easy green time finish in the end. So advantage Dr. Arjano.
Good start for him. Then he has had the majority of the possession so far. Daniel Aguilar not really done much with his. Let's see now. He is going to have to start stretching things. Now finds himself behind. Plenty of FIFA left to be played though. Marcelo down this left-hand side to Hullet. Wants to try and get an attack on the go. Maybe rushing things a little bit. Maybe a little bit fortunate not to get the ball back there. But Neymar's now going to stretch his legs down this right-hand side. And once again, look to recycle. Or is he? The pass through the middle, not going to quite get there to here. Just about beats Cristiano Ronaldo. Good defensive work by Daniel Aguilar.
Yeah, that pass has been on a lot though, Chris. You've seen it at least 3 times now for Dr. Arjano in the first half an hour of in-game minutes. Long through ball. The option's always there.
There's
so
not much defensive cover here, actually. Sorry, I had to interrupt you there, Harry. It looked like there was a few men over there for Daniel Aguilar, surprisingly. And he's going to keep a hold of the ball, but Dr. Arjano back in defense in numbers right now. Hullet to Ronaldo and Ferdinand there to defend stoutly.
Good defensive work, but again, you're looking for the adjustment to come in from Daniel Aguilar, because so far there's a lot of long runs being made from Dr. Arjano. It's not often you see that, honestly. It's often long build up, and here is again, like you say.
Modric in the middle. De Gea can just about save it.
It's that long ball though.
Every single time he seems to be cutting the defense to shreds with one pass, and just seems a little bit too easy at the moment for the German.
He's going to find armpit, I think.
They get himself a corner. Plays it short to Modric and then towards the back post. Looking for that man. I think it was Ramos at the back, actually. I was expecting Cristiano Ronaldo, but here is Cristiano Ronaldo on the other side of things, and he's got Mbappe running his hill, going to be able to keep up just about. Gets it back to Rio Ferdinand there. And this one will be cleared away. Van der Sar and Nets, a new one. If you check that SBC, of course, you can still get him. Surprising to see him there, somebody different.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in Bucharest, a couple of people actually going for Van der Sar, another option that you can use in net now. I mean, obviously, we're looking at the likes of De Gea, Courtois, the standard goalkeeper picks for most of these pros. Some people go for Manuel Neuer, but yeah, Van der Sar starting to creep into these pro rosters now, so we'll have to see, keep an eye on that in future tournaments, whether or not more people opt to use that prime Van der Sar instead of the more traditional goalkeepers.
Dr. Hano on the attack once again. And it's that experienced, calm play in the middle of the park that has found himself in this position that he's in now in the box. And Ronaldo will get his shot away, but it just hits a defender. Tackle comes in, and that's going to be a penalty. Just the shuffle in the middle of the box has caught Marcelo out, goes in for it. And suddenly he's facing his back, he's on the floor. And that is going to be a penalty. Oh, it's tough. He's a millisecond away from winning that tackle.
It's the drag back again for Dr. Ahano. So useful. So, again, such a versatile skill move. Helped him out with the first goal.
Neymar runs up. Good save in the end by Tahir. Hard penalty to take there. Chooses to go down the middle. And Daniel Aguilar is going to save that one. And could he have saved himself in this game? Sergio Ramos now plays it forward. And once again, those long on-floor passes coming in from Dr. Ahano. Not getting through that time, but the attack is still on there. Neymar takes a snapshot from downtown there. But at half-time, it is only going to be one. I think Daniel Aguilar will be okay with it, considering how the game has gone. 8 shots to 2 for Dr. Ahano, and only finds himself with a 1-goal lead.
Yeah, just a little bit outclassed at the moment. Remember that penalty, though, because it really should have been a goal, honestly. I mean, when you win the penalty like that with the drag back, I will say that Neymar for Dr. Ahano has been such an effective player in and around the box. When you get yourself a penalty, I mean, you've got to take that opportunity. You stick it away, all of a sudden you're looking at the second half, 2-0 up. As we look at some of the other quarterfinal scores, you can see Stefano Pena at the bottom of your screen, leading against Zimmer in another quarterfinal affair. So just keep an eye on that.
Yeah, and the thing is with the PlayStation side, you know, there's the playing favourites, isn't there? You know, we look at Nicholas. Even though he didn't have the best day yesterday, we fully expect him to be in a good position come the end of today. Looking good for him so far. 1-0 to him against Zeno. And in this game, the favourite is winning too, as we go into the second half of the first leg. There's a 1-goal lead for Dr. Ahano. For that pass again, and Hullet going to intercept against Hullet. Bit of a roll around there, but the pass forward is good once again. Back to Hullet with the vision, just looking to see if there's any runners in behind, but has there maybe been some adjustments from Daniel Aguilar right now, because those runners not necessarily getting the space they were afforded in the previous half, but Marcelo wins that tackle this time round. And we'll be able to clear this one away via Varane down this right-hand side. Again, you're rushing the passes there, though. Dr. Ahano just reading it so well. Look at the pass in the middle, potentially. Recycles it to Modric. Good tackle again by Marcelo. Going to get that one, and this is potentially a counter-attack on the cards. Eusebio starts stretching his legs, sticks it through the middle for Cristiano Ronaldo. It's a fantastic save by the big frame of Van der Sar. Gets a big hand to that one. And that's Daniel Aguilar's first really good chance of the game.
Yeah, tremendous save. I just wonder whether or not he could have taken another touch. Just get a little bit closer to the goal. Might have had the defender catch up to him, though, so in the end we'll take the shot. Like you say, Van der Sar with the save, but that counter-attacking gameplay might be all that Daniel Aguilar has to feast on in this game. And again, it's another long ball, as you see right here from Dr. Ahano, working out for him just to put the pressure on, gain some territory on the pitch, and it's Daniel Aguilar pinned in once again. First time finesse. Just skimmed the roof of the net, I think.
Went for it into here. Was all at sea, to be honest with you. It's looking like that one might nestle in the top corner, but just about skims over. Another opportunity for Dr. Ahano that goes begging. He's going to have to feel, though, you know, as time goes on, he's had some chances to put this one put himself in a better situation here, and he hasn't been able to do it. And there we go. That's the one chance that Daniel Aguilar needed. A great shot into the top right corner. Nothing that Van der Sar can do about that one. Mbappe sticks it away, a one apiece.
Missed the time, I think. He was a little bit late for the time finish, but the first time finesse will nestle in.
And that's that Team of the Year card, isn't it? You know, doesn't even need to hit the green time, and it nestles itself in. It's a good strike either way. You maybe can question Van der Sar could have a go at it. And lets it go over his head, and Mbappe will level things up.
Just wonder whether or not Ahano potentially could have moved Van der Sar there. We saw on the replay he was stuck in the mud, didn't even move. Whether Ahano was slow to react or whether or not the shot was just way too quick. Either way, it's going to be good enough for Daniel Aguilar, and that's what you want. You know, after Ahano misses the penalty just before half-time. Lovely croqueta there, by the way, to beat the man. That's what you want, to get back in the game. And I just wonder whether or not momentum might be shifting in this tie now, Chris.
Potential. We said just before the goal that these chances have went begging for Dr. Ahano, and he's now finding himself one apiece. Daniel Aguilar really has not had much of the ball, not many chances, but yet he finds himself in this game. Saves a penalty. Looking good for him right now. Pull it in the feet of Eusebio and Ferdinand. Oh my God, it's absolute suicide football there at the back by Ferdinand. He's just about going to get away with it. Modric will get this one away for Dr. Ahano, who needs to start waking up here. He had a good start to this tie, but has really slowed down as we go into the second half. But a potential attack on the cards. Vieira shuts that one down once again, and Daniel Aguilar's just about surviving here. Neymar to Mbappe, exchanging passes in the middle of the park. Modric looking for them runs again. A lot of a deeper formation, it seems, from Daniel Aguilar that isn't affording that room that Dr. Ahano was able to find in the first half.
Yeah, you think about the first half. I mean, we saw the stats at half-time. 8 shots, the majority of possession. Think about the second half so far. I mean, not really a whole lot to feast on if you're Ahano, and maybe some of the changes, like you say, Chris, Daniel Aguilar's made has really benefited him. I mean, Ahano not really had too much to shout about in this second half, and when you're coming into this tie, you think maybe it's a bit of an unfortunate one for Daniel Aguilar. When you look at where he was in the Swiss, he was 2-0, had to play against Ahano and lost against him there. And then by going 3-2 as Ahano goes 3-0, they match up first round here in the bracket. I wonder whether or not it might just been an unfortunate draw for Daniel Aguilar, but he's making a tie of it so far.
He's very much holding his own. Pullet looking for the pass inside to Modric. This is an opportunity here for Mbappe, looking for a bit of space, expecting the shot. Look at the keeper, he's moving all over the place, and in the end it goes in the middle, and De Gea is in the right place. Neymar striking a powerful one straight down the pipe, but either way, Mbappe now is going to cross that one in, and De Gea will easily collect that one.
I'll tell you what though, whenever Ahano has the ball in Neymar's possession, watch out for the drag back. He's so quick, such an agile player as an attack comes forward here for Daniel.
Mbappe down this left-hand side again, men over, and it seems that Dr. Ahano must be committing a lot of men forward, because there are acres of space here for Daniel Aguilar to try and orchestrate his attack. Well, look at that run from Mbappe, and look at that goal, 2-1. Left his marker with ease, and the pace of him, he can't keep up. Daniel Aguilar takes a lead in this game, and Dr. Ahano will be ruining those missed chances. Think about that penalty. Think about the chances he's had, and Daniel Aguilar has been just clinical, if anything.
Tremendous. Spreading the pitch, the gap was opened at the back.
Good finish as well.
Dr. Ahano brought his centre-back across to try and cover some ground, cut off some opportunities, but Mbappe through the middle, left foot shot, first time. 2-1, like you say. Got to remember that penalty that Ahano had just before the half, Chris. It really should be 2-2 right now, and instead Ahano finds himself behind.
You're always expected to score the penalty, but they're not easy. They aren't easy to definitely score. It is just a guessing game. Obviously, you always favour the striker over the goalkeeper, but in this situation, though, you would still expect him to put it away. But a good opportunity here for Dr. Ahano. That drag back once again, and the keeper movement, he reads him so well. Good play by Daniel Aguilar to defend it. Not allow that one to nestle in the top right corner. Wasting a little bit of time in the final 5 minutes of this second half in the first leg, but a good game so far, and this is potentially a break again. Where is the midfield of Dr. Ahano? It just seems to be all at sea here. These attackers like Eusebio are just stretching their legs into plenty of open space, and once again, look at this attack. Look at the back post. Mbappe was there, but he didn't see him. Messi is going to recycle this one back to Vieira. A 3-1 lead in the second leg will be looking very nice for the Spaniard. Pull it into Ronaldo and Mbappe. Maybe just shrugged out the game there a little bit. And Ramos will be able to get this one away.
Will there be a chance for Ahano? Finds this player down the wing. This is CR7. One last chance, maybe. No, Marcelo will win the ball but concede a foul. So one last chance to draw level at the end of the first leg here, Chris.
Switch this up over to Neymar. He obviously wants Cristiano Ronaldo in the box. We know how dangerous he can be. Dr. Ahano wants to try and level things up. Short one to Marcelo. Oh, and it's a poor pass back. Oh my God. Nelly gives it away, but at the end of the first leg, it is going to be Daniel Aguilar with a lead of 2-1. A close game between these two. All European matchup. And I said a close game, but really what we want to talk about is not necessarily the penalty, but chances in general for Dr. Ahano that he maybe didn't take in comparison to the few chances that Daniel Aguilar did have, but did take.
Yeah, 8 shots at the end of the first half for the German on your screen, and a lot of them came from use of the drag back around the box with high agility players. And if Daniel Aguilar can figure that out and start to guess where Dr. Ahano is going to go with those drag backs, then I'm not really too sure, to be honest with you, where the offense is going to come from that man. He's going to have to think about something different, start mixing up some tactics. And honestly, so far, Daniel Aguilar, he hasn't been guessing the right way with the defenders on the drag backs, but the goalkeeper movement has been on point, and the long-range shots from Dr. Ahano have just been saved most of the time.
That was a great goal by Dr. Ahano to open up his account here on Championship Sunday. A fantastic drag back by Cristiano Ronaldo.
Absolutely it was, and then again the drag back will concede the penalty. Marcelo there flying in, and this was the penalty that Dr. Ahano might rue at the end of this tie. If he doesn't win and he only loses by 1 goal, you got to think back to that penalty miss, the penalty save from Daniel Aguilar. This, I believe, was the first goal for Daniel, and it's the finesse with Mbappe. He did actually miss the time, but with that kind of caliber of card, again, a drag back here to get a shot. A lot of the offense from around the box from Dr. Ahano has been that drag back, and like I said before, Daniel Aguilar can start guessing the right way. And you just wonder where the offense from Dr. Ahano is going to come from, where are his attacks going to come from. He had a lot of success in the first half of the first leg with those long through balls, those long darting runs from his players, and Daniel Aguilar in the second half, well, he's just taking a breather up there on the stage, just trying to compose himself. Once he made those adjustments in the second half, it really was slim pickings for Dr. Ahano.
And the thing is, from Dr. Ahano, we've seen a lot of space at the back in the second half from him, where Daniel Aguilar was able to exploit that. We've seen where Mbappe would get behind Ramos and score that second goal. But in the first half, he was the one attacking, and he had a lot of space to work with on his attack. Just seemed to break down, and maybe an adjustment from Daniel Aguilar allowed him to get himself back into the game, as we've seen that in the end score 2-1 of the first leg. Dr. Ahano needs to figure something out here of what he's going to do. Maybe change his tactics up a little bit, maybe not go as attacking, because it did seem as if in the second half he was maybe forcing a little bit too much and allowing too much room for Daniel Aguilar.
Yeah, and you noted as well in the commentary, Chris, where was his midfield when Daniel was coming forward with his counterattacks? And maybe that's an adjustment he has to make, maybe play a bit more of a midfield-minded formation. I know a lot of people at this tournament rocking the 4-2-3-1 with those 2 CDMs sat in front of the back 4.
It's because I use it. They all see me use it online and thought, you know what, he knows what he's talking about, so we use his formation.
So, as the second leg will get underway, worth noting as well, this is an all-club matchup. Ahano up there on stage. The German plays for Stuttgart, and then Daniel Aguilar, the Spaniard, plays for AD Alcorcon.
Yeah,
if you can roll your R's, by the way, that club name sounds way better, but I can't. So.
No, I can't either. But I remember actually the very, very first time I commentated FIFA was Daniel Aguilar was one of those guys at an event in Portugal actually, and it was on Alcorcon again. You have to say it with the accent.
Better, but
yeah, you have to say it with the accent. You can't say it without.
Second division Spanish side, in case you're wondering at home.
It's nice to see like teams like that getting involved. You know, it doesn't need to be these humongous clubs. You know, if they're willing to support esports, then all the better. We love to see. Either way, back into this game. We're into the second leg now. Daniel Aguilar in his Alcorcon kit. From right to the left, that's a lot harder to say than you can imagine. And from left to right is going to be Dr. Ahano in the black.
I'm going to have to see, Chris, what adjustments have been made. And it seems like Daniel Aguilar, well, first of all, he's cut out that attempted El Tornado very, very well defended. But it seems like he's reverted back to his tactics in the first leg, the first half of the first leg, where Dr. Ahano was able to get those long darting runs. That's the mistake, though. Potentially an opportunity here for an attack.
No, you have to be careful. Look at all these runners here from Dr. Ahano. Neymar, once again, he's been the orchestrator. Dear. That's a second mistake. It's Daniel Aguilar. Just gives him a present. Christmas was 2 months ago. What's going on there? Far too easy for the German to get back into this game. And you have to say, after his chances in the first leg where he didn't take, you'd argue that's a fair scoreline, but Daniel Aguilar will be ruining that one. Gives it away twice.
Shaking his head there.
I think the second one you can forgive him a little bit. You know, it goes to the player and he has got a chance to get rid of it. But the first one is really what led to that.
Immediate reaction from Daniel. Shaking his head. He knows that was a gift. Elsewhere in another quarterfinal, we have Ajit Power leading NYC Chris 3-2. Close game over there as well. And they're all going to be close games here now in the bracket. All these guys playing so well throughout the Swiss phase. Now we're in the knockouts. Single elimination. You lose over 2 legs, you go home.
There's no mercy when we get to the bracket. And you know, you could go on if you have a bad Swiss, but as long as you make it to the bracket, you've got everything in front of you to play for. Just need to beat who you've got to play.
I mean, a prime example was right here.
Yeah.
Daniel Aguilar was 3-2 in Swiss. Dr. Ahano 3-0, and right now they're tied up 2-2.
Oh, that's a good ball in. That's yellow timed, and Van der Sar is there to get over it. Do you think Van der Sar's speed maybe is why we're not seeing him as much? Yes, his tall frame is there, but his movement across, obviously, potentially something that players don't like, and that's why he's maybe not being used. That ball may well go out, and it does. Maybe it could be a factor as to why we don't see him as much, and that's one of the reasons De Gea is so involved in the competitive scene, isn't it? It's the speed he can get across his goal.
Yeah, quick, big goalkeepers is what you want, but again, it's a midfield win here for Dr. Ahano, and that's where his goal in this second leg came from, so watch out. Looking for a first-time finesse somewhere, but Ruud Gullit will clean things up. It's interesting, and it's a point that we brought up yesterday throughout the Swiss phase, how interesting it is that all these pro teams now, with all these amazing cards, all these Team of the Year cards, these icons that they have to choose from, they can really mix up their tactics, mix up their subs, mix up their initial formations and tactics,
pool, isn't it?
depending on your opponent, depending on how things went in the first leg, in the first half, you can switch things up. So.
Yeah, because as the season adapts as well, the meta changes. As new cards come out, the meta changes. So
new patches come out.
Yeah, exactly. Things do change, and you will see them continue to change throughout the rest of the year. Of course, the new patch will be coming in very shortly to competitive events. Just to remind you guys, this is not the new patch you will be playing at home. It's the previous patch to that came out in December. And that's why you're seeing more of the time finesse and the keeper movement, whereas that will not be as involved so much in what you're playing online. But right now, this is a good attack here, potentially for Dr. Ahano, but Varane will snuff this one out this time. Daniel Aguilar defending maybe a little bit better than we've seen him in the first leg, however, making some mistakes, which led to that goal from Dr. Ahano.
Yeah, and if people are wondering why we are playing on the old patch, you have to remember, as another midfield mistake from Daniel Aguilar comes in, and there's a player through in the middle. It's off the post.
It's a good opportunity, but Daniel Aguilar, you seem to be giving them to Dr. Ahano here.
Off the upright, Chris, and to finish my point, it's...
Oh, we got a touch on it, I think, there, De Gea.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Vital touch. It's because these players qualified on that previous patch, so competitive integrity absolutely vital, and it's Ramos at the back stick. Wins the header duel. Team of the Year Ramos will put Dr. Ahano in front.
An absolute mountain of a guy towards the back post. He's not a bad man to have on your team when he can do that.
And this is why, Chris, this is why Ramos is being used at right back in some teams. His height, his defensive capabilities in his own box, as well as the opposition's box. Dr. Ahano regains the lead.
And it's something that Walker doesn't offer. You know, Walker, a fantastic right back. The pace of him is amazing. But this team of the...
too.
He's pretty tall, but this team of the year, Ramos, so powerful. And he has the pace to play it right back in. A lot of people squeezing him in there, and he's working out very well for a lot of players here. Now Mbappe into Ronaldo. A good attack here for Daniel Aguilar. Onside as well. And he's straight back into this game. 3-3 now. Fantastic goal by the Spaniard. And finds himself back into this game in the blink of an eye.
That is beautiful. This goal is amazing. First time touches.
Love that.
Classic tick-attack football from the Spaniard. What else would you expect? And the finish to match as well. Perfect response. And tell you what, we have a tie now. 3-3.
That was Barcelona 2012.
Oh, yes.
Fantastic work there by Daniel Aguilar. Finds himself back into this game. A great matchup here in the PlayStation quarterfinals here at the Gfinity LQE in London. Really good stuff from these two, putting on a good show. Look at the bottom there. Nicholas 3-0 up against Zizino, so looking like he's going to go through. A lot tighter affair here. Well, if this kicked off at the same time, still plenty of FIFA left to play. Here we go, Dr. Ahano on the attack once again. A bit more of an open game that we've seen in the first half, 2-1 already. Daniel Aguilar will get away with this one. You have to argue, you know, if Daniel Aguilar doesn't make his mistakes, it's a different scoreline. But then Dr. Ahano, if he scores his penalty, is it a different scoreline? It's been an interesting game. And we'll see plenty more of these throughout the rest of the day. But Daniel Aguilar now on the attack.
Zimmer's got himself a goal back against Stefano Pena as well, as you see there at the bottom of the screen. And potentially an unfortunate draw there for Zimmer, rewarded with his 3-0 Swiss record by a first-round matchup against Stefano Pena. Gets himself a goal back, so certainly not out of that tie just yet.
Dr. Ahano looking for this ball down the line to Mbappe, fastest player in the game, and he's just causing so many problems. If there's any team of the year card I would personally want,
Mbappe.
It would be Mbappe.
Yeah.
He would squeeze nicely into my mostly French team. Can't afford him though. Poor boys. I don't have the look of Dan Gaskin, unfortunately. De Gea will easily make that save after maybe a lackluster attack from Dr. Ahano as we go into the end of this first half here in the second leg. Maybe one more attack for Daniel Aguilar. Modric may, well, just put a stop to that. Ferdinand may have played one of the final passes of this half, but looks like there may be one more attack here for the German. Not quite. At the half, it's 3-3, all tied up in the tie. However, it is 2-1 to Dr. Ahano here in this second leg. A close affair here to kick things off.
Yeah, statistics-wise, very even. We'll see, it's going to be Eusebio, a very similar substitution that we saw in the first leg from Daniel Aguilar. Elsewhere, I believe Zizinho has actually made it a bit more of a tighter affair against Nicholas, and Nicholas not having the best of tournaments, to be honest with you. He's not certainly on as good form as we've seen him in previous in London. Not too sure what's going on there. We'll have to track to him later and try and figure out, because usually we're so used to seeing Nicholas breeze past opponents.
He has struggled this weekend.
Most of the time gets the job done in the end, but like you say, Chris, he's been struggling.
He really has. Not necessarily finding the form that we've seen him find here in January, of course, winning that event. First one from a PlayStation side in quite some time, but moving back into this game, it is going to be Dr. Ahano from right to left in the black Stuttgart kit, and Daniel Aguilar from left to right in the LQE kit. Dr. Ahano is the one on the initial attack here. Got the throw in. Marcelo is going to play it back to Modric. Just recycling the ball where he needs to, not making any rushed passes, any extreme passes, if you like. You know, he's not trying to cut the defense open. He's trying to build an attack here. Look for that opportune moment, which could be the difference maker in this tight game. Mbappe, some space afforded to Hullet on the edge of the box, and it's an absolute bullet into the top right from Hullet. Fantastic goal, and Dr. Ahano takes the lead once again, and he has been in control of this second leg and finds himself in the lead.
He took the word out of my mouth. Bullet from Hullet. That was a scorching shot from Ruud Hullet, and a well-worked goal from Ahano as well. We saw when he had possession with Modric, when there was nothing on forwards, he would go backwards, pass it back to his men at the back, make sure he wasn't wasting possession like we saw Daniel Aguilar did in the first half of this second leg, which to be honest with you, contributed towards 2 of Ahano's goals. Elsewhere, an update on that Nicholas game, 5-2 now against Zizinho, so a bit more clear-cut form we're seeing from Nicholas, but that goal, what a beauty of a shot. Absolutely delightful, and that will just give Ahano the edge.
Yeah, well, one goal is the difference here. Not a lot of time now. We are at the second half of the second leg. And Dr. Ahano is in the driving seat now. Does he maybe change his formation to something a bit more defensive? We did see a pause come in, although we are watching from Daniel Aguilar's screen, so we didn't see any of the changes that came in from Dr. Ahano. But obviously, something may have changed. We can see Hullet really has dropped right back there, right in front of the defence. But there we go, the yellow time finesse, and Van der Sar pulls it away. Another good opportunity. Daniel Aguilar really hasn't been afforded many of them. But when he has had them, he's taken a lot of them. Van der Sar coming out to the corner there, and that's where he is useful. Messi getting back doing his defensive duties, and oh my God, you can't be playing that across the box. That's one-on-one defending. You learn that Sunday League. Don't pass it across the box, boys. Dr. Ahano is going to get away with it, though. He is going to send Messi forward. Good movement. Cross in is not going to be able to be latched onto by Cristiano Ronaldo, and Ramos will get this one away in a potential attack here for Daniel Aguilar.
It's a shame we don't get to see the replay that caused that corner, because the goalkeeper movement from Ahano really saved his bacon. That was a delightful shot, but Van der Sar just stretching there in the end. It was all thanks to Ahano's movement. Hopefully we'll see that in the replay package at the end, because that could prove a game-winning save.
Oh, here's another one, and Van der Sar has moved again. The German keeping calm in this one. We'll just allow him some time to whittle down here. And really what we've seen there was some really good defending from Dr. Ahano. You know, everyone's always looking for the passes inside to put onto a left foot of Messi or a right foot of Ronaldo or a right foot of Mbappe to try and go for the time finesse, and that's actually a mistake. We'll go back to this point in a second, but Mbappe is going to start stretching his legs down this left-hand side. But once again, good defending by Dr. Ahano. But what he does so well, and what we've seen FIFA adapt into, after the first two events, we've seen that the time finesse was so strong that a lot of people have to have one of those defensive midfielders sitting in front and just moving where he needs to try and block. Dr. Ahano was doing that fantastically, not allowing Daniel Aguilar an opportunity to try and get one of the shots up.
Yeah, most of these pro teams playing either a 4-2-2 or a 4-2-3-1, those two CDMs are really the key to the defense, like you're saying, Chris. Stay central, stay back on attack, making sure you are covering that back four, so you don't have to control any of the defenders during the defense, unless you have to make some adjustments, as we saw there from Dr. Ahano. But this is better from Daniel Aguilar. We didn't really see it so much from him in the first leg or even the first half of the second leg, really pinning Ahano back, but he's having a bit more success now. You just want to see him maybe
you can't be giving those away. Oh, and is he offside? Just about. It was a good opportunity for Daniel Aguilar.
You're just looking for a bit more of a clear-cut opportunity, honestly, if you're Daniel Aguilar, and you can see going to ultra attacking that formation change. Look at this now. He knows he has to chase the game. Instead of those two CDMs, they move up the pitch a little bit now to central midfield players. So we'll be pushing Ahano back, trying to pin it back. And he just had a little look there where some of Ahano's attackers were, and just moved Hullet to one side. Just making that adjustment, making sure his defensive player was on the side where the key attackers are going to be for Ahano. Very clever.
And it could be one of those where he's moved it across and he might have the instructions on one of these players to be the more defensive side of things. Of course, he would probably want Modric to be creating rather than Hullet. Daniel Aguilar, a rub of the face, a minute to just take this one in and say to himself, right, how do I get back into this game? Have a think. Hopefully he's not too distressed about being one down here. There's still time to think.
Yeah, 20 in-game minutes. We're coming up to an entire minute on this tactical pause, by the way.
And the thing is, there's something I've noticed, Dr. Ahano, you know, if he isn't moving that defensive midfielder across to cover the shot, he's always moving the keeper before the shot comes in. So maybe Daniel Aguilar can look at that and sort of say, right, if I know the cover hasn't come in, then at least I know he's going to move his keeper to the perceived area I'm going to go. So do you try and bluff with it? Think, I might go top left with this shot from Messi from the right-hand side of the box, but then go top right, because you know he's moving the keeper before the shot comes in. It's an interesting one, but 20 in-game minutes to go here. Changes made on both sides. We've seen a long pause coming in. Dr. Ahano obviously making some changes.
1 minute and 25 seconds that pause was. One of the longest I've seen in competitive FIFA, so definitely tactical adjustments for both players up there on the stage.
Dr. Ahano, the one in possession, and he'll be happy with that, but it's going to give the ball away, and we've seen, I don't want to criticize them too much, a little bit of sloppy FIFA from these guys, though, giving the ball away, not necessarily in positions where they can afford to. And now Daniel Aguilar is going to get an opportunity, and this is actually some room for Modric on the edge of the box here, and he will go for the shot for the top left with Van der Sar. The big frame getting in the way of that one. And Dr. Ahano will just waste a little bit of time here. And he can do it, he's in the lead.
Yeah, again, when you're seeing Daniel Aguilar with Modric wide open on the edge of the box, you maybe expect him to play one more, maybe expect him to try and, well, work a bit more of a better chance. And, oh, that's unfortunate. You can see what it means to Dr. Ahano. But that is unfortunate. I think it was Ruud Hullet in the box who just had a bit of a sloppy touch, got a bit wayward. And it's Lionel Messi, the benefactor.
And he picks up the pieces, and that is really unfortunate. You know, if Hullet doesn't touch that, then you feel as if it goes in a different direction. Messi's not going to be there. But the rub of the green does go with Dr. Ahano this time around. 2 goals now that needs to be scored. We've seen it happen here. We have seen it happen. And it's not out of the question for Daniel Aguilar to get back into this tie, but he hasn't had too many chances. He needs to score pretty quickly to then set up a grandstand finish in the final 10 minutes or so.
Again, Chris, you're just expecting a bit more composure here from Daniel. He needs a better chance than a finesse from outside the box, unless it's the first time and something seems really, really advantageous for him. Again, you have Modric with a little bit of space, but you just want him to play a couple of extra passes here. You just want him to get that clear-cut opportunity, but look at how far back Ahano's sitting. It's not going to be easy for him.
Oh, hold it on the edge of the box. It's a powerful one that, again, we've seen him do it, though. We've seen Daniel Aguilar have these chances where he has. We've seen that fantastic goal that he scored, where he passed it in the box. It was really good FIFA from him, but now he's really not in a good situation here, and Dr. Ahano just rolling this clock down. And he's in a position where he can do that. Will send this forward long, and now an opportunity for Daniel Aguilar. Will play this one forward. A little bit of room here, actually. Ronaldo on the edge of the box, back to Modric, but where's the options for him? Players on tired legs. Oh, that's a good pass, though. Mbappe, yellow timed. And those are the ones that count. A couple of these time finishes that haven't been hit by Daniel Aguilar have went in. He's found a yellow one that nestled in. He's found a one that he missed go in. That time around, though, it is well wide from Mbappe, and Dr. Ahano in a great position to win this game.
We'll say have approved his more direct shots, not opting for the finesse with Hullet from outside the box. You want to try and get that power, but honestly with Mbappe there, you may be looking for a finesse. You may be looking for that green time to just fly into the top corner, as we've seen so often, and now it's pretty much a formality for Dr. Ahano. Get that ball to the corner, retain possession, make sure Daniel Aguilar has no chance, and I think this is done. Drag back again, and that's going to do it.
Dr. Ahano well in control. In the end, you know, he made it difficult, Daniel Aguilar, but Dr. Ahano, the experience pays off, and he finally puts another nail in the coffin. This one was over already, but that just secures it. Good FIFA from Dr. Ahano once again. Gets it up the line, plays it inside the drag back, which we've seen work so well on the first leg. Finishes off the second and finishes off the tie. Dr. Ahano will advance through to the PlayStation semi-finals. Daniel Aguilar, a good competitor in that one. You know, there was times where he looked like he could go on to win it, but he will crash out against the experienced German, who moves on to the semi-finals. But commiserations to Daniel Aguilar. A good game from him at times, but you maybe think back to the mistakes that were made, the possession that he lost in that first half, where he then finds himself a goal behind, chasing the game, and then Dr. Ahano could really flex his muscles and take the tie.
Yeah, the two goals that gave Dr. Ahano the lead early on in the second leg we just watched were from mistakes from Daniel Aguilar, and he will rue them. But when you look on paper, you look at the Swiss records, you look at the Global Series ranks, the game these two played earlier on in the Swiss stage yesterday, look at the results from all those things, you'd say the fair result was, in the end, obtained by Dr. Ahano, especially when you consider the penalty he earned as well. And I won't lie, Dr. Ahano might have to be renamed Dr. Dragback, because there were so many goals throughout that tie that were earned, so many opportunities. When you think of the penalty as well, where Marcelo clatters into the back of Neymar, drag back then as well, and the goal to finish the entire tie as well came from that drag back as well. So tremendous skill moves there from Dr. Ahano, and whoever he plays next in the bracket, they certainly have something to think about.
Well, thank you very much, Harry. A good game from Dr. Ahano there. What do the guys on the desk think about that one?
Thank you so much, Chris Tunn, and to Wonderboy as well. I've made an absolute rookie error. I tried to look up at the casters, look directly in the light. Anyway, come down here for the insight and to shine a light on that match. It definitely was a game of two halves there, Dr. Ahano and Aguilar. Obviously, Aguilar going into that second leg with a lead, but didn't take his chances. That's what you were saying, Richard.
Yeah, he didn't take his chances. I think he took him a little while to get warmed up, did Dr. Ahano, but once he got into his floor, it just seemed to be moving a little bit quicker, a little bit smoother, and he books his place in the top four, increased Global Series ranking points for the Doctor. And looking at the other matchups, I'm not sure how the results went on, but we could be looking at a very, very stacked top 4 right now on this PlayStation side.
Yeah, undefeated so far in this LQE of February, Dr. Ahano. He's now 4-0 going through. We can see the replay of what was going on, Kyle, and this is the second leg, and he just seemed to go, yeah, I'm warmed up now, let's get it.
He did. We talked so much before about how he's been around in this scene for such a long time, and I think that showed there because actually the experience he's had from other games, his experience at big tournaments, his experience throughout, came into play here when he actually managed to bring it back 2-all, and we see time and time again there by Aguilar that actually he makes mistakes, and that's what cost him today ultimately, making those mistakes. And if you make them with an experienced player, then someone is going to make you pay for that mistake. Yes, definitely.
The prescription is don't make silly mistakes there from the doctor.
It is
and Aguilar just, I mean, it's simple passes that just weren't taken off, and the opportunities he had just wasn't able to take advantage of them.
Yeah, mistakes at this level will cost you, and that's the golden rule. Aguilar did get back into this game, he tied it up 3 apiece, and then Dr. Hano just seemed to just cruise away a little bit, hull it with a great strike there into the back of the net. I think one thing that the reason we play 2 legs and we play an aggregate scoreline is you don't get lucky over 2 legs. You might get the rub of the green in one game, but for that to happen in back-to-back matches is very, very rare. So 9 times out of 10, you're going to see the more consistent player, the better player come out on top over 2 legs. And Dr. Ahano on this occasion, he's beat him twice now in this tournament, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, loving the sort of lineup, the team selection he's made, Dr. Ahano, using Modric in the middle as well with Hullet, and obviously Messi, Neymar as well. It's an interesting one, he's gone for the Modric look.
Yeah, Modric, on stats alone, is arguably the best midfielder in the game. A lot of people say his sort of build doesn't play into this meta sort of play style, but if you compare Modric and Kante, there's only been one winner for me, and it is Modric. I think he's a much better, well-rounded player. He can go back and defend. Now he's had the upgrades from Team of the Year. But going forward, he just offers something that Kante doesn't do. Maybe it's with that 4-star skill as well. He can go forward, he can almost just create something on his own. Kante lacks that a little bit, so that's why you're seeing that Modric-Hullet partnership.
You saw there, Kyle, the stats there. Aguilar, Daniela Aguilar, 14 shots, 11 on target. He had opportunities, had enough times to I mean, obviously, Dr. Ahano had more shots and more on target, but the stats show that Aguilar was still in that game.
Yeah, and he should have took them. That's the thing. When you're at this level, you have to take all the opportunities that you give him, because if somebody makes a mistake or if you play and you play beautifully and get up there, you need to score. You need to make it count, because ultimately, if you're not doing that, the other player's going to go up and do it at the other end because they're that good. They can do that. They will capitalise on your mistakes, and that's what we saw in this game.
Well, beautiful analysis from you two gentlemen, Richard, Kyle. Walk with me, guys. Come with me, because I'm going to head over to the sofas over here, because Darren Gaskin, Mark Onset Hatcher, we were watching in the green room, as was LVP, a little fist bump there. How did you see that? Let's talk about the fact that Dr. Hano goes through in that competition, and what do you like about his play style, and how far can he go in this competition now?
I mean, he can go very far. The fact that he was able to take down Aguilar there was impressive. Aguilar has been one of these players that has held a lot of possession in the tournament. He was second highest in PS4 in terms of numbers and stats on possession. He had 55% coming into that game. So the fact that Dr. Ahano was able to come at him and really just get shots on target, that second leg was extremely important for him as well, wasn't it, Mark?
I want to talk about that, actually, Mark. I'm going to tailor a question towards you here, because I do feel that there is a huge difference between the first leg and the second leg during these events. Now, I think it's super important for these players to understand each other. And I think the first leg gives them that little taste that they need, and then the second leg is all about just sealing the deal.
The second leg is always set up by what happens in the first leg. It sounds very obvious and very simple, but for example, if you're behind, it forces your hand as a player. That's why we see more exciting second legs a lot of the time. We see more goals scored in the second legs, because someone has to change something to try and win the game. Excuse me, but in talking about the second leg, it's also an opportunity for you to, as you say, take in and learn a little bit from what you see from the opponent in the first leg and how to adapt to that. We've seen it a lot with players who take those first-time finesse shots. In the second leg, they don't seem to be as effective, because a player will learn that from the first 90 minutes and start moving his goalkeeper more early, for example. So the second leg is always very interesting to see, not only as a tactical battle, but as I say, someone's hand is always forced in that second leg, and usually we see one of the players sort of pull away.
Yeah, and what do you make of the Modric lineup? Richard was talking about over Kante and the like. So do you like his lineup, the players that he's using?
Well, you saw the play style from Dr. Ahano. He likes his drag backs. He likes to try and beat a man. And I feel like just put Modric in there. He's able to do that. He is the best midfielder in the game. And Harry was saying, like, these dragbacks are so effective. Why are they so effective? Well, the reason you're going up against Aguilar, who had the most tackles, or I think second most tackles in the tournament, 91. He holds down A lot. He really just gets in your face and tries to go for that tackle straight away. A simple dragback is going to beat that every single time. And even with the player who's got the most tackles, you're going to be able to get round him. And a player like Luka Modric is going to do the job.
I think it highlights that point even better. You say he's got the highest amount of tackles, which means he's probably putting the most pressure onto someone. Just because you're making a lot of tackles, it doesn't mean you're defending particularly well. You know, you can win 2 or 3 tackles, and that's great. But as you say, when that dragback gets pulled off effectively and you are holding that A button to try and put pressure on, you leave so much space and you leave yourself so exposed.
Well, gentlemen, somebody we haven't heard from a lot today, and somebody I do want to hear from, because he's the breakdown board king. I want to know what he made of that game and to take us through some of the best action we saw.
First breakdown of the day. Thank you so much, Lottie. And we're going to focus on the Dr. Arjano match. The doctor puts on a clinic. And I want to talk about how he understands player positioning really well. And sometimes at the professional level, we miss this when watching streams, but you're seeing multiple steps ahead of time. And I want to show you how it kind of develops for him in this freeze frame. And this is the opening goal in the first leg. And it's all about understanding that he needs these players to get into position, get your timing right, and you're going to see this in the freeze frame. So the 3 options that he has. 1, 2, 3. All 3 of these players are making this run into space, and it's always important to attack that space. However, this tells Dr. Arjano, okay, cool, I'm going to need to do some sort of skill move. I got to pull a defender out of position. And the defender we're looking at right here is this man. Because if he attacks Ronaldo, or if he moves too far left or too far right, it opens up angles and allows those 3 players to get wide open passes for a cut back, or even at the top of the box. And that's really important. You're going to see how this develops. It's a really good usage of the drag back, and I want to reiterate, because we talked about this yesterday a little bit, the drag back is used so heavily at the competitive level because it allows you not just a bunch of different options, whether you're doing a half drag back or a full drag back, but you can reactively kind of make a decision based on, okay, do I want to go left, do I want to go right? You have a half second to execute the drag back in some of these really, I guess, tight angles and tight areas on the pitch. And you can base it on seeing the defenders move around. You're not committed. You can switch halfway through. But back to you, Tom, Lottie, talk to me.
Okay, well, I love Mike LaBelle. I felt like there was something missing from today's action, and it's the breakdown board. It does wonders. It's beautiful.
And he's also not rocking the zebra look today, but you are, I can see.
Thank you.
So he's taken a bit of that into his fashion.
Only 1 zebra is allowed on the plane. Listen, we need to get to catch up on all the results that were coming in
We do
so
indeed.
far.
We do indeed. Let's take a look at the bracket right now, because we have got some major updates for you. Now, as you can see, we've got Pena going through. He's having a good day. Zimmer, unfortunately, isn't. He lost 2-1. To Stefano, looking good, and see if he is on his finest form for this championship Sunday. So our semi-finals also going to be with Egypt Power. I mean, amazing stuff from him. Chris just didn't manage to make it through, even though I did think he was performing so well yesterday. And then a game that I really do want to focus on now is, of course, Nicholas versus Dr. Arjano. I mean, whether his dragbacks are going to be enough to take on the champion, Nicholas, that is the question. But, gentlemen, looking at that, any surprises there for you? Anybody you think is a little out of place?
The only game that surprises me is the Agate Power versus NYC Chris. I'd say every other higher seeded player has won in their respective quarterfinal, but Chris going out and being eliminated, not reaching the semi, maybe is a slight upset, but that was probably the closest encounter out of all of those quarterfinals. So that would be the only one that I'm a bit like, ooh.
Ooh, cheeky. Ooh, plot twist. What about the Zimmer, though? 3-0 yesterday, went straight through after only playing 3 games, got 3 wins. Losing to Pena there, that's a bit of a mad one. He didn't have the best of days yesterday, but it doesn't matter. When it comes to knockout,
it's the tough thing, though, isn't it? It's the tough thing with single elimination tournament. You know, you can have a great first day, but a tournament's not won on day number 1. It's won across both days, and you can play fantastically well. But to come here in the morning and know that you've got to play against arguably one of the best PS4 players in the world, you can't make a mistake. And unfortunately for him, he's matched up against Stefano Pena in one of those first rounds, and that's his tournament over.
Okay, listen, guys, we have done PS4 to start us off with into the day. We now move on to the Xbox bracket, and I can now tell you that we will be watching the guy with the least goals against him, F2 Tex, taking on Sakul, who has the most amount of goals against him. That is the next match. It's going to be a juicy one, bound to be some goals. We'll see you after the break.
Hey! What up? Finally, brother. Are you good with FIFA? Yeah, you? I suck. Really? Yeah. For me, Rio is a special place. I love the people here, I love the energy.
We're in Brazil, jogou bonito. E já.
I have no idea what you just said.
Are you ready?
I'm getting nervous. Me too. Okay, let's do this. Let's go. Yes. Oh. Ah. Oh, that was... Soccer has been a huge part of my life. I used to play almost professional, and when I was 16 years old, I went to the studio for the first time, and then I decided to take the way of music. See? Finally! 1-0. I love to play FIFA, and I also love to play in real life. We're gonna play a game? Yeah. Let's do it. I played soccer for 6-7 years growing up. Why? I would DJ in a local bar every Saturday night, and then the games would be on Sunday. So most of the time I was a backup player. Goal! He's not terrible. He's not terrible. He was lying. No, no!
Modric! That's the goalkeeper.
Okay, just let me score 1 goal. With soccer, you feel the connection between the world. It's amazing. It just unites complete countries. There's so much happiness, so much adrenaline. It's a universal language, I would say. It's like music. You don't need to know the lyrics of the song to enjoy it. It's just about having fun. Exactly.
2-0. My Maluma's team. We're the dream team.
PlayStation, the best place to play.
PlayStation.
So welcome along to London here at the Gfinity Arena for the FIFA 19 Global Series qualifier for February. And it is Championship Sunday, and we kickstarted on the PS4 with the main man, Dr. Ahano, taking on Daniel Aguala. And after Daniel Aguala led 2-1 in the first leg, boy, oh boy, did the second leg not disappoint as goals came flying from Mr. Dr. Ahano, winning eventually 5-1, meaning 6-3 on aggregate. And now he will go through to take on Nicholas, who defeated Zezinho. Also, PSV Pena goes through, and so does Ajit Power. So that PS4 still has the chance for a reigning guy, Mr. Nicholas, who won in January at the LQE, to hold on to his title. Now, joining me down in the analyst desk area is the one and only Mr. Kyle Walker and Chris Tunn. Chris, a very exciting game to sort of cast on, and there's a few finger guns coming out there from you.
We like to bring it out. Harry was the finger guns. I just like to point straight down the lens. But yeah, it was a good game either way. Yeah, Dr. Ahano looking good. Probably more of what we expected. You know, we see that consistent gameplay from him. We know he can maybe slip concentration sometimes, but a good, solid all-round game from him.
Well, listen, lovely to have you down on the desk. I want to get into the match we're about to watch. F2 Techs, least amount of goals. He only played 3 yesterday. Taking on the man, Sakul, who had the most amount of goals let in by any of the pros on that Xbox side. So this should have goals happening in it.
It should indeed. And Richard Buckley, who was here before, told me I had to say it. This is what he wanted everyone to know. He said, this is a spoiler, not a prediction. He thinks Tex is going to take it.
Okay.
So that was his words. He said I had to get it in there. But we are going to see lots of goals in there. We know what Tex can do. We know he can turn it up, turn it on when he needs to. But will we see an upset? It'll be surprising, we'll see, but I think there's going to be lots of goals, that's guaranteed.
Yeah, he seems a bit more clinical in this one. Obviously, we were here at Gfinity for the LQE in January. It took a little bit of time to warm up F2 Techs and eventually knocked out the competition, but as you look at it now, he's sort of at his peak. He's on form.
Yeah, it looks like he is sort of back to form, and I think he made a tweet yesterday saying, people criticised me saying, all I can do is time finesse, but he scored some really, really good goals yesterday, and he's looking very, very sharp
Yes,
so far.
absolute slobber knockers. Look at the 3 results he had against Marcus Gomes, 7-1, defeating him. And then also Donuso, 4-1, got that win. And of course, started off the day with Mix VIP. I want to talk about Sakul because I don't want this to feel like this is a foregone conclusion, because Sakul has had the tenacity, the grit, the determination to make sure he stays in that Swiss format yesterday, and he's here today for good reason, because he's ground out those results when he needed to.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. People who go into the Swiss and people who get this far, we can't write them off. They're here for a reason. They put in the work yesterday. It's not easy to get through, but he managed to, and maybe he'll cause an upset. The pressure isn't on him. That's the positive thing about this. He doesn't have to worry. He can just play his own game. He is coming against a great player, but he can just do his thing and hopefully he can come off with a win.
But surely you'd look at F2 Tex and be thinking, hang on, I need to change my game style. I need to switch it up. Surely, is that not what you're facing the main man at the moment? You've got to do something different. Or stick to your own game plan.
Yeah, I think, you're going to stick to your own game. Play to your strengths as best you can. I think that's how you're going to get a result out of this. But I think the thing is here, we talk about the pressure being on Tex to win this one comfortably. Yes, that is there, but the man that needs the points more is absolutely Sakul. He needs those Global Series points really, really badly. Arguably, Tex doesn't really need them. He's sitting very, very pretty towards the top of the Xbox side of things. So I don't know if that, you can maybe see some complacency from Tex, but I doubt it. I think he'll probably come into this feeling confident that he needs to get the win, and he will want to win this tournament.
Sakul got that win against Abuasa 5-4. Take your minds to refresh you in that first game of the January LQE. Tex lost to Abuasa. Am I reading too much into that? Am I making too much of a storyline from that?
I mean, that's loose. That's very, very loose, but we can give it to you. But what I think was really interesting about what we just saw there was he was 0-2. He was in that position of he's going home if he loses one more, but he didn't. He won the next 3 games, and that's why he's here today. So actually, he should be feeling pretty good about himself. He had 2 bad games to start, but he had 3 amazing games to end on, and that's why he's here in this seat.
Yeah, 17 goals for F2 Tex and 5 goals conceded. It's hard. I mean, how do you set yourself up to play someone like Tex? Or just anyone with that sort of record? You know they're scoring goals and you know they're not conceding. What do you do?
They're all around good FIFA players, aren't they? People like Tex. We know that he has his strength, mostly being in attack, of course, but he's so good at defending as well. This is what makes this guy so good, is that he's so fast in the attack, but his defense is always very stout too. But I don't know. I feel as if you don't necessarily set yourself up any different when it's this sort of matchup. You go and play your own game and try and do your best. You know what he's going to bring to the table. And many people have tried to counteract it, and you can't. You just have to try and play your game as best you can, I feel.
Yeah. Gentlemen, obviously, whoever wins this, you'd probably, if you've been a presenter, we're part of that sort of team, you'd have questions ready for them, wouldn't you?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. Good, because this is what I want everybody who's watching this to get involved. If you've got a question that you want to ask the winner of this matchup between Sakul and Tex, then why don't you tweet us right now at Gfinity using the hashtag Gfinity FIFA, and we might be able to ask one of those questions. In fact, I will try and make sure that LVP does that. Gentlemen, quick predictions on this one?
Tex.
Has to be Tex.
OK, well, listen, there you go. What do you think? Tweet us at Gfinity using the hashtag Gfinity FIFA with your questions. It's time to throw up to that man who was just over behind me in that series over there in the lounge area. It is, of course, I got a little bit tongue-tied for a second there, on set, and Dan Gaskin.
Dan was there as well, by the way, just to let you know. We were sat next to each other for the entirety of it, Tom. But don't worry, I still remember that you were here, buddy, and I still care about you. But anyway, one thing we certainly do care about is the outcome of this game, because as we know, Championship Sunday, every single game, and for the rest of the day, it is an elimination game. No second chances here, Dan. You've got to get it done.
Yeah, and this is where Tex really thrives, I think, in these knockout stages, these pressure situations. He's been here before. He's got the job done. He constantly gets through to at least console semi-finals. He's played 6 tournaments so far in FIFA 19, and he's always reached at least a console semi-final. So if history were to repeat itself, he would win this game. But Sakul going up against him, it's his 2nd tournament. He's fresh meat. He wants to get those Global Series ranking points.
Yeah, it's very, very true. It's you could arguably say there's more here to lose for Sakul, because he has to get those points on the board to enable himself to elevate up those leaderboard rankings and get himself into a position for qualifications for those playoffs. Tex, on the other hand of things, on the side of things, He hasn't been feeling too well. We should say it to everyone at home. He really has been a little bit under the weather the last few days. Hopefully he's feeling a little bit better, but he's still managing to perform at the highest possible level here. As we see the first leg getting underway here, F2 Techs taking on the German Sakul. Going to be an interesting matchup here now.
It is. I mean, Tom touched on it about the defensive record of Tex in this tournament. I mean, not just this tournament, across the season, he has an absolutely incredible goal difference. He's plus 86 with 238 goals scored and 152 conceded across the tournaments that he's played. And he's going to try and get one early on, but there was good keeper movement there from Sakul just to try and stop it. But yeah, you've got to be definitely scared when you're going up against Tex, just knowing the goal-scoring record that he does have.
Yeah, I think you've just got to try and concentrate on your own game. You know what he's going to bring to the table, F2 Tex. You've had the opportunity to see him at every single tournament so far this year and what he can produce both going forward and how he defends as well. We know how he likes to use those fullbacks to get those challenges in high up the pitch as well. And it is an area which some players who have managed to take him down have exposed. So it'll be interesting to see if Sakul's done his research, or maybe, even so, if F2 Tex has done something about that himself.
It was last time in London, I mean, I was talking about tackles made and who puts the pressure on. It was London last time where Tex was actually up there with tackles made. He made the most in the tournament. Whereas this event, Sakul is actually 4th in the rankings for how many tackles he's made. He's made 91 so far in the 5 games that he's played. So he's definitely going to want to apply some of that pressure onto Tex here. But this is where Tex is dangerous, down on the wings, where he can start using those skill moves to a full effect.
Yeah, it's Yosebia who has got a little bit of space here. You can see 2 players trying to make sure they get as tight as possible. And Sakul does a good job there defending that particular situation, but it's another area we should highlight of. One of the strengths of F2 Tex, like you said, Dan, when he gets the ball in behind those fullbacks, he is so dangerous. He's so unpredictable. Does he go for those crosses into the back post, looking for CR7? Does he use those skill moves and those skill move combinations as well? It's so difficult to predict what he's going to do, and he has so many tricks up the sleeve. It's almost impossible to predict what he's going to do. It's just a guessing game at some points.
And because he has been kind of set as the best player in the world, he has been the benchmark. People would have studied how he played. People would have been analysing that, and that means he has to be even more unpredictable because everyone's going to know what he kind of likes to do, what his tendencies are. So that's going to be something very difficult coming into tournaments, to keep being creative almost, to keep having to try something new. But he seems to be surprising us tournament in, tournament out.
That's a great ball down the line there, and Cristiano Ronaldo does have some space here. This is where he's dangerous. There's a little 5-star combo. Gets a little bit lucky with the ball falling back to Cristiano Ronaldo after the fancy little back heel, but there's the ball into the box. Extra pass here for Mbappe, goes near post, F2 Tex, straight into the lead.
Fun fact for you as well, Mark. Tex has a 41% record of shots to goal ratio at this tournament. It is the 2nd highest on the Xbox side of things. When he has a shot, he is gonna be finding the back of the net the majority of the time. An absolutely incredible opening goal for him there. And Sakul is going to have to respond, but Tex just found a way to work his way into the box there. He got a little bit fortunate with one of the bouncers, but then he takes advantage of that little bit of lady luck. That's what makes the good players the best. They respond to those little bit of lucky situations and react well quickly to them.
Yeah, I love the finish as well. That driven, low-driven shot, timed to perfection in at that near post. A lot of the time you'll see players looking for that finesse shot back across goal, but Tex finding that the most effective way to finish off that particular chance. And now here comes Sakul. Mbappe for him on the edge of the box. Obviously scored 1 goal at the other end. And Hullet looking to find a ball into the feet of one of the strikers there. But look at this breakaway from Tex and look at the space here for Mbappe. If he can find a pass it in behind, there might be an opportunity to double the lead, but playing this a little bit more patiently. There is his favourite skill move, the little whacker, and that's the ball around the corner. Mbappe's in again. Back-to-back goals. You blink and you miss them, it's 2-0 to Tex.
And he just keeps converting them now. And this is where things start to get a little bit terrifying for Sakul. Last time we saw Tex in this situation, he was able to win 11-1, I remember, in Bucharest. And that's when you just know that he is out for a tear and he really just wants to get the job done and pummel his opponent into the floor. And one thing that Tex has done well in this game is keeping Sakul at bay. Now, even though Sakul, this is only his 2nd tournament, he's been doing very well this tournament. He has the 2nd most shots on goal. So he's definitely someone who likes to take a shot from distance or maybe just take a shot from close. It depends where he gets the ball. But Tex has stopped him having a shot in this game. He's just kept him at bay. He's put the pressure on, defensively used those CDMs to track back and made sure that Sakul hasn't had the room to take shots whenever he wants.
Now, just before we get the game restarted here from the kickoff, I want to talk about those little skill moves that we just saw in the build-up to play there. Tex uses skill moves not just to beat players, it's to almost force their hand and make them second guess what's coming next. Those skill moves were in space. There was no one he was trying to beat with them. It was just to make Sakul think, am I going to have to defend against a skill run here as he has a shot of his own up the other end? Or am I going to see a combination come out here that I'm going to have to try and manually defend? By putting that seed of doubt into his mind, Tex's job becomes so much more easy. It was just 2 simple passes to find Mbappe. We talk about being unpredictable. Sometimes it's just planting the seed of doubt in your opponent's mind that you're going to do something unpredictable. Then you can do the simple thing.
It's almost like he's taunting his opponent. He's taunting his opponent, trying to encourage them to drag that player out of position. And as soon as he notices that space, that's when he really takes advantage of them. It's something he does very well. I say that players that are at the top level of FIFA, they're very reactive, but they also have to be proactive as well. They also have to force their opponent to make those mistakes, and that's what Tex does.
And Tex is just knocking at the door here. Patrick Vieira's going to lay this one off to Hullet. Just waiting for Sakul to drop those players in. Courtois has to make a big save there. The fake shot there from Neymar around the corner. You can see the frustration of Tex there. He expects every single one of his chances to be converted. He sets himself very high standards. He does win the ball back once more via Sabio here. And that's unfortunate for Sakul. Now he's going to have to defend another wave of attacks.
And the reason why Tex is frustrated there is because he knows he still needs more goals. He knows that a 2-goal cushion is often not going to be enough. I mean, on average, Tex concedes around 3 goals per match across the season. So he's going to be thinking, right, I need to at least be making sure I get more than that. On average, though, Tex does get at least 5 goals per match. So that shows his goal-scoring ability. That shows how he actually is winning these games.
That's beautiful from Eusebio. Little shot in at the near post, and it's actually found the back of the net. That surprised me there, to be honest, and you can see the look of slight surprise on the look of Sakul's face as well, because not a shot that you would expect maybe to find that near post. It actually goes through the legs of Courtois there. He's going to be a little bit disappointed with his goalkeeper, but it was one of those what's the word I'm looking for here? One of those variations of the cricketer. You don't have to always pull off the entire skill move completely. You can kind of stop it halfway through and pick up a little bit of pace. So Tex showing, again, the cricketer is super effective, but again, it's a variation of it. It's another string to his bow that makes you think as a defender.
And it was a low-driven shot across goal as well. It just slightly going under the keeper's legs and just catching the thigh and going in. But Tex knows from that angle there is only one way you're going to have the potential to score. It's either passing it across goal or going for that low-driven and just hoping that it does go through the keeper's legs. So he's taken full advantage of that possibility, and now he finds himself 3 goals to the good. And Sakul hasn't had any sort of response. I think he's only had 1 shot on goal at the moment, and Tex is going to be more than happy with how this game is currently going. And he is sailing towards those console semi-finals at this moment.
Just a few moments left before half-time in the first leg as well, when it has been the perfect start here for F2 Tex. He was very disappointed with performance in Bucharest. He expects to win everything. And now he's looking for another one for the Mbappe. It's 4. It is 4-0 here. And Sakul has no answer for what Tex is bringing to the table.
Sakul, someone who's in his 2nd tournament. This is his 10th match of FIFA across the season. He's currently 4-5. He's about to be 4-6 realistically, because it's 4-0 to Tex. But for Tex, this increases his overall record this season from 40 wins and 6 losses to 41 wins and 6 losses if he were to win this match, which I think at this point we both know is very likely to happen. But Tom was talking about preparation for Sakul. He was saying, how does he come into a game knowing that Tex has only conceded 5 goals this tournament? You just have to go at them. You have to be taking those shots from every single opportunity. You need to be making Tex kind of doubt his defense. But unfortunately for Sakul, he's not had those opportunities to even make Tex think that way. Instead, Tex has been in full control of this game, and he's dominating because of it.
Yeah, there is the half-time whistle at the end of the first leg here. So, I mean, it's been the perfect start for F2 Tex. For comparison of some of the other results that came in earlier in today, you know, Stefano Pena won 2-1 across 2 legs against Zimmer. So this has been a fantastic start. He couldn't have asked for more. Every single chance that he's had, he's pretty much put away. There was that one shot with Neymar that maybe he didn't, you know, it wasn't the best finish for him. Didn't look for that shot across goal, that low driven, maybe opening up for a finesse. But 4-0, it has been a masterclass.
Yeah, I mean, as I pointed out, coming into this game, he had a 41% shot to goal conversion. That's going to be going up even more in this game. He's had 5 shots, he's scored 4 goals. And at this point, he's probably going to be having a chat with Harry there, who seems to be coming in as a coach, which is an interesting one. Hashtag Harry, of course, a player. And Harry's probably just saying, keep going, mate. Just keep
it's the easiest,
piling the pressure on.
It's the easiest coaching job in the world right now for him.
Just don't stop. Like, there is no point sitting back. There's no point getting defensive. There's no point just trying to play to your lead. Just keep doing what you're doing. Goals are naturally going to find their way.
Yeah, he's certainly going to have more chance in this game because Sakul is going to be forced to become more offensive as it goes on. He needs to try and pull this game back, which is obviously going to be incredibly tough for him. But if he can find a couple of goals here, Dan, we talk about the importance of going into that second leg with a chance. You have to give yourself that little chink of light at the end of the tunnel, as we quickly going to show you some replays from that first game as well. But if you can cut down this lead, if you can win this second half here, 2-0, in your head, it's 4-2 on aggregate, it's just 2-0, it's 2 goals you can pull back, and you have the momentum going into that second leg.
But at the same point, he's probably thinking, where on earth am I going to find 2 goals from? Because naturally, if he wants to find goals, he's going to have to press on, he's going to have to push forward, change his formation, which is going to leave him slightly vulnerable at the back. And if you're going to give Tex even more space, then that is just going to bring death onto your back four. Like, they are just going to be completely overwhelmed by the pressure that Tex is going to apply. But we've got 4 different types of goals from Tex. A couple of pass and move situations, a couple of skill moves to beat players, and then just taking advantage of really tight angles and knowing what his players can or can't do. I think that's what makes Tex such an incredible player, is knowing in that position there is only one possible way to score from taking that shot. It's a low-driven shot. He gets away with it, but he's actually gone for that chance, so that's why he's been rewarded with it.
Yeah, you watch some of these goals that Tex has been scoring, they have been super, super impressive, and then there is that finesse shot, the first time we saw that from Tex in the game as well, so showing a lot of variety to his play like we expect, very, very impressive, and of course the winner of this game will go up against the winner of Megabit versus Senna as well, so a potentially huge matchup in the Xbox semi-final on one side of the bracket. It's going to be a tough test for whoever gets to this one, but I mean, we're only halfway through the first leg here of this game. You kind of worry a little bit maybe for Sakul. You know, what could the score potentially be here?
We've seen what Tex can do when he gets out of control. 11-1 last weekend, and of course Senna being one of those players in that side of the bracket that he could face if Senna were to beat Megabit. But even if Tex was to go up against Megabit, Tex has beaten Megabit in a console final as well, and then he went on to lift that trophy. So maybe Tex will want to be facing these players to kind of get a little bit of repetition behind it, because, you know, he's very superstitious. He likes to wear the same tracksuit day in. If he plays well on one day,
that was questionable,
he wears the same tracksuit on day 2. Or I think maybe he's got 3 of the same tracksuit, which would be the smart play.
I hope he has, to be honest with you, because 3 days in a row for a tracksuit, that's
a no-no
too many. What are your thoughts on having Harry behind him? Let's talk about that a little bit, because obviously, you know, #Harry has had a lot of success as a player, you know, very established player himself. What kind of advice, what does he bring to the table for Tex? Because, you know, Tex is such a talented player, and is it a mental thing for him to have someone there that, you know, he's good friends with away from the game that can just kind of reset him in certain situations, or do you think he is probably giving him some tactical advice as well?
I think a little bit of both. I think someone who is very confident is good to have behind Tex as well, because Tex is young. He's going to naturally lack a little bit of confidence in some areas, whereas Harry is one of the most confident people I've met in the FIFA scene. Like,
full stop.
He's going to go and chat to everyone. He knows how to get wins. He is a veteran of the game. And I think if you've got someone behind you who can just be like, hey, look, this is what you need to do. You need to calm down, or you need to pump yourself up. He's going to be there to say that. And I think that coaching is extremely important in FIFA. You might not think it, but in some areas, just being able to switch your mentality and just change your mental game a little bit, you just need that one person just to tell you what to do, and it works out.
Yeah, I think it's a really important part of the game as well. I think coaching will become more and more important the longer that FIFA esports continues to grow as well, because it is such an intense mental game. These are some of the other games that are going at the moment. I believe that Zidane's just gone 4-3 up in his game as well, so a great performance from Zidane here. Some questions coming in about him before the tournament. I heard from a few pro players saying they really don't want to play him online because, you know, where he's located, etc. But he is showing here at a live LAN event that he can do the job, Dan.
And I think it's really important to get a good result in the quarterfinal. So you go into that semi-final and people are like, oh, okay, so he just beat that player. And I'm being told that Dax is also losing 2-0 to Danuzo here.
That's a big result.
Danuzo yesterday, who of course started well. He beat Tex in his first Swiss, and then we saw him in the latter stages just managed to scrape through the Swiss rounds almost. And Dax losing this one. I mean, Dax is the third seed, coming into this on the Xbox side of things. So in theory, he should be winning this one, but he's 2-0 down.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about Dax on the sofas earlier, saying he was one of the players who had impressed me most, to be honest with you, yesterday. His possession-based play seemed to be flowing really well, and he seemed to be finding the passes and the opportunities that he strives for in his gameplay. And I believe that Megabit here, we can see on the left-hand side, he's currently 4-1 up against Senna. So that's a huge result for the German. He didn't have the best of days yesterday, but he got through that Swiss stage. That's what it's all about yesterday. So that's a big, big performance from him.
Yeah, and I think Megabit is going to know that he does have a chance at this tournament. He doesn't think that Tex is unbeatable. He has had very close games with Tex in the past, and I think he'll maybe see that as an opportunity to take Tex down early on. If he can beat Tex in a semi-final, potentially, that leaves a very nice run to the console final and then the cross-console final, as it looks like we might get back into things shortly. We do apologize for the delay, but the second half is going to start very shortly. And Tex with a 4-0 lead already in this first leg.
Yeah, it's going to be a ball put out just so they can give possession back to Sakul, I believe, at the start of this second half here. So a slight technical delay there. We apologise for that, as we say, but we're straight back into the action now, and Sakul's looking to go straight on the offence here, try and slide a ball in behind Tex's defence to find Neymar, but De Gea quickly off his line there to collect. And now it's going to be Tex once again starting.
And I'm being told elsewhere that Dax has managed to grab a goal, so he is slowly worming his way back into the tie. Sakul needs to do something similar, but slightly more drastically, I'd say. He needs a couple of goals to give him any sort of hope in this first leg, but going forward, Tex is always looking like dynamite. It's pass after pass after pass. He's just waiting for that little bit of space, but Hullet passes it into Hullet.
Silky smooth stuff, this from F2 Tex. Every time he's getting in those 1v1 situations, Sakul is really struggling to keep up with the little skill move combos that Tex is putting together to find those little bits of space, to find the opportunity to find those passes into the 18-yard box. And now he comes forward once more. Eusebio finds Neymar, who plays it around the corner now to Mbappe, and Mbappe is going to make it 5. It's 5-0 to F2 Tex. I think it's time to think about what you're doing later, Sakul.
Super Bowl's on.
Super Bowl is on.
Maybe you'll be thinking about that, but look at this slight pause there with Mbappe. He could have taken a first-time finesse, but he noticed there were 2 defenders who were slightly stood in the way. He takes that one touch, the defenders keep moving, and then he's got an open shot on goal. One thing that Tex has been doing very well in this game, and what he does very well across the board, is he recognizes when he needs to play a first-time pass, or when he can actually take a touch and do a skill move, or just take a touch and take a shot. He is very aware of where those players are pressuring him and where they are pushing from. And he knows if a player is going to be kind of a pressure player, if they're holding down that A or that X button if you're on PlayStation. And he's going to say, all right, well, first-time passes are going to make you look a little bit silly. We saw Dr. Ahano do similar thing with dragbacks, very effective against high-pressure players.
Here comes Tex once more then. He's looking to put this entire game to bed in this first 90 minutes. He might have just done it inside the first 60, to be honest with you. Ronaldo's going to get the bounce here off of Hullet. He's inside the box. He tries to lift that ball back across goal. Thankfully for Sakul, though, a lot of German fans who are watching. The defender managed to get in the way. I mean, the Germans, they had a fantastic tournament back in Bucharest, we have to say. And then obviously we've still got some German representation left in the tournament at the moment. But Europe as a whole, as a region, has been super impressive after South America had such a great start to FIFA 19. But this time it looks like the UK are going to be the ones coming out on top already.
You talk about Tex putting this game to bed, but I feel like he's already put Sakul to bed. He's already read him a bedtime story. Sakul's now in a nightmare, and he's hoping it's going to be more of a lucid dream that he can actually control some sort, because at the moment,
ball that is.
Tex is really running the show. Sakul is just having to sit back and watch. It's like he's almost in a sleep paralysis at this point. And Tex now is just slowing things down, keeping possession, not making... He doesn't want to make any silly mistakes to give Sakul even a slight chance of getting back into this game.
Well, there is a ball over the top, but Ramos is going to cut that one out. And interesting to see F2 Tex now using Sergio Ramos at right back. We have seen him favouring Kyle Walker in that position at previous tournaments, but, you know, with the recent shift in how players are scoring some of their opportunities with those back post crosses, we are seeing more and more of that Team of the Year foot item come in at right back to add some height, add some heading ability, and had the possibility of winning some of those challenges. But here's Neymar. Look at the space for Patrick Vieira, of all players. Now slides it into Eusebio. Eusebio tries to just roll that one back across goal for an easy tap in for Cristiano Ronaldo. But Sakul defends it well.
Look how quickly Tex reacts to fortunate scenarios. When the ball lands at his feet, he's always got a game plan. He doesn't ever look surprised to have the ball. He knows exactly what he wants to do. He reads the game so quickly, whether he needs to just make a pass to the right or whether he can just do a croqueta to beat the man that's pressuring him. He always has something up his sleeve. And you can see, since we restarted this second half, Sakul still hasn't had a shot. And considering he was second highest in shots taken in this tournament coming into this game, Tex has really shown him who's boss here.
That's a great ball down the line, and look at the space here for Mbappe, and this is where it's difficult. You have to keep him outside that 18-yard box, because when he gets inside, it gets very, very dangerous, and he almost finds a 6th goal there. With Cristiano Ronaldo, the shot was blocked. Hullet now tries to play the ball in behind, but luckily Sakul finds a 12th defender. This one wearing a very light blue shirt to help him out, and to be honest with you, in this game, he's needed all the help he could use.
And now I think at this point for Sakul, it's just about kind of saving his face a little bit and trying to save those statistics, because at 5-0, does he realistically think he has a chance to get back in the second leg? We spoke about with Lottie on the couch, saying the second leg is so important and it often changes the dynamic of the fixture, but I really don't see Sakul doing anything differently, which is going to suddenly surprise Tex, because defensively, Tex has got his number. He knows exactly what Sakul is trying, and every time he's putting his defenders in a position to stop every pass. He's cutting the lanes, he's intercepting well, and he's flourishing because of it.
And look at the space here for Neymar. He's looking for the run of Mbappe. I'm not sure if the linesman's flag will go up. The goalkeeper gets there, but Neymar looking to bend one around that defender. He timed it well. Unfortunately, the defender did get the block in. Hullet with another drag back here, gets the ball back. Great passing and moving. Neymar just put under enough pressure inside the box, but you can really see Tex is starting to flow in this game. And this is a scary proposition for anyone watching this game who's left in the tournament, because F2 Tex has this ability to pull out games like this. And if he's doing it on Championship Sunday, that is not a good thing if you want to win this tournament.
And I feel like this is the tournament where Tex really does need to show up, and he does need to get a little bit further and get to those console finals again, because what happens when you are put in the public eye as the best FIFA player in the world? If suddenly you lose 2 console semi-finals in a row, people are going to start asking questions, and they're going to start saying, oh, well, Tex isn't as good as everyone's saying he is. But then you look at the Global Series ranking points and how far ahead he is of everyone else.
That's why he keeps tweeting it.
And you realise the consistency that Tex has had across the season so far. You can appreciate that he is the best player that we have. But everyone has their off days, and now he has this chance at this tournament to finally pick himself up and maybe get another trophy. And that is what he's going to be looking at. Sakul doesn't look like he's going to be the player to stop him, as Tex gets a nice little header away to stop a corner, but shot fired from Sakul is going to be saved by Tex, and now Tex can just run this clock down, finish this first leg with a 5-0 advantage, might get one more attack for a 6th. But he's going to be more than happy to keep his goals conceded at this tournament at just 5 goals.
And I think you've seen that actual Virgil van Dijk has come on the pitch here as well as Gareth Bale for F2 Tex. So maybe he's looking for one more goal as we're into stoppage time here, or maybe he's just going to see things out. Vieira waiting for that overlapping run of Sergio Ramos. He finds Gareth Bale, tries to work it around the corner. He gets fortunate with the bounce again. Bale now inside the box. Doesn't hit it green, and it will just find the side net in there. But 5-0 to F2 Tex. The perfect first leg in our Xbox quarterfinal. And he might still have the opportunity to find more, but Ramos just wins that header. And I think that will be the last action here of the first leg, Dan. 5 goals, the difference between the 2 players, as Tex just momentarily comes up for air.
And 5 goals seem to, well, the number 5 seems to be a pretty good number for Tex. The average goals that he scores in a match across the season is 5. He scored 5 goals in that game. His goals conceded at this tournament is 5. I think this is going to be really tough for Sakul in this second leg, Mark. It was already tough in the first one. He was only able to get, I think, maybe 2 or 3 shots on target. And Tex really running the show. And now he's going to run off and take a little break as he does. And that's the thing. Even in some scenarios where Tex will naturally take a break because maybe he's not playing so well or he's losing and he wants to just reset mentally, even at 5-0, when he is dominating the game, he still takes that break. He still wants to reset because playing FIFA is mentally taxing for long amounts of time. You do have to have that little bit of a break.
Well, one thing we want to remind everyone at home of as well is that you have the opportunity to ask the winner of this game a question, any question you potentially want. So use that hashtag Gfinity FIFA and, of course, tweet it at Gfinity. What would you ask one of these players if you had the opportunity?
Probably to Tex. Does he always just go to the toilet, or is it just mentally, or does he need the toilet? That's probably what I'd ask him.
He's also been wearing the same tracksuit 2 days in a row as well, so I'll keep an eye on that one for you. And does he have 3 tracksuits? Maybe that's what you want to ask. But of course, we want to hear your questions, and obviously it's your opportunity to ask one of these pros any question that you want. So use that hashtag, as I say, Gfinity FIFA, and tweet at Gfinity. We'll roll some replays as well of that first leg, Dan, just so we can have a little refresh of what happened in it. And it was the F2 Tech show, as we all know, but you watch some of these goals. There's some real flow to his play. There's some real, just interesting goals. I know it sounds like an almost tongue-in-cheek thing, but we see so much of those finesse shots. He's mixed it up here, and he's kept us entertained.
And I guess it's a good chance to reiterate that we are playing on an older patch. A new patch is available, and I've heard people say, oh, is Tech still going to be as good because the patch is changing and maybe he won't be able to score the goals that he does. You look at the variety of the goals that Tex has been able to score in this game, and it's those skill moves, it's his ability to beat a man, which is what makes him so dangerous going forward. Because defensively, when you're trying to manually defend against what Tex does, it is infuriating. And I think Sakul's just having to sit and watch these goals now as well, which is never going to help in terms of mental changes to your game. But for Sakul, he'll be having a chat with his coach, and he'll be saying, right, what can I do differently? Can I get back into this? We've seen players come back from a 4 or 5 goal deficit sometimes, but I feel like Sakul is going to have to completely change his game plan.
Well, an update for you on the other games going on at the moment in the tournament. PSG Dax, who was down 2-0. That game is now tied up at 3-3. So lots of exciting action. And obviously Dax has managed to work his way back into that game. You can see the 2 players there, Danuzo and Dax, going at it. And Dax focused up. And I think Senna, a little bit of worry on his face there. Another game that we've, of course, got going on. Megabit is currently playing against Senna. And I believe that Megabit is far and away in the lead in that one. I'm not completely sure. It was 6-2. I've just heard in my ear the score in that game. So Megabit looking to have a rematch with F2 Tex if Tex manages to see out this second leg as well. Big games, big potential games coming here, Dan.
Yeah, it would mean that we would have our first seed overall versus our second Xbox seed at this tournament in Megabit going up against each other. They are the closest competition in terms of Global Series ranking points, and we'd have that early on in a semi-final. And of course, that man on your screen on the right-hand side, Dax, he would be third in those seedings respectively. So he is hoping to be battling the way through and getting to those console finals and facing the winner of either Tex or Megabit. And that certainly will be an interesting one. But we never know. Maybe there is a chance for Sakul. Maybe he can get back into things. I don't think it's going to happen with how Tex is playing, but there's always a possibility.
Well, I think we might, if we can actually jump into the Dax game, we'll see if we can get that one lined up. Obviously, we've seen Tex has dominated in that first leg, and it's going to be difficult for Sakul to find his way back in. But look at this one, tied up at 3-3. PSG Dax is just about to score and go into the lead. We've jumped in at the perfect time there. 4-3 the score now in stoppage time at the end of the first half of this second leg. Great switching, great decision-making.
And Dax, who was 2-0 down as well, I will remind you, he's managed to fight his way back into this tie. It's just that one little extra touch to just push the ball further than the defender. And then, of course, a nice and comfortable finesse. And the goalkeeper wasn't moved in time to be able to stop that one. Always very difficult to predict which way it's going to go, because you could finesse it near post as well, as this first half's going to come to a close. And what a perfect time to switch over to this console quarter-final where Dax has now gained the lead.
Yeah, and just a reminder to everyone, if you're just joining us for the first time, Danuzo was 2-0 up in this game at one point. At the start of that, I believe, at one point in the first leg, he was 2-0 up. And then Dax has made this incredible comeback here in this second leg. So a goal advantage here, and that changes the mentality hugely going into the second leg.
It absolutely does. For Danuzo now, he's going to start to ask himself a couple of questions of, how did I let this slip? I had a lead. And again, we're into that second leg difference that Lottie was talking about. It just seems to be a completely different game where it doesn't matter how many goals you have in that first leg. If there is 2 or 3 in it, there's always that little bit of hope for your opposition. And Dax now is building from that hope. And he is going to be hoping that he gets through to the console semi-final.
So Danuzo now has to answer back. He already knows that he can score goals, against Dax. He's managed to get 3 so far in this particular game. But he needs to find a couple more here if he wants to go through into the semi-finals. What a performance that would be for Danuzo. He'd be very, very happy with his progress into the semi-finals. But for Dax as well, this is a big tournament for him, I believe. I feel like a little bit the pressure's almost been taken off of him, to be honest with you. We kind of, going into tournaments, we always talk about how we're expecting him to have these big performances as Danuzo rattles the post, and you can see the reaction in the player cam there. He's disappointed, Dan. but it was a yellow time finish.
It was a yellow. You do see them go in with yellow sometimes, but of course there is always the risk. We've seen the graphics that FIFA release on every patch and how a yellow shot, the differences it can have and where it has the possibility of going. If you make that a green, that just brings that angle down ever so slightly, and then it's going to make it more likely that the goal is going to go in. And whether it's frustration that he didn't get a goal with the yellow, or whether it's frustration that he didn't hit a green, I can't really say. But either way, he did get a chance, and that means that he should try and build from that. He should try and recognize, look, I am going to get chances in this game. Let's keep my head up. I can still get back into this.
Here's Hullet then for Dax. That's a great heavy touch around the corner as well. Modric now. He performed very, very well for Dax yesterday in that midfield. Unfortunately for him, he's going to lose the ball here, and Danuzo's going to have a chance to start a counter-attack of his own. But going back to my point previously about Dax and how I feel the pressure's off of him a little bit, I said he's the nearly man, and you know, he gets to these positions in tournaments and then doesn't quite get through the big games. I think it's kind of like now he's kind of had a mental reset. Stop thinking about winning tournaments and start thinking about the next game in front of you. Take it step by step, match by match. And I think if he can do that and have that mentality going into every single game and every single tournament, he will benefit from that.
I think most players at this point should just be looking at a match-by-match basis and shouldn't be looking at the bracket ahead of them, shouldn't be looking at who they're going to be facing in the next round. I found that one thing when I was a competitive player back in the day, I always used to look ahead and I used to be thinking, oh, I've got to face so-and-so if I win this game, and that does affect how you approach games. So I'd like to think now most players have learnt the hard way at this point, and they do just focus on what's in front of them. And now with just 25 minutes left, Danuzo is going to queue up a pause and probably change things a little bit, maybe go a little bit more attacking, potentially throw 3 at the back, get 5 in midfield, and try and utilise a little bit more pressure in the attacking forwards.
If there's one player who knows how to see out games of FIFA 19, and FIFA in general across numerous iterations of the game, it's PSG's Dax. He's so good at holding possession. You can see a perfect example of it here. And the longer that he holds this possession, the more players that Danuzo has to commit forward to try and win it back, and that leaves those little gaps at the back. That leaves him with the opportunities to find space, to find these killer balls, and Neymar's going to find, oh, it's the crossbar.
My goodness.
On the follow-up, Modric can't get that, Neymar pokes it, oh, what a save from Courtois, and it keeps Danuzo alive here in the tournament. That's huge.
I remember yesterday, Wonderboy said he felt sorry for the crossbar with the amount of times it was rattled and it carried on being struck today. This was always going to be a tight encounter. We have our 2 players with the highest percent of possession from yesterday. Danuzo was first coming into this with 55.6% possession, and Dax was second with 54.3%. Both very possession-based players. They like to hold the ball. They like to play it around the park and kind of build those opportunities, wait for those perfect chances. But at the moment, it's Dax who's taken the advantage in this possession-based game, and you can see he has 57% in favour of Danuzo's 43%. So he has won that battle of possession.
The important thing here for Danuzo is that he's had the opportunity to get this pause in. The ball has got out of play, and he's still got 20 minutes to play with here. So you can see changes in personnel here. We'll keep an eye and see if there's a change in formation as well. I think that's going to be the big thing to keep an eye on. Looks like he might be potentially thinking about not too much of a change. There might be some changes in game of the dynamic tactics that we can't see, Dan. So let's see how it works out now for Danuzo. 20 minutes left in this game to find a goal and send it to extra time.
Well, Cristiano Ronaldo is going to come on the pitch, as well as Eusebio, Messi, like plenty of players with fresh legs that can really change a game on both sides. That's what you got to remember. It's not just Danuzo making changes, but it's also a chance for Dax to get some new players on the pitch that can do something a little bit different as well. And it is Dax going forward now. Nice little bit of keeper movement. Courtois easily able to gather that one into his hands. But playing out from the back now. Danuzo just needs 1 goal to get back into this and potentially take it to extra time.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised that Dax took that shot. It's very kind of un-Dax-like in these situations, towards the end of a leg where he had possession, he wasn't under pressure. But taking that shot, if it doesn't work out and the keeper movement was good like it was from Danuzo, in the bigger picture, all it really means is that he's given possession back to his opponent. And now he can come forward once more. You can see Hullit's on the edge of the box here. Dax has got so many players drop back. Everyone but Cristiano Ronaldo right now is behind the ball, and the fact that Kante's got it on the edge of the final third of the pitch says a lot about Dax's plan here. He's just trying to get bodies behind the ball, and it will be a corner here as it deflects off of one of the defenders.
And I think that's a blessing for Danuzo, because with the amount of white shirts there were, it was going to be extremely difficult to work the ball into the box there, but now a corner is a goal-scoring opportunity. We see a lot of goals go in from these certain situations, and that one just goes sailing wide. Denuso might have thought that was going to head into the top corner as the keeper was just standing and watching there. But now with just 10 minutes left for Dax, he is going to continue his possession-based football. But you can see Denuso is getting up in his face. He manages to regain possession. He plays a couple of passes, and there is going to be a chance now. Ronaldo plays it in! And a great save from De Gea to keep this still a goal advantage for Dax.
Well, an update for all the Spanish fans who are watching at the moment. We hear you loud and clear, and just to get you an update, Zidane is currently winning 6-3 over Black Arrow, so big performance coming in from him, and we will obviously be seeing him later on the stream if he can pull off that result, so make sure you stay tuned. There was an opportunity there for Denuso, as you say, Dan, to maybe crawl back into this game. Now there's 6 minutes left. You can see Dax is the one who's actually queuing up a pause here, maybe looking to just slow the game down, mentally reset, because these last few minutes are going to be huge for him, and he's given the ball away here. And here comes Denuso once more, trying to get the ball in behind. Ferdinand's got work to do and just beats the Russian striker, who almost beat De Gea to the ball.
Very nervy at the back now for Dax as he's just trying to close this game out, but it's all Denuso going forward. The pressure is there, he's taking shots!
Oh, it's just wide of the target.
And there's several chances now where Denuso has been so close, and it's another yellow. It's not quite that green time shot, and Dax gets that time. He gets the chance to just mentally reset here, have a swig of water. We see so many players now, when they concede a goal, when they're close to conceding a goal, take a break, rehydrate your brain a little bit.
It's the nervous twitch almost, isn't it? Yeah, it's like, now is my break, now is my time. It's repetition. It just resets you mentally just for those few moments. Is there going to be a big chance here for Denuso? Is that going to be his last chance? Can he win this ball as it's pumped forward towards Cristiano Ronaldo? And that's the only problem with that goal kick. When you have someone like Cristiano Ronaldo up there on his own, he's a man mountain, and he wins so many headers as Dax is looking to finish this off now. Neymar waiting for the run out wide. Marcelo. Smart stuff here from Dax, though. A lot of players would have thought, I'm going forward here. But Denuso's won it back, and there is time for one more attack.
Yeah, this is going to be the last chance going forward. You can see the players are making the runs.
Oh, it's a great ball.
Finds it out right to Eusebio, but he's got a couple of men to beat first.
Oh, and Marcelo gets in the way, and that is a vital interception at the end of the game. Denuso can't believe it, but PSG's Dax wins a tight battle here at the Gfinity Arena, and he will be the player who moves on to the semi-final.
And Denuso did have the highest possession coming into the game, but Dax decreases that and now takes that crown as the most possession-based player in the tournament. And he's also managed to get the reward of a semi-final as well. And he'll be sitting back and watching the other side of the bracket where players like Megabit and Tex are looking like they're going to press on through. And he'll be hoping and expecting, I would think, to meet one of those in the final.
Some shaky moments towards the end of that game for Dax. Unfortunately for Denuso, though, he's going to be looking back at those chances, those time shots where he didn't quite hit that green. They were the difference makers. Had that finesse from distance and that one towards the end as well. But I think we're actually going to jump over to the Tex game once again and see this one out to its conclusion. I believe the score is now 7-1 to Tex. So, hey, Sakul's got a goal in this game. It's 2-1 to Tex. So a much better showing here from the German in the second leg.
As we jump in, we get a penalty for Tex to make it 8, and the keeper stays down the middle, and Tex continues his fine goal-scoring form. And for Sakul, I mean, yes, okay, he'll be somewhat happy with his consolation of 1 goal. On the other side, I've spoken to Tex before, after he's had rampant games like this, and he always goes, I shouldn't have conceded that goal, man. Like, I'm trying to practice against not conceding. That's going to be only the 6th goal he's conceded so far this tournament. And he's going to want to keep that goals conceded record very low going into the latter stages of this knockout stage.
I know it's a little bit of a delay before the restart of this game, which is why we jumped away to the Dax game. But as you can see, we are back into it. Not much has changed. 3-1 to Tex in this particular game. 8-1 on aggregate. I mean, with 30 minutes left, Sakul's going to be going gun-ho. And from the restart, at least tests out David De Gea there. Good keeper movement there from Tex. Didn't overcommit to one side. Kept his goalkeeper fairly central there, and that driven shot towards goal wasn't as dangerous as Sakul was probably hoping, but even if that goes in, it's, I don't even know, what's bigger than a mountain, Dan? Beaten Tex, is that what we're gonna call it?
The Earth is very large, and Tex is conquering the whole thing at the moment, because he is the best player on this Earth, in my opinion. And it's just a chance. In these games where he does dominate, you can just sit back and you can enjoy just a comfortable game of FIFA. For Tex at this point, he probably feels like he's just playing a game of FUT Champions at home, playing a little bit of weekend league, just getting the job done. And he can try out a few things now. He can try out maybe some new things he might have discovered that he might not want to test against maybe a more difficult opponent. Whilst, of course, most of these players will respect each other when going up against them, there is still always the chance to practice new things in these scenarios.
Might be an opportunity to maybe choose a few different FUT items as well. We saw him bring on Van Dijk towards the end of the game as well.
And I think that's important because there has been this kind of situation of Marcelo at left back not winning those headers when we do see a lot of crosses come in. And yes, you can say, oh, well, why don't we put a bigger player there? Why don't we put Van Dijk there? Or what, like we've got Ramos out on the right. But at the same time, it's a risk to change what you know and what you're used to.
That is.
You know where those players are going to be. You know how Marcelo plays. You know how he attacks. You know he's going to be there for that extra pass on the left-hand side. So changing things up isn't always the best situation. You want to try it out first. You want to try before you buy, Mark.
Mbappe now just teasing Ruud Gullit. He can't get near him. Oh, that's beautiful. And oh, my word, that would have been the goal of the tournament. F2 Tex putting on a show here. Sent that ball up into the air with a little flick up. Little sombrero flick over his head as well, and he nailed the green time finish, unfortunately for him. The strike did not find the top corner, but boy, that looked pretty good.
Yeah, Tex maybe taking a little bit of inspiration from his organisation that he's representing from F2, the Freestylers, and is just going to put on a little bit something spectacular for us now, as he is just going to use every single skill move in his repertoire.
Neymar, that's one way to stop him.
And the only thing Sakul can do is to bring that man down.
See a little bit of a smirk coming across the face of F2 Tex here. I think he's enjoying himself on the main stage at the moment here at the Gfinity Arena. And again, reminder to everyone at home, use that hashtag Gfinity FIFA. Whoever wins this game, and it is looking like F2 Tex, send your questions in for that young man. And we'll make sure that that question gets asked. As he has a free kick here, and look who's standing over it. Steven Gerrard.
Steven Gerrard, the man, the myth, the legend. Oh. He doesn't quite put it into the back of the net, but he gives it a good crack as Tex tries to find his 9th goal. He's currently on 246 goals scored in FIFA 19 at competitive tournaments. And that number is going to keep rising.
He's trying to find Gerrard again, and Gerrard finds the crossbar once more. I think he wants to get Steven Gerrard on the score sheet here.
And it's been an incredible story for Tex. I mean, if we think back to when he was just 16 years old and he lifted that trophy, he was that new protege that everyone was saying, oh, wow, it's incredible what these young players are able to do. And then he went on to get picked up by F2. He met the likes of Steven Gerrard. He was playing games on the BBC against Raheem Sterling. His whole life was changed by FIFA. And it is amazing to see him succeeding. And he can be a role model for the new young generation who want to get into esports.
I mean, we saw a great story maybe beginning the first chapter of that last weekend in Bucharest with Dunham Mike, who is now, unfortunately for F2 Tex, the youngest ever winner of a major tournament.
By 20 days, I believe.
Well, there you go. I mean, it's one record that he's lost, but Steven Gerrard's looking to break records here with goal-scoring ability. Another strike here from Gerrard. Just can't beat Courtois at the moment. Here he is, though. Gerrard lines one up, takes the volley. Courtois is ruining Tex's day.
It's all Tex wants, but Sakul at this point, he's still focused. With all due respect to Sakul, at this point, he's just trying to keep his defensive record. He doesn't want to allow kind of Tex to rub salt in the wounds here. We saw it with Dunham Mike and how Dunham Mike had Nakajima and how he brought him on the pitch. Well, Tex has Gerrard. Gerrard is his Nakajima. Slightly more expensive on the transfer market, of course. But Nakajima was able to find goals.
That's true.
So maybe Gerrard needs to get a couple as well.
I wonder how hashtag Harry's feeling about this as Gerrard is in. And oh, well, I mean...
on the left.
Not on his stronger side. But one thing I'm wondering is how hashtag Harry's feeling about this. Obviously a big Everton fan himself stood behind him thinking, you know, do I want to see Gerrard scoring these goals? Do I want to encourage this? And here is Steven Gerrard, and he strikes it, and oh my word, he's finally done it! That's one for the scrapbook. Steven Gerrard for F2 Tex, over his head, on the volley. For all the heroics we saw from Thibaut Courtois, there's only one Superman in the eyes of Tex, and that's Steven Gerrard.
Well, Nakajima went extinct when he scored in the FUT Champs Cup #3 last weekend. Get in that transfer market, grab yourself a Steven Gerrard, because that's what you can do with him.
Oh, now he's doing the dirty work as well.
Steven Gerrard, known for a lot of his great moments in his history, and getting stuck in and having some slide tackles is also one thing he did very well. But 9-1 now for Tex, and he seems to be doing this quite often in quarterfinals. He just seems to be absolutely obliterating his opponents. But
just a few minutes left for Sakul to deal with this, and now he's trying to, I think he's just trying to get Gerrard a little bit of camera time, to be honest with you. He keeps trying to get him sent off almost as well.
But the thing is for Tex, he's won this quarterfinal. He has a chance now to get a 10th goal to get to double digits. A simple pass across. No, he's going to go for something special, and he doesn't get rewarded for it. I appreciate the attempt, though. But Tex now needs to think about this semi-final. His last 2 tournaments, he's gone out of the console semi-final. He's been knocked out by MS Dasari, of course, he's lost to Goal Machine, and of course he lost to Nicholas Razek as well. 3 rogue players. No rogue players at this tournament. Tex has the chance.
He can breathe again.
To regain his title and come back to glory.
Well, it was a dominant performance from one of the most dominant players we've seen so far in FIFA 19, F2 Tex. Will, of course, move on to the Xbox semi-final now. Huge performance from him. And if you want to define putting the cherry on top of the cake, bringing on Steven Gerrard and scoring a goal like that, I think that was almost a fairy tale there for Tex.
And you can see that's what Tex was going for as well. He was just having fun at that point, and that's also nice to see. It's nice to see him enjoying the moment, because sometimes when Tex does have these really close games, he does struggle, and it is mentally taxing, and he does just get his head down. But to see him smiling, to see him happy, it's amazing.
You can see hashtag Harry trying to get his hands on a controller. Unfortunately, you got to qualify, Harry. You've got to win some games to get here. But we're going to throw it back to Tom on the desk for now. That was obviously an emphatic performance from Tex.
Definitely an emphatic performance for Tex, just showing what he is all about there. Carl Christon, next to me, full name, Carl Walker. Listen, F2 Tex, he finally did it, getting that 9-1 victory. But his idol, his saviour, Mr. Stevie G, he tried for so long to get that goal, and he finally got it, didn't he?
Unbelievable stuff, time and time again. We saw he was trying there, and I thought, at what point is he going to bring Gerrard on? At what point is he going to put him on the pitch? And he did that. Unbelievable performance. We've got to say, I think a lot of the time Tex gets a lot of, not negativity, but people, because he's at the top, he's an easy target. You see every single day he tweets out that picture saying he's still at the top, and there's a reason he's there, because games like this where he just destroys opponents time and time again, he sees things that others don't see. 86 minutes, I've got to pick up though, he should have finished that one.
Yeah.
He's done so many things well, we need to pick up the negatives. He didn't do it, but then he brings this out. Steven Gerrard.
Oh, turn and finish. And then what I love more than anything is that goal, then got Stevie G a yellow card as well, just to get more camera time, which I loved on set, and Dan Gaskin saying. But yeah, great to see that, and just having fun, and also Harry behind him, hashtag Harry, with a suit and jacket on afterwards. I think he was giving him a bit of stick, like, why didn't you get that 10th goal? Why did you muck around?
I think we're seeing a more mature hashtag Harry.
Yeah.
He's not playing here this weekend, but he's got the blazer on, and he's, you know, his coaching skills are obviously doing well. Maybe that's why Tex is so good, because
that was all Harry. It was all Harry.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that I spoke to Harry, and he said, you know what? What's not on my CV is coaching a champ. So that is what he's looking for on the CV. Here are the stats in front of you. You did predict it, saying that FC Tex would get this win. Sakul, you know, thinking about those Global Series ranking points now. That's the thing to focus on.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for him. You know, you drop into the Swiss, you don't do as well as you would have liked, and then you get a really hard matchup in the first bracket, obviously going up against Tex. Always going to be difficult for him. You know, Tex has beat people worse than that. You take something from it, learning. I often say that to beat the best, you have to play against them, and you have to lose. Losing is learning, that's the thing. And he will learn things from that game against Tex that he can take into the next tournament.
Indeed. You don't necessarily learn anything from winning the games. You learn from losing them. Megabit beat Senna. We will bring you the full list of results. However, Megabit will be F2 Tex's next opponent in the next round. What do you make of that juicy contest?
Well, a little insider, I was speaking to Tex yesterday, and I said, are you going to win? Are you going to win this whole thing? And he said, well, if I avoid Megabit, then yeah, I'm going to. So
I like that.
Here he is now. He's got to face him, so it's an interesting one.
Well, I'll tell you what, gentlemen, stick around. I'm going to take a walk over to the LVP Lounge. What did you call it in Bucharest?
Kyle's cooldown corner.
Ooh, debatable whether that's a better one. I'm going to head over here because F2 Tex grinding out beautiful work from you, sir. LVP.
Hello, mate.
We're with the winner. And what does he think about that megabit question? That's what you said to Carl.
Actually, his reaction there was, I don't know what you're on about, mate. And that's exactly the mentality he needs going into this next game. I mean, fantastic stuff from you, Tex. And, you know, we were talking just a moment ago, you weren't feeling your best yesterday, pal, were you, at all? And, you know, it's not fantastic today either, but amazingly, it's not showing in your play style at the moment, and you're going on to win games. How are you feeling up there?
I'm good. It's the best I've played in a tournament so far this year, so hopefully I can keep it up, beat Megabit, and then be the guy in the final, and then win it all.
Amazing. That's what you want to do, isn't it? You know, you said to me, you're not worried about the semis, you're not worried about the final, you just want to do your job, get to work, and be clinical about it, and get that win on the board, right?
Yeah, so like the last 3 tournaments, I've got to a final and 2 semis, and people were saying I'm dropping off, which it technically is, but it's still good. But I just want to win again.
Things happen. What? Sorry, Tom, to cut you off.
No. It's just 4-0 now, Tex. Obviously, in January, when LVP and myself were here, and you were in the Gfinity arena, it took a bit of time to warm up. So you feel like you're flying now. You're all cylinders.
Yeah, I'm defending well, which is the main thing, and then I'm attacking fine. So yeah, hopefully I'll win.
And what do you make of Harry wearing a suit behind you? They're saying he's the smartest, most mature we've ever seen of him. And what was he saying to you at the end? Was it about that goal that you didn't...
He said that he was angry that Gerrard scored, so...
Well, Tex, we always love asking you questions here, and we've got about 100 to say, but we're not the only ones, because the public also want to ask you a few, if you don't mind. We asked them earlier on what they wanted to say to you on the sofa in Lottie's Lounge, because, yep, that is the best version of it, Kyle, just letting you know. Now, I'm going to start with Wilfred. He was asking, is Tex's aim to win all competitions on offer for the status or for the points?
For the status, I want to be known as the best player, so the more tournaments I win, the better.
Amazing stuff. And also Jake Holm has written in and says, how do you remember all of your skill moves that you pull off?
I don't even remember learning them. It's just a thing I do. I don't know how, I don't know why, but yeah, it works. So.
Love it, professional
memory,
number.
just like,
yes,
yeah.
muscle. I was literally about to say that. On the same wavelength there. And actually, somebody's also managed to sneak a cheeky question as well, because Richard, the man in the suit, in the hummingbird shirt, couldn't help himself. He asks, what does Harry bring as a coach to your game?
Good banter, someone to talk to when we're playing, so yeah.
I like that. Tex is hiring in the future. That's what he wants to know on the CV. Not tactics, just banter. Love it, absolutely love it. I also heard as well from a little birdie that you eat chocolate before the games, and you did in Romania. Did you do that this morning as well?
Not here. When you're in Romania, the food's different, so I just eat chocolate, but here...
I like that. That's not a tactical thing, then.
I think I had some fizzy strawberry laces today, so...
Okay, so sugar is the way forward for you then, Tex, I'm taking.
Must be.
But I like that, the way that Harry is the coach, because there's a lot of coaches in the tournaments. It's just really there just to calm you down, have a bit of banter. If you're laughing, you play your best FIFA.
Yeah, just my mate. I don't really like someone telling me what to do, so I just have someone I can talk to.
Okay, well, listen, Lottie, obviously going through to Megabit. I wonder we should have chatted to Megabit. How does he feel about taking on F2 Tex? What's your history with Megabit, and why would you like to kind of potentially play him now? And Kyle said that you want to avoid him, but how do you see this matchup?
So I've played him in 4 events, like in my FIFA career, and I've beat him 4 times, but 2 of them are just by 1 goal. So, and that's the last 2 times. So each time I just keep beating him by 1 goal. So hopefully I can beat him by more than that.
A little bit too close for comfort there. We need to wind that margin, mate. I think you can do it today with those fizzy laces on your side. You've got the sugar to carry you forward. Now, guys, we're actually going to go and head over to the breakdown board king himself to just go and take us through some of the moments in that match. It's Mike LaBelle.
Thanks, Lottie. And I think it's more likely that Harry probably came from the club, and that's why he suited up, as opposed to him actually getting dressed this morning in a suit. And I want to talk about not just Tech's mastery of some of the things in the meta, where we're looking at, of course, the first-time finesse shots and the goalkeeper movement. And his defense is superb as well. It's actually very underappreciated. But we're going to look at some of the skill move creativity. You saw it all on display there with the flicks and some of the unpredictability and the way that he's been able to implement this into his gameplay. It's really impressive. And I want to do a couple breakdowns where, like, even when you're watching this live, I can't predict that this is what he's going to do. And I think that's what makes Tex so special in the final third, is that he's not just a one-trick pony, so to speak. He's able to do so much more. And I think no matter what patch comes out, he's going to be very successful this year. And in the first freeze frame, what you're seeing, Tex knows that he could do some skill moves because he's got a manual defending situation. As you can see, Vieira is being defended with Sakul. And I felt like when I was watching this, he was going to attack space. But how do you predict that he's going to use 3 Elasticos in a row in order to attack that space? And then when you see the second freeze frame, everyone in their mom was going to make this pass. You see Mbappe, team of the year, he's running into space. You're like, perfect. That's exactly what everyone wants to see. You're like, that's a good move. That's going to only have positive results. However, because we're dealing with Tex again, you're looking at, he sees a matchup here, manual defending. He's going to go with a McGeady spin, which is a skill move you don't commonly see. And it's going to put Mbappe in a better position, which improves efficiency and his creativity. And that's what he was able to put on a showcase against Sakul. He could never get the rhythm, could never get into the match. And he did that at 1-0. So that just shows you his level of confidence because he wasn't on a big spread at that point. And then another example here, I just want to show you what Saku's thinking and then also what Tex is kind of doing here. So Saku's defending with Marcelo, which you're seeing on screen. That tells Tex, okay, I can attack this guy. He goes with the La Croqueta. And something that's special about the La Croqueta is that you could choose the exit direction. And Sakul's defending the inside, and I'm not mad at that. He's got 3 different options. And that's what Sakul's thinking. I want to take away all those guys at the top of the box. And Tex used that to his advantage to attack the end line. And then he finds a layoff. Gets a little bit of good fortune on the finish, but if you don't risk it for the biscuit, you don't create those types of opportunities. And it's just more credit to him, and I can't wait to watch the Megavit versus Tex rematch. Those are always good games. Like Tex was saying, the last couple have been decided by 1 goal, and I think Megabit wants to have that opportunity. He wants to say, hey, I beat the best in order to not just do well in an event, but also to win an event. And I don't think that he's nervous about it all, and it should create a really good matchup. But back to Lottie's Lounge. You guys can let me know what you think over there.
He poses a lot of good things. It's like he's almost in your head, Tex. Is he speaking the truth, the gospel there from Mike LaBelle?
No comment, got nothing to say.
Fair enough.
He's not going to put the man off his job, don't worry. Mike, awesome stuff from you as usual there, of course. Now, Tex, we're actually going to take everybody through the updated bracket that we've got because, of course, the results are in. You have won your game, and we already know that you are going to be facing Megabit very, very soon. We already know how you're feeling about it. You're happy, you're ready to go, you're on form. But the other side of the bracket there as well, on the PS4 side, we've got Dax taking on Zidane. And, I mean, Dax is an incredible player. We've seen some amazing stuff from him yesterday. What is your verdict on that side?
I think Dax will win, and I want Dax to win. I want to play Dax. So we played 3 times, and every time I think I beat him by like 1 goal. So again, the same as Megabit. So hopefully I can scrape through that one.
Mate, we need to make these margins a little bigger for you, pal. You know, you're going to be sweating up there if it's only 1 goal. Exactly. I mean, it's too much. The pressure's on.
For the neutral, it's going to be absolutely delightful. Well, listen, Tex, we'll let you get prepared, get in your zone, go do your thing, maybe some more steel relaces, and be ready for that next matchup. Don't forget to tweet us continually on @Gfinity using the hashtag Gfinity FIFA. But let's talk about the PS4, the next game that we are going to be devouring, and it is between PSV Pena versus Ajit Power. That is happening. As you can see, the guys are getting ready, and Ajit Power, quick yawn, and it's done. He's ready for the game. We'll see you after the break.
FIFA World Tour.
Yeah.
Shout out to real ODB. You know, you can add the J if you like.
Every time I see him, I sound ODB. I just salute a fellow pretty boy. You know what I'm saying?
So you can set it up with no fouls, no nothing. I've been playing FIFA since like 2001. Like I've been playing it for a long time.
Yeah, I play board games like Sorry, Cool.
What was the first sport you fell in love with as a kid?
It really was soccer, but I'll tell you the truth. I told my mom when I was 4 years old, I'm practicing for Sundays, like I was gonna be playing football.
I'm gonna come clean. I was always trash at sports. But when I was about like 8, 9, I really wanted to play football bad.
Short pass, long pass. Yo, why you lie say you don't know how to play, bro?
I think FIFA's just international, so. Actually, matter of fact, I had David Alaba and a couple of his people from Bayern Munich over at the crib. 2 of them couldn't speak. no English at all. Me and my boy played them 2-on-2, and they was like cussing in German the whole time. We couldn't understand anything, but you can understand that they was getting that to
Boy. Oh, damn, you good, boy. Bro, how you did that, bro? So what settings you got on your controller?
I feel like I catch a lot of heat just because I'm so different, right? I got blonde top, you know. I want to hit them folks with you. I want to dance. I want to have a good time. I like to make people feel like you can always be you.
It correlates to where I'm at in hip-hop. You wear whatever you want. You have loop earrings, you have hoop earrings, you got diamonds on your teeth. You're a rock star, bro. It don't matter if they got a uniform on you or not. You're a rock star. There ain't too many of us out there, man. The man right here.
PlayStation, the best place to play.
PlayStation.
If you have come for the FIFA 19 Global Series qualifiers, you are in the right place. We are in London, we're at the Gfinity Arena, and we have just witnessed a masterclass from that man that everyone's talking about, and quite rightly, F2 Tex, taking the first leg 5-0 against Sakul. We have taken the guy that conceded the least amount of goals in F2 Tex, taking on the man who had conceded the most. So we knew there'd be goals, and I tell you what, the second leg didn't disappoint either. 4-1 in the end, and finally, Stevie G scored for F2 Tex. And there were some moments of face. Here it is. Here is that beautiful goal. Bam! Goodbye, good night. Finishing 9-1 over those two legs. So, F2 Tex goes forward in the competition. This LQE, who we're taking on Megabit, who beat Senna. Enough of that, though, in the Xbox side. I want to talk to the PS4 side with these two gentlemen. Kyle Walker, the mainstay of the analyst desk with me today. And, of course, Mike LaBelle, fresh from the breakdown board. We've experienced some brilliant action already today, but looking at this PS4 side, we now go to our next match, where we Pena versus Ajit Power. And we've spoken a lot about Pena. He's just beaten Zimmer to get to this stage, which is fantastic work from him. But it's Ajit Power that I like the look of in here, because he's already beaten Nicholas, the reigning champ from the LQE back in January from this very arena. So what do you like about this matchup? What do you like about the storylines?
Well, I think at this point, this is the time that we could see another upset. Pena will probably tell you firsthand he hasn't been in his best form, and the same with Nicholas, actually. Both of them have had a lot of close games where their mentality has carried them through, but they've been very even matches, and I think this could be one of those moments where we do have a potential upset with Ajit Power, and maybe somebody new kind of claiming face here on the PlayStation side.
I think as well, Ajit Power has won over Pena, because if Pena turns and looks at the big picture of Ajit Power, it's scaring me from down here. So that's one thing that might put him off a little bit. He looks mean in that shot that we've caught of him right there. But look at him, he's cracking his neck, he's getting ready for this game. He looks quite calm, both of them do, actually. They look like they're both ready, they're both focused, and I'm sure we're going to see some great FIFA.
Yeah, and both of them wearing their Rocky Blancos, the red and white. Interesting enough, and I'll pose this question to you, MLB. Interesting, Pena lost in the Swiss format yesterday to Iguala, and Ajit Power beat Iguala. Do we read into that in terms of who's beaten who's won against who? Ajit Power, you'd say maybe he's taken on the reigning champ from January in the LQE, Nicholas, and beaten him.
I don't think we read too much into it. I mean, at the same time, I was playing kind of devil's advocate, saying this could be a time for someone to make a new run, just because a couple of the guys that are usually at the top for the PlayStation haven't looked as in form. But with that being said, Pena and Nicholas don't keep winning and keep squeaking out results because it's an accident. They have the mental strength that really carries them through, and of course they have the ability as well. And it's hard to go against them here, but I think it can go either way. I think if there was a time for that upset, that this would be close to that moment.
Yeah. Are you saying an upset for PSV Pena, because he didn't play well yesterday? Yep. However, today came in and we were thinking, well, Zimmer is 3-0. He went straight through to Championship Sunday, but boom, Pena just took him out.
He inched that result, though. It was a 2-1.
Still took him out.
He got the W.
Still took him out.
He did enough. He did enough. And like I said, I don't go against. Really, it's so difficult to go against Pena or Nicholas. Let's be real here. I mean, they're at every event. They never go out in the Swiss, and then they seem to get the job done on the big stage. They get it done. We don't know. We'd be like, hey, I don't think he played that great, but he took all of his chances. Oh, I don't think that he made that many opportunities, but he had all the possession. It always figures out a way to get themselves into the semis or the finals.
Yeah, and that's the big thing about Swiss format is you can go 3-0. We saw Zimmer did that, and then you come here, you get somebody like Stefano Pena, and then you lose because it's you lose. You're going home on that first one, but that's where the champions are made in those ones. They can, even if they're not 3-0, if they're 3-2, if they're 3-1. And they come to the next day, they need to carry that form on, and that's what Pena's done, and I think that's what it'll take into this game, definitely.
Thank you very much for everybody who's getting involved, tweeting us at Gfinity with your predictions for this one. What do you guys say for this match?
PSV Pena.
Okay.
I got Pena on a 4-2.
Pena on a 4-2, I'll take that. All right, well, listen, they have been eagerly waiting to get into the casting today, so it's time to throw up to those two casters, Brandon and Richard. And Richard, what is it, a bird? Is it, what is it, the Kingfisher?
I mean, the Kingfisher's not here in the FIFA, so I thought I'd wrap him on the shirt. I mean, I'm a man of the people.
Another interesting shirt from Mr. Richard Buckley. Thank you very much, Tom, and the guys on the desk. You know, they're speaking about this game that is going to be in focus, of course, the PlayStation semi-final. Of course, there's two of those in action, but the game in focus we're looking at is Ajit Power up against Stefano Pena. There's a little bit of a story about this one, because Ajit Power, first event of the year, 594th on the Global Series rankings, up against Pena, who's third. That's a bit of a jump there, isn't it?
Yeah, 591 spots separate these two. This is going to be an enthralling game. Forget about Swiss style. It's a new day. It's a new day for FIFA. It doesn't matter what the players went in Swiss. It doesn't matter if Pena just squeaked through in Swiss style. This is a new day. He started off the day with a 2-1 victory against Zimmer. If that's not a Pena style performance, I don't know what is. 2-1, 3-0, 2-0. These are Pena performances.
Exactly that, and if he needs to score goals, we saw some of the results he had back in Bucharest last weekend as well. But as you said, not a good performance from Stefano Pena. We know he's better than that. I'm sure his coach Ramo Abdi behind him would have known that yesterday. I'm sure they would have went back to the hotel together, got some dinner, an early night. Let's forget about today.
I'm sure he went home yesterday and knew that, yeah, I got quite lucky there to get through in Swiss style. If I wouldn't have clutched up in the end and played my best FIFA in that final game, I'd be going out of the competition right now. And he's building a reputation at the minute, is Pena. From the grand finals last year, he brought it into FIFA 19, and he's just building this reputation for being the best. Nicholas has that almost throne at the minute on the PlayStation 4, you've got to say. However, Pena is edging closer and closer towards him.
Is indeed, and of course, if you're wondering how both of these players got to this stage, obviously Swiss-style format happened yesterday. You mentioned it, Richard. Pena went 3-2, so went all the way down to round 5 for the Belgium, of course. Then, on the other hand, this Ajit Power, we speak about how wide and open the PlayStation events are, or the PlayStation side is, compared to the Xbox. He's come in, and to be honest, no one's really looked at Ajit Power. They've just gone, right, someone's gone through, but no one's really focused or talked about him.
Well, every single event on the PlayStation side of things, in my opinion, there's been a newcomer every single event. Joksan, earlier in the year. SPQR Tour, now Ajax Tour, coming through the ranks. Lost in the Waves, Hasu. Now you've got the man Ajit Power. There seems to be a different PlayStation 4 player breaking through that ceiling and breaking into the top 20. That's why, in my opinion, on the PlayStation 4, it's going to be a lot tighter, those rankings, for the top 60 spots for the Global Series playoffs.
Well, you mentioned it as well. 591 spots separate these two on the rankings. So the performance so far from Ajit has been so good. Obviously, a Canadian FIFA player as well. There's not too many of those. Obviously, Phil B, a PlayStation player there from Toronto. Then you go over to the Xbox, you got obviously Goal Machine. Not at this event. He was at the last LQE. This is the semi-finals, though, down to the last 4 on each console. This is the game in focus. And, of course, we'll have the other PlayStation semi-final coming after that one. That one is Nicholas against Dr. Ahano there. That's going to be a fantastic game.
Oh, that's going to be a great, great game. Both of them two players with quite comfortable victories. Nicholas winning 5-3, Ahano 6-3. We saw Ahano's game highlighted on stream. Every single game from here on out will be on live stream. The cameras will be on them. We're going to show you every single game from here on out. Lots more FIFA action. This is only the first of 4 semi-finals.
I think as well, he's got a connection to Turkey as well. Has Ajit Power playing those Fenerbahce kits with the club crest as well. But 2 legs of FIFA as always. This is a big game as well, because if you win this one, you jump up again in the prize pot. You go into a console final, which must be said. That's David Hay getting his hand stung really early on, 10 minutes into this one, and the first pause of the game between the two.
I think Ajit Power just changing something up. Could be a setting issue, could be a camera issue potentially for him. Just getting that resolved right now. The admin not involved, so clearly it's just something he's not happy about. We're going to get straight back underway.
So at the moment, if you go out in this round, the semi-finals, we'll talk about after this corner does come in. And this is Pena now with that going to play all the way to the back post for Cristiano Ronaldo, who plays nearly back into Messi. Somehow picks the ball back up inside the box. Loads of time for him to turn. Back to Rio Ferdinand in a very attacking position. Into Ronaldo. Back to Neymar. That's going to go back out for a corner. However,
give me a points breakdown.
I'll give you a points breakdown. If you go out in this round, you're guaranteed 315 Global Series ranking points plus $1,875. You go through. It's a finesse, and that's the opening goal of the game. Luckily, I got that point out early because Cristiano Ronaldo steps up and gets Stefano Pena underway.
So if Stefano Pena were to win this game, what would his Global Series ranking points be looking at now?
I think you're looking at
450.
You jump up to, and you're guaranteed again $2,500, which, again, it's not a bad outing, is it? But I'd say the LQEs, it's all about the points.
I think that would probably put him into second as well, looking at the rankings. One place higher than Joxan. I think he's on about 2,400 at the minute. Joxan on about 2,800. I think he probably would leapfrog him by a couple of points.
It's going to be tight for him, most definitely. However, 14 minutes into this one, Richard, it was a tough performance for Stefano Pena yesterday. Made the console final a week back, lost to Hasu in that one. But very much one of those players that still can somehow go under the radar, Stefano Pena, and not always get the credit he deserves. The man that made the Grand final last year. He went to London and played against MS Desari in the cross-console final there. Unfortunately for him, he lost that one, but still a massive achievement for him. And then straight after that, he got that move to PSV Eindhoven to play alongside, obviously, Alariza Agun, the Xbox player there, and the Eredivisie champion from last year on his console side. Of course, not the overall champion. So that fell to Ajax. Danny, who we'll sure be seeing throughout the year. Here's Ajit Power now, though. Cristiano Ronaldo. And play back inside to Neymar. Could this be a chance for the Canadian? You have to say, surprised quite a lot of people. And hopefully he can start to get the attention he deserves. As a finesse there, was well read by David De Gea.
Yeah, really good keep movement from Pena there, just to shuffle him across, watch the finesse shot. Ajit Power, you're going to see him as well. He has qualified for Foot Champs Cup 4. As the man from Canada, so he seems to have hit a nice little bit of form right now. Does Ajit Power, back-to-back tournaments for him.
For him, hopefully he can get his name recognised as well. Currently a free agent, I believe, as well. So we know how quickly these free agents can be snapped up when they're seen at an event, seen competing well, especially the LQEs, which is quite hard to get into at times.
Oh, ridiculously tough. I was talking to Honey Badger, and he was just talking about the people who have actually qualified for LQEs and qualified for Foot Champs Cups. They've got to be proud of themselves because it takes so much to actually qualify. It's an entire weekend, Swiss style, and then an entire Sunday in knockouts. It's a very, very strenuous, tough
and it's if you go in the last hurdle as well on the Sunday, that's even more painful for yourself. When you turn around, I've still got to play 30 weekend league games to at least get those 10 points there. However, for Tex, he doesn't really have that kind of worry. Swiss style as always, gets himself through on the Saturdays. Of course, up to this day, qualified for every single event.
The only player to qualify for every single event, 9 out of 9.
Has that UK player who's in the semi-final. We'll be playing against Megabit, them to actually face back in Bucharest, I'm sure. Of course, we'll take you through that one a little bit later today. However, this game is the one in focus, the first PlayStation semi-final. Played short, this is a tap for Ajit Power, intercepted by Ruud Gullit there, but look at the quarter-final results. Both these had. Ajit Power won 4-2 against New York City, Chris, and then you said it earlier, Richard, about a 2-1 win for Zimmer. And you're talking about someone that had a very good Swiss style format yesterday in Zimmer, went 3-0. Number one seed, really, or up there as one of the best seeds on the PlayStation. Pena had a very tough day yesterday, but you go and sleep on it, you come back, it's a new day.
Yeah, I was looking at Kojo, obviously Roma fanatic, FIFA manager, and he put a tweet up saying, finish first in Swiss, draw Pena in the quarterfinals. It's a very tough draw, obviously. In Swiss style, he didn't have the best of tournaments, but form is temporary, class is permanent.
That man that we're speaking about is 1-0 up at the moment. In Stefano Pena, back to goal Ronaldo. This time off the bar, nearly found its way into the back of the net after rattling against the woodwork.
Really good effort there. I didn't know if the rebound were going to fall to one of Pena's players. in and around the box, but Ajit Power, he kept his calm as well. The ball dropped to him on the edge of his own 6-yard box. He didn't rush and try and spam clear the ball. He just kept it, moved it out of the back. Sometimes you see players panic back there and give the ball away in really dangerous areas.
You can kind of sense how defensive Pena is there. You can see Ajit Power trying to break him down just by moving the ball with Mbappe. Potentially could have been R9 in there for him, which was a bit of a struggle for him there. Just looking how good defensively Pena is. We know how good he is at defending. He can go forward, he can score goals though. Added time of 2 minutes in this first half, which has only been really 2 big chances. They fell to Pena. Pena hit the bar and obviously scored from one of them. We might get one more attack to end this half. No, we won't. Referee, take us into the half-time break. And you saw the reaction there from Ajit. A shake of the head, a drink of water now to refocus himself. I don't know if he's too happy with that first, but I think he just could not break down Pena.
Yeah, he looks a little bit lost at the minute, and possession going in the favour of Ajit Power. The pass accuracy as well, fantastic. 97 and 96% respectively. And you saw Pena's team there. He's playing Mbappe up top as a central striker. He's then playing CR7 as a left attacking mid. So that is very, very playing towards that back post meta. Like getting Ronaldo at the back post, facing up a Walker or a Marcelo, where he's going to win that header at the back post. And also having Mbappe as his central striker. He's got 99 acceleration and sprint speed, so he can get in behind if your opponent does start to come forward as the game draws on, which plays into Pena's hands perfectly. But also with that finishing, with 99 finishing, with very high composure as well, he's going to be finishing one-on-ones and he's going to be scoring chances for you that maybe a Messi or a Neymar wouldn't get into with that added pace.
We've seen how good he's been as well.
It just seems quicker, Mbappe.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about him.
So there's an extra spring in his step. And that's even not just with his pace as well, when he leaps up as well. He's got a few headers we've seen. Saw that yesterday as well. I think Fabio Denuzzo maybe scored one of them a shot now, and that's 2-0. Same kind of goal in the same place. However, a different scorer this time, and you never give Messi time on that left foot because he will punish you time and time again.
He fashioned the opportunity perfectly, did Pena. He plays it into his feet, one drag back onto his left foot. Giving Messi that sort of room on the edge of the box. It's like giving Dracula the keys to the blood bank. He's going to make you weak.
That's exactly what he did, Richard. Had all the time in the world, a drag back. I think the best thing that goes so unnoticed from these pros, I'm sure as a casual, anyone that's watching from around the world, how difficult it can be to try and make any space on the edge of the box. But when you just do a simple thing like a drag back, a bit of skill to open up any kind of space, then you look for your finesse, then you look for, if you need to, just a basic shot across the goal as he's done with Messi there.
Look for Messi in that opportunity again.
He's got the time. Look how much space he's got there. Surely Neymar, make it free. Oh, straight at the keeper.
Yeah, you saw the keeper slowly moving across, and Ajit Power did well not to fully commit to one side. He kept pretty central. So it played that seed of doubt into Pena's mind then as the attacking player. Do I go near post? Do I go low driven across him? It'd probably be better taking another touch and waiting for that keeper to make another movement to his left. It literally, as he shoots, the goalkeeper's moving across his line.
Something needs to change, to be honest. For Ajit Power, he's got to defend this corner now. You can see where the corner wants to be delivered to. The cursor is on there. Look at Ronaldo being controlled. Goes as far as into the box to Neymar. Can he finesse that? Oh, yes, he can. Off the post. On the rebound, nearly. I think that's Vieira that's just found himself amongst that pile up there. Keeper has to come out, parry that one. And that could have been far worse for Ajit Power there.
Yeah, very, very congested penalty area right there.
It was a little bit congested, wasn't it? Everyone was just jumping up.
Massively did Ajit Power there. Good corner as well from Pena onto the edge of the box. Something you rarely see, completely taking the goalkeeper out of the equation. And then finessing it past him.
Going to play advantage, though. This is Ajit Power. Eusebio to Neymar. It's just so hard to open up any space, it seems. Referee, oh no, it was going to be tough. Or a tight call to make. Marcelo just snatched the ball out of the legs of the attacker there. Ajit Power, sure in his head, will be praying for a penalty or some kind of luck in his favour.
He's struggling to create anything at the minute. Pena's been class.
It's like yesterday. It's like when we saw Pena yesterday, it's like we saw him playing at 60% yesterday.
I'd say 40%.
Today, you're looking at 70, 80%. When Pena's on it, it's so difficult to break down. Defensively, going forward,
I think it's his defending. When he gets his defending spot on, he's always going to create chances. That's just the way that this game is this year. You're always going to get chances to score goals. Everyone knows how to score goals. That's almost the easy thing this year. Finding the space for a finesse shot, finding a back post cross. It's defending. You heard Tex about it talk on the couch. He said, once I got my defending spot on, now I'm feeling good. Now I'm really thinking I can go and win this tournament.
You heard Tex as well say, the best I've played at a tournament, I believe he said, for a while. When Tex is saying stuff like that, you kind of need to be a little bit worried if you're in his way next. But there's
also,
one man.
Maybe a little bit of mind games as well.
Yeah.
So towards Megabit. Megabit's not going to get scared, though.
First event of the year for Megabit. Was the last time we saw him was last winter.
It was December, the Bucharest LQE, yeah.
And he actually made the latter stages there against Tex, in which Tex did win that one. So that's a rematch. And will sure be a fantastic game as we slowly go over to the Xbox side. Back on the PlayStation one, though. We've still got another semi-final. This one 2-0 in its first leg to Stefano Pena. Lovely chance. Oh, lovely finish as well.
Ajax Danny-esque with that finish right there. Chipped it into him.
Maybe it's something at the Eredivisie. Played inside, left foot finesse, and Messi will just bend that one or caress it, if anything, into the top corner.
Yeah, you look the way that he didn't pass it into him. He dinked it into him with a, I think, R1 square. Almost like the driven cross lobbed pass into his feet. So he can first time finesse it straight out of his feet. No danger for Messi on his left foot. Extends the goal line 2-3. The goal scoring, I should say, to 3. Couple of subs as well coming on for Pena. It looks like Kante in the midfield, just to certain things up.
This is a first leg performance as well. Let's just remember that. Ajit Power has not had a sniff in this game to create anything. Yes, he's had 2 shots, but off the top of my head, I can't think back to those opportunities.
Kante reminds me a little bit like the bubble wrap that you put around when you're sending a parcel. You know it's going to get there okay, but you just wrap it up. You just make sure, bringing Kante on at 3-0 up, you're just making sure that everything's going to be all right.
It's just that safety, extra safety that Kante can bring. And the thing that we said about Pena as well, Pena, if he's winning 3-0 and he's just gone and scored in like the 88th minute, he'll go and pause it and still make a change to ensure that there's no risk of conceding even 1 goal.
He's so professional, is Stefano Pena.
The goal would be big for Ajit Power, though. He's coming forward now for now. This is a chance for him. He's going to win a corner.
He's not created a lot, has Ajit Power, in this game. He had possession at half-time, I think at 56% in his favour, but he struggled to create anything really clear-cut.
If you look,
just for the fact how Pena defends, he doesn't let that space on the edge of the box open up, very rarely.
There was no one forward as well for him. You saw when he was defending there, every single person was back defending, throwing their body. Here we go, this is Pena now. Could it be worse for him? Cristiano Ronaldo tried to play back inside to hurl it, but no luck for him there.
Yeah, really nice Lacazette as well inside the box there. Looked to open up a space, but not on this occasion for Stefano Pena. Really 7 minutes left, though. He's in absolute cruise control right now.
And what a first leg he's had as well, Rich.
What turnaround from yesterday. What a turnaround. That's what a fresh day of FIFA can do for you.
A good night's sleep, a good breakfast. And Swiss-style format is just history for you. As long as you're through, as long as you're part of that 8 on your console that went through yesterday, you don't really care. As long as you are through, because we've seen how Swiss-style can go. You can be top seed. You can, for example, Mo Alba. Go back a few events, went 5-0 in Swiss, goes out in the round of 16.
Dylan Mike at the LQE in London. He went 3-0 and then went out first round.
Then next weekend he goes and
wins the entire event.
Yes, I mean, it's just it brings up some fantastic stories as competitive FIFA. How a week can change, how 24 hours can change. Look at Lost in the Waves, for example. That performance he had last weekend, then goes out in Swiss-style yesterday.
For Marco as well.
Yeah.
Had the opportunity to go 5-0 in Swiss, and then this week goes 0-3. I apologise if he's listening. I'm sure he don't want us to tell him that, but they're the facts. And the fact is, in this game right now, Stefano Pena leading 3-0 after the first leg.
And a great performance from that man. Everything seems to just be going well for everything. If there's a plan in place, he's following it directly and strictly as well. He's not made any mistakes, any slip-ups, and to not concede a goal on your first leg and to net free as well, it's got to give you some confidence.
Everything's clicking right now for the Belgium, and you're thinking, how far can he go in this tournament? Can he go and win the event? But let's have a look how that first leg did play out, and I think we're going to see a lot of Stefano Pena chances here.
We are indeed, of course. The game did finish 3-0 in the end, however, a number of goals went in, and that was number one. A lovely finesse there. Cristiano Ronaldo, of course, time green is usual as we're used to seeing. However, this was the chance that Ajit Power did have in that first half, and he had 2 shots he registered. Went for a same kind of finesse, but he had so much time to think about that one, David De Gea.
Yeah, well read from De Gea, just moved across. See a chance here. Vieira played into Ronaldo. Left-footed finesse, crashes against the crossbar. And that was the last play of the first half.
And straight away from the second half, needs a big half, he did Ajit Power. However, Messi doing Messi-like things. You just saw a drag back there, lovely little spin. Opened up a pocket of space, made that 2-0, and then that was the goal, nearly to make it 3-0. I thought Vieira was in a massive pile-up in the box there.
We are going to see that third goal come in for Stefano Pena. This is a chance for Ajit Power to level, or to try and level up the game. Penalty shout, not on this occasion, and then Stefano Pena made it 3 shortly afterwards.
Did as well, a lovely little dink from Vieira to Messi, and then just, as I said, caressed it into that top corner. And Messi doing Messi things, I'll say again, was on for a hat-trick, unfortunately. Did not happen for him. That was another chance there, and if anything, those 2 chances we see from Ajit Power was exactly what he gave us in that first half. It was just 2 finesses, but it was well read by Stefano Pena.
Probably 85% potential chances for him. In that game, he didn't create anything golden, nothing clear-cut that you can think, I should have scored that. I should have definitely made that count. Whereas Pena, on the other hand, he had those chances. He timed in green. It put the percentage of them going in, and they hit the back of the net.
Did as well, and of course, 3-0 down. Ajit Power, you know, he went 3-1 in Swiss-style form. Only lost 1 game, and that was actually against Zimmer, who had a fantastic Swiss. We say again, of course, he's not in the competition. Lost 4-3 to him. Pena is beatable, though. He lost 2 games in Swiss yesterday. I know when you're 3-0 down, you can't think that, but you must have some sort of hope.
We've seen him beat in the past as well, Stefano Pena. We've seen him get knocked out of competitions late on. He lost to Hasu last week in the Foot Champs Cup January. So he is beatable, but it's going to take, you've got to be pretty much spot on to beat him. Yesterday, he were off the boil a little bit. Today, he's on gas mark 6, and he's cooking with gas right now.
He's as well, and if you think he can just continue this run, Richard, he's going to have a fantastic tournament here in London. As we said, this is the LQE. There's I think there's 8 of them throughout the year, and we're kind of at the halfway point now for the competitive season. We had the Foot Champions Cup number 3. This went past last weekend in Bucharest, and the next one of those is in Atlanta in a few weeks' time, and then it goes to Singapore. And of course, then we have one more in April, of course, to be fully announced properly there. But however, the LQEs, they're still just as important. 850 Global Series ranking points. The same as you can pick up in a few of those licensed leagues. So much FIFA, so much competitive FIFA, and opportunities, really, to pick up points for these pros.
Lots of opportunities to go up those Global Series rankings. You're seeing 2 players in completely different situations right now. Stefano Pena near the top, chasing number 1, and Ajit Power chasing the top 100.
And it's an early start, and it's an early goal.
Shake of the head from Ajit Power. He knows that probably sealed the game for him, conceding early on. Played into Lionel Messi, curled into the top corner.
And he even caught us off guard there, Richard. Messi again, that's 3 goals across 2 legs for him. 4 minutes into it. And if anything, I'm putting this down to the experience that Stefano Pena has had right now. You look at Ajit Power. Yes, he did a great tournament, but he came into 83 ranking points. If anything, that is just from Weekend League. He has qualified for the Singapore Foot Champions Cup, number 5. And he does sit about 591 spots below Stefano Pena. For me, in big games, your experience comes through, and that's what we're seeing at the moment.
In big games, you need big match players. Similar to the Super Bowl that we're going to see tonight. Tom Brady, he's going to be one of those big match players. Is it going to be Stefano Pena's day here in London?
4-0, not the start Ajit Power would have wanted after such a good tournament so far. You know, even if you said that yesterday was I wouldn't even say fluke for him. He went 3-1 to a start. He came into today.
Do you think he played his final?
He went and beat Chris 4-2.
Did he peak too early?
I know it's often a line you say that you think that sometimes people play their best game.
You play your final before you actually need to. I think Stefano Pena's yet to play that final.
If anything, yesterday was playing some of the worst group football he's ever played.
Good victory against Zimmer, 2-1, and only conceding 1 goal across 2 legs of FIFA. He's pretty special, and right now he's on for another Stefano Pena clean sheet, which is something that we've come pretty frequently to see. We saw it last week against Marv in the semi-finals. He beat him 2-0 across two legs of FIFA.
And I said this before, I didn't even give Ajit Power like just any hope, any chance, not even a sniff in the attack to try and find a way through. Lovely threaded through ball, but I don't know why you want Vieira out on your right-hand side. If anything, it's Mbappe. You played that ball, you should be out there. Cristiano Ronaldo back to Kylian Mbappe now again. It's just so difficult to break down. I know we sound repetitive here, but honestly, Stefano Pena's defence is so good. If you can attack as well and score what? Maybe about 5 now? There we go. What a performance this Belgium is having. Kylian Mbappe just firing that one in. 20 minutes in game, 5-0 in aggregate. His defending might be good, but his attacking seems to be even better today.
Just dropped off a little bit too far, did Ajit Power. You can see the gap in between him, the shooter of the ball, Mbappe, and Sergio Ramos. There's too big of a gap there for him to be able to power up the shot and to aim the shot. If Ramos is maybe 3-4 inches closer towards him, you see a block on it. You see a little bit of defensive play coming out from him. And just look at Stefano Pena. He's probably playing drop back. He's got so many men behind the ball right now. It's a wall of red and white shirts for him to break down, and then you're charging back with your attackers, with your midfielders, to win the ball back.
$5-0. I know 3-0 was not the first-legged score that Ajit Power would have wanted, but unfortunately for him, this second leg is just followed in the same way. If anything, it started earlier. I think we're only out 1-0 at half-time in that first leg. However, 20 minutes into this second leg, he's conceded 2. Could be worse, could be another one. No, it's just a little bit too high and wide.
Yeah, Mbappe on his weak foot there. Just a little bit askew from Stefano Pena, but this is a threat to the rest of the competition right now. It looks like Stefano Pena is back to his best. The blip that happened yesterday was just that. It was a blip on the radar. It's not going to come again.
If he does win this and stays 5-0 up, Richard, or doesn't concede more than he's winning, I'm sure he'll be going through to play either Nicholas or Dr. Arhano, and they'll be guaranteed at least 450 Global Series rankings points and $2,500 for making that console final.
It could potentially go the way that all the predictions have gone this tournament. If you're going to say, name me 2 players on the PlayStation who's going to be in the console final.
Nicholas, Stefano Pena.
2 players on the Xbox, you'd probably say Tex and Dax.
In the last few events of what we've seen.
This is the way that the tournament's going at the minute.
And you mentioned it as well, you know, we're speaking about these points, and after this attack from Messi, wow.
What a goal. What a goal from Lionel Messi. Roulette created the space for him. Lovely Lacoqueta there into a roulette. It's all about chaining the skill moves together. If you can chain your skill moves together, it makes it so hard to defend. That's what you see Tex doing. He'll do 2 elasticos into a Lacoqueta, into a Berber spin, into a McGeady spin. It's impossible to defend against.
We're talking about points there when Stefano Pena is just showboating fun. This is like a round 1 Swiss-style performance from him, it seems. A walk in the park. 6-0 up. And every goal that goes in, that confidence must just rise in the Belgium. You mentioned it there, Richard, the skills, the combination of the 2 to work so well for him, and everything, it's like Pena, everything he touched turns to goal, everything that Ajit's touched is just turning to stone. It's just being saved every single time by David De Gea, and it's not even troubling him.
Yeah, you're talking about the points and almost predicting who are going to go far in this competition. Again, it's coming back to what I was saying. The points are won by the same players over and over again. It's the Nicholas, Tex, Dax, Pena. These are the ones picking up 400+ points at every single event. So at the top of the board, it's getting really, really tight. In that middle of the pack,
it's anyone's game.
It's anybody's up for grabs.
Another chance there. Time Green again. Neymar this time will win a corner. 6-0 up on aggregate, we have to say. This is a semi-final as well. Now, no disrespect to Ajit Power. He went and won against New York City Chris, 4 goals to 2. Tried to win a penalty there. Didn't work for him there with that roulette. However, some players get, for me, there's a few players that get better and better. It's always Tex, I always see, that gets better and better throughout the competition. You know, he plays better sometimes in knockout football than he does in Swiss style. Nicholas does that as well. And at the moment, falling into that frame as well is Stefano Pena.
Another player, Nicholas Razek, always, it just seems to be much more switched on, clinical in knockout football. When he knows that, look, if I lose this, I'm going out. That almost just sparks that inner sort of animal inside him where he just grinds everything and he'll really just put that extra 10% in. How many times we've seen Nicholas Razek 1-2, 0-2 in Swiss, and then he'll go 2-2, he'll go 3-2, and then he'll make a console final. Then he'll make a semi-final.
Just consistent performances from him as well. Short half-time there. Once again, 2 shots registered, 2 on target for Ajit Power, but they were the same type of shots, just a finesse on the edge of the box that didn't even trouble the keeper. Here's another chance for him now. Outside the boot, that was a yellow time finish. Going to go for a corner anyway, so that won't trouble Stefano Pena's net yet. Front post flick on, can he find it with Ronaldo? Keeper's up, punches it. Don't know why he didn't catch that one, David De Gea.
Yeah, Courtois setting it up for a nice little smash there if you're playing volleyball.
That might fall for a corner once again, it will. 6-0 down though still. If he scores 6 goals, that'll be one remarkable comeback for the Canadian. Ball across the box, off the bar with a rebound, no! Maybe it's not his day.
It's really not his day. You saw him there just rubbing the eyes almost. Just can't believe what's happening right now.
Just please go in the back of the net for me. Maldini, Sevillera. Shows that maybe he can create a chance. If you look at there's no one forward for Stefano Pena. Every single player is back. It's like Ferro Danuso-esque.
Everyone behind the ball.
Finesse from distance, timed again. It's just so far out and so ambitious, I find, to really be troubling the keeper.
Got a big game coming up on the PlayStation. Other side of the bracket. Dr. Ahano versus Nicholas 99. Winner of that game will be playing Stefano Pena in the PlayStation final. 850 Global Series ranking points up for grabs.
Exactly, you win that game, you're guaranteed those points. You're just playing for the extra prize money and that check. Of course, if you go back
and
a
the
few
status
weeks,
of being the winner.
The status of that as well, the following on social media that all these pros get, and the respect they get as well. You heard Tex mention about this, all about the status of winning tournaments, being the best. Pinner again, top corner finish, make that 7. 7 of the best. And it's Cristiano Ronaldo adding to the score sheet as well. A big drink of water from Ajit Power there just to say, just can we get this over with, please?
Really nice goal from Pena to open up the space. Worked on the edge of the box, a couple of elasticos. Played into Hulley, waited for the run from Ronaldo. Played it into his feet. First time finesse, top corner, 7-0.
You notice as well, no reaction from Pena.
Yeah.
It's business for him. Into the next one now. Let's go and get 8, 9, 10.
All about confidence building for Pena right now. That's exactly what this is.
Go back a leg. He only won that 1-2-1 against Pena. And he conceded a goal. Yes, that's a fantastic stat for him there, but he only scored 2, and in this game he scored 7. A chance off the bar, and
it's not his day.
That's it. I think it was a yellow time finish anyway. But hit against the bar for him, not good at all. You can see down the bottom there, the next PlayStation semi, another finesse. That one goes wide of the goal. He's creating more chances, however, none of them are flying into the back of the net for the Canadian. What a big game that is. You said about it, Richard. Nicholas against Dr. Ahano. Nicholas coming back to a territory that he knows just so much too well. He won the last LQE here. Pena wants 8. Is he going to find 8? No, he's not. Marcelo will win that one, but Nicholas went and won his quarterfinal against Zizinho, the Brazilian, 6 goals to 2. And of course, it was Dr. Ahano with a 6-3 victory over Daniel Aguilar, if I've come out with pronunciation. Aguilar? I think we'll get there in the end. The Spaniard there. Speaking of those players, obviously Zidane has got through. Another Spanish player coming out the ranks there, won that most recent Virtual Liga King of the Hill, they call it over there, against Gravison, who's been doing so well in that Spanish scene, being probably the biggest player for so long. Here's a chance, Ajit Power, save to Haya, and he can only laugh. He's getting in the right positions, but unfortunately, he just cannot seem to find that back of the net. Here's another chance for him now. Can he go for a finesse deflection? Ball full back to him, Eusebio, I love that. And then again, it's going to go for a corner.
Yeah, the original shot were a nice bit of goalkeeper movement from Pena. Shows he's 7-0 up and he's still switched on, still moving the goalkeeper. Shuffled him across to the near post and made sure there were no danger there. That's
brave.
Remarkable possession inside your own box.
He goes and scores from this now as well. That would be pretty special. Neymar with a ball roll into a drag back. Tries to do another ball roll there. Intercepted. Just, if anything, waiting for the time just to run out so Stefano can move that extra step forward in the bracket, move to the console final, and if anything, he'll get back out, he'll sit in the arena, get a drink, maybe have a bite to eat, and just watch that other semi-final players. Right, who am I playing next, and how am I going to break them down?
I'm sure if it is Nicholas, he knows plenty about that man.
Of course, Dr. Hano as well. Could it be 8? Went for a fake shot, drag back. This is Ronaldo, make that 8. If you haven't already started writing this man's name in the console final, please start doing it.
Yeah, get your biro out and write him in.
To be honest, I thought he messed that up originally. I thought just take the shot directly.
Turned back into danger, didn't he? But you're not only turning back into danger, you're turning back onto Ronaldo's right foot, which is so deadly inside the box. That team of the year, Cristiano Ronaldo, there's a reason he's the most expensive player on the FIFA Ultimate Team market.
So good. Is Ronaldo, and when he gets the upgrade of the team of the year, it just gets even better. From anywhere on the field, he can defend for you in the attacking sense. Can be so good. Here we go. Here's Ronaldo's Ajit Power. Oh no. Fake shot into a slightly heavy touch. If anything, just get himself out of this game, but it must be said, it must be kind of detailed in a statement, if anything, from Ajit Power. He did well. You know, he's come into this tournament 594th in those rankings. He's leaving the competition with still, you know, a great point tally there for him. He's done really, really well. I'm talking here, just looking in front of me now at that points breakdown. He leaves this competition, and he's guaranteed at least 315 Global Series ranking points. To add that on to the 83 he's got already, he's looking at just under 400 there. That will move him up to the top 100, no doubt.
He's also qualified for another Foot Champs Cup.
Oh, off the post.
Qualified for another Foot Champs Cup, so that's going to be another point, another set of points, I should say, added on to the total for him.
He does win some prize money as well. Of course, Walsholm goes back to Canada with $1,875, but it's been the fine margins for the Canadians. Hit the post a few times. Oh no, Pena, a drag back, or about 7 drag backs into a finish. This man is on fire.
Drag back city down there, and Stefano Pena's the mayor.
Make that 9. Why not get 10?
We've just seen 2 9-goal performances from Tex and now from Pena. Wow.
6-0, Kylian Mbappe. And all that Ajit Power can do is a few keepy-ups. He knows it's over.
What a performance from the Belgian. Question marks asked about him. Oh, has the Swiss style put him off? Do we think he's going to come back? Of course he's going to come back. It's Stefano Pena. He's one of the best players in the world on the PlayStation 4 and proves it once again.
Going into a console semi-final, not just winning it, dominating it and scoring 9 goals and not even conceding one. Stefano Pena, take a bow, my friend. You're going to be in that console final and waiting for even Nicholas, of course, Dr. Hana. Commiserations, Ajit Power. Still a great statement on that PlayStation side that's so stacked. To get recognised, to get this far in your Final 4, it's a great job for him.
Great job for him, yeah, and I'm sure we're going to see another performance from him at the next Foot Champs Cup, which he has qualified for.
I just love this though, Stefano Pena. Gets the game done. Jacket on. I think he's even got an Arsene Wenger-esque jacket as well. Do not put that in this arena. Oh, he is putting it on. It's a bit warm in here. But he puts it on though and just sits straight back down again. Right, what's the next job? Who are we taking down next?
Little chat from his coach, Rommel Abdi. But Stefano Pena, what a performance. Moves him in to the PS4 console final.
It does indeed. Of course, we've still got one more Obviously, PlayStation semi-finals come up. But before we go there, we're going to throw it back over to the desk with Tom and the guys to break that one down.
Just down here. Thank you so much, Brandon and Richard. And Brandon, can I just say, it's not just Richard who's got a fantastic shirt. Your garms are looking on point today as well. Great casting from them. And what a great game it was. 9-0 over 2 legs. We said PSV Pena had to show us what he's made of. Form is temporary, class is permanent. He obviously heard us, and bang. What a statement.
Unbelievable stuff. I think Pena must have watched Tex and thought, do you know what? 9-1, you let in a goal? Oh, let me show you how it's done. And he went 9-0. Brilliant stuff from there. And it just felt very, very, very one-sided. What a performance, I think. This is why Pena's going to go very, very far this year. I've seen him at multiple tournaments already. He's going and he's creeping further and further up the tournament ladder. Could this be the one where he actually wins it? I think it could be.
Yeah, MLB, talk to me.
Maybe we should always say, hey, this could be an upset. I've never seen Pena come out like that, actually. This is probably the best form I've seen him play in maybe a month in terms of, like, kind of brought out the triple P, like the professional Pena package, man. He had everything in that, everything in that game. What did you want? You wanted skill moves? It was there. You wanted the first-time finesse shots that Pena does really well? That was there. Structure, control, that was there. Passing, lack of mistakes, composure, that was there. You name it. And I think he's sending a message as well to the next guy. Is Nicholas going to win or Hano going to win? We don't know yet. But Pena said, look, I'm ready. My form has definitely gone in the right direction. And you can see the replay here. I mean, there's just goals on goals on goals. Whatever you like. Long shots, build up, you name it. He's got it.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the replay here of the second leg that we can show you, but he was just pulling out skill moves like that with Messi and...
The challenge Tex in the skill moves. I mean, we just saw Tex put on a clinic. Oh, my goodness.
I know, and obviously PSV Pena going through now to the PS4 final and waiting to find out whether Nicholas or Dr. Ahano will join him. But on this sort of form, PSV Pena looking dominant, and Dr. Ahano, Nicholas, they would have tried to avoid watching that game and not focusing on it, but you can't not focus on that a little bit.
Genuinely, I know we are talking a lot and really bigging it up because look at this performance. He's been unbelievable, and if I was Dr. Ahano, if I was Nicholas, I'd be focusing on that game, but you're thinking, if I get through to this final and I've got to face someone who's playing like this, that is not going to be an easy feat to come over.
No, indeed. What did you like? What did Ajit Power do wrong in that game? And when you look at the stats, does that help you in any way try and work it out? Because same number of shots, yet Pena's got a 13 on target. Ajit Power did not score a goal.
I don't think he did much wrong. I think Pena was just so good. I think that's what it genuinely was. He just overpowered him in so many different areas. We've seen their possession. Ajit Power had more corner kicks. He had more, same amount of shots, 2 less shots on goal, but he didn't manage to score. So yeah, maybe we can say, well, why is he not putting him in the back of the net? But PSV Pena maybe just was so strong that Ajit Power couldn't do that.
It looks like an even game. However, 8 shots in the second leg, 6 goals for Pena.
It's all about being clinical. You got to take your opportunities. And Pena also did a good job with some of the goalkeeper movement in big moments. Like if you were to watch that back, yes, Ajit Power is making chances and Pena is making the correct reads. And once you're kind of coasting, when you've got everything going in your favor, momentum, you're scoring goals, I think it helps your defense. It helps you when you're taking risk with moving the goalkeeper left to right or just bringing them back a little bit, and it showed. And I mean, Pena's going to carry that form now, I guess, into the next match. Like I said, I would not want to face him right now because he's looked a little shaky for his standard up to this point, struggling through the Swiss stage, inching by Zimmer. And he devoured him. That was a big dinner for him. He's ready.
Do you know what I reckon it was, MLB and Carl? I reckon it was mind games. Letting everybody know, oh, I'm really struggling in the Swiss stage. Just fooled you. He fooled you. Listen, that is done and dusted. PSV Pena 9-0 against Ajit Power. He is going through to the PS4 final. We're going to take a break right now. When we come back, we will have this fixture. You're seeing the competitors right there. Dr. Ahano to your left and Nicholas on your right. When you come back and join us, we'll have all the action for you. Don't go anywhere.
Dai, giochiamo a modalità sopravvivenza, dai.
Sì. Vai, subito, assist,
Grande
Semmi! Gol!
È in posizione da cross. Troppo forte il portiere, chi è?
Sei tu, ha fatto gol! Cancelo! Cancelo elimina Cancelo.
Vai, ciao Joao.
Come mai fa gol Cancelo, ragazzi?
È sparito Cristiano Ronaldo dal campo.
Oh, giochiamo un uomo meno, non c'è Ronaldo. Con il cucchiaio!
Lui gioca ogni giorno.
2-0, grazie, tutti a casa.
Finisce la gara.
Sono rimasto così io. Giochiamo alla modalità niente regole.
Fai gol allora.
Che rigore? Non ci sono regole qua, oh. Che sombrero.
Non sai giocare, giochi bene, ciao.
Ma voi siete macellari comunque.
Fai palo, fai palo, fai palo.
No, tanto. Sì, davanti!
Solo così potete giocare.
Su, Leo, su!
Tutti a casa, Leo! Tutti a casa, Leo!
For the players.
Tell you what, it's FIFA 19 Global Series ranking points up for grabs day because guess what? It's Championship Sunday and you were in the right place if you wanted to see goals. PSV Pena taking on Ajit Power and goals. 9-0 over 2 legs. Unbelievable scenes. Ajit Power had a lot of possession, had more in fact. He had the same amount of shots but didn't take his chances when they came. And look at that goal from Messi. Beautiful skills in the box. PSV Pena goes through to the final of the PS4. But who will be taking him on? Well, it's time to find out because our next match here at the Gfinity Arena in London is going to be between Nicholas, the current champ from the LQE back in January, taking on Dr. Ahano, the sort of the old man, the wise old guard here, 32 years of age, taking on Nicholas. And I'm being joined for the first time over this weekend by Brandon. And Brandon Smith looking very on point, casting that last game, epic scenes. Dan Gaskin, wow, you're just, you know what you're doing on this desk. We don't need to give you a big up for this one. Brandon, what did you make of that last game? And we go into our second PS4 semi-final.
Yeah, lucky I've still got a bit of a voice left after that. 9 goals were scored. Other than Richard's choice, that was probably the best action I've seen.
That was loud, but you were loud as well.
Yes,
vocally.
I tried to be. 9 goals there, and what a performance from Stefano Pena.
Yeah, now we go on to this Nicholas matchup between Dr. Ahano, and we know he's the old guard, technically on the right, but we know how dominant Nicholas is. This is a kind of like the true matchup right now for the semi-final.
Yeah, this is usually where Dr. Ahano kind of stops. He's had 3 tournaments so far, and he hasn't got past that first round in the knockout. This is really his chance to try and push on. Like, he's in a semi-final now. This is his best tournament so far, but he's got the best PS4 player he's going up against, which is going to be extremely difficult. But he has it in him. He does have that potential.
Okay, he's a car. That's the analogy. He's a car. Does he have enough gas in the tank to get him over?
Has he been for his MOT? He's an old car.
Yeah? The windscreen wiper's going because, you know, he's going to be up against some tough weather right now, which is Nicholas.
Because he's the Iceman. It's snowing.
Yes.
There's ice everywhere.
Yes, and maybe not use the windscreen wipers because they're too frozen. Talking to me about the fact that Dr. Ahano, we know he's got the potential, Brandon. You've been to many of the qualifiers. We're looking at some of the footage now against Daniel Guala that he took on in the quarterfinal and pretty much dominated because Daniel Guala did not take his chances. Has he got enough?
I think Dan's hit the nail on the head there. He's a player that is very emotional. If he's not having a good day, and if his car, if you're using his car analogy, if his car starts to break down, he will let you know about.
We're all furious when it happens.
But it's such a good chance this for him to pick up points, as we already know. Currently 15th in those rankings, 860 points he's got there. Went 3-1 in Swiss style, but the best tournament he's had so far this season. It's just if he can keep his cool, but he's up against a really tough opponent in Nicholas, who's just so unpredictable, doesn't concede many goals, and you know, he won the last LQE that was here.
He did indeed. So using that analogy, the coach behind is like the breakdown. you know, for your car, you've got that situation. He needs that confidence. He needs to calm down. It's the mental game when you're taking on someone like Nicholas.
Yeah, he just needs to maybe not look at who he's actually going up against. Just focus on his own game. Play a good game of FIFA like he has been doing for this tournament thus far, and he's got the potential to actually take down Nicholas. We've seen Nicholas isn't unbreakable. He is an Iceman that can be burnt down a little bit. In the Swiss round, he already took 1 defeat. So Nicholas needs to see that Nicholas is vulnerable in certain aspects, and then try and find those areas and attack him there.
Yeah, he lost in round 2, Nicholas. Let's turn our attention to him on the right of your screen right now. The hoodie is up, and he is very focused on it. That's why he gets a nickname, the Iceman. He won his first game in round 1 against Mr. Dunn, 4-3. And on the second, round 2, lost to Ajit Power, who we just saw got pretty much decimated by your main man, PSV Pena. What do we read into that and his sort of form at the moment?
I think the thing about, you know, the likes of Nicholas, the likes of Stefano Pena, the likes of Tex, they just get better and better throughout the competition. It doesn't matter if you have I wouldn't even say a bad Swiss-style format. If you even lose 1 game, as long as you get yourself through Swiss-style format, get yourself to the knockouts, it's a new day. It's a new day of competitive FIFA. We now have 24 hours or a week can change in these tournaments. Don't worry about it. Come into today, he started off well, got that win, of course, as we know, against Zazinio, 6-2. Look, made that look so easy. Why can't he go and do it again?
Yeah, so he's now coming into his form. That's what you're sort of saying.
Yeah.
And obviously, getting that win in the last round against, as you say, Zazinio, 6-2, that should give him that confidence to take on someone like Dr. Ahano and know, yeah, I've got the minerals for this.
I mean, he should have confidence. What he has done this season, he went from finishing in the quarterfinals to the semi-finals to getting into that console final to then getting into the cross-console final, and he's been getting better and better every tournament. Of course, we then saw him lift the trophy or the check when he won that cross-console final, and now all he can do is just achieve the same here at this LQE. He knows he's got the potential to do it, but he might be facing stiffer competition when he gets to that final. Is it going to be a potential Tex in that cross-console final, who we know when he gets to those situations, he does dominate?
Yeah, listen, guys, I know some hosts like to put their analysts on the spot and ask for a prediction, but I'm not that sort of host. I want you to relax. I want everybody at home to enjoy this next one. So, gentlemen, thank you very much for that analysis. Let's go right now to the casters, Chris Tan and Harry Wonderboy Channer.
You should really be putting them on the spot, Tom. Isn't that your job?
Pretty sure it is.
Yeah, this is
All right, I'll put them on the spot if you want. All right, what do you reckon? What do you reckon, guys?
Nicholas for me.
Nicholas.
I think Nicholas as well, yeah.
All right, Chris Tan, you call the shots. Back to you.
You know I do. You know I do. Thank you very much, Tom. Harry, what are you going? I'm going to put you on the spot as well.
I think Nicholas too. I think those guys are right.
Unanimous.
Every competition we've seen Nicholas compete in, as Dan said, down on the desk, gets better and better, improves his placement almost every single event. And he just seems to get the job done. He knows how to grind out games. One of my fondest casting memories in FIFA 19 was back in the major back in December, the PS4 final against Mo Alba. We had the delight to commentate that. And
it was an all right game.
It was an all right game. There were plenty of goals. It was back and forth. But right at the very last kick of the game, he scores. And it just seems like he has the composure to see games out to the very, very end. And that's something I like about Nicholas, and that's why I fancy him here in this tie.
Yeah, and he's one of these players that we've commented on him not really playing fantastic so far this week, not to the standards that we hold him to, but yet he still finds himself in the semi-finals here. So I think it's a testament to how good of a player he is, and has a lot in his locker, very, very composed, as we know. And going up into this game against Dr. Ahano, they talked about on the desk, you know, one of the old guards of FIFA, Dr. Ahano, and he's played very, very well. We've seen him in our first game that we casted this morning, looked really, really good. I completely forget who he played against.
Daniel Aguila.
That was the one. I knew it was a hard name to say. That's why I forgot it. But either way, he looked impressive in that game eventually. You know, a couple of mistakes here and there. Daniel Aguila did make it difficult for him, but did manage to get through it. Nicholas had an easier time, I think. So maybe, you know, somebody else, Dr. Ahano is feeling a little bit better, more comfortable in these pressure situations right now at this tournament, whereas Nicholas has had maybe a little bit of an easier bracket.
Yeah, different kettle of fish, I feel like, here for Dr. Ahano. You think about who he played this morning, and in that game, the actual gameplay, we saw him get a lot of through balls that I don't think we're going to see here against Nicholas. I think Nicholas is a lot more solid defensively than Daniel was earlier this morning, so much tougher competition here for Dr. Ahano, and I'm not sure if he's going to have the same kind of success. I mean, at times it did look very suspect even against Daniel Aguila, and arguably you could say that Daniel in that quarterfinal this morning gifted him a couple of goals in that second leg by making some midfield mistakes. So Nicholas is not the type of player to make those kind of mistakes. So Dr. Ahano going to have to be a lot more drilled, a lot more well-oiled coming into this one. He's going to have to learn from the mistakes of the previous round.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to get into this one. First of our PlayStation second of our PlayStation semi-finals, I should say. The winner of this will go on to face Stefano Pena in the final. Of course, Dr. Ahano from left to right in that Stuttgart kit, and Nicholas from right to left. An interesting game, we definitely think. But Nicholas, he does have a standard to hold himself to, but we know his all-round game of FIFA is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. Standard of gameplay. I mean, you look at this guy, he's the #1 PS4 player in the world in the Global Series rankings. So he certainly has a big target on his back, a lot to live up to here. And Dr. Ahano, this would be, I say it a lot when I cast, a great scalp to take. This is one of those performances where if you come out, you win, you put on a great showing and you grind out a result against the #1 player in the world, people start to look at you differently.
We've seen Neymar create so many chances for him in the previous game, and he's going to get the first one. Mbappe gets around the defender. Dr. Ahano starts this game off in the fashion he would have liked as Mbappe. The pace once again causing so many problems, and we said potentially we didn't think he would get space in behind that he was afforded in his previous game, but Nicholas allowing Neymar to run down the right-hand side, and the defender just cannot get in front. And a good finish by Mbappe, 1-0. Lots of FIFA to be played, but a good start from Dr. Ahano.
Tremendous finish and a tremendous switch there from Dr. Ahano. As soon as he saw that cross coming into Mbappe, immediately switched to him and was able to fashion Mbappe in front of the defender, and that's going to be the finish. And that's the kind of stop, if you are Dr. Ahano, that you're going to want against Nicholas, because we've seen Nicholas score goals. We've seen him, as we've said before, grind out these kind of games and come out with the results. So early goals, absolutely vital.
Hadn't really had a touch of the ball at all there, Nicholas, but he's going to find himself forward. A heavy, heavy touch from Hullet, though, will allow Dr. Ahano just to retain the ball once again.
A sprint touch, maybe a right stick touch there, whether intentional or not by Nicholas. Could have just been a sprint touch, but yeah, very unfortunate, very unusual. You see Ruud Hullet control the ball like that.
Expect these icon cards to be able to even sprint touch it, to be honest with you, yeah. I mean, how much does Ruud Hullet cost you? Is that 7 mil coins, something crazy like that? It's a lot of coins, more coins than I've had on any FIFA, I would say. Anyway, back into this one. That's a diving header pass by Neymar. Modric now looking to orchestrate something from the midfield, as he often does. Another ball through to Neymar, and that seems to be one of the concentrations for Dr. Ahano, really enjoying that Neymar card. It seems to really rely on him quite a bit to create for his team, but he is going to lose the ball, and this is going to be an opportunity now for Nicholas in the white kit here. From right to left, this is good movement, it's good passing. Messi, left-hand side, wants Ronaldo at the back post, if anything, but gives it back to him in the box. Does go to turn, but Dr. Ahano, we've seen him do that himself so many times and well aware of what was going on there.
Yeah, potential counter here as well for Dr. Ahano as he has a man over. This is Mbappe through. He's going to check back, but it's interesting what you say, how Dr. Ahano likes to use those quick, agile dribblers like your Neymars, like Mbappe out there on the left, because we saw earlier this morning against Daniel Aguilar, his drag back was so clinical. It was so important for him. It was his main attack, and I don't think Nicholas is going to fall for the same kind of tricks.
No, I don't think so. Mbappe looked like he was in there, but a heavy touch allows Varane to get the interception. Corner coming up. It's going to be Hullet to whip this one in. Probably going to be aiming for Cristiano Ronaldo. He's the man you want on the end of this one. Goes towards the back post, blocked off by the defender. Good work by Dr. Ahano. Poor corner in the end, but well defended either way.
Yeah, a lot of the times you'll see players, especially when the goalie is out, thanks to the goalkeeper movement, those corners either played short or played to the back stick, to the back post like there, like we just saw from Nicholas. Because the goalkeeper is out in the middle of the penalty area, you play it anywhere near him, he's just going to come out and catch it or punch it away. So Nicholas there trying something different, but good start by Dr. Ahano. I mean, 25 in-game minutes, you're up 1-0, hasn't really had a sniff, has Nicholas, and there's a chance for a second here.
Ronaldo out on the right, not really where you want him. The El Tornado cross coming into Mbappe, the header over the top, hits the crossbar. A well-worked effort there.
Is that a 360 header?
Coming in from Dr. Ahano as Mbappe spins in the box and tries to put it past De Gea, but now it's a counter-attacking opportunity for Nicholas. Had runners in the middle, the offside trap actually coming in there from Dr. Ahano. Worked that very nicely, and he will return the ball once again. Good work by the German there, managed to keep a hold of this ball. Keep himself in the lead. Hullet now in the middle of the park, just settling this down for Dr. Arno.
Very impressed with what I've seen out of the German. But one thing I will say he has to be very wary of is Nicholas's adaptation to his opponents. That's something that we've seen in the past. The reason he's able to grind out these results so well is because he adapts to his opponent's play styles. He analyzes his opponent. He realizes the weak spots, what's working, what's not working, and makes adjustments on the fly very well. So, although, yes, Ahano at the moment is up 1-0, there's still a lot of FIFA to play.
You can't give him that so much opportunity. It's Marcelo with the strike and the rebound off the post, but he's offside. A good opportunity for Dr. Ahano, handed to him on a plate by Nicholas. And I think you find anybody but Marcelo in that position, and it's 2-0.
And we're speaking about, just as we're saying it, Nicholas making adjustments on the fly. As soon as the first 35 minutes yielded nothing really of note for him, he's making those adjustments early, and it's going to be interesting to see what he comes out with. You can see his player cam on the right-hand side of the screen. Seems very ponderous at the moment, Chris, trying to break down the enigma that is Ahano, because it's a different Dr. Ahano than what we saw this morning. Whether or not it was just a stylistic matchup that didn't really cater towards Ahano's play style, or whether or not Daniel Aguilar was playing a little bit unorthodox, but either way, he's had the lion's share of possession and chances here in the first 35 minutes.
I think you'll realize, you know, you're going up against the #1 seed on the PlayStation here in Nicholas, and you just don't want to give him those opportunities, do you? Playing possession works because, I mean, the less your opponent has the ball, the less chance he has to score, of course. So, Dr. Ahano playing that role quite nicely. Right now, though, they still have a lead, albeit a slender one. We say a lot. There is a lot of FIFA still to be played. 70 minutes on the clock here in leg #1. Of course, we do play over 2 legs here in competitive FIFA if you've never watched before. Bit like home and away, but the home and away aggregate doesn't count, just goes to overall score. And if we are drawn at the end of the second leg, we will go to extra time and potentially penalties, of course.
Yeah, when you look at the two teams, the two players, excuse me, up there on the stage, the players Nicholas and Ahano, and look at their form at this tournament, 3-0 in Swiss for Ahano. So if you're looking at local recent form at this tournament alone, you're thinking 1-0 at the moment. Yeah, that's about right. But when you look overall, Nicholas, the #1 ranked player in the world on the PS4 rankings, you think he won't let this finish this way. He's at least going to try and get a goal, but right now he's struggling to even get possession.
Oh, here we go. Dr. Ahano may be in, and that's the only thing Neymar lacks is a little bit of strength. You put that through to R9, and that might be 2-0. He did have Ronaldo running on the inside there, did Nicholas, when he just spread it out towards Messi, but does keep hold of the ball, albeit momentarily. Kylian Mbappe back doing defensive duties, and a tight game between these two, other than, you know, the mistakes that we've seen potentially lead to attacks and the goal from Dr. Ahano. It really has been a tight game, neither able to fashion any clear-cut chances, but right now, Neymar once again for the German. Oh, he's going to stick a pass into Sergio Ramos' feet in the box. It's a great move, and nearly finished off with a good finish. But some great defending by Nicholas. Gets his man in front of the ball, but the corner comes in. Modric towards the back post. De Gea just about gets there, and this will be cleared away. And that is going to be the half, and a tight game, but you would say Dr. Ahano deserves his lead.
Not even a single shot for Nicholas at the half. My question is, what was Sergio Ramos doing all the way up there for Dr. Ahano? If it's me, I'm staying him at the right back position. Yeah, you stay back. But on the other side, I have noted as well, Nicholas going for Cancelo at right back instead of Ramos. So,
and he was the one that got beat by Kylian Mbappe, I do believe, for the first goal. So that's one of those where you think to yourself, you have Ramos. Is Mbappe beating Ramos there over Cancelo?
Probably not.
So obviously, maybe preferring the pace of Cancelo over, obviously, Ramos. Ramos still obviously a very, very quick player, but Cancelo definitely has that pace over him, which is really the factor why you would choose him or Walker or somebody like that. Ramos has that strength, though, that typically what we've seen as the game has adapted on. A lot of players starting to use the crossing towards the back post, and you've always got one of your fullbacks there, if he's a big fella like Ramos, to get in the way of it.
Interesting we saw Ahano there think about bringing Messi on for R9, and just before we resumed the game decided, you know what, the game's working for me right now. I'm having a lot of possession. Let's not change anything if it's not broken. We're doing pretty well up there. Let's not try and reinvent the wheel. Let's keep it going.
Oh, it's a good chance. You see a bit on the edge of the box. We know how strong he can be. That's a yellow time finish.
I think it was late, actually. I don't even think he got it.
Either way, Van der Sar does save it. And we'll spread this one out towards the left-hand side to Ronaldo. Great header to win, and attacker streaming forward, but it's a good win from Maldini. Good opportunity here for Nicholas. The pass is forward, a good Eusebio. to Ronaldo, to Mbappe. Does have a run over Marcelo supporting him as well. Back to Hullet, to Neymar. Look for the second pass, and the shot was already being timed up there for Eusebio. Neymar goes straight into the midriff of Van der Sar, who will collect it fairly easily. Pause has been cued for Dr. Arjano.
I think this will be the messy switch he wanted to make at the half. Maybe just trying to figure out what Nicholas has changed at half-time, because you can see just 10 or so minutes into the second half, Nicholas having so much more success.
It looked like
gets down smartly at his near post.
A real big snapshot coming in there from Cristiano Ronaldo, and a really good move. Nicholas really starting to come into this game a little bit more now. The changes are coming in. Messi will go out wide, choosing to switch Ferdinand and Ramos round. Of course, Ramos will be playing it right back in the formation that he's playing now, so not too sure what went on there. But either way, Dr. Arjano still in the lead here, but Nicholas growing into this game. Dr. Arjano go for the pace of Messi over the strength of R9 to try and find a second goal here on the counter. I feel that must be the reason for the switch, but Nicholas with an opportunity here. Van der Sar, his height, his strength, always going to be an absolute threat from corners when defending.
Yeah, that's why we see so many corners played either to the back post outside the box or played short, because the goalkeeper is moved to the middle of the penalty area.
Lots of room.
Look at where Van der Sar was, already at the far post.
And Dr. Arjano, we've seen him do it in the previous game. He reads it so well of where they're going.
Yeah.
He reads it every single time, but then you have to think into it. Do you double bluff and go the other side of the corner, all the way to the back post? Van der Sar, that big fella at the back, in between the sticks, getting in the way once again. Dr. Arjano will get rid of this one. And he's played some good FIFA so far. Been very good in the defense. His attacks have looked scary whenever he's got forward. Neymar this time does lose it, though. An opportunity here for Nicholas to get back into this game. He's still one down. Eusebio threatening as always, and Hullet will send this out towards Neymar. A pass into the box will surely be dispatched towards goal. Mbappe, oh, he sold him, an absolute dummy. See you later. Top right corner, he spins and sticks it in with his left. And a great goal from Kylian Mbappe, and a great goal by Nicholas.
A great goal it is, and this is why Nicholas such a tough player to beat in tournament gameplay, because after the first half, not even a single shot. This second half has been all him. The adjustments have worked perfectly for him, and he's right back in the tie. Arjano lacking anything so far in the second half. I was going to say, when he had the ball and had a potential counter opportunity before that goal came in for Nicholas, you're almost needing a goal if you're Arjano, just to stifle the pressure and maybe get in the head of Nicholas. Obviously, you want a goal any time of the game, Chris, but if there's a time to get one, it's when Nicholas is having a great spell of possession, but with no reward in the end. We're all tied up.
Oh, Neymar looking for the Hollywood pass out on this left-hand side. Doesn't find it. Eusebio will get this one away to Neymar for Nicholas now. Just recycling the ball. And Dr. Arjano playing very high up. There's occasions where, you know, we thought his midfield really went missing in his previous game on the stream, and a couple of occasions where he could be suspect to that, but Mbappe is going to nick the ball away down this left-hand side, and will pass it very nicely into Modric's feet. Look at the run coming in from Messi, and that is why he's on the pitch with Dr. Arjano. He feels as if Marcelo maybe just does enough to put him off. Nicholas survives this time around. Dr. Arjano back into the game, you feel a little bit, after the put back by Nicholas. He really has pegged him into his own half, but right now Dr. Arjano getting more off the ball, but not able to do much with it, as Nicholas now on the attack. Eusebio into Ronaldo, CR7 towards the edge of the box, just turning where he can. The drag back comes in, but not able to go there with anything. Dr. Arjano always reads that well, but he hasn't read that well at all. Eusebio, he's got the pass on for Neymar if he wants it. He might have a second stab at it. He hits the post, surely the rebound, and that comes from a mistake from Dr. Arjano, losing the ball in the middle of the park. Oh, he's offside. Didn't even see it come in there. Offside.
Looked all right to me. Linesman had a good look at it, Chris, but
he's had a good look.
You saw Nicholas shake his head as soon as it went in. I wondered whether or not that might be a ironic almost shake of the head because of maybe how fortunate he got with that rebound, or whether or not it was a frustrated head shake because of the offside. But you can see the difference in the second half. At the end of the first, he had 0 shots. He now has 7, outclassing Arjano. So definitely some adjustments to be made now for Dr. Arjano. What does he do? He's brought Van Dijk on. at the back to try and maybe stifle some of the pressure again from Nicholas, maybe try and play into the second leg. Hope that Nicholas will reset his tactics and try and go again, but right now, it is all Nicholas.
Really is the current #1 ranked PlayStation player, showing why in this second half. Didn't so much in the first, or really has been the dominant player here in the second, albeit he hasn't really got much to show for it, though. That's one thing you can point out.
And while we highlight Nicholas's accolades and his ranking, I mean, look at Ahano. He's 15th in the world. You know, he went 3-0 undefeated. He's undefeated so far at this tournament here in London. So as much as we praise Nicholas, Ahano's certainly on fine form, and it is still 1-1.
Oh, it's a cracking ball in by Mbappe. Fortunately, it looks like not going to be one, although there is there, sorry, to clean things up. And once again, Nicholas will get an attack. Look at the run in the middle from Cristiano Ronaldo, and Eusebio not able to quite make that pass. Once again, Dr. Ahano in possession, looking for those fast players to get out wide and cause problems from there. He likes a cross in. Ronaldo through the middle this time. Eventually finds his way on the Messi. What a ball that is to Cristiano Ronaldo, and it's a fantastic goal by Dr. Ahano. Very well worked, very well orchestrated. And the pass in to CR7 is dispatched spectacularly. Great goal by Dr. Ahano. The German takes the lead.
A tremendous goal. And I tell you what, I thought he might have gotten a little bit unfortunate when that pass wasn't played inside Marcelo. It was actually played around the outside. I thought that might have been the chance gone, but CR7 just gets there. Sticks it in the back of the net. Tremendous goal for Ahano. And now the German advantage him going into the second leg, arguably. Still 9 minutes plus added time to play in the first leg. Nicholas now has some work to do.
Nicholas follows possession in all his attacks in this second half. Actually, he's going to win the ball, and that's going to be a freebie once again. Just beats the keeper to it. And Nicholas ties things up. 2-2 now, and Eusebio puts that one away, and it comes down to 2 goals where the keepers are beaten to it. Oh, Van der Sar. And that is where you potentially prefer to hear players who potentially faster to get out as a goalkeeper. And in that moment, Van der Sar just cannot get there. Eusebio puts it away into an empty net.
It's unfortunate for Ahano. I feel for him. So many times where you're holding triangle, you're holding wide to bring your keeper out, and he's just not reacted quick enough. And that's an immediate response from Nicholas. And for all Ahano's tremendous work for his goal, Nicholas straight away, just 3 in-game minutes afterwards, responds. And we're all even once again, Chris. This is a tremendous game.
Backwards and forwards between these two. Very, very tight affair. Virgil van Dijk at the back there for Dr. Ahano. Not somebody we see as often as some of the other centre backs.
He actually subbed him on as well. So whether that's, well, I mean, obviously it's an adjustment to try and deal with the attack of Nicholas. Not sure who he intends to mark, whether or not it's a case of trying to mark one of the front men or even an attacking midfielder from Nicholas. I'm not sure who it was that was giving him problems, but either way, he's felt the need to bring on the stronger Van Dijk on.
This is really good football. Modric, edge of the box. A really good passing move from Dr. Ahano. Doesn't come to much. We're in now to extra time in the first leg. That's really good 1-2 football. Neymar free down this right-hand side. Does he pass it inside? No, he doesn't need to. Van der Sar just about gets in the way. A final corner to be played in here.
I think he was banking on Dr. Ahano there, moving to the far stick, expecting maybe a finesse, but in the end stays front post.
Oh, he goes for the spin. Maybe would have hoped for an overhead there. We've seen them go in. Either way, after the first leg, we're all tied up here. Neither player able to be separated. It's very, very close. Which way do you see this going after what we've seen so far? You know, we feel as if Nicholas really was growing into the game as it did go on. Dr. Ahano, you know, for all of the fact that he had a good first half and really not much going on for him in the second, still finds himself very much in this tie at 2 apiece.
It's an interesting phase of the tie between the 2 legs, because now both players get a chance to talk to their coaches, talking about what's working, what isn't working. And remember the first half of that leg that we just played, Chris, not a single shot in favour of Nicholas. There was barely any territory for him. So Ahano, I don't know what you say to your coach right there. Like, do you bank on Nicholas going for the same strategy? Do you try and instate the adjustments that you made in that first leg as we look at some of the replays from it? I'm not sure, to answer your question. I'm not sure which way we see it going, because as hard as Ahano worked for his goal, the second of this first leg, Nicholas just responded with ease immediately afterwards. So it's a tough one to call, to be honest with you.
Mbappe causing a lot of problems in the air, and you know that jumping stat on him is such a big issue for people to deal with. He's got so many weapons at his disposal. He's got pace, his shot, his heading ability. Fantastic card. It has caused problems for Nicholas here. And we talked about that Cancelo pick coming in, obviously over Ramos, and that might have cost him that first goal potentially. But yeah, it's very hard to separate these two either way. We did see Nicholas come back into it though.
It's the Neymar offside.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
It was about a yard offside, so unfortunate.
There's another goal coming in, but either way, very close to fair. This was a fantastically worked goal by Dr. Hano, and again, you feel with the keeper movement to come out. Van der Sar a little bit slow, and Neymar beats him to it. You say, but still has a lot of work to do to put that header in from there. But 2 goalkeeping mistakes potentially, or do you think it's just one of those things where it's 50-50, try and bring him out?
Yeah, I think it's 50-50. That second Dr. Hano goal where we saw the pass on the outside of Marcelo, upon first viewing, I honestly thought that he wanted to play that ball inside Marcelo because he was facing the other way. But upon second glance, I honestly think that was probably the better chance that he had going around the outside, and it paid dividends in the end. You know, it paid off. So this sets us up for a mouth-watering second leg here, Chris, and a game of tactics. That's why we're just kind of waiting to get into it. Both players done speaking with their coaches now. They're going to make all the tactical changes that they wish to make, and I'm looking forward to seeing how these two have prepared for this second leg, and also how they're going to perform up here. Again, if you're looking at form this tournament, the man on your screen, the German, Dr. Hano, in fine form, yet to lose. Nicholas on the other side, #1 ranked player in the world, but did lose in the Swiss face. So we'll have to see.
Well, they have changed some kits though, so Nicholas is now left to right in the red and blue, and this is going to be a good opportunity for him straight away. And states how he's going to play it. Very attacking there from Nicholas, really well worked. And that's a flash of brilliance from him that we have seen time and time again. As said, Nicholas will be from left to right when we resume with this goal kick. Dr. Hano now in the white, shooting from right to left. 2-2 in this one, Marcel, you can't be losing that there. There's going to be an opportunity here for Nicholas. Dr. Hano playing with fire. He's going to be able to get away with this one, and it will be cleared by Varane, but you cannot offer Nicholas any more opportunity than he can already create himself.
It was taking an eternity for that goal kick, Chris, and I'll tell you why. It's because he doesn't want to give a 50-50 opportunity for Nicholas to win the ball in midfield. He was trying to play it short, and he did so to Marcelo, loses the ball, but that's even more dangerous, in my opinion, than losing a 50-50 in midfield where you let Nicholas build an attack, because I almost saw him concede from that mistake at the back. So you can tell Dr. Hano, following on from that first leg, very wary of losing the ball and giving Nicholas even a chance to build his attacks, but
he's done it again.
In doing so, like you say, he's done it again, and he's conceding the ball high up the pitch, and that's where Nicholas is also dangerous. So
he's got to stop doing it. Oh, that's a crucial interception from Sergio Ramos there, getting in the way of Neymar, who was putting the afterburners on once again. But now, oh, it's an absolutely fantastically worked chance of Van der Sar. Really good keeper movement from Dr. Hano. Took a gamble and got away with it.
It was a great gamble, and he read Nicholas where he wanted to put that ball, did Hano, and Van der Sar moves the right way. But I'm almost looking to see less finesse shots from players at this tournament. Obviously, finesse shots on this old patch that was released in December, the one we are playing on here in London. Finesse shots very effective, especially with that timed finishing, but not so crucial in the new patch. So maybe you're looking for a few more low drivens.
Oh, that was a good opportunity. You expect R9 to do better there.
And we've seen it in previous knockout and Swiss games here in London, players going for more of those direct shots, those low drivens, and they've been very effective. Maybe if Nicholas, for that clear-cut chance he just had, goes for a more powerful shot, maybe he scores.
Mbappe to Ronaldo, been a very attacking second leg so far.
Referee.
Yeah, you thought you might have pulled that one back. If I was at home, I would be slamming at my desk. and screaming at my screen. Why is the ref not blown for that one? Dr. Ahano will get away with it and get away with an attack here. Hullet, wrong one. He's on the other team. Ronaldo now. Look at the run from Mbappe. We know how much problems he's being causing to players. The pace is going to create an opportunity for Ronaldo again. He's looking for that bottom right corner all the time, Nicholas, but he can't quite find it.
Something has to change here for Ahano.
Yeah, he's getting pinned back.
He is, and it's a siege right now in favour of Nicholas, the man from FC Basel. He is having a great time up there on the stage. He's enjoying a lot of possession, a lot of chances, a lot of passes. He's being allowed to create his attacks, and that just can't happen if you're Dr. Ahano. But similarly, what do you change? I mean, we saw in the last game he brought on Messi at half-time. I'm not sure he has that super sub on his bench.
Potential good opportunity there for Nicholas once again, and you're right, Dr. Ahano needs to change something. It's an absolute onslaught right now, and he can't seem to get out his half. You know, he needs to maybe work on the goal kicks, what he's doing here to try and get it to his players, to try and settle it down, but the pressure Nicholas is putting on him, he really can't get anything going. Hullet is going to see the runners on the right-hand side, chooses not to go for the Hollywood ball over the top.
I mean, he's almost playing very timid up there. You could say sensible by playing it back, but he did have, like you said, men over on the right-hand side. Just very wary of losing possession to Nicholas anywhere on the pitch.
Obviously, he isn't feeling too confident in his defensive ability right now because, I mean, from what we've seen on our screens, Nicholas has been all over him, but yet to find any benefit from it. Hullet now, Dr. Ahano, first legitimate attack for a while, and that is a wayward pass that he will be annoyed at. No reaction in the player cam. Plenty more FIFA to be played here. The second leg, though, a very tight affair. We feel as if Nicholas has absolutely been the best player, but here we go. That's a fantastic move. Out to Messi. Ronaldo free in the middle. Surely he's going to score, but fantastic defending. Does he get it back to R7? Not going to quite happen. It's Mbappe in there, sorry, and this is going to be cleared away. Dr. Ahano hanging on by the skin of his teeth.
He's lost the ball again, and once more Nicholas comes forward.
Oh.
First time will be gathered by Van der Sar, but I just don't know what you change if you're Ahano right here. Nicholas is a man on the upswing.
He's putting so much pressure on him, isn't he? I mean,
it's an onslaught.
You could question maybe stamina coming in the second half if Nicholas doesn't find much from it. You feel like his players have been doing a lot of running. I'm not sure what, obviously, player instructions or tactics he's put on, but it seems like a lot of pressure is coming in from his players. But here we go, Dr. Ahano, good opportunity for an attack here. Mbappe down the left-hand side has found himself a little bit of space. He's done so well to get so far. Sergio Ramos, the hero there, and is going to put it out for a corner. It's going to be a yellow card for Nicholas's Mbappe. Not the end of the world for him. Not somebody who will necessarily be tracking so much.
Better though from Dr. Ahano.
Yeah, 100%.
It bodes well for him. Obviously, that the game is still tied up. He hasn't conceded yet, despite all Nicholas's pressure. There has been a fair few clear-cut chances, and that can't keep happening if you're Dr. Ahano, because one of these shots are going to go in for Nicholas, but it is still tied up. And if he does keep defending like he is, I mean, it's likely Nicholas will break through, but if it stays this way to the end, it only takes one goal, and there is a goal.
And for all the pressure.
Against the run of play.
For all the pressure Nicholas puts in, Dr. Ahano answers back. One cross in. A huge leap from Cristiano Ronaldo. And he's always winning those at the back post against Marcelo. We've seen it time and time again. Nicholas now needs to concentrate. He knows he's been the better player in this game so far, but Dr. Ahano will not care one bit. What counts is the score in the top left corner, and that currently is in the advantage of Dr. Ahano.
Goals win games. I'll tell you what, Chris, that was a goal.
It was a goal. It was. Up there with Michael Owen caught that, mind. That was. I'll let it slide for now, but you do that again, and I don't know if I can let it. Hold it now in the middle of the park. Dr. Ahano on the attack again. But this frees him up a little bit, you know, because, I mean, he can commit more defenders to help him out potentially. We've seen Nicholas's, the onslaught that came in from him. He can put more defenders back there because he has the lead and it helps him on the counter-attack.
What's happened there?
Oh, my God. Nearly sent me flying, that shot.
Who was that with the shot? He just sent himself up into the stratosphere.
At the half in the second leg, Dr. Ahano does now have the lead. 3-2. And I've said very, very much against the run of play. Nicholas has been so good. But it seems as if this weekend that smart spark that we've seen from him just maybe isn't there this weekend. I don't know if it's fatigue. You know, the FIFA season, it's long. It's very, you know, ourselves, we know, traveling event to event. Not so much in Bucharest, mind, but we'll not talk about that. But traveling event to event, you know, it's tiresome. Every weekend you're there playing FIFA, and it's a long day. Maybe, you know, it can get to these players. Fatigue definitely plays a part.
Well, we're going to have to see if the spark is here, Chris. It needs to come out in this second half, this second leg, because if not, he's going home.
Oh, another opportunity. Hanging the ball in the air for Ronaldo. Nicholas survives this time round, but he needs to turn it on very, very quickly, and that's a fantastic ball over to Mbappe. The first touch is not the best, but this one from Ronaldo might be good enough. Neymar now, and oh my God, how has he not scored in this second leg so far? Dr. Ahano is hanging on, and he may be able to counter-attack here. Ronaldo down this right-hand side. Skips past Marcelo, just keeping a hold of the ball. He doesn't need to rush anything in here. He has the lead with only 40 minutes of game time left.
Yeah, very smart from Ahano there not to just force the ball in. He knew he was on the counter-attack, didn't have bodies in the box. There is a foul, though, from Nicholas, so Ahano will keep the ball just outside of Nicholas's penalty area. But yeah, very smart, very mature gameplay there from Ahano.
Oh, he's going for it as well. Not many direct free kicks actually happen. That's actually going to be a deflection and goes out for a corner. A chance here for Dr. Ahano to try and put this game to bed, potentially 4-2 will be a daunting scoreline. Oh. No need for VAR there, that's over the line. Another goal from another header. And Dr. Ahano looking to continue his unbeaten streak here. Nicholas distraught by that one. We know how much pressure he put on in that first half, and he's looked so good. It just cannot get that ball over the line, but I tell you who has then. Dr. Ahano, just
so close. It's a game of inches, but I tell you what, that's more like millimeters. Absolutely crucial that Ahano got that goal. That's going to be a 2-goal cushion, and that's going to invite Nicholas forward. Nicholas needs 2 goals now, Chris, and I tell you what, in this second half, the second leg, Ahano's looked almost more likely to win this tie and put it to bed before we even get in that kind of territory.
It's going to take something special from Nicholas, our current #1 here on the PlayStation side of things. Mbappe, that might be 3. It's a cracking save there by Manuel Neuer to keep Nicholas in this tie. There is still time for him to get back into this one. Look at that, what a save that is. Keeps Dr. Ahano at bay, but Nicholas still has time here. The cross in once again. The keeper's not there, but a well-defended cross. Ramos was there to head it away. Nicholas now on the attack and needs to start sending men forward. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some substitutions or a formation change coming in very shortly. Just playing his game. We know he's had a lot of moments where he could have scored in this game so far. See if he can create more here. Neymar, edge of the box to Hullet. Oh, looking for Neymar again, who was open after Modric committed, but he committed and won the ball. Dr. Ahano now a chance to counter, but slows it down, and that's all he needs to do. Doesn't need to rush this out.
I think you're right, Chris. I think he needs a formation change, some substitutions. Something has to change, because for all his great work in the first half, didn't get a goal from it, and second half it's been real slim pickings for him, and defensively looks a little bit frail, so something has to change.
Oh, this is an opportunity. Mbappe finally puts one away. It's one of the harder ones Nicholas has had to try and score, but he does score it this time round. It's only 1 goal difference. Trying to get back into this tie. The current #1 PlayStation player in the world. Nicholas is getting back into this game.
I'm glad he pauses it too, Chris, because right as I say it, something has to change. He scores a goal. Nothing changed, but he's going to change something now.
Still a goal behind though. Change has to be made by somebody. Here we go, replay of the goal. Mbappe on his right. Doesn't need much time, and Van der Sar cannot get there this time round.
That's when those finesses on the old patch are so clinical, because with that first touch, it's Vieira coming off here for Nicholas, I believe it was, and with that first touch, I mean, it sets it up so nicely for the finesse. Ahano doesn't even have a chance to get his keeper across. It's going to be Kante on for Vieira, certainly a slightly more attacking option, maybe some withered legs in midfield there from Patrick. So he's going to be subbed off.
Mbappe again down this left-hand side, trying to create with him. Looks for the drag back to Hullet. This is really well worked by Nicholas once again. That clearance isn't that great. Eusebio looking to flick it over the head of the defender, but he just about gets there in front of him. Mbappe now will get this one away for Dr. Rahano, who you feel will maybe be looking for another goal, but he's managed to just find a player on the opposition team. Neymar now stretching his legs down this right-hand side, back inside, Eusebio! So close to being all tied up.
A wry smile on Nicholas's face after that one. There's been about 3 or 4 different shots in this second leg alone for Nicholas that have just been dragged wide. And the momentum swings in this tie have been back and forth, back and forth. I mean, Dr. Rahano in the first leg had a good spell, then it was Nicholas, and then all of a sudden in the second leg it's been Dr. Rahano with most of possession and chances, and now we see Nicholas start to come back as he was doing so in the first half of this second leg, and he still needs a goal. It's still 4-3 to Rahano.
Hullet in the middle of the park, trying to orchestrate where he can. Ronaldo out wide. Can cross the ball, Cristiano Ronaldo goes for it, but Fernandes there. Ronaldo trying to win it again, but Sergio Ramos there to clear, and Hullet just easing things up. It's going to be throw-in. Dr. Rahano's half here, needs to get rid of it properly. That's going to be a header back by Neymar. He's been put under a lot of pressure here, but Nicholas needs to. Look how many men forward he has. Needs a goal in these next 13 in-game minutes. Just needs to keep a hold of it. One more goal would do Dr. Rahano the world of good in this tie. And he might have an opportunity here. A lot of space opening up. Nicholas has to put resources forward here. That's the problem. He needs a goal. And that might open up opportunities here for Dr. Rahano to get another one to his tally.
I thought that throw in right back in Rahano's own half would have been crucial for Nicholas to get back into this game, but Rahano still has the ball from that throw in, so he's played the pressure out of his own half, pinned Nicholas right the way back.
Oh dear.
That's a bit of a mistake. That's going to give Nicholas an opportunity or two to get himself an equaliser. Will he pull the trigger?
Hullet. And for Eusebio, back to Hullet, building his play up here. Nicholas Ronaldo, the drag back, looking for something. Is he going to be able to find space? That's what he needs. Can't quite get it. Mbappe will carry this one away here for Dr. Rahano. Just get it away from your box, you feel. Out now to Ronaldo. We see Dr. Rahano. He's good at playing the clock down. May have an opportunity here. Ronaldo just about outstrengthened by Maldini, and a quick pass forward from Nicholas. 4 in-game minutes to find a goal. We've seen him do it in the last minute before. Remember the last time we were in London here, Harry, ourselves? A very, very close game, and he will find goals. He will find opportunities at the end of games. But is he going to be afforded that one? Oh my God, look at Kylian Mbappe here for Dr. Rahano. This could be the nail in the coffin. No! So close, and that would have been it. Nicholas doesn't have long. He needs one goal.
One chance if he wins this header, which he does, is all he has.
He plays the ball through to Neymar. Nicholas on the outside with Neymar, looking for the cross in, and it's well defended by Varane, and that might be it.
Run down the entire clock, Dr. Rahano. Number 15 in the world here, Chris. About to put to bed number 1. Dr. Rahano, well played, my friend.
It will be a huge victory. The time is ticking down on Nicholas's tournament here at the LQE in London, and it's over. The number 1 seed is out. Dr. Rahano through to the PlayStation final. Commiserations to Nicholas, who, you know, he played his game well, just couldn't finish the chances. Very disappointed. But Dr. Rahano, clinical when he needed to be. Unbeaten so far this weekend. And looking so good going into that final.
And that was the difference, Chris. The clinicality of the German beats Nicholas. And you just think some of those chances that Nicholas had, I mean, so many, I think 3 or 4 shots in the first half of that second leg, dragged wide. And it would have been potentially a three-peat. It would have been his 3rd PS4 final in a row that Nicholas would have started, but instead, Dr. Rahano plays spoiler, comes out with the win.
An experienced player, playing his game so well.
throughout this whole tie against Nicholas. And it was a really, really interesting matchup, wasn't it? I mean, we've seen Nicholas have a slow start to the game, yes, but he really grew into it as it did go on. And you feel bad for him because there was so many opportunities that he had early in that first half, in the second leg, where he looked like he could have potentially got a couple of goals, but just couldn't quite get them in the end. Dr. Ahano will go through to that PlayStation Grand Final. Boys at the desk, what do you think of that game?
Listen, gentlemen, beautiful work from Chris Tunn and Wonderboy up there. And talking about that, Nicholas would have been the third PS4 final in a row. Unfortunately, not to be, losing 4-3 on aggregate over 2 legs against Dr. Ahano. And he's finally done it. You said this is the point where the car stops, but he had enough gas in the tank and he is going through to the PS4 final. What do you make of that? Are you eating your words, Dan Gaskin?
The Iceman went into the doctor's office and he was diagnosed with a little bit of frostbite. I think not going to be able to continue his fine form. Dr. Ahano, I mean, an incredible performance from him. A couple of back post headers, but he's found a spot in the meta where he can get a couple of those goals, and he punished Nicholas in those scenarios. Nicholas was unfortunate in certain places, but just an exemplary performance from Dr. Ahano, really, all over the pitch.
Yeah, and I don't want to dwell on it, but did storm off from the set, Nicholas. He just, for whatever reason, it hasn't clicked this weekend, and he wasn't in the form that we saw back in January, so something just hasn't quite worked out for him this weekend.
No, I think this year's just been different for Nicholas. I remember last year no one could get near Nicholas or touch him at all, and this year we saw him respect quite a few other pros, saying, okay, Fifilza was a Brazilian professional, and PlayStation said, you know, he's actually very good. Then we've seen him stopped a few times at events, and then we've just seen Dr. Ahano pull out a result there, and you just saw how Dr. Ahano was just like, wow, what have I just done? You've just taken down one of the best players on PlayStation, and it's anyone's now. It's anyone's to win on this PlayStation side.
Dr. Ahano has played at such a high level this weekend, and I'm sure you agree at home. Don't forget to tweet us at Gfinity using the hashtag Gfinity FIFA. Let us know, can Dr. Ahano do it? Can he get to the cross-console final and take on the best of the Xbox? But listen, we're looking at the replay here. What gave him the edge? What was the difference?
As I said, it was exposing these back post headers. He was seeing Cristiano Ronaldo coming in. He was exposing the height of Marcelo at left back. It has been a pain for quite a lot of players throughout this tournament and last weekend as well, Marcelo at left back.
Just the height disadvantage?
Yeah, he's just not tall enough, unfortunately. I think he's just 5'9", maybe 5'10" at a push, but he's not going to be competing with Team of the Year Cristiano Ronaldo.
I've always struggled with it. I'm 5'10" and a bit, and a smidgen.
You often go up against Cristiano Ronaldo with heading in the back post, do you?
Yeah. And I struggle with it. But
honest,
in other ways,
Chris Trout at the back post. I've seen that guy leave.
Yeah.
Unreal.
But other times, it's brilliant. And like sometimes staying at hotels, doing this job, and I'll be in a single bed, and that is where I get the advantage.
Yeah, it always helps. At least you can dwell on the positives. That's what matters. But look at the possession as well. That's going to be a big difference in that game. 57% in favour of Dr. Ahano.
But 21 shots from Nicholas.
You just see obviously the shot efficiency as well, taking your chances.
Exactly. A lot of those shots are going to were from outside the box. They were finesse shots. They were just as soon as he saw the target, he was having a pop, which is fine, but it doesn't tell the whole story. I think if you watch that game, you can say that it was a very close game, but ultimately Dr. Ahano, he deserved his victory.
Yeah, so what happens for Nicholas now? Where do you go from this? And you dwell on it, you picked up some points, Global Series ranking points, so, you know, not all bad, but you would have liked to have got more.
He's still top. He's still going to be top. He'll leave with a few hundred points at least, to stay at the top of those PlayStation rankings. He'll be thinking, right, where am I next? What am I next qualified for? But it's one of those. It's such a long season this year. Yeah. People get stopped. People learn of how other people play, and you have to just constantly refresh how you're playing. And that's why I'm so surprised a player like Tex can just, every event, just still surprise people and still do so well.
I think that's the thing. Nicholas just take a page out of Tex's book. Tex did finish in the console semi-final twice, but he's back again. He's performing well. He's just turned up event after event after event. And Nicholas can do that. It was somewhat ironic to see him storm off the stage a bit against, of all people, Dr. Ahano, after what we saw last year.
Yep.
But, you know, at the same time, you're always going to be having emotions when you're playing FIFA, and he doesn't want to show them. Just get off the stage, don't show your face to camera, and he can go and cry or whatever he wants to do backstage.
OK, fair enough.
Hopefully not cry too much.
Yeah, not dwell on it too much there. We're in the analyst desk area right now. We're going to be passing over to the LVP sofa area with Lottie, the lounge area. But before that, what does Dr. Ahano take from this, and what does he go through? He knows he'll be taking on Pena, PSV Pena, so what can be expected from this?
I think the way that Dan mentioned it, this is a great opportunity for Dr. Ahano to go the furthest he ever has at an event for a while. He's been involved in competitive FIFA for years. He's one of the older players in there, and if he can beat Nicholas, why not go the full way and beat Stefano Pena in that console final, which is going to be an amazing final.
Yeah, and 9-0 in that first leg of that semi-final, Pena versus Ajit Power. But the style of play, Dr. Ahano versus PSV Pena, is there a contrast in their styles that we can look out for?
I mean, Dr. Ahano is certainly going to be trying to play a bit more possession-based football against Pena, and I think we might get a closer scoreline, maybe a 1-1, 2-1. It will come down to who can get maybe that lucky break or who finds that back post header. Or maybe it's just going to be one of those through balls that you often see players just trying to get behind the men. And it's going to be a really close encounter. It's certainly a really exciting one, so I'm excited for it as well.
Normally, I would leave you at this point. I'd say thank you very much, guys. But I'm not leaving you, and I'm not leaving you. You're going to leave us, because over at the LVP Lounge, it is all going on. What's going on, Lottie?
Thank you so much, Tom. It really is going on. And Kyle, it's nice that I have you over here in Lottie's Lounge, because I know you've been referring it to back in Bucharest. Kyle's cool-down corner or whatever?
Yeah. That's the proper professional one.
No,
yeah.
no.
We don't have sofas, though, or a table.
Exactly. I mean, look at this. It's incredible. No? But do you know what is incredible? The fact that I've got our winning man right now with me. Dr. Ahano, congratulations. Incredible stuff. Mike Labelle, you're sat next to this champion as well. I mean, you're going to go on now into the competition. It's going to get harder and harder. But let's just quickly talk about that game versus Nicholas. We did see he seemed a little bit salty towards the end there. I mean, it was a difficult game for him. How did you feel you played, though?
I think in the first half of the first game I played very good, and then he changed the formation, and afterwards I struggled a bit because his pressing was amazing. He created a lot of chances, but the goalkeeper movement also was on point in my opinion. And yeah, at the end I was not able to play my ball possession, and in the last 10 minutes of course I have to hold the ball to bring the win over the time, and I think he was a bit salty about it. I can understand him. Yeah, he was able to win the game, but at the end I won the game, so for me it's perfect to play the final later against Pena.
100%. Now, obviously, we did see the stats there as well earlier, and we saw that Nicholas had 21 shots on goal. I mean, that's pretty outstanding considering he lost. But, I mean, now going forward, like I said before, the competition is getting harder and harder, and we're whittling it down to those individuals who really deserve to be at the top, like yourself. How are you going to stop those goals from coming at your goalkeeper? I mean, sometimes they're going to go in, man. We've got the best of the best there, but how are you going to stop that in the midfield?
I made a lot of mistakes against Nicholas in build-up, so I have to stop it, because if you lose the ball after build-up, you get into a counter-attack. And I think if I stop it, like in the first half of the first game, then I'm able to defend very well, because in the first half he had 0 shots, and so I have to aim to play a half like this, and then I think I'm able to beat Pena.
And you've also matched up against Stefano twice. Prior to this next matchup, and both those went in his favor. Do you change anything going forward in terms of some of your tactics beforehand and some of your tactics today?
I think the 2 games against him were very equal, and I think I will stick to my tactics, try to play my best FIFA to get the 850 points, because if I get them, then I have 1,700 points or something, so that would be for sure the qualification for the FIFA eWorld Cup. So I have to win the final. It would be the perfect weekend for me if I am able to win it.
I'm telling you, my man's got superpowers with the beard. He grew out the beard. This is the first time I've seen him with this. I can't even grow this. It's not possible for me.
Dr. Ahano is hiding hidden tactics in that beard, and I'm loving it. Mike, of course, another thing you were loving is some key moments from that game, and I believe you're going to break it down for us, sir.
Absolutely. Let's talk about it. I feel like you did a really good job with a lot of your possession play, and then, of course, the crossing. And that's part of having a tactic. And you're always aiming for those back post crosses, which we're going to see some examples on screen, where you just have good matchups. Where anytime you see Marcelo, basically, at this point, you aim for that back post, and you want to see if Marcelo is going to potentially win those types of headers, if he's going to be able to go up against the Cristiano Ronaldos of the world. And in this example, it can't happen. Can't happen. Right when you saw that, I know that you were like, I'm whipping in across.
I have to give credits to my coach, Paris, because he told me to play with Cristiano Ronaldo over the right side because Marcelo is there. Then I changed my tactics for the second game. So I aimed for crosses because he was pressing very good. I tried to go for crosses, and then you can see here Mbappe with the cross, and Cristiano Ronaldo wins the header, and a typical FIFA 19 crossing goal from Cristiano.
Now, before that you actually were going to face Nicholas, what do you, the Iceman, everyone's talking about him, one of the best players, How do you prepare? What do you think? Do you just go in there thinking, I'm going to play my own game? Or is there any like doubt in your mind or anything? Or do you just think, I can win this?
Yeah, of course I can win this. I mean, I'm also a top player in my opinion, so changing tactics because you're playing against one of the best is not the correct way in my opinion. But at the end, in the second game, I had to change my tactics. As I told you before, he was pressing very good, so it was a changing formation against him because of the situation. So I think tactically wise, my coach did a perfect job.
Yeah, I thought you did an excellent job switching the pitch multiple times. Sometimes trying to line up that cross or get the right matchup. And we overlook that sometimes when we're watching. Like, why is he switching it back and forth? Why does he keep doing that? And it's like you're looking for those angles. You're trying to find that space. And then you want to make sure that you get the timing and the rhythm lined up. Because in FIFA, it's crucial for when you're attacking to have everything all aligned in one package in order to score those goals and create opportunities.
That's right, yes.
Absolutely, gentlemen. Let's take a look at the bracket now because thanks to your win, sir, we have updated it yet again. So let's have a quick look at this. As you can see, you're going to be facing Pena next. Now, I want to ask you, Dr. Ahano, how do you feel about facing Pena? He had a difficult day yesterday, but he is back with vengeance today, and he's looking pretty good at the moment. How do you feel?
I have to admit that I like to play against him because he also tries to play football, and he also plays with a lot of ball possession. So it is a lot of fun to play against him, so I will enjoy the game and try my best to win the final.
Amazing stuff, sir. Well, congratulations and thank you so much for joining us here in Lottie's Lounge. I'm going to say it, Carl, one more time.
Kyle's cool down corner.
Yeah.
Do you feel cool? Do you like your cooling down?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
It's because I'm here. It's 'cause it's
You can't do that to him. It's not fair. He feels the pressure. It's okay. Lottie's Lounge is better, right? Don't worry about it. Guys, we are going to be back very, very shortly. We've got some exciting matches coming up for you. Next up, we have on the Xbox, Zidane versus Dax. We've got all the action coming your way for the rest of your Sunday evening. Don't miss it. We'll be back in a few.
Jugamos a modo supervivencia. Cuando marcas un gol, te quitan a un jugador. Fútbol champán, ¿eh? Segundo. Corazón de gas, claro. Hemos perdido a Modric, pieza fundamental, ¿eh? ¡Qué balón!
Este no falla, ¿eh? Este no falla. Golazo.
A ver qué jugador perdemos ahora.
Ah, Sergio.
El capitano.
¡Hola, hola, hola! No querían perder un jugador.
¡Tómala! No, está por hold. Ah, no. Están con miedo.
¡Uy, qué Pikachu! ¡Pikachu! ¡Chop, chop! ¡Vamos!
¡Vamos!
¡Qué buena, tío!
Eso era calentamiento. Ahora jugamos de verdad.
Final de la Champions. Ahí vamos otra vez.
Vamos a la revancha, ¿eh?
Venga. Jugador a seguir, Gareth.
Cuidado con Gareth.
Ahí la tienes, mételo. Odriozola, mételo.
Golazo de Odrio, ¿eh? Mira, la cámara.
Y mira,
Oye, ¿tú estás conmigo o qué?
¡Métela!
¡Grande, tío!
¡Llega! ¡Métela! ¡Sí! ¡Vamos! ¡Cuidado, ¡Mételo! ¡Ay, qué golazo!
No lo voy ni a celebrar, te lo digo.
Que sí, que sí.
El hombre a seguir. Gareth Bale.
Nos ha durado la alegría.
5 segundos.
¡Vamos!
¡Vamos!
Campeones de la Champions. Vamos,
No comen.
¡Sí, vamos!
Well, here we are at the Gfinity Arena in London, Fulham Broadway to be precise, in the GPS. It's FIFA 19. It's the Global Series qualifiers, and this is the LQE, and we have been and are being treated to some amazing FIFA. We just witnessed the second semi-final between Nicholas and Dr. Ahano. Nicholas was looking to make it the third PS4 final in a row, but unfortunately, Dr. Ahano, the man, the legend, the myth, well, he didn't need to storm out because he had a storming performance on the pitch and got a 4-3 two-leg win. So he goes on through to the final. He'll be taking on PSV Pena. Epic scenes, but we now move on to the Xbox. And joining me at the analyst desk is the one and only Mr. Wonderboy and Carl Walker, fresh from that area over there, which we're still undecided about the name, but I don't want to dwell on it. Do you know?
Kyle's Cool Down Corner.
Perfect. There it is then. Kyle's Cool Down Corner. Gentlemen, and Wonderboy, welcome back. You're a fantastic casting in terms of that match. I had to scratch my head just to try and get in the zone for this because we move into the Xbox and we're about to watch PSG Dax take on Zidane. And this is where it's crunch time. It really is. PSG Dax, luckily, doesn't have to take on F2 Tex and to try and get to that final. He's taking on Zidane, who's had a mixed bag. He got off to a bad start in the Swiss format, lost to Marcus Gomes, but then beat Sakul, Hazard Heath, and Black Arrow. And then today took on Black Arrow again, got that 6-3 win. What have you made of his competition so far?
Very solid. Very solid competition so far when you consider Zidane coming in just with 108 Global Series points here in London to this LQE, 148th in the world, comes in and makes it to the semi-final. He's obviously going to be improving his standings after his performance here alone, but he goes up against Dax, who, as we've said before, has been a nearly man, if you will. He's had competition wins in the past, but so far in FIFA 19 has struggled to really get past the semi-finals, the finals of the Xbox side. He's a man who really should be up there at the top of the leaderboards on the Xbox side, but instead finds himself almost on the outside of the top 10. He's 9th, but again, the performance here in London will be...
Zidane is loved. When you just look at the Twitch stream that we're currently on, he is loved. People are like, vamos, let's go, let's have this. He's well supported, so everyone in Spain, in España, you know, welcome to this stream. We're loving it, he's well supported. Can he do it? Has he got enough, do you reckon, in the locker to take on someone like PSG Dax?
It's going to be a big ask, I definitely think, because I think with PSG Dax, he's been so consistent and good over the past few tournaments that we've seen him in. He's done well, and that's the interesting thing is, can Zidane overcome this? We've seen one upset, I'm not going to lie. I didn't think Dr. Arno was going to beat Nicholas in that last game there, so maybe this could be another upset over on the Xbox.
Yeah, you can't rest on your current form or things you've done in previous competition because it's about now. You've got 2 legs, you've got to deliver. PSG Dax undefeated. Earlier on today in the quarterfinals, he beat Fabio Donoso 4-3, but before that, Black Arrow, Senna, Megabit, some of the people he's already beaten. And that will give him confidence knowing that, say, Megabit beats F2 Tex. Hey, I've already beaten Megabit. I've got your number.
I think that gives him confidence, but I also think the fact that he's not out in the round of 16 like he was in Bucharest last weekend is also going to give him confidence. He knows he's not repeated the poor performance he had last weekend. He knows he's already improved upon that. Of course, he did play against Nicholas Razak there, and it was a very close game, 5-4 in the end across the 2 legs. So he's, again, improved on his placing from last weekend. He wants to make it to that final, though. He wants to start making waves in the FIFA 19 Global Series, and the way to do that is to beat the #1 man in Tex, even if Tex gets there. So he wants to try and sweep aside Zidane here, and Zidane's going to try and make his fans at home proud. Obviously, has the entire Spanish community behind him, and it's going to be a mouth-watering game, I think. I think these two really complement each other well. The playstyles could lead to an interesting matchup right
Indeed. France versus Spain. Allez or vamos? It's up to you. Guys, don't forget to tweet us at Gfinity, hashtag Gfinity FIFA. I'm not going to get their predictions because I feel like it's just putting people on the spot. It doesn't matter because the proof is in the pudding. Let's go to the casters right now. Mr. Dan Gaskin and Ansett, what do you reckon for this match?
I don't know. To be honest with you, Tom's getting into Super Bowl mode by the sounds of it early on. He's been standing too close to Mike LaBelle for a little bit, but it's certainly an exciting game. That's one thing that we can guarantee. Obviously, the Xbox semi-final here, we have Dax taking it on Zidane, and they're rating the winner of Tex versus Megabit as well, which is another huge game, of course, we've got to bring to you today. What are your thoughts on this one, Dan? Because we have 2 national champions here, one from France and one from Spain, 2 big national icons in their FIFA communities. How do you see this one turning out?
Some would argue this is a somewhat easier side of the bracket when you're looking at Megabit and you're looking at Tex on the other side, but you only have to beat what's in front of you. Dax came into this as the 3rd seed on the Xbox side of things, also one of the favorites in the tournament. He should be expecting to get to this final. It's Zidane who is going to be going up against one of the best players in this tournament. So he's going to be the one under the pressure, but at the same time, Dax is just going to be thinking, this could be that tournament. The tournament I finally do progress to those finals. I get that chance at a cross-console final. We know he has it in him. He's capable of doing so, but he's fallen short tournament after tournament But maybe this is the one.
I think this will be the one. I've just got a funny feeling, you know, when you just come into tournaments and you look at recent placements and look at the games that certain players have had and where and how they've fallen in tournaments. Dax has been really unlucky in a lot of situations. It's been last-minute goals. It's been last-minute, you know, things that have knocked him out of tournaments against such big names as well. It's not like he's been knocked out by nobodies in these tournaments or it's been an upset. They have been some of the biggest names in the community, and I just feel like with every round that Dax gets through here, he gets closer and closer to that end goal, which is, of course, picking up that big, beautiful novelty check.
And they've been such close games as well. It's not like he's just been brisked aside comfortably. Instead, it's been a goal in it that has come maybe late on in the game as well. And I think that's why we're seeing him in this tournament just press on. When he does have a couple of goals lead, he looks for that third goal, looks for that fourth goal, tries to do what Tex does when Tex is absolutely dominating a game. And I think that's what's made him get even further in this tournament, and that's why he has been progressing well. I've been very impressed with him. He is one of those possession-based players. He's got third highest percent possession in the tournament with 53% across an average of all of his games at this tournament. So you can expect him to be holding the ball, but Zidane might be aware of that. And Zidane can go one of two ways. He can either say, I'm going to allow him to have that possession, I'm going to absorb a little bit of pressure, and then I'm going to start hitting him on the counter-attack. Or you can press up the pitch, and you can try and take the ball high up the pitch, win it off him, stop that possession game, and put him under the cosh.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. On the other side, obviously, going up against Dax is Zidane. I know that he's got a huge following at home back in Spain, and everyone is going to be putting Vamos in the chat and really encouraging their man to perform well here and find his way into a huge game of either taking on F2 Tex or taking it on Megabit in that Xbox final. So a lot on the line for him, really representing a nation here, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he brings to the table as we are about to get into our first leg here.
Well, one thing that Zidane does bring to the table is goals. He has the second highest amount of goals scored on the Xbox side of things with 28 scored. A conversion rate of 37% shots to goal ratio as well. He knows how to put that ball into the back of the net.
One very interesting thing I've just seen here tactically from PSG's Dax, using the Team of the Year foot item, Luka Modric at right cam. Usually you see one of the paciest players, you know, Mbappe, Eusebio, for example, out there, Neymar, but he's actually playing Luka Modric out there, and with such all-rounded stats, I find that very interesting. It means he's going to be able to offer him not only things going forward, but going backwards as well. He's going to be able to win that ball back.
It is an interesting one because that right cam position, of course, contests left back, which is where we see a lot of the headers happen. And Luka Modric, is he going to win a header? That remains to be seen. However, in-game, of course, you've got dynamic tactics. Maybe things can be switched around a little bit, and we might see Modric just drift into the middle. Speaking of the middle, it's the main man, R9, who is just going to be trying to play this ball around on the outside of the box.
So then Dax teasing away, and Zidane almost manages to slide the ball through there into the feet of N'Golo Kante, but Dax doing what Dax does now, taking his time, being patient, just waiting for that little opening, and there it is. Mbappe strikes it, and Dax is straight into the lead. 1-0, he finds the killer pass, and Kylian Mbappe finds a killer finish too.
And Dax was looking for it, he was searching, he was waiting for that man just to make the run. It was pass after pass after pass. He wasn't taking one of those shots from outside the box. He knew he had Zidane on the back rope. Zidane was just constantly pressing and pressing, trying to get close to the ball. And Dax was like, oh, this is going to play perfectly into my game. He's got the Luka Modric. He has the chance to just kind of play around with it on the outside of the box and make those passes. And this is the perfect start for Dax. But as I said, he does need to press on. When he sat on small leads, that's when he suffered at most recent tournaments.
So then it's the first real time that we've seen Zidane, with the ball at the start of this game. Dax did a great job of controlling the pace at the start of this game and making the most of his opportunity to go forward. And it's going to be Marcelo who actually manages to nip in there and make an interception, but good pressure here coming in from Zidane. He wins the ball back almost immediately, and Dax almost makes a little mistake at the back now. Switches the ball now out to Sergio Ramos, and look at the space that there was in behind momentarily. But Dax, again, playing the way that he feels comfortable, just building this attack. And now he comes forward as N'Golo Kante is on the ball.
And we talk about pressure, and we say that Dax is probably maybe slightly feeling the pressure because he is expected to win these games because he is higher in the Global Series rankings, etc., yada, yada. But at the same time, Zidane, this is his first big tournament. This is his first real chance to get himself high up those leaderboards with those Global Series ranking points. So that adds pressure to itself.
Well, De Gea comes out and gets a good hand on that one. It was tremendous pace and strength from Kylian Mbappe to keep Raphael Varane off of the ball there as that ball was played in behind. Well defended, though, by Dax. Neymar wins it back for Zidane again, and not for the first time in this game. We've seen a little bit of a lazy pass from Dax, but doesn't cost him this time. He will win possession back, and now he comes forward again. Neymar to Modric, and Kante comes to join the attack as well.
And look how Zidane is trying to defend against these balls. He keeps switching to those fullbacks because he sees Mbappe making those runs. That's one thing that the Team of the Year foot item does extremely well, is how he positions himself in the runs that he makes off the ball. He almost does half the work for you. As long as you see the pass and play that pass, he's going to be in the right position at the right time, and that is something fantastic to add to your team.
So the game has kind of slowed down a little bit here after the early action, after Dax got into the lead with that goal from Kylian Mbappe. Now Zidane comes forward once more. A little foul going to be given away. Referee decides to bring the game back there, instead of letting that episode of play just run on a little bit longer. Now Zidane has to build again. Look at the amount of players that Dax has behind the ball, though. But that little ball in behind is going to create a bit of space. And now R9's turning, finds the ball back to Mbappe. Can he find the pass? No. Rio Ferdinand will get there and make that interception.
And you can see both players, they're trying to play this passing game, trying to find that extra pass in the box so they can get that one-on-one situation with the goalkeeper. They're not being able to take shots from outside the box because both of them are playing this kind of formation, the 4-2-3-1. You've got the two CDMs dropping back, but this is the chance when you get those through balls to get on goal. And that is going to be just offside, but you could even see there again, Dax playing pass after pass after pass, just waiting for that right moment, hoping he's going to get that perfect opportunity on goal.
Oh, unfortunately for Zidane, a little bit of a smile on his face there because his centre-back decided to give the ball straight back to Dax via a throw-in. Pass straight out of play. And here comes the Frenchman once more then. Kante into Hullet. Just waiting for that movement in front of him. Never afraid to go backwards here, Dax, but that's another little lazy pass. And look at the space in behind, but what a tackle from Rio Ferdinand there. He committed to that one, Dax, to win the ball back. He had to make the tackle when he did do so.
Usually Dax is more than happy to kind of sit back and say, all right, I'm going to allow you to get into my final third, and that's when I'm going to apply a little bit of pressure. I'm going to have 10 men who are going to drop behind the ball. You're going to find it very hard to actually get a pass off or even a shot. But in those kind of scenarios where he's made a mistake, he knows he needs to apply pressure before things get dirty, before things get a bit nasty in the last third. There's those crosses that are so dangerous.
The ball's falling. Oh, De Gea falls on it, though.
My goodness, there was a fumble in the box, and that could have gone anyway. And Zidane will see that, and he'll see that as an opportunity mark. He knows there's going to be chances.
Well, here is Kylian Mbappe then. Flicks that one in towards Ronaldo, wins the header, times it green. But the pressure from the centre-back made sure that there wasn't too much venom in that header. And the ball just looped fairly comfortably into the hands of David De Gea.
And we saw how Dr. Hano used the height of Ronaldo against Marcelo at the back post effectively when in his win against Nicolas just now. And maybe Zidane has noticed that as well and is trying to implement that into his own game. But PSG Dax is making it very difficult for Zidane to even get in those crossing positions, let alone get into his own half of the pitch.
So Zidane then. One Mbappe loses out to another. Dax comes forward. There's a run in behind the fullback again from Mbappe. Actually changed the angle of his run there. Again, Zidane has defended this quite well, to be fair. Only that one chance early on. One clear-cut chance for Dax. On the other end, Zidane's been a little bit unfortunate just in that final third. Has been in some nice positions, some threatening positions, but just hasn't been able to connect the dots when it comes to finishing off that chance or creating that opportunity to strike a goal.
And Dax really utilising the fullbacks going forward as well. Marcelo very attacking, of course, with his work rates. He's getting him involved on the left because it then allows Mbappe to make space out on the left himself, a little bit further up the pitch.
Ball into R9, Mbappe looking dangerous here. Modric now, great ball. Just couldn't find the finish, though.
Fantastically worked football, though.
It's beautiful to watch.
It really has been a very back-and-forth passing game. The majority of possession has been in favour of Dax, and he, even though he is on drop back and he is defending quite deep, he's using those fullbacks and his left and right wing to really attack Zidane when Zidane's going forward, just right at the halfway line. To say, if you don't beat me at the halfway line, if you can't get that ball past, I'm going to win it very high up the pitch, and I have a chance to hit you with some pass and moves.
The pace that you have on those centre-back foot items as well, the likes of Ferdinand and Varane. See Ferdinand with 80-plus pace, Varane with 90-plus pace. You can afford to play a little bit of a high line, even with the high-pace players you have going forward, because they will make that ground up. It's not going to be like they're just going to streak away and leave you in a 1v1 situation. So Dax understanding that playing a slightly higher line can be of benefit. Here's Hullet then. Kante around the corner now to Neymar. And this is where you'll see Dax start to burst into life. This is where the passes will get a little bit quicker just as he approaches the edge of that 18-yard box. Ramos comes and joins the attack now. Modric doesn't find that pass, and now this is the danger if you're Dax. Getting caught on that counter-attack, but N'Golo Kante doing what he does in real life, and just as the danger was starting to develop, he sniffs it out, wins the ball straight back for the Frenchman.
And Dax is really trying to be unpredictable. There were several times during that attack where Mbappe was so free, acres of space on the left, and Zidane dragged a man across to try and preemptively defend against it, but it didn't work out because Dax said, no, I'm not going to go for the obvious play. I'm going to play it right instead. It didn't work out on this occasion, but I can appreciate what he's trying to do. He's trying to get in the head of Zidane. He's trying to do things a little bit differently, trying to catch him off guard going forward. But he still has that 1-0 lead, but he is still trying to press on. He's looking for that second goal, which is what we know he needs to grab, because in FIFA 19, you are always kind of exposed to these counter-attacks and how easily sometimes it can be for a player to get back into the game from just something as simple as a corner.
Run from Mbappe there, and again, Dax chooses not to use it instead. Maybe looking for the spacing behind created by that run. Pull it now. Uses Kante, Modric playing in that left cam position, like we mentioned. Excuse me, the right cam position. Now Modric with the drag back. Look at this run inside from Hullet. It's beautiful again from Dax. Oh, he is creating a work of art with some of these goals that he is scoring. It's 2-0 now to the Frenchman. And he just painted the most beautiful picture.
And it's just constant passes in the midfield. Twice again, Mbappe's making that run out on the left. Zidane switches over to the right back to stop the run. Dax sees it, goes the other way, plays a couple of 1-2s. Zidane drags one centre-back out of position, and that just allows that run through from Hullet. And now he's got that two-goal cushion that he's been so desperately searching for. And he's been keeping Zidane at bay as well. Zidane hasn't had too many chances on goal. Dax really dominating this game.
Very quick player switching in defence as well from Dax, which just means that he kind of offers up a passing lane and then switches back to the player and cuts it off just as you think that opening is there to find a pass forward. So we're praising some of the beautiful stuff we're seeing from him going forward. Really has been an example of the beautiful game in attack from Dax in this one, but defensively he's been so solid as well.
Here's a fun fact for you.
Hit me.
In this format, so every time that Dax has played in this format, there was a FUT Cup, which was a slightly different format, so we'll pretend that didn't happen just for this statistic. Dax has only ever conceded 12 goals. In this tournament so far, he's conceded 12 goals. So does that mean that he's going to go on to either win and not concede another goal for the rest of this tournament? Who knows?
Okay.
It's looking good at the moment. He wants to make it 3 in a row of just 12 goals conceded at tournaments.
I'm sure you can ask him at the end if he was happy with how many goals he concedes if he picks up that check. I'm sure he won't mind.
I'm sure he won't know how many goals he conceded.
That's also a very good point.
That's my job. That's for me to just analyse. He'll just be more than happy to get a victory each time, I believe.
So then, around 20 minutes left of our first leg here. And it has been the Dax show. And this is what you see sometimes when you are watching PSG's Dax play. It just seems like he's the one in control of the game at all times. You play at his pace. And now, Eusebio is just going to bully that player off the ball. And that's kind of left forward position. Kante now, we know he can hit them. Vieira, though, comes in and wins that ball back. And a 2-goal lead is a dangerous lead, Dan, especially in FIFA 19. Especially with that second leg to come. So if Zidane can find a goal here towards the end of this game, then it starts to ask questions of Dax.
I mean, strangely, you are right. A lot of 2-goal leads have gone amiss. Not just throughout this tournament, but last weekend as well in Bucharest, in previous weekends during FUT Cups and LQEs. It does seem to be one of the most difficult scorelines to defend against because you get put in a strange mindset of, should I be holding the ball and holding possession, or should I be going for that third goal? As there is an offside there to stop Dax going for the third, but I think that's what has made Dax different in this tournament. He has gone for those third goals in comparison to his previous tournaments where he's just decided to kind of play more defensive and try and hold on to a 2-goal lead.
I think he's just continued what puts him into the 2-goal leads. I think it's maybe a case of he was just overcomplicating things at certain times. You know, as you say, trying to just keep possession and instead of going forward and just playing the killer passes when required. He's just kept it simple, kept doing what he's doing, and so far here in London, it has worked.
Can we appreciate what a good job Kante's done in midfield for Dax as well? He's been relentless, just chasing everything, and that is what Kante is putting a team for. His work rates really are incredible, and he does seem to be everywhere on the pitch, just zipping around, kind of just nipping at everyone's heels. And it's made it so difficult for Zidane to go forward.
Lionel Messi then on the pitch here for PSG's Dax, goes round the corner. It's the long way round Laurent Blanc, and it was a very, very long way as Blanc came back in to win that ball. Goal kick here for Zidane. And this might be one of the last chances to potentially go forward for the Spaniard.
I mean, when you're going up against Dax, you probably have to assume that every attack could be your last, because Dax does hold the ball so efficiently, and his possession game is fantastic. But Zidane hasn't been able to get that ball past the halfway line for the majority of this game.
Look at this running behind from R9. Doesn't use him, uses Messi instead. The little fake shot to get the room. Zidane moves his goalkeeper across to keep it at a 2-goal difference between these two players.
And that's maybe the first finesse shot we've seen from outside the box from Dax this game. Just saving it till late on, just testing Zidane, saying, well, do we think he is moving his goalkeeper? Maybe he's not expecting it, because I've been trying to pass it into the box every time. Let's see if he's switched on. Let's just have a little teaser. Thankfully for Zidane, he was switched on. He did see it coming.
And the thing is here, you only feel there's going to be one player who's going to score at the end of this game. And that is going to be the man with a 2-goal lead at the moment. But as I say that, there's a running behind here from Cristiano Ronaldo. Eusebio comes forward for the Spaniard. Cristiano Ronaldo, nice little flick out to Vieira. Mbappe now just about keeps that one inside the touchline. Now here's Ronaldo on the edge of the box. Great tackle from Dax, though. Ferdinand closed down that space expertly. Messi sends it forward, and PSG's Dax at the end of our first leg will have a 2-goal advantage.
And not only has Dax done fantastically to close down so quickly in those situations, but it's also knowing how incredible some of those icon defenders are, that you can lunge in with those tackles, that you can win those tackles if you take the risk. It can be a risk sometimes, because if the player turns and shows their back, you might just draw a foul, and then suddenly that's a free kick in a very dangerous area, especially in the penalty area as well. That's something you don't want to be going down the line. But a very, very strong and commanding game from Dax, exactly the first leg that he needed. For Zidane, I mean, let's be honest, he didn't really do much in that game. He didn't get given the chance to. He was cut off so often at the halfway line. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was a tough first leg for him, and then you can see at the moment his coach having a serious word in his ear, definitely talking tactically. And if I was him, I'd go back and look at players who have had success against Dax. The likes of, you know, there's attacking players. The 4-2-2 has been effective against him. Maybe even the 4-3-3 attacking that we saw Lost in the Waves be successful with in the last two tournaments. Well, the last tournament for sure, obviously, didn't get out with Swiss, unfortunately, this time, but it was a very, very tight game with Stefano Pena that knocked him out. But I think that's the way you have to play. You have to try and make the most of those opportunities. And when you do win that ball back, be able to get it up front quickly. Give yourself attacking options to then take the battle to Dax.
I think you're completely right. Going forward, he has to change something, because he hasn't been able to find the space. He hasn't been able to get down the wings. It's been cut off by the fullbacks. It's been cut off by the CDMs. And it just hasn't allowed the potential for him to actually get any flowing attacking football. Maybe a 4-2-2 will allow that. Suddenly the LAM and the RAM, they've got a little bit more space. They can play 1-2s with the strikers who are actually going to come into things. I just want to see something different from Zidane.
Certainly set up nicely for this second leg. A 2-goal advantage for PSG's Dax is not insurmountable, as we know, for the Spaniard. And I'm sure that everyone at home will be hoping that Zidane can get back into this one early and make a real game of this. We know he's got a big fan, and we thank everybody who's at home at the moment supporting him and showing love for the Spaniard in the chat. So make sure that you send him as many Vamoses as you possibly can. And if you're a Dax fan, of course, we want to see some LAs as well. And I wonder what it's going to turn out. Are we going to say LA, or are we going to say Ramos? Ramos? We might say Ramos at some point, but probably Vamos.
I don't know if we will. Just the way things have been going, Mark, I'm struggling to see where Zidane's going to find those chances. I mean, we do have a big difference in terms of players and where they are in the leaderboards. As Wonderboy said, we do see Dax in the top 10 at the moment. For Zidane, though, this is his first tournament. He's 148th at the moment. Just to put it into a scenario of how big a win this would be for him, he'd go up from 148th all the way to around 32nd to 35th, depending on points elsewhere. But that is a chance to get close to that playoff possibility, Mark. Just one good tournament, and suddenly you have that real chance to shine in front of the biggest stage of them all.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that you've got to keep in mind, certainly for all of these players. It's why they work so hard to qualify for these tournaments, why they put in the hours in the qualifying tournaments to even have the opportunity to play here. It's all about those points and all about that end goal, getting to that FIFA eWorld Cup final. And as you say, playing under the bright lights and on that biggest stage of them all in front of as many people as you could possibly imagine as a FIFA competitor. But one thing that Dax has got to be careful of, I feel, in this second leg is he doesn't take his eye off the ball here, because he knows that he could potentially be going up against F2 Tex or Megabit in this next game. Now, we know that he's struggled a little bit against F2 Tex when they've come up against each other. He's had very, very close games, but you need to get there first. You need to give yourself that opportunity to right those wrongs.
I mean, who hasn't struggled against F2 Tex when they come up against him? Let's be honest, but I don't think that's even going to be in the mind of Dax at the moment. It's just focus on what's in front of him, close out this game, get to that console final. It would be his best finish so far in FIFA 19. It would be an incredible 450 points for him, of course, and then he has the chance to get another 850 Global Series points if he were to win that console final and get to the cross-console final. But focus on what's in front of him now. Keep playing the way he's playing. He's currently holding Zidane at bay. Zidane had the second most goals in the tournament on the Xbox side of things before this game. And Dax has just managed to completely cut out any attacking ability whatsoever. It really has been fantastic.
Yeah, it's been very exciting to watch, of course. F2 Tex taking on Megabit is going to come up pretty soon after this game as well. And that's going to be an interesting game as well, just as we're waiting to get back into this second leg here, because I had a quick word with Tex before, a little bit earlier on in the day, and he was saying he's not a big fan of playing against Megabit. He really struggles against him. He's just one of those players, but also that's what Tex is always like, isn't he? He's always like, oh, I'm not sure if I'm going to win this next game. So that's certainly going to be an exciting one, but let's focus on what we've got in front of us now, and that is, of course, the second leg here of this semi-final. The console final here for the Xbox is what both of these players are playing for a spot in. 2-0, the deficit between the two players, a 2-goal cushion here for Dax. And he's going to win the ball back almost immediately from the kickoff there, so not the strongest of starts here from Zidane.
And Zidane really needed a strong start as well. Struggling so much in the first leg and already giving that ball away is just going to play into the game plan, the master plan of Dax here, of just keeping the ball away from Zidane. That's all he needs to do. He will win the game if he just stops Zidane from attacking, which is what he did so well in the first leg. R9 goes down in the box. But it is a fair foul, says the referee.
Now, I think the 4-2-2's been used here at the start of the game from Zidane. I can see two players up top. You've got R9, you've got CR7. So we'll have to see if that works out for him. Does look for CR7 in the box. He timed the header, but not quite enough power on the cross to find that Portuguese Team of the Year foot iron. And now you see Dax come forward, and he's changing his play up a little bit. That time lofting that ball into Luka Modric, but Laurent Blanc comes in. Wins the ball back here, and it certainly looks like a 4-2-2 to me.
Certainly two strikers, yep. Just trying to change things up a little bit different. Get four players forward. Maybe he has them all four of them on stay forward as well. As Mbappe's made a great run, and this is the kind of chance he wasn't getting in the last game. Instantly, the 4-2-2 has opened up that little bit more space, but again, incredibly well defended by Dax. Just getting up, pressurizing that striker, and choosing to dive in at the right moment.
I think that, to be honest with you, Dax isn't being made to work that hard to defend in these areas. Finally, Mbappe uses a little bit of skill to get around the outside of Marcelo, but Zidane's just kind of showing his back to the player and turning left and right, not showing too much in the form of creativity, but now he's whipping one ball in. Hullit's underneath it, sends it towards goal.
Oh, my God.
First real shot here, to be honest with you, to talk about in nearly 100 minutes of FIFA 19 for the Spaniard, but at least encouraging signs and showing that the change of formation is creating some chances for him.
And that's what he wants to try and do. He wants to just try and make Dax feel less comfortable, because Dax has looked so comfortable in this leg so far that he would be thinking, look, I'm just cruising through to the console final at this point. I'm not even worried. But now Zidane can just plant that little seed of doubt. But Dax can instantly turn that round into a goal of his own. Modric turns!
Oh, wow. De Gea manages to grab it out of the air as well. Fantastic handling. That's one of those shots that you feel is always going to be parried back into a danger area. But De Gea managed to hold on to it, and now that's sprung an attack here for Zidane. Down the right-hand side, Cristiano Ronaldo's there. That's why players are using Ramos in at right back.
This is the problem. You want Mbappe on the left-hand side crossing to Ronaldo on the right-hand side so that Ronaldo's going up against Marcelo. Zidane's done the right thing in switching things up and getting a little bit more space, but if you're going to be crossing it, you've got to do it from the other side. You've got to take advantage of the height of Marcelo. Ramos, that's why he's there. He's going to be winning those headers.
This is a Dr. Arjano. He said he thanked his coach for making that exact decision, saying, play CR7 on that right-hand side, go down the left-hand side, and as you say, take advantage of the height differential between those two players. The reason people are using Ramos at right-back is to stop those headed goals towards the back post. That was a prime example of defensively why he's there.
And in theory, that's a chance that goes missing, realistically, for Zidane. If you had mirrored it to the other side, that's a possibility of a goal. And now it gives Dax another chance going forward. He can get back to his game plan of just playing possession-based football, switching the play when he recognises any sort of pressure on either side of the pitch. Zidane is trying to pressure with 2 players at a time now. He's upped the ante a little bit, up the speed, but Dax is more than comfortable. He is more than happy to just quickly pass, and just making sure he's hitting first-time passes every single time to make sure he gets past 2 of those players. I said past a lot there.
Yeah. Well,
that's past, present, and future.
That's what Dax does. He likes to pass. Zidane then had a much better start, a much brighter start to this second leg, as Cristiano Ronaldo now tries to find the ball back inside to Neymar. But again, getting into these advanced positions, seeming a little devoid of ideas of how he wants to go forward and how he wants to try and create chances.
And I think when you are up against a player who is playing possession-based football and they are just controlling the game and they're stopping you having that many chances, when you do get that one chance, you kind of snap at it because you think, oh, I have to make this count. And then you end up doing something really poor with it in the end. You really just have to stay calm, recognise there is still plenty of time in this game, and still build up for that chance. Zidane's managed to get so many goals already this tournament. He just needs to be focusing on how he was able to achieve those goals.
Here comes Dax then. Already 2 goals to his name on aggregate. Kante gives the ball away, though, to Ronaldo. He's been guilty of that a few times, Dax. And now Mbappe flies down this right-hand side, cuts back inside, tries to find the run of R9. Ferdinand again gets there first, and Dax. Ooh, a little flutter of the heart there from both of us, and a little smile coming in from Zidane as well. He thought that might have been his golden ticket back into this.
But not even a flinch in terms of Dax. He was still stone-cold focused. My fear is we have seen Dax in these situations, when he does have this cushion and when he does just start passing it around and then makes a mistake here or there instead of maybe playing it forward. Against Nicolas Razek, for example. Nicolas Razek, who didn't have his fair share of possession. He was dominated, I think, 70% to 30% last weekend and still was able to get those goals against Dax in the later stages of the game. I feel like a 3rd goal would really kill off this game, but at 2-0, there's always still a chance. Despite the fact Zidane's done very little, there's always that possibility of getting back into it.
Here comes Dax once more, then Vieira will beat Kante to the ball. And now a chance to counter-attack. You can see Dax is trying to manually mark that run off Cristiano Ronaldo. R9 going to use Mbappe. There's space out wide here for Neymar as well when he finds the Brazilian on this left-hand side. Unfortunately, though, he just runs the ball out of play.
And he had kept it in as well.
Inexcusable.
He had kept it in. Well, I don't know if it was a mistake on the right stick. He was trying to do a skill move, perhaps, but either way, he needs to do better going into this second half of the second leg. But look how tight a game that is. Only 2 shots on one side, 1 on the other, and possession very much in favour of Dax, again, as we would expect. And you always ask me, Mark, you say, when is the situation where players need to just switch things up again and go even more attacking? I'd say probably just after half-time, maybe try 10 more minutes with this 4-2-2.
I think you have to cue the pause pretty soon, especially when you're playing against someone like Dax, because the ball might not go out for 30 minutes in game here. So I think you have to cue the pause up probably now, just in case. Obviously, Dax with the ball as well, so it's a tough one. We'll have to keep an eye on when that pause gets queued up and when he does change formation completely, maybe introduce some fresh legs.
But at the same time, if you do queue up your pause up, it does scream to your opponent. It says, this is going to be so dangerous. I need to make a change. I'm scared of my opponent. But Zidane going forward is creating a little bit more. He's starting to get crosses into the box. He's making Dax actually answer something, but he's just put it out from a corner. Simple mistakes again and again from Zidane.
Dax once more then on the attack. And you feel like one more goal in this for the Frenchman would pretty much sum everything up. Pretty much wrap everything up. As Marcelo now comes down this left-hand side. Trying to fight off the attentions there of Mbappe, but Mbappe gets back and makes the tackle. The question is now, can Zidane, when he gets into these advanced positions on the mat, on the pitch, excuse me, can he create something? Can he put it to use? Because he's been pretty ineffectual going forward so far. Looks a little bit devoid of ideas, but it's amazing what a goal can do for you, Dan. If he finds one here, there's always a chance.
And for the majority of the game, it's felt like kind of an adult team against an under-12s team, in that Dax has just really controlled the ball and almost held his hand out and watched a child just run into it and not be able to get close enough to the ball. Because Zidane's just been chasing around Dax the whole pitch, but he is getting corners now, and finally he gets a shot on goal. And that was the chance, the breakaway, to get back into the game. Dax now, with 30 minutes left, is starting to present slightly more opportunities to Zidane by giving the ball away a little bit more than he was originally. Maybe he's starting to get a little bit hot under the collar here as he realizes how close he is to a console final.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not just Zidane who's under pressure here. Look at the space, though, for Dax. Neymar around the corner to Mbappe. We've seen so many goals from this angle. Both of Dax's goals were almost carbon copies of that chance. However, De Gea in behind that one. And now Zidane comes forward again. Half an hour to make something happen here. Half an hour to rally the Spanish troops at home. Get behind his man. As Hullet comes forward once more. Neymar on the edge of the box.
And it is crazy how now Zidane is starting to get a little bit more possession. Dax has just dropped back that even further, it would seem. And he is trying to absorb a little bit of pressure, hoping to cut off Zidane, and he is cutting him off very effectively. But I feel like Dax has had a couple of opportunities to finish this game. In that previous attack, he could have played it out to Mbappe so much earlier, and Mbappe was in acres, but he went back. But now he's going to get these chances. Now Dax sees that Zidane's going forward. He's going to have opportunities to play through balls and get that chance for that third goal.
Well, here is that pause, and you're going to see some changes coming in. We're watching through the point of view of PSG's Dax, so we'll be able to see some of the personnel changes that he is going to be introducing. However, on the other side of things, that's where the real interest is. Because obviously Zidane needs to find goals now. He's 2 down, and he's running out of time here, Dan.
And that's the thing, he doesn't look like someone who has scored 28 goals so far in this tournament. You wonder where he's found those goals, but it's not a discredit to how Zidane's playing, because going forward, we know what a fantastic player he is, but it's just defensively, Dax has been phenomenal. And we look at champions in the previous tournaments, we look at Nicholas and how he played. Defensively, phenomenal. And that was why he was winning tournaments. And if you can just work from the back and you can defend well, naturally you're going to have that possession, naturally you're going to find those chances and get those goals. It's a real shame that Zidane is coming up against someone who is just performing out of their mind in terms of defensive skill.
Dax patiently waiting then for the changes to come in. Three seconds countdown means that we'll be getting straight back into it now. Looks like another pause is actually being queued up here, and it's 4-2-4 now from Zidane. Little tip for everyone at home is maybe looking for a couple of extra wins in Weekend League. Using that player ratings to check what formation your opponent, excuse me, is going to be using, so that you can adjust your tactics and keep an eye on those runs. It's exactly what PSG's Dax is doing, and using all of his experience here. With just over 20 minutes left in this game, it's up to the Spaniard to make something happen.
Yeah, he's more than happy to keep passing backwards. If he doesn't see the perfect opportunity presented, he's going to go back and he's going to reset. Because he doesn't want to give Zidane too much possession. He doesn't want to give Zidane the chance to get back into this game. The throw-in's gone out for Dax there, which is actually the perfect result. Maybe he thought he had given the ball away, and again, even though Zidane is getting in, he's getting a touch, it's still going out in favor of Dax, and that's exactly what he needs. Just to waste more time and get closer to that console final.
Yeah, gonna be some real frustration coming in here from Zidane, but this is what Dax can do. He can break you down not only in game, but mentally. He's so good at just grinding you down. It's mental disintegration, as the Australian cricket captain Steve Waugh used to say. Marcelo now whips the ball into the back post. There might be a chance. It falls to Eusebio. Can Hullet get there? He does. A lifeline here for Zidane. Ruud Hullet comes up with the goods. And for everything that PSG's Dax has done, Zidane has found a way back into this.
And that fireplace has not been burning at all for the entire game, but finally, a slight spark, a little bit of smoke. Maybe that ember can grow into a full flame here for Zidane. He can finally cling on to a little bit of hope to say, I just need one more chance, and I'm back in it. I can take it to extra time. It doesn't matter if I've been played off the park for the last 75 minutes. There's only one goal in it now. Game on.
He needs the ball, though. Has time on his side. You have to feel that he'll get possession at least once, and there it is. Patrick Vieira comes in. Look at the run from CR7. Ronaldo now, out wide to Pele. Might just throw this one into the box, but Messi fresh on the pitch now. Wins the ball back for Dax. And that just means more seconds are going to be ticking off the clock here. And it means there might be one more chance for the Frenchman just to put this game to bed.
We can see how not getting that third goal is hurting Dax now. Because at every attack he's under pressure, but he can put it away! He gets put under pressure, but now, surely, he seals the deal here against Zidane. And you were asking what we were going to be shouting, Mark. There were slight emissions of Vamos, but they've been piped down.
Fantastic stuff from PSG's Dax again, finding that ball into the box, and the finish, waiting for the goalkeeper to move, comes in from Eusebio. As you say, there was a glimmer of hope for Zidane. It was a messy way to get back into things, but everything counts as far as goals are concerned. But that might just be the end of his tournament here in London. I'm sure he's done everyone back at home proud, and he's not giving up. Ball back into the box for Rankisser. Gets an important fluid here, and there might be another couple of chances here. He might be able to get back into this game.
And you wouldn't think
Ronaldo,
it would how the first half.
It's 1-1, there it is, it's Pele! Game on!
But he's just had a little blow onto that fire once again. He saw that it's still there, and he's trying to get as much oxygen to it as possible. And just when Dax thought he had killed it off.
And look at Dax. Look at Dax's reaction.
It's frustration. And again, it means these last 5 minutes are going to be absolute torture for Dax every single time Zidane has the ball.
All right, then. Just as I thought this one was over, I should know better by now. Game of FIFA 19 is not over until that final whistle blows. Can Zidane get that ball back once more? Can he carve out one more opportunity in this game?
And judging from the first 60, 70 minutes, probably you'd say no.
Oh, he's got the ball back.
Judging from these last 15, you've got to feel like there's going to be that one final chance.
Here's Pele then. There's a run from Hullet round the corner. Dax is looking nervy now. Hullet's inside the box. It's CR7. Varane makes the tackle though. Oh my word, what a finish this has been to this game. We're into stoppage time now. And Dax can go straight up the other end and maybe finish this, but blocks wrestling away and wins the ball back. Can Pele get there? No, he can't.
And now
Dax is holding on for dear life here, Dan.
It's just keep ball for Dax. It's very much squeaky bum time, and he hopes that he's not going to give it away one more time. Surely it's enough.
Ball stays in here, and I think that is going to be it. The final whistle goes, and it's LA. PSG, Dax scrapes his way through into the console final. It was a crazy end to a crazy couple of games of FIFA 19, but another step towards becoming a champion for that man on your screen.
And the thing is, you say scrapes because you look at the final scoreline, you look at how that game ended, but Dax absolutely dominated that game for the first 70-odd minutes. But I've said it before, 2-goal leads are such a struggle at times because that one goal just makes you so nervous at the back, and it gave Zidane that little bit of hope. And you can see there a wonderful moment, his coach just giving a little bit of love to Zidane, because it is so hard when you do take a loss like that, when you do come so close. But you've got to give him his credit for how far he's managed to get in his first tournament as well in FIFA 19, getting to a console semi-final. He secures himself 315 Global Series ranking points.
That's going to add on and be a nice total for him. But it's all about Dax finally getting to a console final.
Yeah, Dax has done it. He is in the console final. And of course, he will be taking on the winner of Megabit or F2 Tex. I think that's pretty much it, though, Dan, from us. It was an absolute pleasure, as always, to cast it with you. It got us a little bit nervy towards the end. My heart's still going. And in that case, we'll send it back to the desk. Tom, take it away.
Thank you very much to Onset and Dan Gaskin, because they can relax, rest up, as the players can indeed do. Indeed, PSG Dax getting that 3-2 win. 2-0 in the first leg. I mean, I'll tell you what, Zidane didn't hold back, and the power of the Spanish helped him, pushed him on, but it just wasn't enough.
It wasn't, and it was so, they said up there, one-sided for such a long time in that second half there, the second game. 70 minutes, PSG Dax, unbelievable, great performance. This is what these players need to do more and more. They need to dominate, and they need to make sure that they're seeing it out. But it was just brilliant to watch towards the end, as we can see here.
It was so tense, wasn't it?
Exactly, yes. He was pushing, and he got a few opportunities. He missed that one, and if it would have gone in, that would have completely changed the game a lot earlier on. But what we saw here from PSG Dax was he was just trying to hold out. He was 2-0 up, and he wasn't going to let that go until we saw the ball falls there. And
that's the man you want. The
yeah,
ball
pull
to
it. Definitely, and after that we thought, no, it's not going to happen, is it? And then PSG Dax, he kind of made sure that he doesn't want that to happen. No, 3-1. I'm going to make sure it doesn't happen. But with 10 minutes to go, it did. I thought it was going to happen. We saw that he brought it back, Zidane, to 3-2, and it was a nervy ending, to say the least.
It was a backwards and forwards game, right till the very end, as we see Pele stick it in for Zidane. He had his opportunities, did Zidane. I won't lie, he was very, very dangerous in and around the box. This was the one where I thought it might just squeeze into one of those players waiting in the middle of the box. But
well, when you look at the stats, I want to take your opinion on this and what you see from it, because we've seen more shots in the other semi-final for the PS4, but this, it's a low shooting and low scoring, but look at that, 8 shots, 8 on target. PSG Dax, he's ordered, he's methodical, isn't he?
Two things to read from that, in my opinion. One, the clinical nature of Dax. I mean, 100% shots on target across the 2 legs. The other one, look at the corner kicks from Zidane. That says to me that Dax's goalkeeper movement was on point. He was able to, parry that shot behind his goal more often than not, and it forced Zidane to start thinking about things, how he works the corners, how does he, try and break down Dax. And when the goalkeeper is making so many saves and the opponent is moving the goalkeeper so well, makes you second guess yourself. Like, hey, I have to think of something different. I have to put a shot in a different area of the goal, and then you start second guessing yourself. You start second guessing your opponent, and all of a sudden you're all over the place. And I was impressed by Zidane's movement in and around the box, the way he was working the ball, but I think he started second-guessing himself, unfortunately, for himself and the Spanish community behind him.
Yeah, well, listen, we're talking about the Xbox. We need to know who's going to be in that final. The next match is going to be between F2 Tex, Megabit. I want you to start thinking about that, gentlemen, because right now I want to throw up to that touch screen, because Mike LaBelle, I tell you what, it's a championship Sunday, it's a Super Bowl Sunday. Let's move those chains, Mike LaBelle. I don't know what happened.
Thanks, touchdown, Tom. Deacon, I guess. No, but we're gonna look at the Dax matchup that just happened, and something that Dax has been doing really well this year is his possession play, and he does a wonderful job of recycling. And he's looking for an option overload, and I want to show you an example of what that looks like. So right now, Dax doesn't like what's happening on the pitch, so he's gonna recycle. So when you take the ball back out, and you're looking for new options, new runners, and in this freeze frame, what you're gonna see on screen is 4 different players that are all onside, and they all can start his attack or progress his attack quickly, and you just feel like good things are going to happen. He's doing a really good job finding these overlapping runs in the space once he recycles and has a bunch of options available for him. You guys mentioned he's been very efficient in this tournament. That's why he's progressing, and that's kind of been what's been the holdup for him at the end of games, not necessarily being that efficient. So maybe this will be his breakthrough. Can he get past Tex or Megabit? We're going to find out together, but watch this play develop. He gets a pass inside, overlapping run, Mbappe, bread and butter zone. He's not going to miss from there, and especially not when you're on your game and you're being clinical. But we're sending it back to touchdown Tom and the crew.
1-0. Thank you very much, MLB. They're breaking things down, and that's what he does so well. I do apologise. I'm just going in full Super Bowl mode. And TD, technically stands for a touchdown. We are about to have a juicy touchdown contest between F2 Tex and Megabit. Have you had a little think about what we're going to see and talk about?
I've had a little think.
That's all I want. That's all I want.
Just a little thing.
That's all I want, because the players are getting ready. As you can see, Megabit is getting his coaching involved there. That's Sakul, I think, just behind there as well. We'll go to a break. When we come back, we'll give you the thoughts from Wonderboy, because he is officially ready. Look at Harry with his suit jacket.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, the king of Paris, Neymar.
Faut le voir en vrai, c'est impressionnant. Ça va trop vite. Il est au-dessus du monde.
Ici c'est Paris.
Paris é uma cidade diferente, né? Dá luz, amor, pra mim é uma grande honra, né? Como tá defendendo uma equipe que é de Paris.
Let's go.
Shoot, shoot, shoot is his philosophy. Just look at this tremendous technique.
I had no choice. I had to play with PSG. There is no way I can choose like any other team. I was born here. I grew up here. Paris is in my blood, in my vein, in my heart. I wanted to be a football player, but I was not good enough. Ooh. So I decided to make music, you know?
Sem música, não tem vida.
How spectacular is that?
I used to go there. That was my spot. All the crazy people are here.
Acho que o Paris está sendo desafio muito grande para mim, como jogador, como tudo. Eu jogo com frequência. Eu sou um cara muito competitivo, não gosto de perder.
Neymar! Well, they kept up the pressure, didn't they?
2 years ago, we played against Barcelona, and Neymar was playing against us. His skills, his vision, you see everything in advance. He made me cry. Sorry, man.
It's a quick break.
You broke my heart.
Left the defenders trailing now.
This is someone that you want with you, not against you.
Me dedicando ao máximo.
A great chance.
Yes.
Back into play.
Football is the biggest sport in the world, you know. Anybody can play. You don't need no money. You just need a ball.
Lembro da época que a gente apostava uma garrafa de 2 litros, né, um refrigerante.
11 friends can play together and have a good time.
Cavani! Two in front now.
When you go see a game for 90 minutes, you forget everything about your life. I cannot talk and play in the same time.
Então eu fico muito contente de ser uma inspiração para cada um desses meninos, né? Para cada um que gosta de futebol.
Because we come from like the same thing. From the bottom, we show the kids that if you work hard and you stay focused, you can become a champion. This is DJ Snake, and this is Neymar.
PlayStation, the best place to play.
PlayStation.
Welcome back to London for the LQE of February. FIFA 19 Global Series qualifiers. We are in the middle of finding out who is going to be joining the likes of PSG Dax in the final of the Xbox. Why? Because he's already there, because he managed to beat Zidane. And what a close affair, but also a kind of dominant performance from him. 3-2 in the end. Zidane came back, and with the support of the Spanish, he was able to fight back. Just didn't have enough in the locker. But hey, I'll tell you what, we'll be seeing him in definitely more qualifiers very soon. We move on to our second semi-final between F2 Tex and Megabit. And lots to talk about in this, but congratulations to PSG Dax, because he has got to his first final in a while. Dan Gaskin replaces Wonderboy. So when I said before we went to the break, we'll find out what Wonderboy thinks, we won't. So there you go.
We're similar heights, though, so it is.
You are a little bit.
Counts.
Yeah, he's got round glasses, square. There's a lot of differences and similarities. You're two legends. So listen, Dan, you come and join us. F2 Tex. His last match was against Sakul, 9-1 over 2 legs. we really are seeing a very, very dominant F2 Tex, aren't we?
I think we are, and I think this is the tournament that Tex can really show us what he's made of. In terms of competition and who he has to face against, his closest is Megabit, who is 8th in the Global Series rankings, but Tex is, of course, 1st. We don't have any of the rogue guys. We don't have a Goal Machine. We don't have Dasari. There's no Nicholas Razek. There's none of his kryptonite are here. So that gives him the opportunity, but we do know he doesn't like playing against Megabit, despite the fact the last time these two faced up against each other, it was a console final, it was an LQE, it was the second one in Bucharest. Tex won that one 6-5, Tom, so he knows he can beat this man.
Yeah, and we're looking at some of the matchups from the last event, and a couple of them actually from December as well, with MS Dasari. Remember that one going to the final, and he feels confident. We're seeing images of him there, not so confident, but that's just pure emotion and hugs. He does feel relieved. He says he's playing at his peak. He feels in the right place. The strawberry laces, the sour strawberry laces are helping him through. I want to talk about his opponent because next to him, he has Megabit. And on his corner, he's got Sakul. Now, what I thought is quite interesting there, is Sakul the man to ask about how to defeat F2 Tex, or is it a brilliant mind game? Because Sakul knows what he did wrong or didn't do right, so therefore he can help Megabit.
I think it's going to be really interesting. We can see Tex has got #Harry, Megabit has got Sakul up there. Maybe it is mind games. Maybe they're trying to outdo each other. I can see that the coach is having a laugh and a joke between each other as well. So it seems like there's a friendly rivalry between them all. They're all professionals. They're all exceptional at the game. They know it inside and out. And I think that insight will definitely help because they see things. They stand over and they see little things. They see little changes. And maybe they can give a little bit of advice, which we'll see Megabit take down F2 Tex, maybe.
Yeah, a bit of smiles between them. What's interesting for #Harry, what he offers F2 Tex, if you missed the interview earlier on, is banter. That is what, that man right there, the chief of banter, he's always got a smile on his face, and I think that helps the players to relax.
I mean, yeah, you say it and it's a little bit funny, but having a joke with someone and being a friend is always going to help just put them in the right kind of frame of mind, and they're going to be feeling good about themselves, and that's what Harry can offer to Tex. But we talk about importances of tournament for Tex and like how he can get back to the top. For Megabit, this is an absolutely massive tournament. As I said, he was 8th in the Global Series ranking points. Already with the 315 he's secured, he's up to 5th place. If he wins this game, he jumps up to 4th place. If he were to win the cross console, he jumps up to 3rd, just 1 point behind MS Dasari. Like, that puts him up with the best players in the world. He is one of the best players in the world, and he certainly is not going to be easy competition for Tex.
Indeed, as Kyle throws down a bottle of water. He's excited about this. We want to get into it, and I'm sure you do as well. So don't forget, do tweet us on our Twitter at Gfinity, and also use the hashtag Gfinity FIFA. Megabit, only one loss. F2 Tex is undefeated so far this weekend. Megabit's only loss was Dax. Will he be thinking about maybe seeing Dax in a final? Will Megabit be thinking, I'd like to take him on?
I think so. I think the players do they obviously think about the games that they've got coming up, but they think about who their opponents could be. They want to get to those finals. They want to win the whole competition. They're thinking about it all and who they're going to be facing. Cross console later as well. So I think they will be. I think they will be thinking about that. They'll be thinking about, take on Tex, and later I'll take on Dax.
Yeah.
So
a little bit of revenge. I mean, the whole way through, Carl, it's hard not to. But look at Dan Gaskin. He's shaking his head. He doesn't agree at all.
I think that players should focus. Like, I mean, they might be thinking about that, but I think they should be focusing on the game ahead. I think if you're thinking about a game ahead, next, then maybe you're not in the right frame of mind. Maybe you're not focusing. Maybe you underestimate your opponent.
You might be super confident.
Exactly. I think it would make the win a little bit sweeter. But listen, gentlemen, thank you so much, Carl and Dan. Let's pass across to our casters right now. They are the duo known as the B&B, and we can settle in for a lovely night stay with Brandon and Richard.
You might even get breakfast as well, Tom, if you're a good enough guest. Thank you very much, Tom, and the guys on the desk. You heard it there. Think about cross-console finals already. We're still a little way away from that. We've still got console finals first, then we'll get to the big cross-console finals.
Let's just calm it down a little bit.
But can we calm down looking at this matchup? It's a massive game.
I mean, the players need to calm down because you need to have a full 100% mental capacity coming into a game like this. F2 Tex versus Megabit. Arguably one of the biggest games in the FIFA scene, especially on the Xbox. Right now, you can see the man Tex there on your screen. Over 4,000 Global Series ranking points. 9 out of 9 for qualifying. You've got to big him up.
And there's a history to this game as well.
There is.
These two met
back in Bucharest for that LQE in December. Bear in mind, if you don't know already, this competitive year, you know, the Tex is the wonder kid. He was once a new kid on the block. Now he's someone to stay for the future. Obviously, the champion from the First Foot Champions Cup in Bucharest and went back there a week later, Richard, picked up that LQE win. However, before he won that event, in the console final on Xbox, he played against Megabit. It was an enthralling game between the two, and it kind of, if anything, it showed some great sportsmanship because there was obviously some sort of issues in the tournament there, and Megabit was just like, I think they had to resume from a certain minute in the game, and Megabit could have easily just played on from kickoff, but he just cleared out to the corner, went, we'll play from the exact same position because I'm a fair player. He lost that game. However, he wants another go at Tex, and this is his opportunity now.
Tex has only conceded 6 goals in this tournament so far. He told us before this game started he could concede 6 in one leg with the attacking style that Megabit does possess. This is going to be a goal fest. This is probably going to be the game of the tournament thus far here at the LQE in London. Who's going to come out and meet Dax in that console final? Will it be Tex setting up another game with Dax, or will it be Megabit?
The 2 legs of FIFA will tell. You know, you heard Dan Gaskin mention about those global series rankings. At this moment in time, as we know, Megabit in 8th position in his first event of 2019. The last time we saw him was actually at London, but it was for the Foot Champions Cup, number 2 out of 6. Obviously, he went out in the quarterfinals to the Royal after he actually topped his group there. Obviously, he's going to be kicking from right to left. Recently joined Werder Bremen to kick off the FIFA 19 competitive year, playing alongside Mo Alba. And what a team they have there.
Yeah, what a stacked roster they do have at Werder Bremen.
Of course, that German scene that's so stacked there. Megabit, a player to watch out for, and he's just...
He had that huge breakout year last year, did Megabit.
And he wanted to win something. It was all about winning something for Megabit. Megabit can do it on Xbox, on PlayStation. He can probably do it on Nintendo, PC. He can do it on anything.
Yeah, the thing is that there's no point having a reputation for being a fantastic qualifier for playing last year 80 games a weekend if you've not got anything to show for it come the end of the year. He had a grand final spot. He won the playoffs as well, the second biggest tournament of the year, did Megabit, and now he's coming into FIFA 19, already in the top 10 on the rankings, and he's looking to push his name further up those rankings.
I'm sure he will as well, an attacking player as well. The German strikes there, takes a deflection out for a corner, and we are honestly going to expect goals, goals, goals in this game. 11 goals between the two last time they met in a big knockout game. And Tex, he said it yesterday, he even said it today, about how he only conceded 6 goals, you mentioned, Richard, and how he's playing well. In his opinion, he's playing good FIFA at the moment. Even Steven Gerrard popped up the goal earlier today.
It's the defensiveness, his defensive quality has been the real shining light for him this tournament. We always know he can score goals. He's never going to lose that ability to score multiple goals in a game. But to defend as well is what sets the people from being a very, very good player to being a fantastic, a great FIFA player.
This could be the first goal of the game.
And now he's got that defending underway, and he can almost just control games so well. That is why he's top of the board, and that is why nobody wants to play him. That's why he's feared.
You have to say, it would have hurt Megabit. He wasn't involved in the last Foot Champions Cup in Bucharest. He was involved in the LQE last month as well. He would have had to sit at home, watch those events. And if anything, motivate him back to the big stage of this LQE, where he went 3-1 in Swiss style form. He heard it from the guys, the player he lost against in Dax. And of course, that was a tough game for him there, lost 4-2. However, quarterfinals picked up a big result against SPQ Arsena. 8 goals to 3. F2 Tex went 3-0 in Swiss style. I was saying yesterday, it'll be a shock if Swiss, you know, if Tex goes out in Swiss style, something's not right.
Yeah, and he secured his 3-0, even if he wasn't at the best of health.
The thing that I cannot get my head around with F2 Tex, right, is that he's played in so many tournaments, he played in all the qualifiers, he qualifies for everything. How does no one read him? How does no one predict what he does yet?
You can analyse what he's doing, you can break it down, but it's a difference between breaking it down and actually playing against it. I think Mike Tyson had a quote, he said, everyone's got a game plan until you get punched in the mouth. That's exactly what it's like playing against Tex. You can plan, you can plan, you can plan, but until you actually play against him, until he gets defending against you, until he starts doing the skill moves in the final third and scoring and getting 4, 5, 6-0 up against you, you're lost. Look at some of the games that he's had. 11-1 last weekend against Senna. That game was done after the first 30, 40 minutes in that game. He beat Sakul 9-1. That was done in the first leg.
If you didn't see as well on your screen, in Megabit's corner, right down the right bottom corner, he's actually got Sakul behind him coaching him. Of course, we both know they're stark esports players, but if anything, you've got to rate that. Sakul could be in a mood after losing that game. Here's a chance now for Tex off the post. He rattles the woodwork for the first time in this game, but speaking about that, Sakul, he lost 9-1 against him, but he's there behind Megabit, if anything, offering a bit of advice.
Yeah, offering that advice, offering that words of wisdom where he can. I don't think Megabit's one of those players that really does need a coach with the amount of FIFA that he plays. He's very switched on mentally.
And he loves playing FIFA.
He knows the game inside out.
He was playing 80 games a weekend last year, and then obviously the weekend league moved down to 30 per console. But he doesn't care. He'll play weekend league, play qualifiers. He'll do it all for Megabit. There was a great chance a few minutes ago for F2 Tex. If you have just joined this game, obviously playing that Liverpool strip from left to right. I believe he actually qualified for the EPL club playoff as well for Liverpool there, which if he can get himself to there in between a busy FIFA schedule, that'll probably be a dream come true for him as well to represent his club.
Look for that far side.
A lovely heel to heel. Went into a bit of roulette there with Ronaldo, but still goalless between the two. I know I said there'll be goals. Just hold in there. Trust me on this. We just need one to fly in and they'll all start coming.
Very tense game, this.
You've got to get in the side.
The goals will start flying.
Of both of these two.
The goals will start flying in. It's just going to be who breaks the deadlock first. If Megabit scores first, then Tex has got to come back, which we know he can do. And completely vice versa. Megabit has got that comeback ability in him. We've seen him do miraculous things in FIFA 18. FIFA 19, you've got to think those comebacks, those miracles that he did do last year, they'll still be fresh in his mind. And just because it's a new FIFA game, the mental side of the game, it's still there.
Added time of 2 minutes. We're nearly there. And 1/2 of 4 is nearly completed across these two legs. Back inside. Here we go. There's a chance there. Can he try and get that one through? No, he can't. But if you didn't already, this is the semi-final. The console semi-final on Xbox. If you didn't know how the other result went, it was a 3-2 win to PSG Dax against Zidane, the Spanish player from Las Palmas. Of course, they did really well. However, could not go all the way through, but you can see that at the half-time stats.
Yeah, you saw the possession at half-time, 59%, I think it was, for Megabit. As we draw into the first half. Concluded.
We jump back into this second half now.
I'm just having a little look at...
Did you say Vieira right back there for
I think I did, you know.
And Ramos in centre mid?
And Ramos at CDM, yeah. From Megabit.
I don't know if that's just a position change. He's just gone for a few minutes there, but you see Maldini at the back. You saw Vieira at right back. I know he hasn't got the legs on him for a right back, but...
I think it's actually... I think that is a change that Megabit does do. Maybe to try and defend the back post headers. Obviously, Vieira, 6'4". Very tall, very athletic.
Maybe a tactic that he's just brought in for this game.
Very interesting. Yeah, definitely. Ramos is definitely playing a central defensive midfielder role.
Well, I heard a few rumours, maybe not in the competitive scene, but more in the casual one about the likes of Ramos. We used to see Ramos in CDM. Ramos, David Luiz, those kind of players. There's a chance now for Tex outside the boot with Neymar. Great save, David De Gea.
Just to notice it as we drew into half-time there. There is a pause from either of those two players. I will be very interested to see that because I've not seen anybody else do anything like that drastically.
Yeah, that is crazy. Back to Ronaldo now. Lovely bit of skill. Can he get the finish away? No, he can't.
Really nice elastico inside the box just to create a tiny bit of space. But Megabit defending strong, keeping that bank of white shirts in between his goal and Tex.
He needs to look after this ball though, Richard. He's had it a few times, but dispossessed kind of straight away as soon as he gets the ball. Tex is on him. Tex with probably the better chances in this game. Went for a lovely through ball down the line there to Mbappe, but couldn't find him, unfortunately. I know we said there'll be goals. As every minute passes by and one doesn't go in, I'm kind of regretting saying that, but it will take a few and they will start coming. Keeper's off his line. Punched away by David De Gea. Lucky it didn't fall to a path of F2 Tex there. As I said, whoever wins this game will come up against PSG Dax in the console final. Jumps up in the prize pot, jumps up in the the points distribution as well. F2 Techs, though, 4,220 Global Series ranking points. At the top of the pile, qualified for all the events as well, so he's guaranteed, even if he does go out in Swiss style, which he hasn't done yet, to get points.
Yeah, guaranteed to get points. Applause cued there from Megabit. Wanting to bring on probably some attacking changes. He's been a little bit void of ideas creatively in the final third. Has the German. Usually see this attacking play style from him, scoring multiple goals in a game. It's been a 0-0 so far, and it's been quite a stalemate, you've got to say. Neither of the players wanting to make a mistake in this first leg. The game could be won or lost in the first leg.
He just hasn't really had a chance, you know, in all honesty, for Megabit. He's got to try and defend this one now from Tex. Trying to get it around Ronaldo, out to Hullet. Lovely little scoop turn onto and a fake shot as well for Mbappe. All the way back to Ronaldo now. Drag back into a finesse, and he'll break the deadlock eventually. 67 minutes on the clock. There was a few warning signs from Tex to say, I'm here, and I can be deadly around the edge of the box. Cristiano Ronaldo will step up and put Tex 1-0 up.
Yeah, and it's fantastic from Tex, because it's not actually a full drag back he does, it's half a drag back. So if we were to execute the full drag back, he's pulling it back and then he's exiting. What Tex has done there is done half a drag back, just create himself a tiny bit of space. He can then see, is Megabit going to go left or right, because he's manual defending. He got that little bit of space, finesse shot into the right corner. You can see there, Vieira, right back, Sergio Ramos, CDM from Megabit.
So that's one to break down as well. If Mike LaBelle's having a watch on that board, right back. Vieira, interesting choice as well. You mentioned it's mainly for the height.
Yeah, the height defending the back post cross, it has to be. He's not the quickest either, Vieira. I think he's only 81 pace on the prime Vieira.
That's what I was a little bit, cautious of, because if he's got the likes of Neymar running it in, Mbappe, gonna be in trouble there. But he trusts the process. Messi will come off now. It might be Eusebio that's just actually been introduced.
83 pace maybe, Vieira.
Modric is on as well.
If my memory serves me correctly.
Needs to create something though, Megabit. Haven't seen much from him, Ronaldo. The ball roll there, trying to just find any space he can. Flick of that right stick from Megabit to about a combination of skill moves. Still 1-0 in this one. And Megabit's just really struggled. It's just the simple fact that Tex will not give you the ball. And if you do get it, you need to do something with it or we'll just intercept you. Here's Neymar. Come back inside, and that's that man Vieira. We spoke about him. He stepped up there to stop the attack. Only 1-0 in this one.
Megabit, again, just a little bit sloppy in the passing.
This could be worse for him now. Eusebio, a drag back into a scoop turn. Off a bit of skill there as well. Can he finish it with Kylian Mbappe, hill to hill there? Just trying to bring out all the skills, is Tex. We know he's got flair to his game. Still in possession now, working the best possible chance he can. Eusebio, a drag back to a finesse, exact same goal.
Exactly same process, exactly the same result for Tex. The half drag back and then the finesse shot. Megabit, the thought process from Megabit is, you might be thinking, why is he moving his keeper that far? 9 times out of 10, a player will do the drag back with Eusebio and fully execute the drag back, moving onto his left foot. Then the finesse is going to come in. With what Tex is doing, he's almost 2 steps ahead of the meta right now. He does the half drag back, then the finesse into the corner that the drag back is actually facing. Very, very intelligent play. It just shows that he's got the FIFA ability, but also he's constantly thinking, he's constantly analysing his opponent, how they're moving with their defence.
You heard it earlier from his own mouth. People were tweeting in, obviously, with the hashtag Gfinity FIFA, saying, how do you remember, the combination of skill moves, all the skills that you use? It's just muscle memory for him. And I said earlier as well, how do people not just start to read what Tex is doing? You saw there, about 3 or 4 times on possession, he tried to tee up a shot, but never took it. He never took the chance, recycled it again and again and again. It's a guessing game every single time, and that is why Megabit couldn't get close to him. And at this rate, he could be 3-0 down. Here we go to Neymar, back to the edge again with Hullet. Is he going to put his foot through? No, he's not. Trying to play it through to Eusebio, and a breather for Megabit there to just take a rest to go, wow.
Another mistake from Megabit.
But look at the press from Tex. It's non-stop attack. Mbappe again, all the way to the back post.
You saw a shake of the head from Megabit because that weren't good pressing from Tex. That was just a mistake. That was a very, very poor pass from the German. he got lucky with his goalkeeper, actually. He played it out from the back and nearly got dispossessed there. Megabit has to book his ideas if he wants to try and get anything from this game in the second leg, because he's just simply not been good enough in the final third.
Of course, the man behind him who's trying to offer some advice, obviously, was at the hands of a 9-1 defeat in Sakul, so it's tough. Well, he's only conceded 6 goals to date in this competition as Tex. 6 goals across all the games he's played. This is game number 5 he's played. Added time of 2 minutes, and he's done half the job already, Richard. 2-0 up. Hasn't even had his goal troubled once.
We are going to be finishing this game. Is it going to be one more chance from Tex? He's offside. That's going to be full time in this first game, and then you get the managers in, you get the coaches in.
I'm going to say a very smartly dressed #Harry as well, who's come down to support his good friend in Tex. There we go. That is leg 1 finish. There you go. You can see the man behind him, #Harry, whipping out the blazer. He could come up on the commentary desk, to be honest, looking like that.
Yeah, he probably could. He probably. We might go to the same blazer shop.
We could go 3-man commentary booth. He can join in there and give us some expertise. But what's Megabit thinking now? He just could not get any in the final third. He just got dispossessed every single time.
No fluidity in the final third almost. You see there having a little chat with Sakul. It seemed as though when he were going forward, Tex were just pressing really, really well in his defensive third. And Megabit just couldn't create anything. He couldn't set any angles up for any finesse shots. Every time he went out wide, Tex were 2 men on him, stopping the back post cross. And I'd imagine the Patrick Vieira at right back did help, because Tex didn't score any headers at the back post. But these are the chances. The Megabit's chances came in the first 20 minutes. That's where he was the better player. Tex almost just sort of just, you say, built into the game?
Exactly that. Well, we didn't actually see any goals in the first half. It was actually a little bit later on into that second half where we saw all the goals going. That was a warning sign from Tex there of Kylian Mbappe, but you mentioned it perfectly, Richard. It was warning signs early on for Megabit to say, right, I am in this game. This was the chance, though, that created a fantastic opportunity. Lovely bit of skill there.
Look at the close control.
And you can watch here. We'll see the goal in a minute. I believe it's just a kind of a half drag back you mentioned, Richard. They came for him 3 or 4 times. Just a guessing game all the time from Tex. Where's it going? Where's that ball going? And then just like that, made it look so simple, so easy, put him 1-0 up.
Yeah, he did get a slice of luck with the ball bouncing to him inside the box, but watch this again. It wasn't lucky the first time. It was skill, it was practice. Half drag back, finesse shot, timed green, into the top corner, and he had the opportunity to make it 3.
I thought he did for a minute. Played the ball through to Neymar there, and you can kind of see what he's trying to do. I think he was trying to play it through all the way to Eusebio. Unfortunately, did not work for him there, but we need some sort of plan. We need some sort of comeback here. You're 2-0 down. Megabit created some great chances in that first 20 minutes. However, obviously a game of football is not 20 minutes, it's 90 minutes, and you need to be performing in that whole game.
And there you go. What is going on inside the brain of Michael Bittner, Megabit? Does he have the game? Does he have the game plan?
If you notice as well, you can't see it on your camera, but Tex is not in his seat at the moment. He's obviously gone off with Harry there for a team talk. You know, we often see, and a lot of players say, get away from the console, get away from the screen for a minute, go and have a drink, have a break for 5 minutes, think about the game, what have I done wrong? Of course, there's still things that he can improve upon. Yeah,
I'm thinking back to some of the previous tournaments that Tex has played at, where he's had that sort of friend, that mate, that coach, just to take him away when he needs to chat, not about FIFA, just chat about other things. And then you're coming back to the game, you're coming back refreshed, you're coming back switched on. You can see Harry here and Tex.
Maybe went for a few
Harry,
sweets.
where are the pom-poms? That's what we're looking for.
Of course, he was nicknamed the cheerleader of Tex, but he's just a good friend supporting him. He's just a good friend supporting him at these events. And have you seen Tex yet? His coach at a few of these events now? Maybe he couldn't come down. You know, he was the substitute. Harry comes in to coach him through. But whatever he's saying right now, he's only conceded 6 goals. So something's clearly working for him.
We are just about to get into this second leg of FIFA action. Tex versus Megabit. 2-0 at the interval between the two powerhouses of FIFA.
The last time they met, I said back in Bucharest, it was a 6-5 win for Tex in a console final. So picture this game, but one step further on, where there's more prize money, there's more points up for grabs. 6-5, 11 goals between the two. That has certainly not followed the script in this game a few months later down in London. 2-0 to Tex. Everything seems to be going well for him. Megabit, though,
The first goal in this game is massive. The first goal is huge in this second leg. If Tex gets it, extends it to 3, you might see a little bit of a capitulation from Megabit. The mental side potentially goes a little bit. If Megabit gets the first goal and really starts to put the pressure on Tex, I think we could be in for a huge, huge game.
Well, we have seen Tex being stopped a few times. You know, you go back a weekend, you see...
Goal machine.
Goal machine back here for the LQE, but then you see Emrajek 7-1 in the console semi-final in Bucharest last week. And then as said about that big, big game for him as well. I think you go back to the December Foot Champions Cup, he got stopped by MS Dasari. Of course, what a big game that was. I think in the end it did finish 4-3 to MS Dasari. That was back in December, of course. And the last LQ here, we mentioned about Goal Machine there. He did a great job of stopping Tex in his tracks.
I think that was 6-3. I seem to remember the scoreline on that occasion. However,
Megabit... He can be stopped.
Megabit doesn't have Rogue in front of his name. That seems to be the kryptonite for Tex.
All the rogue players, you're completely right there, have stopped Tex in his track, and maybe they know the secret tactic behind it. This is Megabit, though. An early start is needed for him. Play to Modric with the head back to Neymar. It's going to fall, and that was a bit of a chance for him there. If anything, it was a coming together of everyone.
Same story as last game. Megabit coming out strong in the first 10-15 minutes, it looks like. He has to extend this good run of form, though. It can't just be a purple patch. It has to be over a prolonged period of time. First half, first 60 minutes. And you have to get something out of it. You can't just play good FIFA. You have to get a goal out of it.
Played all the way across. Oh, Ramos is there. Just looking at the defensive structure there. Has he gone back to Ramos at right back? Where's Ramos going? I think he's dropped back into right back now. So maybe Vieira is back into that centre midfield position where we're used to seeing him. Modric in use as well. This is Tex now, and Mbappe, and it's a routine save for David De Gea.
Well, if you look at where both of Tex's goals came from, they were both in positions where Vieira probably would have been sort of sitting. Ramos, high-medium work rates. Vieira, medium-high work rates.
But he's taken that risk, hasn't he? He's tried to stop the back post cross, but in that...
You get, you're patching over one thing, another thing becomes exposed.
So you have to balance that up, and maybe Tex now goes back to trying to look for to whip it into the box and look at the man in there. Going to play to the edge now instead, though. He's 2-0 up, remember, in this semi-final. Whoever wins this will play against Dax in the console final. And whoever wins that one jumps up to the big, big final here and a chance to play for $8,750. And of course, you'll be guaranteed 850 Global Series ranking points by that time. Mbappe, lovely ball through to Neymar. Is he going to cut back inside? Just a basic fake shot.
Yeah, really unlucky there. You see that fake shot time and time again used. I think it was Resende last time we were in London. That fake shot down the line and inside the box. Because it means if you get inside the box, your opponent can't press B, can't press circle. They can't even really tug you back at all. Because penalties will be gave.
It's such a simple thing to do, and it's effective in the way you can get an extra yard off your man. You mentioned it perfectly. You can't dive in because we've seen penalties given when someone just lunges in accidentally. This is Megabit now. Modric to Mbappe. Can he play the overlapping run of Ramos? Yes, he can. Fake shot into a cross. No. Tried to play short. And straight back down the other end now. End-to-end. You cannot play Ronaldo through. Has he got the pace?
Maldini's just going to get there in front.
He had pressure on him from Ronaldo. On his back there. And if he picked up the ball, it could have been 3-0. And the hill would have turned to a mountain for him to climb.
But you see Megabit's going for it. Look how high his fullbacks are. Marcelo's pretty much playing as a left winger right there.
Time for Modric. Can he strike? Surely! Yes, it will be. Very fortunate for Megabit. Went for a finesse. It was time green. And although it was a tap-in, he still made sure he timed that finish. Deflection off Rio Ferdinand. Fell to the path of Cristiano Ronaldo. He will never be missing that.
Huge, huge slice of luck for the ball to bounce to Ronaldo, but a little bit of luck is what he needed. Megabit, is this going to spur him on to get back into this game?
To say, I've got a chance in this game. Yes, I got a slice of luck. Ball all the way across now, straight away. No, that's not happening for Neymar. Maybe if that was Ronaldo in the air, we could have seen a bit more power or conviction in that header.
Yeah, just nodded back to the goalkeeper, played it safe.
Perfect, though, as you said, Richard. Hit the nail on the head about that's what Megabit needed. Just a slice of luck or fortune. He's been going for it in an attacking sense. Look at the numbers he's got forward now. Play Ronaldo through. Yes, he can. This is Megabit. Play back inside. It was read, though, by Tex so well.
Just had to run back with him. He didn't have to commit. He just had to sit.
Just look at the numbers for Tex. If he makes one mistake, Megabit, he's going to be in trouble here.
He's done well, though. He's done very well to play out from the back there. That's a mistake, though.
It's like a diamond of attackers waiting to attack for Tex.
That's because how attacking Megabit's playing. Look at Marcelo on the far side. Look how high he is.
Modric. It's everything. It's guns blazing for Megabit, but there will be holes at the back that you have to try and cover up, or if you can try and intercept the ball and stop a counter-attack, that'll be brilliant for him.
He's well and truly throwing the kitchen sink at this. He's Megabit.
Look at the players forward. There's 3 players forward. Ooh, that's a risk for him. Another day, that one just trickles in or hits that top corner. That's stanch in the goal.
We were wondering when this game we're going to fire into life. The second leg, like usually, is what it needed.
Vieira to Ronaldo, to Modric now. Maybe the equaliser! Yes, he has!
Game on. We thought Megabit in that first leg, it was lacking creativity in the attacking third. He's thrown players forward. He's committed to attacking Tex.
And I tell you, the one man that's been involved in all those attacks, Luka Modric. So influential in that midfield. Just saw the little skill dribble there to play into the path of Ronaldo, who found the smallest of gaps. But that's all he needed. Right place, right time. Ronaldo strikes again. And this game is starting to live up to all the expectation it had. 2-2 on aggregate. Game on. The mindset now of Megabit is thinking, okay, I can give this a go, or maybe not. Straight the other end, straight away. Eusebio outside that right boot.
This game is far from over.
Maybe we're starting to see the goals flying again.
Strap yourself in. You're about to go on a roller coaster of FIFA emotion for these two players. This is where the goals are going to start flying in. Eusebio on his right boot, curled into the top corner.
It took us 90 minutes to see 2 goals, Richard. What? We're not even past the first half, and we've seen more than that.
Texas conceded in this half alone a third of the goals that he's conceded in the entire tournament up to this point.
6 goals you mentioned as he conceded before this game. He's already conceded 2. Oh no, that could be a reply straight away. It could be a Ronaldo hat-trick as well. Added time of 2 minutes. Definitely the right changes made though for Megabit in an attacking sense. He's had to play people forward. He's had to make that risk of maybe 1 or 2 people out of position at the back, but it has worked. Get yourself into half-time, have a word with Sakul and say, okay, this is all to play for.
Here you go, at half-time. Megabit has got to be very happy with the performance that he's had in the first half. He's created chances and he's took the chances. That's the most important thing. In the first 17 minutes, in the first leg, it could have been 2-0 up. And he just squandered those 2 chances. One, I think they both went wide, actually, with the low-driven shot from Megabit. But that is the man. That is the face of a man who is determined right now.
Time to stop him, indeed. Well, here we go then. Second half of the second leg. The last 45 in-game minutes here to decide who will be in that console final. Who will be joining PSG Dax? Will she wait and see? Play the overlapping run. Surely not. Free. Oh, it is! That's a hat-trick. The man from Madeira steps up once again and pulls Megabit back into this tie.
He didn't commit with the goalkeeper, Tex. He wanted to keep him quite central. Well, that's exactly what he did, and Ronaldo just slotted it at that near post where the space was. And right now,
I think if there's one man
Tex is under pressure
that could stop Tex. I'm not saying this is anywhere. This game is still so in the balance, but you spoke about all the road players there that have put up a fight against Tex, but one of his best games regarding an opponent was up against Megabit, 6-5 back in Bucharest at the LQE.
One of the only players who can outscore Tex is Megabit.
As we said, we're not saying this game is no way over. We said there was going to be goals. Here are the goals. They're starting to fly now. Oh, tried to play it through the legs. It was actually quite lucky. Could have been a penalty on another day. Eusebio outside the boot. That one's matched. And a breather for Megabit. There we go. That's a man with confidence right now. He's in this game, and he knows he is.
You see the confidence flowing, playing out from the back, rolling it to his goalkeeper, and then just dinking it to his centre-back. Last game, he's not doing that.
And it was a third, Richard. It's now half of those goals he's conceded. Megabit, surely not. Marcelo, through it goes! Oh, wow! He could nod in confidence now. This German had a plan, and he's certainly delivering it.
The turnaround has been complete. 2 goals wasn't a safe scoreline against someone like Megabit. Tex knew that. He knew he had to come out in the second half, and in the second leg, I should say, and give the same attacking performance. Tex said before the game even started, I've only conceded 6 goals in the tournament. I can concede 6 in 1 leg against Megabit.
The confidence oozing out of this German at the moment. One of the big names to emerge last year in the FIFA scene. So many tournaments, so consistent across so many tournaments. His first event of the year, this one is in 2019. Had a fantastic winter period. The first 2 FUT Champions Cups, the LQE was involved in. There's still a long, long time in this one though, Richard.
Very, very good switch though from Megabit.
Is he onside, Ronaldo? Would be a tight one.
Even though he's in a weird position right now, he's not changed anything. He's still playing with him with fullbacks, really getting high up the pitch.
Tex, this is a chance for him. Well played, Rafael Varane there. Pause cue by Tex. This is a Tex that's a little bit unsettled.
I think he's playing in a 4-2-2 as well, Megabit, right now. Looking at the player's positioning, maybe a 4-1-2-1-2.
All he needs is one chance, though. Tex down the other end. Could this be an equaliser? Great tackle there, and that's the confidence that Megabit has got now. We can see the changes now of Tex in front of us now. 4-2-3-1 he's going to go to. And believe it or not, he was going to throw Steven Gerrard on. He's thought, no. Modric is coming on instead.
Luka Modric coming on at CDM. The team here, Luka Modric, the only player on the game to have 90+ on his face game stats. And we've seen for Megabit what he can do in the attacking third. Very, very good going forward. And also, people will have questions about his defending. He's got 99 stand tackle and 98 slide tackle, has Modric. He can do the work defensively.
You can see there on your screen the PlayStation final. Believe it or not, Nicholas knocked out by Dr. Ahano earlier today. So it'll be PSV Pena, the grand finalist, the best player on PlayStation last year on those rankings, up against Dr. Ahano. And then in this one, whoever wins this will join PSG Dax in the Xbox console final. However, to give you a bit of context of this game, it was 2-0 in the first leg to Tex. Megabit just could not get himself into this game. However, something changed in those 5 minutes. That little break he had, Richard, Megabit has come flying out.
Yeah, something clicked inside the German.
This is Tex with the corner. Watch where he's playing. Ronaldo off the bar. Ramos, heroic defending. Wow.
How on earth has that not gone in?
Megabit in shock as well. We're in shock just as much. Ramos with the chest. Somehow barged off the line. Ronaldo again. Punched away by David De Gea.
He's well off his line.
On the finesse again, and it's read by David De Gea. Take a breather, Megabit.
Bodies on the line defending from Megabit.
This is end-to-end FIFA.
That's a mistake. His keeper's way off his line.
Oh, he's rushed that Tex. No, he took a deflection. The keeper was slightly off his line, though. I believe that's why Tex went for the chance. This is really anyone's game at the moment. Advantage slightly in the hands of Megabit. Rafael Varane met that one now. Last 20 minutes into this one. Great tackle straight down the other end. Mbappe rushed that one. Ball falls back to F2 Tex.
This is frantic FIFA right now. Both of these players playing like it's the 90th minute. Just take your time. Fashion that one opportunity.
You will get another chance. Modric, he's fresh. He's just come off the bench. Key thing for Tex is to keep composed, keep calm. We saw.
That's nice from Megabit.
How Megabit
suckered him in. Marcelo way out of position. This is a chance for him.
This could be worse for him. He tried to play it across. Ronaldo was lurking in there for it. And we saw how Megabit was getting frustrated in that first game. The tables have so turned. He scored 4 in this one. Could not even really create much in that first game other than the first 20 minutes. He really struggled. Tex was controlling him. But he's taken the risk. He's gone more attacking. I think he's put Vieira back into centre midfielder and not at right back anymore. And he looks like he's going to try and attack again. Oh, no, I thought that could have been... Imagine if that was a penalty. Imagine if that could have been a penalty there. That would have really swayed into the hands of Megabit. I really want to see the heroic off-the-line chest again as well from Sergio Ramos.
We've seen him gave penalties for that, though. Just coming together inside the box. 2 players running at full pace and just collided.
This will really be an upset as well. For Tex to crash out this competition. This is a golden chance of Ronaldo!
Stepped up 3 times for Megabit.
And you saw the release from Tex. He knows that that was a big goal to take the pressure off him a little bit, to release some of that pressure that Megabit's been piling on him through the entirety of this game. 4-4 right now. Tex just has unbelievable semi-finals here.
You can see him there
in the Gfinity Arena.
He knows he's in a bit of a war right now between these two.
So Tex has switched as well to 4-2-2. I'm not sure if that is actually matching up Megabit, but he did switch from the 4-2-3-1 to the 4-2-2. And it seems as though the pressure that Megabit were putting on while they were playing 4-2-3-1 has been slightly relinquished, I'd say.
Well, here we go then, back into this one. It was Ronaldo, as I mentioned, stepped up. He scored a hat-trick for Megabit. However, he'll actually put one past Megabit's goal down the other end and make this game all square again. 4-4, the aggregate scoreline, and 4-2 in this game. So Megabit, there's the change. Vieira is actually going to leave the field. And here we go then, Richard. 10 more minutes. If we need extra time, we'll go into it as well. And if we need penalties, we'll go that far as well. But I'm sure there's going to be more goals before we even get there.
Virgil van Dijk coming on.
I think he's playing in the
CDM.
CDM, I believe. Why not? Put him in. Ramos looks quite high as well. Kante's on the pitch too. Back to Ronaldo, play Kante. N'Golo Kante! Oh, of anyone to step up and to maybe send you into a console final. It's the Frenchman.
What a substitute. N'Golo Kante coming on, I think it is. Scoring a big, big goal for Megabit. You see here, it plays a 1-2, and I think Tex wanted to actually switch back to Varane to step backwards, and he just pushed out at the back 4. Kante slots it past his goalkeeper. Only 7 minutes left on the clock.
We've seen him in so many teams since he got that Team of the Year for Iam of N'Golo Kante. We saw him score a few, but to score a goal that big, if it could be a winning goal, could be huge for the rankings.
R9 coming on here in a 3-4-2-1. Pele coming on as well. What an attacking force that is. Mbappe, Ronaldo, Neymar, R9, Hullet, Modric. Constant pressure and everything going notched up for Tex. Get forward as well on his attacking players.
Well, can it be done? That is the question. It's going to be a massive ask and a huge, 8 minutes left, 5 minutes left. Tex, this is where you've had so much pressure on you. One of the players in the scene that's got so much pressure on at the moment. You know, he's got everyone watching him, all the eyes on him. I believe he was in throwing some FIFA points away. He said if he didn't get so far in the tournament, but I think he's beaten past that stage he was going to say he was going to get to. But 83 minutes, N'Golo Kante puts Megabit 5-4 up. Can there be any more drama in this game?
It's a risky pass playing it back, but he's kept his composure and pings it out wide to Van Dijk.
He fancies going right wing now. Why not? Look at the space, play the through ball. That's the ball. That could be the winning ball. Through it goes, surely that is it. Megabit, against all odds, steps up. And I'm sure in his heart right now, Sakul behind him. I've just lost 9-1 to him, but I'm over the moon.
That just shows the character that Megabit does have. He lost the first leg 2-0. It's very easy to get dejected and to think, oh, I'm playing against Tex, the best player in the world right now. Megabit didn't do that. He kept switched on, he got back on the horse, and he's rode it all the way to the console final.
In which he'll be meeting PSG Dax there if he can hold on for these last few minutes. And it's been a few tournaments in a row now where Tex has been stopped in his tracks. Unfortunately for him, fantastic player. Still top of the pile on the Xbox rankings, still going to have 4,500 plus points, but Megabit, wow-wee, 6 goals. Tex conceded in the whole complexion of this tournament. He's conceded 6 in the leg of FIFA, ball goes all the way across there, more of a consolation than anything, but Megabit, he's waiting to crack out a massive smile to know what he's done in the complexion of this tournament, the complexion of the Global Series rankings. Wow-wee. Megabit is in the console final, people. 8th in the Global Series rankings, first event of the year in 2019. The man for Werder Bremen. They signed him for a reason. Congratulations, Michael Bittner.
Great performance from Megabit. You see there, fist bump between Tex and Megabit. Tex goes out. That is the story of the day. Tex and Nicholas out. Who would have thunk it coming into the tournament? The top seeds on each console are both out of the tournament.
And what a tournament this is living up to be. These Gfinity LQEs as of late have been so entertaining. It's the same with all the events this year in the Global Series. Unpredictable games, unpredictable storylines. Megabit, I don't know if it's just sunk into him yet. He's just taken down #1 on those rankings, and he's put himself in the console final, Richard. 2 legs of FIFA away from grabbing 850 Global Series ranking points and sending himself through to win the potential of the competition and to jump up those rankings.
We now know our finals on the PlayStation. Stefano Pena up against Dr. Ahano on the Xbox. It's going to be PSG Dax versus Megabit.
Well, you've heard it from here, guys. We're going to throw it back over to Des now. Wow, wow, wow. Unfortunately for F2 Tex, it's the end of the road, but Megabit, what a performance.
What a performance indeed. Thank you very much, Brandon and Richard. I mean, you have to say, wow, wow, wow. And the sentiment's exactly from Brandon because we weren't expecting it. Megabit wasn't expecting it. I don't think he went into that match thinking, I can do this. But he has just done that. And interesting enough, F2 Tex said, if I can lose 6 goals, it will be to Megabit, and he did just that in the second leg. He was 2-0 up in that first leg.
Yeah, it's one of those goal differences that we see so many players kind of throw away, but it's not a throwaway because in FIFA 19 you can get back into the game just snap of your fingers, whether it's from a corner or a set piece or whether it's just that kind of counter-attack that's available. But that's a third console semi-final. Tex has been eliminated in a row now. From going to back-to-back victories to then be eliminated 3 semi-finals in a row, he is going to be frustrated at that. He knows what he's capable of, but at the same time, you have to also give him the credit. He's made 3 console semi-finals in a row.
Yeah.
He's been at every tournament thus far except Paris Games Week. Like, he's just an incredible player.
There's a reason why we talk about him every single LQE or a major. But Carl, you know, he is talented, and we know he's got the ability, but just fell short to Megabit. What happened in that second leg?
It's difficult because we were watching backstage and we were looking at it and we're just kind of in awe. Onset actually said, he's very good. He really is. He's just so good, but don't know what it is. I don't think it's anything to do with it being the semi-finals or anything like that. I think Megabit just played really well. Going into that first game there, 2-0, Tex took it, and then Megabit started to bring it back.
Confidence.
Yeah, definitely. He made it 2-0 in the second leg, and there it goes 2-2, and we just see it was back and forth, and we thought, is Tex going to take it? No, Megabit catches up. Oh, wait a minute, is Megabit going to take it? And it was just so exciting to watch, and I think we wanted some excitement, and that definitely had that for us. It definitely gave us that excitement that we needed, we wanted.
Definitely. For the neutral, loving it. Modric against used by Megabit and Marcelo there as your left back. Interesting enough, though, the substitution of Kante coming on was a kind of massive change up here. We thought Tex is it, 4-all, it's going to extra time, but it didn't. That Kante substitution, a real game changer.
I think having Kante in the midfield is incredible because he just chases everything. He does just really nip at the heels of so many players, and if you want to generate a little bit of pressure onto your opponent, Kante can do that perfectly. But with a game like this, when you've got 2 players who are so evenly contested, who are both capable of winning tournaments, really, it is going to come down to sometimes who gets that little bit of the rub of the green. You saw that first goal for Megabit. He was 2 goals down. He had a shot, it hit one of Tex's players, and it just landed right in front of him. He was presented with a perfect opportunity. The heavens just opened, and then that was his gift back into the game, but it was the fact that he took that bit of momentum, and then he just seemed to pile more and more pressure onto Tex the further he went into it, and he's come away with the victory.
Yeah, just looking at the stats there on the screen. In front of you, F2 Tex, 17 shots, 11 shots on goal. And obviously that 6th goal that went in, he was pushing for it. He'd gone all out attack to try and to level the game so it could take it to extra time. But do you read anything much into those stats, Carl, or just it was a pretty even match?
I think this is really interesting, the possession, how close that actually was, because we could see that throughout the first game into the second game. They were both playing a lot of lovely FIFA to watch because they were just going at it. They were both attacking each other. It was end-to-end stuff, and it felt really close. We didn't know who was going to win it, and there we saw at the end on that counter, Megabit made it 6-4. He actually managed to get the Tex was attacking. He was trying to get it to take it to extra time, but Megabit exploited that a little bit. But it was just so close to watch. It was such a good game.
Now, we talked about it, we discussed it, we argued about it a little bit. Dan, you said he won't be focusing on that matchup he's got against PSG Dax. His only loss so far in this competition this weekend is against Dax for Megabit. Now he gets that opportunity for a bit of sweet, sweet, sweet revenge.
And he's going to be excited for it as well. You saw what it meant to him to be able to beat Tex, to get to a console final and have that chance again to try and get to that cross-console final. That's what he wants. He moves up to 4th in the rankings now, Global Series ranking points. He's starting to get further and further, and I'm excited to see what he has to offer against Dax.
I'm just taking a train this way. Got to go. See you in a bit. Thank you very much, Carl. Thank you very much, Dan. Brilliant game there. Why not? Let's start the train. And this is a fun train. MLB, Chris Tan, LVP. Let's get it done. Because we have now moved into the console finals. And what did you make from it, gentlemen?
Should I go first?
P.S. Thank you for letting me in the LVP
He
lounge.
crossed his legs, and then I crossed my legs, and
You just want to, like,
it
touch
threw
each
me
other's
off.
feet and then-
Symmetry.
It's beautiful, isn't it? That looks
We have to do something here now, too.
Chris, is this the first time in the LVP lounge?
It is indeed, and
Welcome.
thank you. I know Kyle keeps saying that his is cooler, but I haven't been in Kyle's corner yet, so I'll reserve judgment until then. But other than that,
We're both going to uncross at the same time now as well. There we go.
But the game was really, really good. You know, we see Megabit performing to what we thought he could potentially do. Tex against. You want to say struggling, but he's not. He's still doing well in tournaments. He's still getting far. The guys on his ass made that point as well. And it's still consistent series points for him. He's well and truly at the top of Xbox now. I believe he'll remain there all year. He's been so good. So as long as he's picking up points, that's the main thing for him. But of course, he wants to win these events as well. So
it's interesting too. Megabit's not really a meta player, and I talked to Megabit earlier today, and I was saying, hey man, what do you think about the new patch versus the old patch? He's like, I thought the finesse shots were going to be patched immediately, so he never worked on them. So that's why you see all those low drivens. You see a lot of the cross the body, a lot of quick passing. It's almost a different feel for what's been going in FIFA 19, kind of when you watch him play and how he attacks. And I think it's also very difficult to defend against, especially with moving the goalkeeper, because he takes a lot of shots from different locations, and he aims in places that you normally wouldn't necessarily scoot your goalkeeper over to, because it's always been practicing from the beginning of the year, versus some of the time finishing from, I mean, he's still using the time finishing, but versus some of the finesse first time finishing. You're not going to see that too often from Megabit.
no, I mean, we've seen those two goals come in towards the end. The one with Kante really stood out for me. I mean, it was a really, really good move, but just really well played. There's those little passes that he plays all the time, and it's just that extra pass where somebody would maybe make a skill move in the box, that sort of thing. He doesn't do that. He goes for this little extra pass inside, and they're always in the right place. He always has the attackers in the right place, so he's just a very, very good all-round player.
You know, I think Megabit obviously played so well there, and, you know, he got ahead of the game. But I've got to say that I do feel sorry for Tex because, you know, we were speaking to him earlier on and he was so focused on winning, on getting forward. He didn't even care about what was in his way. He was like, I'm just going to get it. I'm just going to do it, get it done. And I do feel sorry because we were talking about how he's always that one goal ahead of Megabit. And here he was trailing behind towards the end of that second leg. He really was, and he was struggling. And I think sometimes you might learn this as he gets a little bit older, but the mentality just to keep going on. I mean, he is so talented. I just don't think this is like the end for him. I think he's just going to get better and better and better. But
no way.
I do feel really really
he will
bad.
get better, and there's no way that he's not going to be out of it. Let's have a look at this, the analysis of everything that was happening there. But interesting enough, I think it shows that anybody can beat anybody, Mike LaBelle. That seems to be what is interesting about that, and that's what I take away from that match.
And the reason this goal is so important is not just because it's an equalizer, but this is when I felt the game change. The pace of the match, the rhythm of the match, and it changed in favor for Megabit. It just seemed a little bit faster paced, and I feel like that's an advantage for Megabit when he's going forward. And even the way that he defends, he wants to speed up his opposition. And I don't want to say Tex looked uncomfortable, but it didn't look like he was dictating what was happening and when it was happening in terms of comparing the two players. Beautiful finish as well going on the near post.
Indeed. What did you make of that substitution that Kante, a bit of a game changer once it was 4 apiece?
It's the extra pace in the middle, isn't it? He offers something a bit more attacking than your Vieira or somebody like that. So it's to have that extra pace, and it pays off in the end. You know, I think he gets maybe a little bit lucky with that Kante goal when he did manage to turn inside and the defender's not able to get there. But he built very, very, very well. Plays the 1-2 off, and Kante with a nice little finish as well, and not necessarily the timed in the top corner sort of thing that we did see. As mentioned, he has something else in his locker, as opposed to some of these other guys that you sometimes question if they do. But fair play to Tex, you know, you give it a really good shot, and He'll be super disappointed, but don't get me wrong. You guys touched on it. He's got so many years in this game, so many years, and he'll grow as a character, and his skill's always going to be there. And I think, you know, once he gets maybe a little bit tougher skin behind him, and if he goes down in a game, he'll just keep getting better.
He's young, but he's got the winning mentality, and that is very important to have early. And well, gentlemen, should we take a look at the bracket now and see exactly how that's been updated? Because we've got some serious games on our hands, gentlemen, to go forward here. As you can see, we've got our man Megabit. We've just seen him on the main stage there, and he does overtake Tex, unfortunately for him. But he's going up against Dax with that revenge match we spoke about. And then on the other side, we've got Pena and Dr. Erhano to look forward to, and I'm really excited for that. That's obviously the combined Xbox and PlayStation bracket for all of you guys there, because we're 2 for 1 here in the Gfinity arena.
Really?
We?
A buy one, get one free?
Indeed.
Oh, yeah. I love that.
2 consoles, mate.
Thank
2
you.
consoles.
PS4 on the right-hand side, Xbox on the left. Looking at that, Dr. Erhano versus Pena. Who do you think is going to be in the cross-console final?
Dr. Erhano has not lost this weekend.
No.
We could have another German versus German situation, depending on how these 2 matches go. I think Pena's probably favorited over Erhano just on previous results, but I think anything can happen there. And then I'm sure Dax is relieved. He's played Tex 4 times this year, and all 4 of them have been losses. And I talked to him once again in the back. He's like, please, if I could get Megabit, I would take that in a heartbeat.
I heard one massive cheer, and that could have been PSG Dax.
It might have been his coach, actually. It might have been Alan back there saying, yeah, let's go.
We've got a chance! But hey, I tell you what, PSG Dax is also undefeated so far this weekend. So it could be a complete undefeated cross-console final.
And the thing is with Dax, you know, we've seen so much potential throughout the year. He's looked really, really good on occasion, and it's just that final hurdle always seems to be the step too far from this year. But he's looked really, really good this week.
It's been the F2 Tex kryptonite, really.
Yeah,
I mean, he just runs into the wrong guy at the wrong time over and over again.
Yeah, and what would the players be doing? So just giving an insight for everybody watching right now, how would they be getting prepared for this? Would they make any last-minute changes to their lineup, their team? Maybe iron out, like, I'm not liking Marcelo left back, now's the time to change him?
At this point, I would say absolutely not, because these are not guys that are struggling. These are guys that are succeeding. Everything they've been doing has been working. I would not adjust anything tactically. I wouldn't make changes in terms of your squad. None of the above. You let it roll out, and then you make adjustments maybe as the game plays on.
Yeah, 100%, I agree.
Brilliant. Lottie.
Me too, actually.
Yeah, thirded.
We all agree, Tom.
Yeah, Tom. Perfect. Well, there you go. Case closed on this one. We'll take a break. They don't know about that, but they've all decided we'll have a break. And then when we come back, we'll tell you who we are going to first in the console final. Well, it might be a good clue. It's Dr. Erhano versus PSV Pena. They'll have that match for you after the break.
Diego, tenemos 10 minutos. ¿Vamos a echar un FIFA? Vamos, te voy a ganar, hermano. Venga, vamos. Dale, Costa, saca. Encima vale, Costa, mira, mira. Complicado la cosa.
Totó, que pase para Dieguito La Costa. Gira, Costa. ¡Ey! ¿Qué hizo en la otra, mano?
Si hubiese empezado el partido al minuto 30,
la cosa iba a ser otra.
Vámonos. ¿Qué pase? Vaya, graba, mira, pica ahí. Este es un viciado, está engañado.
Tienes que recuperarlo. Yes! Vamos, chicos, que hay un segundo partido en el vestuario. Vamos, equipo campeón. Pues aquí estamos con Rodri, la cosa está complicada porque el primer partido yo no he estado muy bien, pero tenemos la esperanza porque somos la leche. Da la vuelta, Rodri. Vai, safadinho. Pero vamos que ahora va un gol.
¡Gol de golazo! ¡Oh, de Rodri! ¡Golazo! ¡Qué bien, chaval!
Rodri juega muy bien ahí. Va, Running, va.
¡Qué bien! ¡No es para juego! Y marca con el dorsal número 7, Antoine Griezmann.
No es tonto, mano. Pero la verdad es que esperaba un poquito más de ti.
Que vaya a ganar, te lo juro. Dale, toma, un poquito. ¡Gol! ¡Qué golazo de mi hermano! ¡Tómale más!
Pero yo creía que Rodri era mejor que yo, pero la verdad que...
Diego Costa.
Ya te dejo. Te lo mereces, hermano.
Dale un abrazo, dale.
Un beso.
I tell you what, it has been popping in the Gfinity Arena all weekend and especially today in Championship Sunday. It is now down to the console final and we are going to be heading into straight away the PS4 console final before we head to the cross console. And you're seeing some of the highlights from Megabit versus F2 Tex. If you just join us, well, that man, F2 Tex, is leaving in another semi-final, 3 in a row now. The man has got techers, we know that, but Megabit turned up and delivered. So he will be waiting in the Xbox side of things to take on his opponent, who will be PSG Dax. So let's talk about our desk analysts right now, Richard Buckley and Mark Hatcher, aka Onset. Gentlemen, it's been a fun weekend and we're now at the PS4 console final. What have you made of everything and what do you make of this matchup?
I mean, until the last few games, it's kind of been gone to form, I would say, with a lot of the players that we've seen. We've seen some huge performances from players we would expect to put in these big performances. But that last game we just saw, that's put the cat among the pigeons. We've got another German making his way into a final after their fantastic performance as a nation last weekend in Bucharest. Megabit, he's done it. He's in that final once more.
Yeah, cats love pigeons. Pigeons love bread. Who's taking the bread home?
Don't know.
And I meant money. That's what I was saying. Money, bread.
I think if you look at it, the top two, gone. It looks like Tex is already on his train home.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward now. Are we going to get a new name on a trophy? Or is it going to be Stefano Pena again, potentially? Doing Stefano Pena type things.
Yeah, you basically answered my question with another question.
Yep.
And I like that, and I respect it.
What I'm about.
Like a great politician.
What have you liked about Pena? Because he's taken on a man, Dr. Ahanu, who's undefeated. And should we look at that, or should we just think, do you know what, today, PSV Pena is undefeated, and so is Dr. Ahanu?
I think it's going to be an interesting clash of playstyles again. You've been so impressed with how Stefano Pena has played, so I'll let you talk about him, but I want to talk about Dr. Ahanu. I mean, this guy is kind of one of those sleeper players who's come into this. He could win a tournament. Whenever you see his name, he's kind of got that potential to catch fire and go through. He's been consistent. He's had some decent placings so far in FIFA 19, just hasn't been able to make that extra step towards a final and really compete. But now he is in that position. I can see him taking this, but I know you're a Pena fan, so why don't you tell us about him?
Yeah, we're walking up the steps, just up to the...
What, those ones there?
The commentary booth.
The ones we can't see?
Yep.
Yep.
And Pena just sat in the crowd. I went, hey, mate, what thoughts on yesterday? And he went, I just weren't there. Headspace, gone. Weren't there yesterday. Mentally, I got lucky. Today, he's come switched on. And you know what? I think on just one day's performance alone, he's been by far the best player, just on one day's performances. And that's what it is. I think sometimes you often see 3-0 players go out first round of Swiss. Dull and Mike, a couple of weeks ago here, 3-0 in Swiss, went out first round. Tex, he was unbeaten, he's now gone. The only player who's left unbeaten is Dr. Ahanu and Dax.
I'm so happy I'm on the desk with you.
He brightens up everyone's day. If you're enjoying us and everything that's happening today, then don't forget to tweet us at Gfinity, hashtag Gfinity FIFA. I'm not even standing in the right spot. Let's welcome out the PS4 console finalists. Here they are. We have got VFB Dr. Ahanu on your left and PSV Pena 97. Let's welcome them out. Put your hands together. Gentlemen, lovely to see you, Dr. Ahanu. Lovely to have you down here and PSV Pena. Listen, I've got to ask, Richard said you just weren't there yesterday. You were a bit lucky. Today, completely different Pena. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. Yeah, yesterday was not my day, I think. So, yeah, today went really good against Semi. First win against a really good player. And then the semi-final. Yeah, everything went going my way. So, yeah, I'm feeling good today.
Everyone has talked about it. Brandon, Richard have talked about it. All the casters, Christian. They've talked about getting a good night's rest, getting some good breakfast in you, getting some food and some fuel. And is that the secret, or is it just the mind that sort of gets you across the line?
Yeah, I need some rest because yeah, mental is it was crazy yesterday. Tough games, especially the last one against Loss and the Waves. So yeah, I need to get some rest, and yeah, I'm mental good again, so I'm feeling good. Yes.
And were you a little bit annoyed you didn't make it 10 goals against Ajit Power? You were close, weren't you?
Yeah, I was close, but 9 is also okay.
Perfect. Well, listen, best of luck to you. Pena, head over here to Dr. Arne. Undefeated, do you think about that, or do you just think, this is my next opponent, let's get the job done?
I mean, I'm undefeated at the moment, and I want to be undefeated in the tournament on the PS4 side, so I will try my best to win the PS4 final against Pena.
Yeah, and people talk about the mental game. What's your secret, Dr. Arana? People want to know that. I'm not going to make age an issue, but you're one of the oldest competitors. How do you stay focused? How do you keep that drive?
I mean, the only thing what you can do is playing FIFA. So if I'm on the console, I just try my best and try to play my best FIFA. So all you can do is playing FIFA, and you can't do nothing more. So you have to stay confident, and you have to try your best, and the rest will come from it itself.
Well, I tell you what, you have not delivered today, Dr. Arane. So listen, best of luck to you. Best of luck. You can head back up there, Pena. You can head up there, Dr. Arane. Come back over here to the desk for a second, because they seem confident, and that's a beautiful thing that Dr. Arane is saying, is just focus on your FIFA and the rest will come. And I think that's, sometimes we can overthink things, can't we?
It's very true. You can overthink things, and I think that one player who maybe has been a little bit guilty of that was Dax in the last few tournaments. He gets those leads in games and tries to overthink it, thinking, I'm just going to keep possession, I'm not going to do this. Why he's been so good this tournament, and I think me and Dan talked about it when we were commentating a few of his games, is he's just continuing with the same way of playing. He's still taking a few risks in that final third, and it's given him extra chances to extend that lead instead of just relying on, holding a 2-goal lead. It's much more difficult to do in practice, especially when you have your opponent changing their formation, changing their tactics, and obviously throwing players forward. So yeah, sometimes just keeping things simple, and we talk about the mental side of FIFA. Sometimes you just have to clear your mind, stop overthinking, and just do what you do best. Do what got you to this position in the first place.
Yeah, looking back on today's performances from Dr. Arano, starting off the days, obviously beating Nicholas, and before that taking on Guila. And that was a sort of close game, but he just had enough in the locker, enough in the tank to get him across.
Yeah, that experience coming out and showing why he is being so consistent among so many years as a FIFA pro, and not only consistent, but at the top level as well. It's a difference between saying you're a FIFA pro and actually competing at events, winning trophies. He's a 2-time German champion for a reason. He's very, very good at the game, and he's that mental, almost fortitude. You can't practice that at home. You can only practice that at events.
And the interesting is, he's got that 6-3 win against Aguila, and then taking on Nicholas, and we know how good he is. We know how good the Iceman is. In January, he won the LQE. He's phenomenal, but Dr. Arnhem managed to just grind out that result. Now, you look at the last match for Pena, he got a 9-0. Do you think that bodes well for Dr. Arnhem, because he knows how to grind out the win even when he's up against it?
I think the thing is, if you play a player like Nicholas, it's always going to be a close game. It's very rare that we're going to see a player absolutely trounce him. It's always going to be a tight one, and it's just if you can take your chances that you created, and that's one thing he has done very, very well. And those little tactical things as well that he's brought into his game. He was talking about how he has to thank his coach for tiny little things in game, like moving Ronaldo onto that right striker's position so that when he is putting the crosses in towards the back post, he's up against Marcelo, and it's a much higher chance of him winning it. And there's those little micromanagement things, those little things he's brought to the table at this event that I think maybe he might have been missing in the last few.
Yeah, that tactical, the amount of tactical edge you can get from just simple transitions like that. I want to talk about PSV Pena, because he says he's on point. You spoke to him yesterday when you were walking up those stairs, which nobody at home can see because we can't get a camera on them. But those magical, mythical stairs. You look at Pena's result today, and that 9-0, that just really shows that he is ready to play.
Yeah, I look less into the 9-0 and more into the 2-1. I think the 2-1 against Zimmer is a typical Pena performance. Very good defensively, gets enough goals to seal the win. It's not a flamboyant play style. He's mastered the basics of the game. Passing, defending, goalkeeper movement, finesse shots, back post crosses. The saying meta means most effective tactic available. He's going to do the most effective tactic to win the game, to win trophies, to get Global Series ranking points.
That 2-1 winner came in against Zimmer, who had a 3-0 record from the Swiss format yesterday. And this was his home. This is basically Zimmer's home advantage. It's his home stadium.
Yeah, he's won 2 trophies here in the Elite Series, but he couldn't get through the mountain that is Stefano Pena. And one thing I want to talk about a little bit is some of the goals that he did score towards the end of this game, because we talk about his defence, we talk about how he likes to, you know, use the meta parts of the game. But some of the goals that he scored in this, like this one here from Messi, he's showing that he's got more tricks in the box than sometimes we give him credit for. Maybe he kind of tries to grind out a position in the game where he feels comfortable before he does this. But if you do this and you're watching this as a player, if you're watching this as Dr. Ahana, you've got to be aware that Stefano Pena has more going forward than maybe we give him credit for sometimes.
Yeah. It's the comfortability. When you know you've got a big cushion, you can almost express yourself a little bit more. Very similar to like what you see in real life. When a team's 4-5-0 up, I mean, when you play Sunday League, you'd be 9-0 up, keeper would come out.
Yeah, why not?
Switch at half time. Yeah.
Because he didn't want to play in goal.
He didn't.
He wanted to be a striker, but they didn't have a good enough tall player to go in goal. I totally understand your sentiment there, Richard. Do you think that, I mean, we're looking at this tweet right now from Aggie. Why are people calling Stefano Pena underrated? The man is the reigning PS4 world champion. Amazing performance once again. Good luck to all the competitors left in London. I don't think we've seen he's underrated.
I think it's one of those players, and it's a point that I've made for the last couple of events. I've kind of made a point of talking about him every single time we talk about the PlayStation 4, because I think the word underrated gets thrown about because he's such a quiet guy. We don't see a lot of him. You know, he's not very outspoken. He just lets his game do the talking. And that's why I've tried to raise him. Every single time that I'm on a desk, every time I get the opportunity to talk about PS4, Stefano Pena is the first name that comes up because of his track record. He is a phenomenal player, and once again, he finds himself in a console final.
Yeah, indeed. Would you agree with that sentiment? I mean, Aga's sort of saying, you know...
I think if you're calling him underrated at this point, you're wrong. It's as simple as that.
100%. I think if he goes... For me, there's two on the PlayStation. We've not seen Joksam for a while. He's been concentrating on his studies. So for me right now, it's between Nicholas and Pena. If Nicholas is out now, so if Pena goes on, wins this, is another PS4 champion, I'd probably say Pena's edging it. Maybe not on Global Series ranking points, but in terms of performances, 100%.
Yeah, listen, I love your input into this game. I love your passion on set. I love your unpredictability, Richard. However, I would never ask you for the score. That's not the sort of host I am. I care about what you guys think. So we've got a poll on our Twitter at Gfinity. We'd love to know what you think is going to happen in this game. That's what the people talk and we listen. So make sure you get over to our Twitter at Gfinity and let us know who you think is going to win this. Any final thoughts on this one? Do you think it's going to be a bit of a goal fest, or is it going to be edgy?
You know what? I'm going to give you a prediction. That's the sort of man I am.
Didn't ask for it.
Brave.
2-0, Stefano Pena.
OK.
4-3.
OK.
Dr. Ahana.
Perfect. There we go. Thank you very much, on set and Richard. That's enough from us down at the desk. Let's get to the action. Chris Tunn and Wonderboy. Are we going to get a point from Chris Tunn? Come on, give me a point.
We'll get it in there. Just for you, Tom.
We
just
can't leave him alone for more than 5 minutes down there. It's just anarchy.
It's absolute crazy
Although,
down there.
got to give a shout out to Richard Buckley. Didn't know that's what meta stood for. Most effective tactic available. I learned something new today.
Richard Buckley just bringing different cards to the table.
Yeah.
Crazy guy.
Got these glasses to look a bit smarter, and he's just out there
blowing us out of the water. It's the shit.
Actually, I need them to see.
You do. But into this PlayStation final, it's going to be an interesting one. And I just wanted to talk about what Dr. Ahana said at the beginning. You know, Tom was asking him, is there anything different that you do? How do you remain composed? And he's like, I'm just playing FIFA. And that's just such a good mentality to have. You know, you think no different to yourself. Just people at home, like me and you, average players, sitting there just playing FIFA. He's doing exactly the same, just a lot better. But this is going to be an interesting one, I think, Harry.
Yeah, tremendous mentality from Ahana, and we weren't expecting him to pip the game against Nicholas earlier on. He did so.
Yeah. And you'd argue that he's had a harder route here than Pena has as well. So I'm really interested to see what happens here. And, Stefano Pena, I think, had a poor day yesterday by his standards. He knows that. He's coming to today. And, we talk about Swiss. And as long as you get to bracket, it doesn't matter how you play it. Yes, OK, it's going to affect where you lie in the bracket. But as soon as you get to Swiss, you just need to win yourself a few games. And then you're in the final. You're in the global the grand final for all the money, for all the global series points. And that's when you need to perform. Sundays is when you need to perform. And he has been doing that, dispatching of two solid opponents, but Dr. Ahana himself playing very, very well.
One thing I will say about Stefano Pena, benefited last weekend from Nicholas not competing in Bucharest, was able to catch him up a little bit on those Global Series ranking points. He sits third in the standings at the moment, chasing Nicholas. Everyone's chasing Nicholas at the moment in first place. Nicholas going out early to Dr. Ahana definitely benefits Pena, considering he's outplaced him again. So he closes that gap at the top of the PS4 rankings. And if he wins right here, he's going to close that gap even more and potentially even overtake him.
Yeah, it's looking really good from this weekend, of course, at the LQE. And that's what I love about FIFA. We've got so many events, so many opportunities for these players to find themselves some points and find themselves some money and just, compete throughout the year. But here we go. PlayStation Grand Final here at the London LQE at the Gfinity Arena. And there's going to be Dr. Ahano from left to right in the white kit, and Pena from right to left in the navy.
A couple of things to watch out for in this game, Chris, across the two legs. I want to see Pena score goals. That's something that...
I mean, that helps.
I mean, obviously it helps, but Pena's so renowned for his defensive gameplay. I want to see this man light up the stage. It would be a huge statement. I always talk about making statements, but if you could score a load of goals if you're Pena to back up your defensive gameplay as well, it's going to be a tremendous statement to make. Dr. Ahano coming forward here. For him, I want to see him break down the stout defense of Pena. That's a long-range shot off the bar. Will he get the rebound? No, he won't. It won't even matter because he's offside, but breaking down Pena, easier said than done. And when we saw Nicholas, who Dr. Ahano beat to get to this final, I mean, it wasn't until Nicholas had to start chasing the game did we see Dr. Ahano really start scoring a few goals. So I want to see Dr. Ahano be able to break down the defense of Pena.
And the thing is as well, Dr. Ahano, his defense has been so good. I mean, we've seen him go up against Nicholas and he defended so well. He's going to have to defend even better. Oh my God, Ronaldo trying to turn inside and doesn't actually get the fortunate nutmeg, but is not going to be able to get a hold of the ball. But Dr. Ahano, typically his defense has been very, very good. We've seen the onslaught that Nicholas put on against his goal, and somehow he survived. We really can't understand how Nicholas didn't score a goal.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that was good defending from Dr. Ahano. I mean, we saw it in the first half of the second leg of that semi-final.
Maybe the keeper movement,
there were 7, 8 shots at the half, and at least 4 of them went wide. So I don't think Pena will have the same poor finishing that Nicholas did in that semi-final. So Dr. Ahano needs to be better defensively, 100%.
Let's see what Pena can do to try and break it down. There's a good opportunity for an attack here, Messi. Going to try and run into that one, but Madasar is there to clean things up very, very easily. 15 in-game minutes gone, and nobody really with too many significant of a chances. I mean, we've seen a wild shot from Modric. It did hit the crossbar, but it wasn't really fashioned to be a clear-cut one. Now, it does seem that Pena is on the attack. Messi back to Mbappe. Mbappe, for me, has been one of the cards of the tournament so far. That speed down the wing causing so many problems. Ronaldo back to Huller. That's a fantastic pass, and it's a great start from PSV Pena. Ruud Huller in the box, turns and smashes in the top left. Fantastic work by him, and it's a really, really well-worked goal. Pena takes the lead here in the grand final of the PlayStation side.
First goal within 17 in-game minutes for Pena, and now Ahano, we speak about chasing the game, has to make sure he keeps his head for the rest of this first half. Only 1-0 down. You can't leak goals to Stefano Pena considering how good his defense is. So if you're Ahano, do not panic. It's an early goal conceded, absolutely not ideal, but it's just the 1 goal for now. Let's make sure we keep this competitive and keep your composure.
Plenty more FIFA to be played. And here is an opportunity here for Dr. Ahano to attack. And really, a lot of the concentration of his attack has been on these wings, hasn't it? It's been Mbappe, it's been Neymar, cutting inside, looking for the passes. He likes to spread it wide quite a lot. At the moment, though, in the middle of the park, it is going to be Modric. Back to Huller, just waiting for that opportune moment. But Pena shutting the door at every opportunity. You just look at the midfielders. He's got across the middle. He's hit the crossbar again, though. Not much defending you can do to stop that. But he's limiting Dr. Ahano to having to take these shots, which are currently not going in. Corner, short to Modric, towards the back post. Holland is there to defend, and this one is going to be cleared away. And actually, this could be an opportunity for Ronaldo. He's 1-on-2 right now. He's got to run it to his left-hand side. That's to Mbappe, and this is a very, very quick break. Neymar down the right-hand side, back into Messi. It's absolutely wonderful football, and that's a sensational pass and a sensational save by Van der Sar. The preceding corner is swung in, and this one will be dealt with by Dr. Ahano. But what a passage of play from Pena there. Fantastic FIFA from him.
Ahano survives. That could have been 2-0 down. Just before that, though, it seemed like Pena survived. There was a bit of a couple of chances coming in for Ahano. He needs to be careful, though. Obviously, one of the things I was going to bring up before that entire passage of play happened, Chris, was to look out for this man who Pena's controlling at the moment at left back, Marcelo, something that Ahano did so well against Nicholas was exploit the back post. Marcelo, not the tallest of players at the back stick, both players using Marcelo at left back. So watch out for those left wing crosses coming into that back stick, and watch for players to try and exploit the shortness of Marcelo at left back.
An opportunity to exploit the defence there. Nice move by Dr. Ahano, but that final pass is just a little bit wayward. And Pena now on the attack, and that ball is maybe just going to be a little bit of a stretch. Lionel Messi. And that's going to go back to Dr. Ahano. But yeah, you're right. You know, I picked up on the fact that he goes wide a lot, and that's the reason why he likes to exploit these small fullbacks. And that's one of the reasons we're seeing Sergio Ramos be brought back in. And, you know, I think when we play on the newer patch as well, I think we're going to see it even more. Because we know how prevalent crossing could potentially be on the new patch. And these big defenders at the back post are definitely going to help you. Modric, so looking to find a route through the middle, and that's an easy enough save for De Gea, not even a time finish there, so that's never going to trouble him too much. And now an opportunity for Pena. Pushing forward once again, Mbappe. Then a little bit more central for Pena by the looks of things, maybe just mixing it up, but Hullet now controlling the game, recycling the play.
And if at home you're wondering, hey, why did players just play someone else at left back instead of Marcelo? It's because if you're chasing the game and you have to switch to a three at the back formation, you can easily push Marcelo up at that left midfield position. He's agile enough, he's quick enough, has 5-star skills. He can offer you a lot going forward, either with a 4 at the back as left back or a 5 in midfield at left midfield. So you don't want to have to substitute off one of your defenders to make that happen. And if you keep Marcelo on the pitch, he offers a lot of attacking prowess. 41 minutes gone, 66% possession in favour of Ahano. That just goes to show, Chris, how difficult it really is to break down Pena.
Yeah, so difficult, and you know, just solid at defending one-on-one situations as well. It's you know, we talked about Dr. Ahano with the crossing as well, but his drag backs have been fantastic. But Pena hasn't really given him any opportunities to find himself in that sort of space, and it's going to be a corner, fortunately, for Dr. Ahano. Where does he choose to place this one? Does he go short? Does he stick it towards the back post? It goes front post, actually, and Mbappe back defending, doing his duties. Marcelo will clean this one up, so Dr. Ahano can continue this attack. Approaching half-time here in the first leg. Modric trying to carve a chance from somewhere. Pull it back to Modric. Wants to orchestrate where he can. The step overs to try and create some sort of space into R9. Does he swing it in? Big tackle comes in from Varane, though. The Frenchman will just about shut down that attack from Dr. Ahano, and at the half of the first leg, Pena has a 1-0 goal lead.
Well, as we expected it to go, a lot of possession for Ahano. Great defensive work from Pena. Not as many goals as we would have liked to have seen from Stefano Pena, but the lead going into the half of the first leg will be good enough. One thing I do love about this entire LQE here in London, Chris, is the diversity we have in the console finals. You have Dax and Megabit 9th and 8th respectively in the Xbox rankings, and then you have these two. I mean, Stefano Pena, the highest ranked player left in the tournament on both consoles. He's sat up there in the top 3 in 3rd place, and then you have Dr. Ahano, who is 15th in the world on PS4, and this tournament's certainly going to shake up the rankings in terms of Global Series points, because a lot of lower down ranked players are going to start creeping up the leaderboards a bit thanks to their fantastic placements here.
Well, it is a really good opportunity. You're very, very right for both of these players. You know, Pena is one of these guys who's trying to take over that #1 spot. Dr. Ahano's trying to find himself in a much better position, and he will at this point. You know, he's going to get a decent amount of points, especially if he goes on to win this game, but is currently behind. But is on the attack. Modric here. Out now to Hullet. Doesn't mind a shot, does Ruud Hullet. De Gea has to palm it away. Maybe didn't look as dangerous as initially thought, but De Gea has to stick this one behind for a corner. Mbappe back to Rio Ferdinand. Looking for that incisive pass, and Varane just gets his face in the way. And Pena will survive that attack. Dr. Ahano maybe coming into this game a little bit more.
Yeah, it was a good read by Ahano before that corner came in. When Pena is standing off you, using Vieira just kind of almost zonal marking on the edge of the box, making sure he cuts off any passing lanes, and you are in control of Ruud Hullet. Why not have a shot? He has great shooting stats. We've seen so many outside of the box shots from Hullet fly into the net, so it was a good identification there from Ahano, realising no pressure coming in on Hullet.
Oh, that's a good move. That's through the legs, actually, to Hullet. Van der Sar scrambling across his goal and stops that inside post shot going in. Now the corner from Pena. All the way, a looping one to the back post, and that's what Van der Sar is great at. Getting there on these corner balls and stopping anything going in. Neymar now. Potential break here for Dr. Ahano. Doesn't want to lose it to Sergio Ramos there, but he's been caught out of position. And here goes Cristiano Ronaldo. The afterburners are on. Turning inside, waiting for some support from his teammates. Modric is going to play this one out to Sergio Ramos. Looking for some play down the wings, potentially. We haven't seen Dr. Ahano had much luck through the middle, although this might be that occasion. Ronaldo back to Modric, looking for some sort of space. Hullet. And he just can't seem to find that final incisive pass, but there it is. Ronaldo now to here with a sensational save. Dr. Ahano really starting to turn things on now. This is better from him.
That would have been goal of the tournament for me, Chris. The amount of passes Ahano was able to string together, just so patient, just waiting for Pena to make a mistake, commit one player too many forward to try and pressure the ball, and great patience and great save in the end from De Gea. Saves Pena's skin, but Ahano knocking on the door. He is not out of this yet.
Sloppy player by Pena there, and it just seems to be, you know, Dr. Ahano, he doesn't seem to have, like, he doesn't seem to have a full game of playing very, very well. It's either a half here and there, isn't it? And then he seems to turn it on at odd occasions. If he could keep that consistency, he could do the whole of these games, then he'd be really looking good in that tie.
Yeah, you're right. It seems to be either has a lot of possession or nothing really comes of it, or he's playing on the counter and then has some tremendous opportunities without the ball. So it's interesting. Like you say, Chris, he seems to be almost having a game of two halves, to use the expression as people do in football. Game of two halves. Never understood that one. What does it mean?
I mean, it's two halves of a game, but that's a cracking cross in by Mbappe.
Seriously, what does it mean?
What
does it mean if you lose the first half, you win the second half? Does that just mean the break is like you just have to forget the first half after the second one?
We're going wild. Well, not wildly off topic, but slightly.
Okay.
It's all right.
Learned two things today. It's a record for me.
Crazy. What a day you've had. Anyway, back into the game. Pena now looking like he's on a break, and that might be an incisive pass to Neymar. Ferdinand just about getting in the way. We'll play it back to Van der Sar. Richard Buckley looking like his prediction could be a bit more correct than Mark's. He said 2-0 to Pena. But there's still potential for the 4-3 for Dr. Ahano. Who do you believe in? I'm honestly with Pena at the moment. I mean, it's easy to say when he's 1-0 up, but so far his defensive work has been great. Although a little bit quiet on the attack in this second half of the first leg. Seen a lot more from him in the first, but here we go. This might be some potential for him now. Let's try and get another goal on the board here. Ferdinand switching the play, and just slow, patient play from Pena here.
My worry for Pena is if he, on the defence, as he has possession at the moment, if on the defence he does let Ahano control Hullet and just wait for that pass, and one of these finesse shots for Hullet is going to go in for Ahano. So you're almost looking for Pena to get himself another goal. I hate saying that while I'm commentating, because obviously you want goals all the time, but to get that 2-goal cushion, you can start being a bit more risky on defense. And I feel like if Pena starts playing a bit more risky with his defense, then maybe we'll see more attacking opportunities for him. But you can see, as you said, Chris, like you can see right now, he's struggling to really get anything going attacking-wise in the second half.
He is, but here we go. Vieira now. Could he maybe help Pena get himself in a better position here? Hullet will clear that one away.
It's a little bit lackluster, isn't
it? You know, it seems as if he's maybe switching off a little bit as he gets into that final third. And Dr. Ahano just seems to be one of these players who somehow survive in onslaughts. He hasn't necessarily had to deal with one so far, but a goal would do him a lot of favours here. Modric now. It's Marcelo. Looking to build. He's had his moments, he's had his chances, but has not taken them. Hullet, 89 minutes on the clock here in the first leg. Neymar back to Modric, just looking for the pass. He's not being afforded much room, but he has that little bit of room we talked about. Can't quite get past that defense. Pena every single time. He just seems to slam that door shut. We're going to be going into the second leg with Pena. A 1-goal lead to him. And looking good to be our PS4 Grand Champion here this weekend at the LQE.
a very solid first leg from Stefano Pena, and I'm going to be honest with you, Chris, I love the adjustment I saw from Pena at the end of that first leg. I was watching Hullet for Ahano, and Ahano was trying to find him, and Pena, when he realized that all of his players were back defending his own box, he knew, hey, let me just mark Hullet. Let me get a player, I think it was Neymar, he was using it as cam position, just to mark Hullet, just to prevent that opportunity. So again, one thing that Pena does so well is adjusting mid-game, and that's something he's recognized. He's saying, hey, maybe I'm giving a little bit too much time for Ahano's Hullet on the edge of the box, because we know how dangerous those finesse shots are.
Yeah, they can be so dangerous. And Hullet is just an automatic pick into everybody's squad. He's such a good player. Defensively, offers plenty of attacking options too. Him as the start, and let's be honest, you know, Dr. Ahano hit the crossbar twice here as well. You know, a little bit less power, it might be saved, but it might have crept in too. Here is the Pena goal though. Ronaldo down the left, tries his best to get inside. Hullet, little drag back, smashes it in with his left hand foot. Left hand foot? Left foot.
Left foot hand.
Left foot hand indeed. Good shot by Mbappe there.
Yeah.
And you know, he has had his chances, Dr. Ahano, to get back in this game.
Second crossbar hit, like you said, from Ahano, but I just want to touch on that Pena goal. He's so good on the ball, as Stefano Pena, and he hasn't really had an opportunity to do that in the second half, at least against Dr. Ahano in the first leg. I want to see more of it. He scored a tremendous goal in his semi-final, multiple dragbacks, and I won't lie, I want to see more of that. I want to see more of Pena attacking, and most of the game he's been defending, and towards the end he had a little bit more possession and more chances, but it's very much slim pickings for him, and Ahano, as long as he is still in this tie, he has a chance of winning.
He does indeed. We've seen plenty of goals from him. We've casted most of his games actually, so it's nice for us to be able to see him here after his development through the tournament.
That was a tremendous save, by the way.
Yeah, great save. And
Nine
there was another
out of 10 times, Chris. Sorry to interrupt you, but that's a goal. A green time finish for it with CR7 in the box. Tremendous save.
There was another moment when Pena had his great move as well, and another good save coming out of Van der Sar. There's been a couple of hero moments from the goalkeepers to keep this as low scoring as it has been. But yeah, as I said, Dr. Ahano, he's found a way to get goals in many games. He's come up against strong opponents, specifically in his last game where he really wasn't expected to beat Nicholas, but he goes on and does it, and it does it in pretty good fashion. You know, he, as I said, somehow survived that onslaught we talked about, but at the same time, he made his goals count. He made all the chances that he had count. He needs to do it here in this game. He is behind, but we know he has the potential to score plenty of goals.
Yeah, speaking of Nicholas, again, he is out in the semi-final, not featuring in this PS4 final, but has been the Stefano Pena kryptonite as of late. And this is the matchup Stefano Pena wanted. He didn't want to have to play Nicholas, who's had his number on several occasions in the past. And you just wonder whether or not Pena, so far, again, we haven't played the second leg yet of this tie, but you just wonder whether or not he's not making the most of this occasion, the most of him not having to play Nicholas, who like I said, has been his kryptonite. You just want to see him make a little bit more of the difference in players. It's not often we see someone outside of Nicholas in a PS4 final.
Obviously, with the absence of some of the other higher ranks, this is a really good opportunity for players like Dr. Ahano to boost themselves up the ranking. It's a good opportunity for Pena to get himself closer to that #1, potentially overtake it. But as we go into the second leg here, Pena and the classic PSV red and white from left to right. Dr. Ahano from right to left in the black. It's evenly poised. Nelly Pena with the 1-goal advantage going the second leg.
Maybe Pena's just playing patient, playing smart, saying, hey, as long as I have the lead, I know my defense is very, very good. I've made the adjustments I need to make. As long as I hold on to this 1-goal lead, eventually Ahano's going to start taking more risks. Eventually he's going to start changing formations or playing more players forward from the back, and that's when my opportunity to counter is going to present itself. So Pena, very, very experienced, certainly underestimated by a lot of people, but underestimate him at your peril. He is an absolute beast.
Into this one, Pena with the initial possession, but couldn't really do much with it. Dr. Ahano, you're very right in what you said. You know, the longer that time goes on, the more risks he's going to take if he still finds himself behind. So It's up to him to make the moves. Pena doesn't necessarily need to do anything else here apart from defend. Of course, a 1-0 lead is very, very fragile.
As long as he's within 1 goal, Chris, I don't see him making a change, at least in the first half. I mean, unless something's going badly wrong at the back or in midfield, I don't see him changing anything.
Oh, the pass was on for Messi on the inside there. Tried to look for it with Mbappe, but is closed down very quickly, and here we go. Something we didn't see from Dr. Arjona was the crosses coming in so much last game. And that was something that he's looked to in plenty of his games so far this weekend. A little bit more of that might be the key that unlocks the defence here.
Especially when you have Pena making, as I said before, those adjustments to try and mark Ruud Gullit a little bit more. Maybe you're right, maybe attacking down the wings, maybe looking for those long through balls when we saw him earlier on in the day. First game of the day, actually, against Daniel Aguila. We were surprised at how many long raking through balls he was able to play. That's a mistake, though, in midfield, and he hasn't really had the opportunities to play those long balls, those through balls that he had such success using against Daniel Aguila.
Messi down this left-hand side. Another goal for Pena will be fantastic, and he's in a good position to do something here. Neymar, he may play it back to Ronaldo, doesn't need to. Drags back and snaps it towards the left corner. Van der Sar, we spoke about him quite a bit this weekend. Such a big frame in that goal. Fantastic addition to any squad.
I like the idea of the drag back there from Pena. Yeah, you look at that pass inside. I think it was Messi who was on the inside. He potentially could have played that pass, but pass is inside the box. You played just a smidgen too heavy, then the goalkeeper comes to collect. A chance here, though, for Arjona.
Huge chance for Ronaldo at the back post. Looking for the pass inside. And Dr. Arjona, still plenty of time, just trying to take his time to make a definite chance that he can score.
Yeah, that's the problem, though. Pena's defence is so reactive and so quick that if you take a little bit too much time, you dwell just a tiny bit, and he's going to snatch in, take the ball from you, and not even force it forward. He's going to play it from Ferdinand to Gullit, back to his goalkeeper to the other side of the pitch where none of your players are, so it's so frustrating to play against.
Cristiano Ronaldo down this left-hand side. Recycling it back to the middle to Gullit. Oh my God, that's a really, really good win by Modric here. And Dr. Arjona now can get himself on the counter-attack, or at least build something. Maybe a little bit too much from Neymar in the middle of the park, and isn't going to get anything there. And what looked like a potential developing opportunity is completely stuffed out there by Pena, who now has the chance to attack himself. Ronaldo making strides down this left-hand side. Goes on his left as well, he's happy to do so. Potential cross coming in here. Ronaldo just looking for Gullit, does find him. Inside to Neymar, he just goes for it as well. Misses the finesse, I should say, on the time shot.
That's the thing, though.
It's difficult, you know, even in that scenario where Neymar is, it's always difficult to squeeze it from there.
With Pena using the drag back so often, I actually saw Arjona there actually cheat with one of his players, which allowed the pass to happen. He was marking Neymar, he was marking the passing lane as, wow, long ball came in there from Dr. Arjona. He was marking Neymar, but because he was expecting a drag back, he moved his player out of the way, and that allowed the passing lane to be open. And Pena, the benefactor, couldn't make the shot into a goal.
Cristiano Ronaldo receiving this ball a lot down this left-hand side right now, but Varane is there, tidy up now, and Dr. Arjona will be able to get this one away quite easily. We're now just over halfway in this first half of the second leg. Still only one goal in this tie. Who will get the next? Modric going for one, and here will grasp it that after the deflection. But Dr. Arjona, you just don't feel like he's had too many clear-cut chances. I mean, we talked about that one where he developed a fantastic opportunity in the first leg, of course. But right now, it just seems as if he's clutching at straws, and it's going to become more like that as time goes on. He needs a goal very, very quickly. But look at Pena here, moving through, not able to find that final pass once again. A good defensive performance from both players so far in the second leg.
Yeah, very attritional game, and we're starting to come back now for Dr. Arjona to those long through balls down the wing. That's twice in a row now he's found Neymar on his right-hand side, and that was the formula to beat Daniel Aguila earlier on in the day. Can it beat Pena?
Gullit looking to Modric, the creator in the middle of the park. Marcelo doesn't mind a cross. Could go for it, but is going to recycle it maybe back to Gullit. So Modric, look at the run there, doesn't need it. Searching for the top right once again.
green time there from Ahano. You think maybe that goes in the top corner, but timing just off. A little mistake there from Pena as we are seeing out the end of the first half now into added time of this second leg. It's do or die time now, really, for Ahano. Maybe in the second half we're going to start seeing some changes.
I do believe we will see some. But he has an opportunity here at the end of the first half. Modric again.
Ooh.
He's been effective here. He's looking for the pass. Oh, is he? Oh, the deflection isn't going to come to him. Sergio Ramos will clear it. And the last bit of action of the first half of the second leg, and such a tight affair. Nobody really having much clear-cut chances at all, if anything. And now the changes surely going to come in for Dr. Ahano. Does Pena change anything potentially? Does it go a bit more defensive?
He's anticipating Ahano making those changes like we are, Mark. Excuse me, Chris. I was called you Mark. Sorry.
Wow.
I know you're offended by that, but
much more muscly than him.
We saw him just check out the player rating screen there. When players do that, they're looking for formation changes, and that's something that Pena almost toyed about doing, but we'll have to see if any changes. If anything, for me, Chris, it's going to be a formation change. I don't think he needs to change personnel just yet. I think maybe moving over to that 4-2-2 could be the option, but he's actually decided to sub off R9, I believe that is, for Lionel Messi.
And the thing is here is that he's only one behind. If it was a couple, then you start to try and make some radical changes soon. But he's had chances. Nothing too clear-cut, but he's getting there. So he's not playing a bad game here, Dr. Ahano. I think he knows that. He's had potential chances. This is a good move building here. Pull it.
Just the wrong player.
Just looking for that final pass, and they just can't seem to find it. Pena, though, oh, he was looking for the run of Messi once again. He looked like he was absolutely on his bike there. Oh my God, it's been given away. And Messi down this right-hand side. Good opportunity here for Dr. Ahano. Neymar, oh, he just can't shrug Vieira off. And he just gets in the way where he needs to.
Two little half opportunities there for Ahano, Chris. The first one where he gave the ball away was actually looking for CR7 in the box. The pass went to the wrong player, and then just that one as well. Unfortunate, Neymar took a bit of a sloppy touch, so getting closer is Ahano.
It's well worked down the left-hand side by Pena, but he chooses to recycle. Back to Messi now. Looking for an opportune moment to maybe try and kill this one off, and that should be cleared. I say that, Messi going to win the ball back. An opportunity here, there's a space for Huller to find Neymar. Looking for the top left, and he's not far off. Still one up here in this tie, Pena, and he's looking for more. Dr. Ahano has to be careful. He's going to have to start committing more men forward, and that's where that space is going to be left, and that's the first example we've seen of it.
You don't want to use the term kill the tie off, but a goal very soon for Pena would make things incredibly difficult for Ahano. Just the one goal across the two legs so far. Chance for Ahano now to steal one back.
Down the wing he goes once again with Neymar. That's an inviting ball. Sergio Ramos is there. Messi is just about going to get to the ball but can't control it.
It's another poor touch from one of Ahano's players. I mean, it's just certainly not getting the rub of the green, really, with his players' controls at the moment.
Messi jinking his way around the edge of the box. Finds Ronaldo out wide to Mbappe. Ooh, all right, Sergio Ramos just about beats him to the ball there. Seeing them given, specifically against me. Messi now for Pena, breaking down this right-hand side. Good defending once again by Dr. Ahano. Keeps himself in this game. As long as it's one goal, this could change very, very quickly. Just looking, oh, a mistake though. Is he going to be able to retrieve it? He does. And it's just so difficult for him to break him down. Stefano Pena has defended so well during this game. And that's a sloppy play, and Dr. Ahano may be getting desperate now. Ramos inside to Vieira, look at the space. We talked about it, he has to send more men forward. Messi now, see what he can do here. Nearly beating two men, is going to draw a free kick as well. An opportunity for Pena to make this 2-0, but the pause does come in.
Unsurprising for me, Chris.
Yeah.
Ahano, it's been, honestly, I want to use the term unlucky because he has just been so unlucky. A little bit better, a bit of snappier control by some of his players, and he could have had several better opportunities. But you have to credit that as well to Pena's close marking. He's going to sub off Neymar, I do believe it is, and we saw in the custom tactics as well, just pushing his players a little bit closer together, a little bit further back to make sure that this one goal lead can be defended, but it's a risky lead. You want to rest on your laurels.
Not with one. One more you feel would maybe do it. And he is going to whip this one in. Messi sends it high. Is Van der Sar going to get there? Of course he is. He's been so good for Dahano at defending these situations. You know, corners, crosses coming in. Oh my God, look at this room. He's in acres of space, and that might be it. He doesn't need many chances, Stefano Pena, but when he gets them, he takes them the majority of the time. And he's done that in this game. He hasn't been afforded much room or many chances. But a golden one there, and he expects the keeper to move over and sticks it in the bottom right. A good goal from Stefano Pena, but Dr. Ahano, he's struggled in this game to carve him open, and he gets carved open himself.
Yeah, and another pause comes in, and I wouldn't be surprised to see this be the 3 at the back change for Dr. Ahano. 2 goals down.
It's doable.
Certainly doable, but time running out, 20 in-game minutes, odd, and I feel sorry for him again. Often you'll see players, when they have the opportunity with Messi, where Pena just scored, you'll see them finesse at the far post, and Hano expecting that, he gambled the wrong way, and at that point, with that kind of chance, with that caliber of player in the Team of the Year Messi card, it is a gamble. If you guess the right way, you save yourself a goal. Unfortunately, guessed wrong, and is now down by 2.
It's a big pause by Dr. Ahano here. A lot of changes potentially coming in. We could see a 4-2-2 or a 4-2-4.
I think 3 at the back.
3 at the back, potentially.
I think you have to at this point. You need to bolster the midfield a little bit, push Marcelo a little bit further up. Although, that being said, it's the wing-backs, the full-backs, I should say, joining the attack, I think, has been the difference in the later stages, while Ehano has been chasing the game, where Pena's starting to find the spaces. We saw a couple of good opportunities before that goal came in for Pena, where Marcelo just a little bit too high up the pitch, and here comes Kevin De Bruyne.
Kevin De Bruyne coming on, not something we see too often, but maybe.
5-star skills, 5-star weak foot.
Yeah.
It's not a bad choice.
It's not a bad choice at all. Very, very versatile. That's a terrible start to the comeback. If you're Dr. Ahano, just giving it away. Stefano Pena in a great, great spot here. He's offside. You hate to see it if you're Dr. Ahano. Maybe a moment for you to get an opportunity. But now, Pena staring at that cross-console final. He could be the champion of the PlayStation side here at this LQE in London. Mbappe, once again, on his bike down this right-hand side. Dr. Ahano is going to win it back. He has 16 in-game minutes to score 2 goals. And he's really struggled to find one so far, and then things like that happen, trying to play it through and just can't find the right angle for the ball. And the thing is, as he commits men forward, it's going to be easier for Pena to find all this room, and that's a last-ditch tackle from Varane. That may well save Dr. Ahano.
Remember that one. If Ahano does come back in this game, the throw-in will go to Pena, but looking at the radar, looking at the way the 2 teams are stacked up, don't think it's quite the 3 at the back here for Ahano just yet, but Pena comes forward, he smells blood.
He really does. A third would well and truly kill this off now. Dr. Ahano, we feel like he might struggle for 2. Pena looking for the third. Look at the space in the box. Messi, a great tackle by Varane once again.
Great, because he was outnumbered in the box.
But this defensive work is all for nothing if he can't get up the pitch and score himself. De Bruyne clatters into a player there, but wins the ball. Marcelo away down the left, and we need a break here from Dr. Ahano if we want to see an amazing end to this tie. Ronaldo now, oh, the pass was on, but he doesn't find it. And Pena, he's leaving men up for him. Ferdinand with a crucial interception again. Dr. Ahano's defending as well as he can here, but he needs to excel in the attack if he wants to stay in this PlayStation Grand Final. Messi will run it out of play. 6 in-game minutes for Dr. Ahano now to find 2.
It's a great crescendo to this PS4 final. Just the 2 goals in it so far. Way more spaces being opened up on both sides of the ball as Ahano chases the game, and Pena smells blood. He starts to circle in the water, and he's winning it often in midfield, and these long balls are outnumbering Ahano at the back. He's coming forward, is Pena, and that could be the game ender. But Van der Sar with another save. Absolutely saves Ahano's skin, but is it too little too late?
The time is really ticking down now, Harry. The PlayStation Grand Final here has been a very, very tight affair. but Pena just seems to have had that edge. It's a great pass inside to Mbappe here, though. Hano, if you can get a goal back here, we're maybe talking a final 2 minutes of action. But once again, Pena slams that door shut. We head into the 92nd minute. Pena has been flawless defensively through this game. Or maybe not. Oh, and he's hit the post again. Dr. Ahano, he can't buy a goal against Stefano Pena, who is your PlayStation Grand Champion here at the LQE in a sensational performance. All-round fantastic FIFA from him. A defensive masterclass.
Tremendous from Stefano Pena, and I tell you who has the biggest smile in the arena right now. Not Stefano Pena, I can tell you now, it's Richard Buckley down there on the desk.
He's a genius.
The 2-0 prediction, it's a gutsy call in a FIFA 19 patch where there's goals galore. 2-0 was bang on the money.
Stefano Pena very, very much deserved that one. And it was a game of not many chances. Let's be honest, there wasn't that fantastic attacking, flowing football from either player, but the defensive work from Stefano Pena was excellent. Dr. Hano's defense was pretty good as well. That was why it was so low scoring. But Stefano Pena took the lead and defended fantastically throughout that time.
Yeah, it's not only the defense as a whole from Stefano Pena, very stout, very aggressive, but it was the adjustments that he made. It was the way he was able to mark the danger men for his opponent, and it was just so well played. And I can't wait to see how he plays in the cross-console final, because he's looking on top form so far this weekend in London.
He is indeed the absolute best PlayStation player here this weekend. A fantastic game between these two. As I said, a defensive masterclass from Stefano Pena. But back down to the boys on the desk to see what they thought of that game. Richard Buckley, you are a genius, my man. Wow.
Ooh, and a cheeky point to end everything there. Richard, on set, we talk about that before we talk about the predictions. PSV Pena, the best PlayStation player this weekend, and deserves it after a performance like that.
Oh, phenomenal. I mean, I don't think anyone can argue with it. The way that he's controlled a lot of the games and the way that he controlled that final was impressive as well. I do feel a little bit for his opponent, Dr. Ahano. He didn't have the slices of luck sometimes you need to become a champion. He hit the woodwork a few times, and those little differences do make the difference across two legs. But Stefano Pena, let's take nothing away from this guy. Aga was saying underrated, not anymore. I mean, this guy is phenomenal. Aga wasn't saying he was underrated, sorry. He was saying people were saying he was underrated. If you still think that now, he's your PS4 champion again, this time in FIFA 19.
Well put on set, a.k.a. Mark Hatcher. Listen, guys, if you're wondering why we keep saying that Richard Buckley is a genius, here is a little reminder of what happened earlier on.
You know what? I'm going to give you a prediction. That's the sort of man I am.
Didn't ask for it.
Brave.
2-0, Stefano Pena.
Okay.
4-3.
Okay.
Dr. Ahano.
So there you go.
That's really weird. That's really weird, because that clip, I predicted the same thing as you did, but they just...
they edited it out.
Clever editing, yeah.
You can never trust anybody these days. Richard, why? What was your theory on that? And how did you get it so damn right?
I mean, I've got a lot wrong in my career, so we'll just take that one. That's one of the positives. But I think the performance
King
against
of
Zimmer...
predictions, that's what it says.
I mean, I'll take it, do you know what I mean? Put it in the bio. If you're looking at the Zimmer result, I think that was the key result. The 9-0 is a little bit of an anomaly. If you look at his results from the past few weekends, this 2-0, 2-1, 3-1 sort of game is pretty much what Stefano Pena is built upon. Just grinding out results, wearing his opponents down. Ahano didn't have a lot of clear-cut, that is a golden opportunity sort of chances. And I think Pena, if you look at it, if you look at the results that have been going his way recently, it just sort of all made sense, and it just came together in my brain.
Well, I love you showing you're working out there. That's what's important in exams, you know, even if you don't know the answer.
Show you're working.
Show you're working out. Listen, you went for Dr. Ahano, and I'm sure a lot of people did at home because they were thinking, he's undefeated this weekend, he knows what he's doing, that's why I'll get the win. But what let him down today?
I don't know. He was the only undefeated player, and Dax. That we have to remember, but I don't think he was let down by anything this weekend. I think he's just come up against a player who just has been on top form. He's just playing the best he has in a while, the best tournament player in a while. He said he had a shaky day one, but he was feeling good in day two, and he just proved it. Sometimes you can't say what someone didn't do well, it's more what the other person did well.
Exactly.
And I think we should be lauding all of our praise towards our champion, Stefano Pena of the PS4.
Okay.
Unbelievable stuff.
Well, hopefully he can hear us because he's just above us, just up there. PSV Pena is with LVP. What's the man got to say for himself?
Thank you so much, Tom. Yep, that is the question. Stefano, we spoke yesterday in this very spot. You weren't having the best day, of course, but you pulled through and your mentality brought you forward. And my goodness, you've been doing so well today. And an incredible finish there as well, just behind me against Dr. Ahano. I mean, some really hard games ahead of you now. But how did you feel you played this morning and going through there in that Dr. Ahano game?
Yeah, against Dr. Ahano was a difficult game. He's really good at pressure, so yeah, I need to stay focused on my defense, and I need to score every chance I got. So yeah, it's a tough game. And yeah, this morning I played Sim, great player, and I won 3-1. So great game for me. Difficult game also, and the semi-final. Yeah, everything went go my way. So I'm happy with my performance today.
What do you think has changed specifically from yesterday? Because I know that sometimes, you do have good days and your bad days. But what did you change last night? You got some rest, but did you go over a few tactics in your head?
Yeah, just stay more calm today. And yes, I'm good also mentality. So yeah, that's why I played a lot better today than yesterday.
Well, we've got an exciting game lined up next. We've got Dax taking on Megabit. Now, that's going to be really good. Anybody you kind of want to be meeting, who are you looking forward to seeing?
Yeah, both great players, one of the best. So it's difficult to choose one, but I think Dax is more of my play style. Megabit is more fast on the attack, and the defense more pressure. So maybe I choose Dax, but both great players. Yes.
Last question. And I know you're such a humble player, and I love that about you. But I'm going to try and force a little bit of bigging up here, okay? So, if you do face Dax, have you got this in the bag?
I need to. I lost 2 console finals, so I need to make the next step and to win a tournament. So I need to win the next game.
I'm going to take that as a yes. I'm definitely going to win, Lottie. Do not worry. I've got full faith in you, and I'm also going to, go for it. So I'm loving it. Thank you so much, Stefano, and good luck for the next round. I believe we're actually now heading over to somebody very special. He is the breakdown board king. Mike LaBelle, take it away.
Thanks, Lottie. And we heard Pena talk about his mentality. I'm going to actually call this the mind of Pena, and we're going to analyze scenarios, because something that Pena does so well is understanding what to do and when to do it over and over again. It's very hard to have that level of consistency in FIFA, and that's another reason that he has such a level of consistency in results every single tournament, as well as qualifying for events. So in this first freeze frame, typically what you're going to see is somebody's trying to line up a finesse shot. It's your first time option. However, he notices Dr. Ahano's moving Varane there. He's going to try to cover up the angle. He's going to either get a tackle, maybe a deflection or blocks. He's like, okay, cool, we're going to readjust. And that's exactly what happens. He's going to turn the other way. And then when he gets in this position, space is always going to be your best friend in FIFA, and he's got a lot of it to work with. And that allows you to see, let a play develop and allows you to attack a little bit more and just see if you get players in the right place at the right time. And he hits a double La Croqueta, and he gets maybe a little bit of good fortune with the layoff, but Ruud Gullit does not miss from there. It's bread and butter. But back to touchdown Tom in likes of the Super Bowl, and we got Mark and Richard, the prediction king at the moment.
Yeah, he is definitely the prediction king. And that's still your castle up there, MLB. That is still your castle. So, gentlemen, we have it then. The PSV Pena going through to the cross-console final. Our next matchup, as we know, PSG Dax taking on Megabit. Thoughts on this? Who's going to be joining him in the final?
I mean,
we've only got
predictions king over here. Shall we wait so we don't ruin it for everyone?
Yeah, we'll wait.
I think it's going to be an interesting match. We talk about tactical matchups and how different play styles come up against each other. This is a prime example of it. We've seen how Dax plays. He likes to pass the ball around. He likes to work his opportunities, stretch players' defenses before looking for that killer ball, whereas Megabit, he's all about getting the ball upfield as quick as possible, finding those quick passes in and around the box, and that's how we beat Tex. So it's a real interesting battle here. I think a lot of it's going to be how long that Dax can hold possession against Megabit. It's going to be more on Megabit's ability to win the ball back and create those attacks. And it's going to be up to Dax to stop that. So it's going to be a really interesting tactical battle for me.
Are you going to have a hot drink before you go up there and cast? Because I'm going to big you up right now. You are going to be casting this epic console final. Do you have a little bit of honey, lemon, just to lubricate the throat a little bit?
I like to keep the liquids I drink before I cast to myself.
Okay, fair enough. All right, the secrets are not going to be out. Richard, what do you reckon?
I'm looking at this game. I'm thinking Megabit lost the first leg against Tex. You've got to remember that. He only won one of the games, and he won it just by a bigger scoreline. So, yeah, it's fine, Dax controlling the possession, but to do that over 2 legs, it's extremely tough. I'm not going to lie, I thought that was a fire alarm then for a second.
There was a whistle. There was a whistle in our ears for a second.
He just went...
Listen, Chris Trout's not here, so there'll be no singing. Listen, gentlemen, let's hold it there for a second because we're going to have a break right now. When we come back, we'll find out all that we need to know about this massive console final on the Xbox. PSG Dax taking on Megabit. See you in a second.
Hey, listen up. This is definitely a FIFA to get excited about. Definitely get excited about more than 17,000 players, 70 icons, over 700 licensed teams, and 70 noisy stadiums. Across more than 30 official leagues, including the Chinese Super League, UEFA Europa League, and you might know this one. Sounds like this.
The pinnacle of club football.
And looks like this.
Unbelievable!
Champions League changes your career. If you play here, 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 or here.
Are you kidding me?
Excited? Keep calm, mate. We're not done. Even with over 700 of them, we know you want to build your own squad. Pick a player in the player pick pack, like Paolo. Place him there.
Oh, my word!
Then dominate your division rivals on the way to the weekend. Play for the silverware in the new kickoff. Or buy your own rules, or without rules. We don't mind. In the journey, take a trip back in time. Then take Alex, Kim, and Danny on to become champions. New flicks, tricks, and the silkiest gameplay to ever silkiest way on pitch. Tactical changes without pausing the vibe, and new time finishing to ensure you hit it sweet. Sweet like these. So, what more can we say? FIFA 19 is the ultimate football experience.
So here we are in London at the LQE for February. You may have just seen and heard Richard Buckley saying there's a fire alarm of some description in his ear, but he's the only one. I can say we're all safe here and getting ready for our next console final. This time it is going to be on the Xbox between PSG Dax versus Megabit. But before that, we just saw Dr. Arano be taken out of the competition by PSV Pena, a masterclass in defending and just taking your opportunities when they come. Now, he is a very humble player and isn't really looking too much ahead to that cross-console final, but he knows he wants to win. Who's he going to be playing? Well, that is what we're going to discuss right now because it's Megabit taking on PSG Dax. What do we know and what do we need to know about Dax and his competition this weekend?
I think he's coming off the back of some consistent wins I talked about before. Actually, he's been quite good in previous tournaments, and I think that confidence is going to be within him. I think he's actually going to be feeling good about coming up against Megabit, even though Megabit obviously has just come off the big win that he has.
Huge win.
But I think they're both going to be confident in their own abilities, and it's really, really exciting to see what happens. Will it be a game where it's going to be close and 3-2, 2-1, or is it going to be all-out, high-scoring goals?
Yeah, PSG Dax undefeated MLB. He's just beaten today Fabio Donoso, and he's also beaten Zidane. It's all about the alley. What can he do today? I mean, he's now at a point where he hasn't been for a long time. So how does he keep that momentum going?
It's kind of funny, actually. I think both of these players are on a bit of a buzz right now in a good way. Dax has been playing really well, and he avoids the text curse. And then on the other end, you have Megabit, who just got that beating text boost to his confidence and his ego. And we also have contradicting styles. So for Dax to be successful in this matchup, he needs to make sure that he's able to play his game, more possession play, doesn't rush his gameplay, and then takes his opportunities. His Achilles heel has been some of his finishing in these big moments when he's been eliminated in previous events. And on the vice versa side, for Megabit to be successful, fast-paced. I don't want to say YOLO, but you almost want to have that back and forth. You want to have like where it's not that structured. Structured play
definitely benefits Dax. So that's going to be a really big key to this match. Are we going to play at Dax's pace or at Megabit's pace?
So it's who takes control of the pace. Thank you very much, MLB and Kyle. Right, let's look forward to our Xbox console final. It's PSG Dax taking on Megabit. Let's welcome them out. Woo! Woo! Yeah! Listen, Dax, lovely to see you, man, and my main man, Megabit. I'll come to Megabit first. Megabit, beating F2 Tex. How relieved, how excited, how good do you feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing to come back in such a way. In the first game, I didn't manage to get a clear chance, and in the second match, I changed my tactics, and from that moment on, I was on a roll. And I think if I don't get behind against him, he's on the same level, in my opinion, defensive-wise, as Dosari, as Nicolas, then I can beat him.
Okay, so do you think it's going to be quite a close match between you two?
Yes, for sure. We actually warmed up today, and no match finished above 1 goal difference, so it will be close.
Yeah, and in a Swiss format, I don't mean to bring this up so it's in your head, so get rid of it as soon as, just erase it as soon as I say it. He has got the edge on you this weekend. You want to put that right, don't you?
Yes, for sure. Actually, in the first matchup, I was leading 2-0, had the big chance to score the 3-0, and did manage to score, then got a counter-attack in the last attack and conceded, and then he demolished me. So I need to come back stronger, and I will.
Yeah, okay, well, listen, try not to think about that too much. Listen, I'm going to come over here. First of all, my main man, Dax. I'm loving the footwear. Ça va, monsieur?
Thank you, yeah. I'm good, I'm feeling good, yeah.
Okay, and you feeling confident and you feel like you have the edge over Megabit?
I'm feeling a little bit confident because I know that Megabit is a very good player, is in one of the best German player for me, that I will try to do my best for beat him, but I know that it will be hard to beat him.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard game, but we, the neutrals, are going to love it. So bon chance. Monsieur, you can head up there. Best of luck, and I will learn it in German for next time. I promise I will do that. Head back over here. So there's Megabit and your main man, PSG Dax. The calm and the swagger of PSG Dax coming down with the flip-flops.
Yeah, I mean, those sliders, he's cool. He's really cool. But I think both of them, they've obviously got some very positive words for each other. But I like what Megabit ended on there, actually. He feels confident within himself and he wants to come back stronger and he thinks that he will. So we're going to see a good game. Definitely, we are going to see a good game. And as neutrals, it's going to be good to watch and see who comes out on top.
Yeah, what do you make of the slider look? MLB, is that a style that we might see you at the breakdown board at any point?
I'm not wearing sliders. I got a shoe problem. I got too many shoes. I'm definitely wearing shoes. You will not see me in sliders, but he's trying to be comfortable. He's comfortably showing it.
In Bucharest, it's a rule in the studio, no shoes. So maybe he's just got his locations mixed up and he thinks he's there.
Hey, listen, if you bought them, you may as well use them, right? You are not going to get good weather in the UK. All right, so we look at this matchup. PSG Dax, he seems confident. He has the slight edge in this one, in terms of the tournament so far. We're seeing PSG Dax there. He looks relaxed. He looks settled with this. You talked about their playing styles. What does he have to do? And what we're seeing some of the action from Zidane earlier on to counteract Megabit.
Well, like I was saying, I really think a big key for Dax being successful in this matchup is making sure that he controls the pace of the game and frustrates Megabit, where Megabit's in a position where he has to chase time and time again. And then, like I said, just to reiterate, Dax got to finish. He often makes chances, and he's been perfect in this tournament thus far, but we're going into the final and things can change. He has to be clinical. There's no guarantee that you're going to get 5, 6, 7, 8 chances. So when you get your 2 or 3, you better make them count every single time.
Yeah, being clinical. We say it so many times, and you yourself say it. What is the issue with the Vieira or playing another right back or left back? Is that going to come into play? Can PSG Dax counter that?
Well, we've talked so much about that kind of midfield battle. Who are people going to pick? Are they going to pick Vieira? Are they going to go for Modric? Are they going to go for Kante? Each player offers different positives and negatives, I guess, as well within the team. So it's just going to be interesting who they're going to match up with. Also, we're talking about the right back. Some people are using Sergio Ramos as right back. So there's a lot of choice, even within these foot items that we're seeing. Yeah. These amazing cards that are on offer and on play. there's so many different choices, which is nice to see because it's a tactical thing. Who do they bring on and at what minute do they bring on? Do they bring Mbappe off? Do they bring Neymar off? Or who do they start with? Or who do they bring on? It's a really, really interesting point.
Because we've seen it earlier on, the tactic being to put CR7 out on the right to sort of basically take advantage of Marcelo's lack of height. And that's what you've kind of got Megabit using with Vieira. He's got that height now. So how do you exploit it? Is it pace?
Well, we're seeing meta adjustment. I mean, the first time the Team of the Year players were introduced, beginning in January, and people were unsure. We saw a lot more super subs then. Now we're seeing a lot more starters of certain Team of the Year players. And as the game shifted, that's when you're starting to see the Modric or the Conte making more of I guess, common appearance in that center mid slot, and we're seeing a lot less Vieira. And I actually think after the next patch that we're actually going to see maybe even some Ruud Gullit as a fullback sightings. Because it's so cross heavy. And we've never seen that before, but I expect there always to be meta adjustments. The more time you get under your belt, and then depending who's winning, well, what are they doing? We're gonna review that gameplay. We talk about that with Tex all the time, and I don't think we give him enough credit for how consistent he's been. Not just qualifying, but every single event, it's almost a sure thing. I think he gets to the semis or better every event. And people are analyzing his gameplay. Every time that he plays, we throw it up on stream. So these are things that people are watching over and over again. Like, how do I do this? How do I beat this? And he wants to reinvent himself every single event.
Yeah, it needs to hire you, MLB, to do more breakdowns so people can understand it. Let's talk about Megabit. He's got Sakul as his coach. What does he offer? He's hiding there in the background. He's looking at the tunnel thinking, maybe I could go there. No, he looks composed. What's the advantage that he gives Megabit?
I think that having him in your corner, as we talked about before, actually, it's another eye of somebody who knows the game so well to go, actually, your opponent's doing this. Try this, try maybe, and just that kind of an extra pair of eyes to actually see things that you may miss when you're focusing on so much. Having that extra pair just to say, actually, look at this and see if you can change it and give some suggestions. It's what coaches do.
And he could be a good luck charm. We're looking at some of the footage back from the F2 Tex game from Megabit, getting a bit fortunate there with a CR7 goal. But Sakul could be the good luck charm, MLB, and now Megabit has to take him to every tournament. That could be quite nice for Sakul.
Well, potentially. Let's see if he wins this game.
Yeah.
I think that'll be a decider.
F2 Tex, didn't it? So, but listen, looking at that, Gullit making a pass through to Ronaldo. And we talked about the game, and Mbappe there using the pace, and he was just taking advantage of any opportunity that came his way.
And that was the goal that changed the match, in my opinion. Once he got the equalized on aggregate, I just felt like the game speed changed so drastically, where Tex lost some of that control, and that's when Megabit was just all out, intense pressure, ping-pong passing everywhere. It just felt like we were watching a Megabit game, or that pace, like I said, that favored his style. And it's just what Pena was saying, too. Pena said he'd rather play Dax. It's like, I don't want to play Megabit, preferably just because I know it'll be a different type of game. It'll be a different vibe than what I'm used to. If I play Dax, it's similar to what I do, and I maybe think I can do better than him at the same style, that structured build-up, a lot of switching of the pitch, looking for your opportunities.
Okay, well, listen, gentlemen, Carl, my main man, MLB, it's time to say thank you very much and goodbye to you as we pass over to those casters. I hope he has got his throat all lined up for this and hasn't over-talked at the desk. It is Mark Hatcher on set and a.k.a. Mr. Dan Gaskin.
Thank you very much, Tom. The throat is in perfect health and it is in the perfect condition to cast this Xbox Grand Finals. Very excited to get into this one, of course. Megabit going to be taking on Dax. A real clash of play styles here, Dan. I can't wait to get into it. I just want to get into it. I don't want to hear from you, to be honest.
We have the most possession-based player in the tournament on the Xbox side of things against the player who scored the most goals on the Xbox side of things in Megabit. So we can have a similar matchup as what we saw in the semifinals, of course, when we saw Dax just completely obliterate his opposition by just constantly defending and just negating the goal-scoring presence that his opposition was able to offer. And it's whether he can do that again against the likes of Megabit.
Yeah, I think a big part of this game is, almost looking at the weaknesses of both players and how they're going to interact with each other. We know that Dax can give the ball away occasionally when he's trying to play that possession game, and he can lose it in dangerous positions. But at the same time, he's so good when he goes forward, and those little passes make its way through to his strikers, to those wide players where he can create those opportunities in and around the box. On the other side of things, Megabit, fantastic going forward. Such a flowing player, creates lots of opportunities, but sometimes he can get caught up at the back a little bit. So it's going to be interesting to see if Megabit can nick that ball off of Dax in those dangerous areas and put it to use.
I feel like Megabit really thrives against players that try and play possession-based football, though, because he does get aggressive, he does try and pressure up the pitch, and he will try and take advantage of those mistakes. and that's certainly what he is going to have to offer here. Now, he has been in this scenario before. I'll take you back to Bucharest when he got to a console final. It was LQE number 2. He lost to Tex in that console final. Tex is now out of the way. He's already taken him out of the competition. It's only Dax who stands in his way of a cross-console final.
Well, here we go then. The Xbox Finals is underway. Who is going to be the best Xbox player here in London, the Gfinity Arena? 2 legs, of course, will be played in this final. And as you say, Dan, and you rightly remind everyone at home, the winner of this will move on to face Stefano Pena, who just took home that PS4 crown in our cross-console finals coming after this. But the first attack of the game is going to be going to the German Megabit here. And he's already in on goal. He's already found his way in, but of all players you want in that position, unfortunately, the one man he probably wouldn't pick outside of his goalkeeper is Sergio Ramos.
Would Kyle Walker have finished it? That's one thing. Not Kyle Walker on the desk. I'm talking about Kyle Walker, the foot item. That is the disadvantage of playing a centre-back at right-back. They do get into those aggressive positions. However, Ramos is the better choice than Varane because Ramos does have better shooting statistics, so he is more likely to score. But that is a fantastic opportunity opening up for Megabit. And he would have wished it was going to be maybe Mbappe or Ronaldo out on the right rather than Ramos. But still, promising signs early on.
And he's done well to get possession back here. This is where the game's going to be won or lost, in my opinion. Dax has got to play his game, keep possession of the ball, and Megabit has got to take his chances when they come. Marcelo's inside here. Varane gets back in, just dallied on the ball ever so slightly too long there. Didn't look for that killer pass, but look at the pressure that Megabit is applying here. He knows how Dax wants to play, and he is tactically doing what he can to not let that happen.
Yeah, he wants to make Dax shift his play style. He wants to force Dax to play this kind of tiki-taka football, this back and forth, almost basketball-like game, which is really just going to flow into Megabit's favour as he gets possession again on this left-hand side, and he looks so dangerous, Mark.
He really, really does, and now Modric in that central area, and it's Sergio Ramos again, unfortunately guilty of missing that first chance for Megabit, who's going to be recycling the ball out to Marcelo now, and you can see him just creeping towards goal, tries to find that pass, but N'Golo Kante, he's a foot item who really did perform for Dax last time. We saw him here on the broadcast. He does what he does best, and that's getting the ball back for the Frenchman.
Megabit certainly isn't a player who's scared to shoot as well. He has, coming into this game, he had 71 shots on goal so far this tournament. A conversion rate of 36% from shots to goals. Certainly someone who has been able to find the back of the net and find it successfully as well, even against the best players in the world. And he has really taken it to Dax in these early stages.
Well, here is Dax then, and this is the thing about the Frenchman. He's always going to be prodding at your defence. He examines it. It's like a doctor trying to find any sort of weakness, any sort of opening he can try and expose to find a chance in front of goal. And it's all about concentration and holding your nerve in that situation, not diving into tackles in and around the box.
Maybe he's like one of those villains who takes the superhero's powers after he beats them. He takes down Dr. Ahano and then he becomes a doctor himself. And now he's trying to push that into his own gameplay. And now we are going to see Megabit moving forward here. Pass back and forth, and unfortunately, it's not quite enough.
Yeah, we got, unfortunately, you say, but it was actually Hullet who was impeded on his way towards goal there, which is why he didn't get to it. The ball laid off to Neymar now, and Neymar absolutely smashes it in that far left-hand corner. First goal goes to Megabit, and he's deserved it, Dan.
And they are such dangerous areas with free kicks as well. It's just a simple layoff, and it's just a guessing game with that goalkeeper. It almost feels like a penalty in that situation sometimes. You have to guess, is it going to be finessed to the top corner? Is it going to be smashed in? Megabit opted for the latter, and he gets that goal lead. Now, leads are something we do need to talk about, especially 2-goal leads have been something that have been very weird in this tournament. Megabit even spoke about it in his interview. When these two played each other in the Swiss, Megabit went 2-0 up, but he threw that away. Dax, in his semi-final, he went 2-0 up, but he threw that away and had to just fight back against these late goals. Can one of these players show some consistency and hold on to these leads?
Well, Dax is in a position that he doesn't find himself in very often. Did that cross the line? It doesn't matter because it's in there now. And R9 Ronaldo answers back almost immediately for the Frenchman. Interesting to see if that ball went over the line to start with. It looked like it did to me, but it doesn't matter, as I say. Followed up by R9, not all of the ball across, and it means that PSG's Dax ties up the game now 1-1.
I believe the first shot might have taken the slightest of deflections, which just caught the keeper off guard and allowed that ball to loop over and hit the bar. Megabit could just sit back and smile and just say, all right, well, I have to go again. he has been the one who's been generating most of the pressure from the get-go, so I don't think he'll be too disheartened with the goal. As he has mentioned in his interview as well, they've played each other a lot, they warmed up against each other today, and there's only ever been one goal on it in all of the games that they've faced off against each other.
So then, parity is restored here in our Xbox Grand Final. Good response from PSG's Dax. And now Megabit just flowing forward once again. Modric into Ronaldo. Oh, unfortunately for Megabit, though, the finish was lacking. De Gea gets his body behind it. But both these players, we talk about how there hasn't been many goals between these two players when they were warming up, etc. But I mean, I'm expecting more goals. We've already had 2 in the first 30 or so minutes, but there's been so many chances to speak of.
But it's not necessarily there wasn't a lot of goals between them, it's more that there was only 1 goal difference between them. That could have been an 8-7 for all we know. We didn't get to see those practice games. But certainly going back and forth, there is going to be opportunities. It does look like Dax is playing a little bit into Megabit's hands here because he is going forward, he is trying to get the pressure up high on the pitch. And now Megabit is looking to try and intercept that ball early and catch him on the counter-attack.
Here is Dax then, that's very dangerous pass into Neymar. Megabit just timing his tackle perfectly though to win that ball back. And now the transition from defense to attack is something that Megabit is so good at as a player. And he's going to be looking to add another German title to the shelf at the moment, and it's looking like the shelf is looking pretty full at the moment, to be honest, Dan, after the last few weeks.
Yeah, of course, Dolan Mike winning last weekend, and funnily enough, Megabit would actually overtake Dolan Mike if he were to win this game in the Global Series rankings. For Dax, however, he would sit just short of him, I believe, with a victory here, but either way, both of these players who are in 8th and 9th respectively have their chances to move up a little bit in those leaderboards.
Game's kind of slowed down a little bit since that frenetic start to the game where we had those 2 goals. Half-time is approaching here, and you can see Megabit still trying to keep that pressure on. Unfortunately, just slightly too much pressure from Raphael Varane in that position. And now there is a chance for PSG Dax towards the end of this first half. The block comes in. Unless Megabit can get the ball upfield nice and quickly, which he's obviously trying to do, that might be the half-time whistle going.
Yeah, just needs to make sure every pass is going forwards now at this point. But a nice tackle there from Dax just to round out this half at just 1-1. As you can see, the possession, it's not heavily in favour of either player, and it's not the same possession that we've seen from Dax. Megabit's early domination certainly has counteracted that. But then as that first half went on, I feel like Dax got a little bit more comfortable with how the game was going. He started to play it around the pitch a little bit more and started to just switch the ball right and left until he saw the opportunities arise.
I love what I saw from Megabit in that first half, and even the first few minutes as well, playing that high-pressure game. We talk about a lot of players and how they favour that drop-back tactic and getting men in behind the ball, but Megabit is playing high pressure in this situation. You can see all of his players are trying to close down the space, close down the player with the ball, and just realising the type of player he's playing against and adjusting his in-game tactics to suit, and it has worked pretty effectively so far.
With one thing that I've said a lot in this tournament about Marcelo at left-back and how he is vulnerable to those headers, I've got to say a lot of attacks have actually come from Marcelo going forward. He's offered so much space out on that wing, and it's allowed that left winger, whether it be Neymar or Mbappe, whoever you're playing out there, just to push even further up the pitch and try and go for that through ball. And Marcelo has been in goal-scoring opportunities sometimes as well. He really is an addition to the team.
And here he is on the overlap here. He tries to whip that ball into the front post. Block comes in, though, from the defender, and now Megabit will have a set piece here from the corner. Whips it in, Cristiano Ronaldo's under it, and oh my word, of all of the goal scorers on the pitch, Sergio Ramos didn't take his chance earlier on, but his centre-back partner, Raphael Varane, puts Megabit into the lead.
It was a great leaping header from Cristiano Ronaldo, and then Megabit reacted well when he saw Varane was just there at that near post. And unfortunately, neither the defender or the goalkeeper could get anywhere near it. And Varane just hammers it home. And Megabit gets the advantage again. Now he just needs to hold tight at the back, stop this first attack, and just calm things down a little bit. Just appreciate this goal lead and try and nurture it.
So then Dax was managed to answer back almost immediately when Megabit scored his first goal of this game to tie things up. Be interesting to see if he can answer back here as well. Neymar Still has the ball here from the restart. Mbappe now twisting and turning in. There's a little bit of space in the middle here for Hullet as well. Concentration, the name of the game here for Megabit in defence. Needs to make sure his player switching well, and that's a great ball out to invite Ramos forward now. Modric again to Kante. He's just waiting for that space. There's a little ball into Hullet here. Dax has pulled him apart, and oh, is it going to cross the line? It is! Dax pulls him apart like a cheap suit. And unfortunately for Megabit, his goalkeeper made the save, but it just popped up to the forehead of Ruud Hullet, and he's answered back again.
Some people can probably pull apart a cheap suit quite easily like you would, Mark. I'm sure you just bulge out of it. However, for me, it might take a little bit more effort. And for Megabit, he put so much effort into trying to defend there. The keeper managed to get a hand to it, but Hullet had done so much already, it was just too threatening of an opportunity. And for all Megabit's hard work, it all gets undone by one attack from Dax. He took his time, he didn't try and hit the ball straight up the pitch from kickoff. He played it back, he played it slowly, and he was rewarded for his twists and his turns, as you mentioned.
Paul's going to be queued up by Megabit here. I'd imagine it'll be a personnel change, if anything. Dax gives the ball away here with Kante, and now Mbappe fires it forward, and this is what I was talking about. Megabit has the chance to go back into the lead, but he cannot take it. A huge save from De Gea there. Keeps the game tied up at 2-2.
And those 1v1 situations are so difficult to decide what you want to do. When you see the goalkeeper coming towards you, you're thinking, am I going to chip it? Do I try and touch it around him? Do I try and use a low-driven shot just to get it under him? Maybe a driven finesse shot to get it under him. In the end, Megabit has mistimed a shot there. I think he went for a low-driven finesse, but it wasn't able to creep under David De Gea. But he still gets a corner.
Managed to score from the last corner opportunity that he had as well. Modric now around the corner to Messi. Megabit looking dangerous, and Messi goes across goal. He missed the one-on-one, but the next time a chance came knocking, he took it with aplomb.
One hell of a finish as well. Low driven across goal. David De Gea just can't get to it. And Megabit does look dangerous from corners. He looks like he has a little spark from them. He has several ideas that he wants to try and put into practice. And he is rewarded for just taking it around and beating a couple of men there. And Dax has to come back once again, and this is where we start to question the mentality of the players. How many times can they go behind before they finally let their heads drop?
Megabit just needs to defend. We've seen how dangerous the PSG's Dax has been around the restart. This time he does manage to win the ball back, so concentration was good there, but just as I say that, Megabit guilty of giving the ball away again. And with 20 minutes left in this first leg, everything is poised still very beautifully on a knife edge. Megabit again wins the ball with his defenders here, and there's space out wide here for Lionel Messi, the goal scorer.
And De Bruyne is trying to join that attack. De Bruyne and Kante now on the pitch. That's strength and speed combining in the middle to try and make some sort of Megazord that's hopefully going to score a goal for Megabit as Ronaldo gets poked in the eyes almost. I think it was just outside of the box, but Varane doing him dirty there. And we saw what Megabit was able to do from a free kick earlier on in the game. Can he do it again?
Big chance here for Megabit. You see the pause coming in here. Change of personnel again for Dax. This is a big moment, I feel, in this game. This is where, if Megabit can convert this chance, he has that 2-goal lead. And with the way he's been playing, and the way that he has consistently created chances, if he can find a goal here from this set piece, he could well be on his way to being an Xbox champion. Ball laid off here to Neymar. Neymar buries it again! Left foot this time, right-hand corner. Big smile on Megabit's face, and I'm not surprised.
And he's taking full advantage of these set pieces. 4 set pieces, 4 goals for Megabit now. He has been in the training arena, he has been practicing, and he's now putting it into practice. It's absolutely incredible what he's done here.
And look at the focus on his face as well. He knows how important that goal is in the context of this Xbox final. It gives him that cushion that he needs. It gives him a chance to make a mistake here, Dan, at some point in this game.
However, it is another 2-goal lead. It is a 2-goal lead that Megabit has thrown away already in the Swiss stages. He said before, he had a chance to get a 3-goal lead and he threw it away and he was punished because of it. Now he'll know. He'll be thinking, I need that third goal. I need that 3-goal cushion if I'm really going to be able to take this and get to the cross-console final.
Messi on this right-hand side then for the German Megabit coming forward. 4-2, the first leg at the moment. And he's looking for more. De Bruyne now into Modric. This is a beautiful move here from Megabit. He goes across goal, but just drags it wide of the upright.
Oh, and it was such a chance too. The keeper had gone the complete wrong way. Megabit had absolutely manipulated the movement from Dax there. But unfortunately, he couldn't finish the product. And that's the kind of chances that he's been talking about. Those opportunities to go 3 ahead in a game is where he really needs to shine and really put these games to bed. And that will just give Dax that little bit of hope of being able to stay in. But now, as Dax is behind, as he is chasing a game, will he open up a bit? Will he start to play more attacking football, less possession-based football, which is just going to play into Megabit's hands?
Here's Ronaldo then for Megabit. 86 minutes gone, there's only going to be a couple more chances to attack. The ball's going to fall here to Messi, he almost gets it back. Off of a combination of defenders there. But Dax will keep the ball here. He has maybe 1, maybe 2 chances to go forward. And with how effective he has been in this tournament at finishing his chances, 1 or 2 chances is all he might need, Dan, to send this tight into the second leg all tied up. Ramos then down this right-hand side. Messi's in a little bit of space, just showed too much of that to Marcelo, though. And I want to give so much praise to the way that Megabit has defended in this game. He has been phenomenal.
His interceptions have really been on point. He's completely cut out Dax's passing game by saying, if you want to pass it around, I'm going to make sure I'm sprinting with every centre midfielder that I have. And that's why Kante has been so huge here. One final ball, one final chance in this first leg for Megabit. As it goes out for a corner, it's a set piece. He's scored 4 set pieces already.
Can he find another goal here? Kante happily puts that ball back out off of the body of the defender. Another set piece here for Megabit.
He's dragged Ronaldo forward.
There's Ronaldo. It's back across goal. It's going to fall to Varane maybe, but no. Dax manages to scrape that one away in a dangerous position. And Megabit, deep breath there. What a performance from him in our first leg.
I mean, considering how well we've seen Dax play throughout this tournament, how much he's dominated and controlled games, Megabit really has just amped up the pressure and just made sure he stops that passing game from Dax. He's not allowed him to play simple passes across the park. He's getting in his face and he's putting him really under the cosh. And Dax is struggling a little bit because of that. However, I know that Dax has it in his arsenal to change up his game plan. He's not just a one-dimensional player. He can definitely respond here.
Yeah, the thing for Dax as well, he has to remember, he kind of has to refocus on how he conceded some of those goals. A lot of set pieces there. A lot of the free kicks, you know, there's not, in certain situations, there's not too much you can do if you don't read the play, for example, and you don't guess the right way. And Megabit took advantage of that. 4 set pieces. Both of Dax's goals, however, they came from open play. He did carve Megabit open. So he knows that he can create something. He's just got to maybe be a little bit more careful in and around his box.
And you can see that Dax was trying to stop these goals from going in, obviously, but you can see he was moving Hullet, so almost using him as a second goalkeeper just to try and block that inevitable shot that was coming. And I don't even know, I thought that shot took a deflection, but actually it just sailed over the keeper. And thankfully Hullet was there to finish it off, but it was more set-piece specialist from Megabit as we got further into the game, which might be frustrating for Dax, considering he is this possession-based player. But at the same time, he just has to refocus and just kind of not play too possession-based, but maybe go forward a little bit more. Maybe we'll see a tactical change here in this second leg mark. Maybe Dax is going to go for something more attacking, like a 4-2-2. Who knows?
2 goals the difference between these two players, and this was the big chance, I feel. This point in the game, if Megabit scored there, Dax's head really would have fallen, but Megabit just took advantage, and this was a great turn from Messi, and what a finish that was across goal, utilising that low-driven timed finish there across goal. And again, Varane just getting a little bit too handsy there with Ronaldo, and it cost him twice in this game. Overcommitting to challenges, putting a little bit too much pressure on those players, giving away those free kicks, but all the credit in the world to the way that Megabit took those chances.
But Megabit did have more chances. He did have the opportunity to get that 3-goal lead. That right there is great defending. I mean, just that ball just going wide because that player had put too much pressure on Neymar. But Megabit will probably be thinking about that. I could have had that 3rd goal, especially considering he said that before this game in the Swiss round. I was 2-0 up. I had a chance to get a 3rd, and then I was punished. Dax just destroyed me in the second leg. maybe this is flashbacks for him now. He's got that 2-goal lead. Is Dax going to do more of the same, or can Megabit keep going at him here, keep that pressure on him?
It's really interesting as well how we talked about that 2-goal lead coming into this game and how it has changed, and those 2-goal leads haven't meant too much across the tournament in comparison to the eventual winners of these games. So I think Dax needs to keep that in his head. He needs to know that he can come back from 2 goals. Megabit's also got to keep it in his head that 2 goals is not as much as a cushion sometimes as you think it is. It sounds phenomenal, 2 goals, and to some extent it is, but it's also one of those things where if you concede 1, the first thought that comes into your head is, don't throw this away, please. Don't let me choke this.
It's so scary when there's only 1 goal in it in like the last 4, 3, 2, even 1 minute. It's still terrifying because if you make that one mistake and give the ball away, they have that opportunity to hit you right at the dying moments. And that's what can happen in a 2-goal cushion because just the 1 goal changes the complete dynamic of the game. And even for a possession-based player like Dax, we saw when he played against Zidane, he was comfortable, he was absolutely cruising, he was sailing, he was 2-0 up. He gave 1 goal away in the last 15 minutes. And then suddenly he was under so much pressure from Zidane. And he almost lost that game. He was just, of course, he scraped through in the end despite dominating. So even your possession-based players can struggle in those scenarios, Mark.
Yeah, the last few minutes of these second legs are usually scary moments for one of the players, usually both of them. But here we go, second leg underway now. If you're just joining us, Megabit takes a 2-goal advantage into this second leg on aggregate. 4-2 the result of the first game. And it's going to be Dax now who will be playing in the white kit in our second leg. Megabit will be playing in the green and blacks. And now Megabit, again, concentration. Going to be so vital for him, and again, he wins the ball back.
Worth reminding you at home that this is the furthest Dax has got in a tournament during FIFA 19. And he, on the other side, Megabit has been here before, but he has the chance to do himself one better. We've seen several players already in FIFA 19 kind of go up the ranks from tournament to tournament. They get to a semi-final, then a final, then a cross-console final. Megabit really has a chance to join a list of the greats here if he were to take down Dax. And Dax would continue to be that nearly man that we talk about, tournament in, tournament out.
Here's the Frenchman then with a chance to attack at the defences of Megabit. Just waiting for those runs, biding his time once more. Now you're going to see him start to pop into life a little bit. Megabit just trying to hold his shape here, but that's a great little through ball. Modric inside the box. Varane had to get an important touch on that one because Mbappe was just waiting to finish off that chance.
Maybe Dax can give a little bit of piece of his own medicine to Megabit here from the corner, from the set piece. But too many shirts in the way of R9 there, not able to get that shot away. And now it means Megabit can get back on the attack again. Megabit does look like he's playing slightly more defensive. His line doesn't seem to be as high. So maybe he's trying to absorb a little bit of pressure here, which is a very dangerous game plan at the 2-goal cushion that we talk about. But going forward, his pass and move game style is so good.
Yeah, those fullbacks are certainly getting forward as well and joining the attack and forcing Dax to bring those wide cams back to just protect those areas of the pitch, to be honest with you. Megabit again, controlling the game here. Something that Dax isn't too used to as a player. Pullet tries to fire that one around the corner, well defended by the Frenchman. Now he has the chance to break out of defence and start a counter-attack of his own.
Megabit just dragging Marcelo out to the left there, not allowing the easy through ball on the right-hand side for Dax, so it means Dax has to go back again and keep resetting. Megabit doing so well at cutting out these passing lanes.
Neymar then, beautiful little scoop turn. Here is R9. R9 goes outside of the right foot, strikes the crossbar there. That's the difference between a yellow and a green time finish sometimes. And now straight up the other end, unfortunately for Megabit. He's not sure what happened there. The pass was well over hit, and Dax will get the ball back.
And it was a really good opportunity as well for Megabit, straight away trying to hit Dax on the counter-attack. And I feel like that might be the game plan here in this second leg for Megabit. Just wait for Dax to build up, wait for him to misplace one of those passes, and then just straight away hit it to one of those strikers who are set to stay forward. You can see they're just waiting near the halfway line, 2 of those strikers.
Great tackle, though.
And now they're going to be there to play that ball to.
Megabit showing such focus and concentration in defence, and look at him, he's so annoyed because he knows how hard he has just had to work to get that ball back. And then with one simple pass, one slight, we'll call it a brain fart, gives the ball away. And now he has to work so hard again. He's going to have to play the next 5 to 10 in-game minutes without the ball at his players' feet.
Modric lays it forward to Mbappe, who he gets tumbled over, which means Dax is now going to have one of these dangerous free kick situations. Megabit has been the one who's laying it off. Dax has a go to do it himself. It goes out to Mbappe, but great defense. Modric gets the ball, and it's fell to him. It's a little bit of lady luck, but boy, will Dax take it to turn that 2-goal cushion into just a 1-goal nervous situation now for Megabit.
How everything has just changed with 1 goal. We talked about how dangerous these 2-goal leads are. You feel comfortable, everything's going your way. Then you concede 1, and you're like, oh no. And I think that's what's going through Megabit's mind right now. Luka Modric, he was the benefactor of a deflection falling his way from the block shot. Dax put it away well, waited for the goalkeeper movement before sliding it in the back of the net. And now Megabit's going to get a little bit more sweaty than he was a minute ago. 4-3 on aggregate. He's only up by 1 now.
And sometimes you do just need a little bit of the rub of the green, a little bit of luck. It happens in real football as well. A slight deflection that lands at a player's feet, or a deflection that beats the goalkeeper who probably would have caught it anyway. Sometimes it happens and you just have to take full advantage of it and use it as a little bit of momentum. Maybe use it against a player who's probably going to be frustrated that they've conceded a goal in that manner.
Good tackle there from Dax. He showed some good patience there, and Megabit looked like he wasn't sure if he wanted to commit forward to that quick passing or try and keep possession and run a few seconds off the clock. So interesting how I feel like Megabit would have gone straight forward at the start of this game. He would have looked to score, create an opportunity. But now those little seeds of doubt have just been planted. But what a tackle that was from Patrick Vieira. I'm not sure how long his legs are, but he used absolutely every single inch of them to make sure he got all the way around that player to win the ball.
I'm not sure if that was a tackle, if he was dancing the salsa. Something was very intriguing about those leg movements, but either way, he has managed to regain the ball here, and means Megabit can have a little bit of possession and just kind of calm things down a little bit and not be under the pressure of Dax's possession game. And going forward, though, Megabit is still looking for those strikers making that run. Ronaldo through the middle every single time.
Space here for Neymar. Oh, and he's buried it again! Look at the relief on the face here of Megabit, Dan. That shows how much that goal means in the context of this game.
And forget Megabit, I'm going to start calling him Megatron, because the transformation we've seen throughout this tournament of a player who crumbles with those 2-goal leads to now just going back at his opponent and regaining that cushion he needed.
That is massive for Megabit. 2-goal advantage restored, and now with that clock dwindling down towards half-time, you can see the focus that's on his face now is kind of turned from sort of a happy focus into just determination. But Dax going straight up the other end, unfortunately just caught offside. 2 goals for him to find if he wants to send this one just to extra time here.
First half going to come to a close, and Megabit going to make sure the last attack is his as well. So ball goes forward now, but he gives it away.
Chance here.
Dax has a chance to punish that.
On through the middle from one of Dax's players, but just dwindles on it again, and Megabit's showing him no respect in and around the box. He's making those tackles, he's getting involved with the play, and he stopped that attack there, and only 1 shot on target there for Megabit, but it counted. That's the important thing.
You need to be clinical in those sorts of situations, and Megabit has showed just that. I think that the main problem that some people have had facing up against Dax in this tournament is because they might play drop back in their dynamic tactics, it is just going to allow Dax to play that passing game. I don't know if Megabit is playing that or whether he is just dragging his players out with manual defending, but either way, the amount of pressure that is being put onto Dax is making it very difficult for him to play his normal game.
And you can see there in the custom tactics, it's actually using that team press. So he's trying to make sure that he is closing the space down where he can. Megabit, very, very astute tactical gameplay from the German, and now he's looking to find another chance here. Fantastic quick pass in. Ruud Gullit unfortunately goes ice skating and can't control his feet. He falls over at the completely wrong time for Megabit there. And Dax now will have the chance to bring it away, but Modric now wins it back for Megabit once more.
And now my German's not too good, but I know full well what's going on in the brain of Megabit. It is, I need the third. I need a third goal here. I need that little bit of an advantage. It's another free kick again. It's not direct. He passed it to Ronaldo. But it's a comfortable one in the end for De Gea.
Very, very tame, that strike. And it's surprising considering we've seen him smashing 2 set pieces already in this Xbox Grand Final. Now Dax is coming forward. Oh, Messi loses his feet there, but R9's going to collect the pieces. Kante now. Out to Marcelo. Neymar. Megabit trying to close down this space in and around his own box. Now the examination will come in from Dax. The man from Paris Saint-Germain. He needs 2 goals here, Dan, as we approach this last 30 minutes of the second leg. He's just toying with Megabit's defence at the moment. Looking for that chance to strike it. Ronaldo takes it, and oh, it's just wide of the upright.
And Megabit just lets out the biggest sigh of relief. I almost heard it from here. As he takes a sip of water and is just going to now try and refocus. He knows he got away with it there. I feel like if that was a green from Dax, that was probably in, and then we're back to that 1-goal game. As we're going to see now the changes of personnel. We're going to see a few new players, fresh legs introduced on the pitch. Megabit in particular, as he has been playing that team press, a lot of those players are going to be a little bit more fatigued. They're not going to have the stamina to stay on the pitch. So you just need to bring on some people that are going to be more than happy to chase that ball like he so desperately needs.
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting thing here, especially with Dax having the ability to bring on some fresh legs in those wide spaces. We've seen how impactful the likes of Mbappe coming on the bench are. The icons, Eusebio, Pele, getting in behind those fullback positions when the game is coming to its conclusion. But Megabit's looking to put this one to bed already. Mbappe fighting with Ferdinand, keeps possession of the ball. And now Dax is the one who's having to apply pressure, and he wins the ball back.
Yeah, and we're going to see a very pinball-type game, I think, now as we close into the last 30 minutes. It's going to be Dax starting to ramp up the speed a bit, trying to get up that pitch very quickly to try and get back into this tie, because he still needs 2 goals just to get to extra time. But Megabit, again, intercepting with Ronaldo, of all people. He's brought him all the way back.
What a ball that was from Megabit. Unfortunately, Dax managed to get a tackle in at the right time, and now that looks a little bit borderline as far as fouls are concerned from Dax, but he's won the ball back. Megabit's queued up a pause. He's having some tactical thoughts of his own, but Dax has only got one thing on his mind, and that's scoring goals. Messi now. R9, Cricketta, drops the shoulder, and oh, what a block that is from Varane.
And that's what Varane can do. That Team of the Year foot item is absolutely insane. I think it was Boras legend last event who said it's the best centre-back he's ever used in any FIFA iteration. As Ronaldo's through,
oh,
this could be the final goal! And Megabit's done it! He's got that 3-goal cushion that he's been desperately searching for this whole tournament. And maybe it's enough to get him to that grand final versus Stefano Pena.
A big smile comes across his face. In that situation, he showed composure. He didn't get carried away with everything. He found the extra pass across goal. Marcelo, we talked about how he's had some defensive woes. The way that Megabit has used that foot item to get forward in this game has been a tactical masterclass. He's put Dax onto the back foot, and now Marcelo gets on the score sheet himself.
And the body language has completely changed for Dax now. Small shakes to their head, glancing around, because he knows now this is an extremely tough task. If it wasn't already difficult to grab 2 goals to get back into this, he now needs to find 3 just to equalise.
So then, Dax, it's now or never if you want to call yourself an Xbox champion and find yourself a place in the cross-console final. Tries to maybe catch Megabit off guard there with a long-range finesse. There still is a bit of time for him to work with, though. There still is some time left in this game. He's got to be thinking there's enough time in the game for me to create enough chances to get back into this. What a block that is from Ramos. It's 1 from Varane. It's 1 from Ramos now. Dax can't catch a break in those situations.
And you have to say a goal then would most likely have allowed time for Dax to get back into things. And you've got to feel like if he can make it a 1-goal game with 5 minutes left, there's always that little bit of hope. But he just needs to try and break down this wall that Megabit's been able to build.
Messi inside the box. Oh, what a save from De Gea. I'll add him to the list. Varane with the block, Ramos with the block, and a huge save from De Gea too.
And I think we're about to get a history lesson here, because I think this is going to be a bombardment from Dax onto Megabit's goal, and Megabit is just going to have to stay in his castle, and he's going to have to hope that he can defend the ongoing rams that just going forward, it's going to be attack after attack after attack.
Oh,
but De
big save, De
Gea
Gea.
has put a blockade in the way, and he's barriered up that door, and he's not letting anyone in.
Dax has been knocking. He's been doing everything in his power to try and get back into this game, but if it's not the centre-backs making a block, it's De Gea with the saves. Megabit finally has a little bit of respite here with just 10 minutes left on the clock, but he gives it away. And when there's still time, when the game is still alive, there's always a chance of getting back into it, but now Megabit moves the goalkeeper. And I think with that big smile on his face, he knows. He knows. He's close to calling himself the Xbox champion here in London.
With this victory, Megabit would move himself up to 3rd in the Global Series rankings on the Xbox side, 1 point behind MS Dasari. And it looks like he is going to achieve that unless there's a twist in the tail, but it doesn't look like there will be because De Gea has been absolute magic.
You have to worry for Dax here. He's becoming the nearly man once again. It's not a tag you want. He's getting better every tournament though, and you just feel with the way that he's played here in London that at some point there's going to be a tournament win around the corner. He's shown how impressive a player he has been with the way he's played the game, with the chances that he's created in this game as well, and the resolve he's showing towards the end of this game. But here might be the cherry on top of the cake. He went for the El Tornado there. Megabit trying to finish things out in style. Ronaldo finds Modric, but Modric finds nothing but fresh air.
And we have to give respects to how well Dax has done in this tournament. But it's Megabit who's going to be stealing the headlines. And he will be the one who has to represent the Xbox side of things to try and defend the Xbox title. Megabit's done it. He's searched for it for 4 tournaments. This is his 4th. And now he's finally got into that cross-console final.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Xbox champion here in London is that man on your screen. It's Megabit. He's finally done it. And as you say, now he is set up for a showdown with our PS4 Grand Champion. And that is, of course, Stefano Pena. That's going to be an exciting one. And you just get the feeling there's going to be more goals to come.
Stefano Pena, who, of course, is the current world PS4 champion, losing to MS Dasari in the eWorld Cup. And he will be trying to bring that PS4 title home against an Xbox player. We've only seen one player do that so far. It was Nicholas, who broke that 2-year-long streak of Xbox winners. But now maybe Megabit is going to continue where we saw Dull and Mike
Might have just got caught dancing a little bit on there on camera.
Maybe
a little bit embarrassing. Don't worry about it. I'm
did.
cool with it. It's fine. I want to talk about how I feel that game was won in the first few minutes, though. Those first couple of goals from Megabit, the way that he took a risk at the start of that game by playing that high-pressing game, counteracting how Dax likes to play the game. I have to give him so much credit for having the balls to come out of the gates and play like that in a final with so much on the line.
He had a massive game plan. That team press, just not allowing the possession-based style that we've seen from Dax so often. It was absolutely phenomenal from Megabit, really. A real treat to watch and commentate for us. It was an absolute pleasure. Thank you to both of the players for an incredible game.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure to cast some FIFA this weekend. Of course, Dan, always a pleasure to work with you, buddy. For the final time, we'll throw it back down to the guys on the desk. Megabit, he's your Xbox champion.
Yeah, thank you so much to Mark Hatcher, a.k.a. Onset, and Dan Gaskin. Yes, PSG Dax has got 450 Global Series ranking points, and he goes no further in the competition, getting to the final. That's great for him. Just got pipped by Megabit, and he goes through now 850 Global Series ranking points, plus the chance of winning $8,750 US. But just getting over the line is the most important thing for the rest of the season for him, isn't it?
Definitely, I think they'll both be obviously excited about the money aspect of it. They could maybe make 5,000 more than the person who comes in second in the cross-console final, but it's those 850 Global Series ranking points, which they are the important thing for both of them. They both got them. They're going to be climbing up the leaderboards and the rankings, and yeah, that's what they're going to be keeping their eyes on.
But it's just good for them, Mike, just going forward, getting to the eWorld Cup playoffs where you know that you've beaten F2 Tex, you know you've now beaten PSG Dax. This gives Megabit that extra confidence, and we're seeing it in his plays, now taking opportunities and feeling more relaxed in his own style.
Well, he told you that he feels good about this match and that he's going to win. I mean, you talked to the man.
He's kind of oozing an aura of confidence, and we'll see if Pena can kind of break his own curse, where he's had a lot of struggle in these cross-console finals. If he can break through that and kind of give, I guess, the PS4, put them back where they deserve to be, so to speak. Because the PlayStation guys always think they're better than the Xbox guys. The Xbox guys think they're better than PlayStation guys. Last time we were here, we saw Nicholas win that cross-platform final. So can Pena do the same, or is Megabit gonna, regain everything to the Xbox man?
And Sakul has been his coach behind the scenes. I've just been told he's getting a train home, so he's not even going to stick aroand. That is an absolute lie. I'm just wanting to see the look on your two faces. But Sakul's going to be there. He's the good luck charm. It seems to be rolling. And Stefano Pena seems very confident and in the right zone. So this cross-console final, I think, is going to be one of the most exciting ones we've seen in quite a while.
Definitely, I agree with you there, because these two players actually, as we just talked about, are so confident, and Mike put it beautifully with Megabit. They're oozing this aura of confidence, especially Megabit, and I think Stefano Pena as well feels the same way. So it's going to be two confident FIFA players going up against each other. They know how they play, they know their own styles, and I think they're just going to be going for it. And I wouldn't be surprised if you see lots of goals. That's what my prediction is going to be for the cross-console final.
You've taken away my next question with your answer for the last. Fair enough. Listen, you did say MLB that their styles in that match that we're watching the highlights of here, PSG, Dax and Megabit, contrasting styles. Can we start to allude what the PSV Stefano Pena style is compared to Megabit? Can we start seeing if there is a contrast or they play a similar game?
Also different. I think when you're looking at Pena, he does everything really well. He's got good balance. But if you asked him what's an ideal game, a lower scoring, very much so a controlling game, and then if he reduces your chances, usually Pena's going to win. I mean, there's not many people, if anyone, that's more clinical in terms of taking opportunities and reading goalkeeper movements and so forth and so on. So if you were saying, hey, what's going to win for Pena? A low-scoring game. What's going to win for Megabit? It's almost as simple as a high-scoring game. Yeah. And having more of that rambunctious, like, lack of structure. I really feel like it's like chaos, but it's like chaos with structure for Megabit, where everybody else, it's just chaos.
Rambunctious.
Yeah, I'm just pulling out everything.
I love that. That is a beautiful word and a great way of putting it. So we're looking at probably Stefano Pena getting that 2-0 like he did against Dr. Ahano.
Organized chaos. That's what I was looking for. That's how I would describe Megabit's game. When I watch it, I'm like, oh my God, there's bodies everywhere. He's like, boom, 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 and he finds an opportunity. Organized chaos.
Okay, well, listen, guys, we don't want to talk too much because we want to get to the cross-console final, as I'm sure you do as well. So it is going to be between Stefano Pena taking on your main man you just saw there, beat PSG Dax. Megabit is happening after the break. Make sure you do come back because you won't want to miss this one.
Hey, listen up. This is definitely a FIFA to get excited about. Definitely get excited about more than 17,000 players, 70 icons, over 700 licensed teams, and 70 noisy stadiums. Across more than 30 official leagues, including the Chinese Super League, UEFA Europa League, and you might know this one. Sounds like this.
The pinnacle of club football.
And looks like this.
Unbelievable!
Champions League changes your career. If you play here, 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 or here. Play for the silverware in the new kickoff, or by your own rules, or without rules. We don't mind. So, what more can we say? FIFA 19 is the ultimate football experience.
For the players.
FIFA World Tour.
Yeah. Shout out to the real ODB. You know, you could add the J if you like.
I've been playing FIFA since like 2001. Like I've been playing it for a long time.
Yeah, I play board games like Sorry. Ooh.
What was the first sport you fell in love with as a kid? I'll tell you the truth, it really was soccer. I was always trash at sports.
Short pass, long pass.
I think FIFA's just international, so I had David Alaba and a couple of his people from Bayern Munich over at the crib. Me and my boy played them 2-on-2, and they was like cussing in German the whole time. We couldn't understand anything, but you can understand that they was getting that.
Boy, how you did that, bro? So what settings you got on your controller?
PlayStation, the best place to play.
PlayStation.
Partita che sembrava destinata allo... Dai, giochiamo a modalità sopravvivenza, dai.
Sì. Vai, subito, assist.
Grande Celli! Gol! È in posizione da cross.
Troppo forte il portiere, chi è?
Ciao, sei tu, hai fatto gol.
Cancelo elimina Cancelo.
Dai, ciao, Giovanni.
Come mai fa gol Cancelo, ragazzi?
È sparito Cristiano Ronaldo dal campo.
Oh, giochiamo un uomo meno, non c'è Ronaldo.
Con il cucchiaio!
Lui gioca ogni giorno.
2-0, grazie, tutti a casa. Finisce la gara.
Sono rimasto così io. Giochiamo alla modalità niente regole.
Fai gol allora. Che non ci sono regole qua. Che son vero.
Non sai giocare, giochi bene, ciao.
Ma voi siete macellari comunque.
Fai palo.
No, tanto.
Sì, davanti! Solo così potete giocare. Su, Leo, su! Palla bassa e tutti a casa, tutti a casa,
For the players.
Welcome back. You've never left us at any point because it has been intense throughout today and yesterday at this LQE in London here at the Gfinity Arena. We've just had the PS4 semi-finals between Pena and Ajit Power. You're watching the highlights here, 9-0. We also had Nicholas taking on Dr. Arano, and it finished 4-3 to the Doctor. He got his prescription and moved on into the next round, which was the console final. He took on the main man, PSV, Stefano Pena. They walked out. They both were confident. Dr. Arano was undefeated. But you know what? That PSV Pena, the man who had a bit of a sort of lackluster Swiss format yesterday, losing 2 games, he did not lose this one and beat the Doctor to get through to this cross-console final. He is looking on point. So just to remind you guys, here is the reminder of the Xbox, everything that's happened since the semi-final. We had to start with PSG Dax taking on Zidane. It was very much the battle of Ale versus Vamos. The Spanish versus the French. PSG Dax doing enough to defeat Zidane 3-2. We also had F2 Tex, the man to beat at the moment, taking on Megabit. Megabit didn't seem confident about getting the win, and at the first leg being 2-0 to F2 Tex, he probably was feeling confident that he was going out. But unbelievably, 6 goals in that second leg for that man there, Megabit. And Sakul, his lucky charm coach. We moved into the console final, which was between Megabit and PSG Dax, and a massive 6-3 win for Megabit means that he was feeling confident for good reason. He is now in the cross-console final. Did that reprise just like that.
I was going to say, well done, mate. That was impressive.
I was
genuinely
just
quite
shouting
good.
stuff. Listen, we are in the cross-console final. Just to remind everybody, a great casting for that last game, and it was epic. Lovely to have you back on a desk on set. Just to remind everybody, there will be a toss of a coin, and then it is up to the person who collectively, well, successfully selects the heads or tails. And we're getting there. We're getting there.
Whoever
Honestly,
picks it right gets to choose what console it is. There we go.
Basically, whoever wins this gets to choose which console we start on. And your main man, Stefano Pena, got that correct. And he has selected to go away from his home. So we're going to Xbox first. Thoughts on that, gentlemen?
Take 5 times. Yeah, that was impressive.
Take a breather. It's quite simple. If it goes to penalties on the second game, he's on his home console. I think that's quite simple. If he needs to pull it back on the second game, he's on his home console. So, yeah, I think it's going to be it's a smart choice. That's one that I'd personally make. When I see people win and they choose their own console first, I just think, really, if you lose that first game, you've got a bigger mountain to climb in the second game because you're playing already losing, and you've got to play on an away console.
Yeah. What do you think about this cross-console final and how it's gone? Xbox first.
It's going to be another clash of tactics and play styles again. Stefano Pena, we've talked about his defense, we've talked about how good he is going forward as well, but defensively, that's where he's stood out to most of the people in the arena, to most of the guys who you speak to here as well, and most other players. On the other side of things, we've just seen how Megabit can play and how many chances he can create and how many different varieties of opportunity he can create as well to score. So he's very aggressive. He's taken down players like Tex, who have been very aggressive. He's now taken down a player like Dax, who's a very possession-based player, a little bit like Stefano Pena. So I don't want to give predictions away too early, but I think there's one man who does maybe have a little bit of an advantage going into this one.
Okay, listen, on set, Kyle, thank you very much. Let's welcome him out for the cross-console final for February LQE. Let's have it for Megabit taking on PSV Pena! Woo! Back again. Great to see you, Pena, Stefano, and Megabit. Well, let's come to you, Megabit, first. Have you been able to get your breath back after what was an exhilarating console final?
Yes, for sure. I'm still amazed about that I won the console side. I reached 850 points, which was my aim before the tournament, as I'm now ranked first on the Xbox side as German. But in the end, I didn't play my A game. Dax put on pressure on me and I wasn't able to hold on the lead. I have to stay calm and then I will win the final.
Yeah, you win the final, okay. So do you even think about the money at this stage? Because people at home will be thinking, is that what the passion comes from, is to win that money? Or is it just to let the world know that, you know, Megabit is making a statement?
To be honest, at the moment I don't even know how much money I've already won and how much money the winner gets. So it's just all about the pride for me.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, we can keep that as a surprise for you, Megabit. Do your thing. Come over here, Stefano. You're feeling good. You know, both of you have lost a game, so you know what that feels like. You don't want to do it again. How do you go into this cross-console final now?
Yeah, I'm confident in myself because of the last game, especially of the last game against Arano. It was a tough game, but my defense was on point, so that's the most important part. But yeah, I'm very confident, and we see.
Yeah, okay. Listen, Megabit just played a competitor in PSG Dax who likes to hold possession. Have you working on a tactic to try and defeat this man?
Yeah, I'm working on a tactic, especially on the Xbox side. But yeah, like I say, we see Xbox side is a lot different than the PS4 side.
Yeah, get it out the way, done, and then get back to your home one. Well, listen, best of luck, Stefano. Thanks. Best of luck to you as well, Megabit. I said I was going to learn it in German, but I didn't. So you can head on back up there, get ready for this cross-console final, back over to the desk, because I want to get your predictions now. You've seen what the guys are sort of saying, what they're feeling like. Stefano Pena, you're reading a lot into body language. Megabit does seem very confident right now.
I think he's just pumped after the result. He can't believe that he's achieved what he wanted to achieve. He's the Xbox champ. That's something that you need to kind of take a few seconds to reset yourself. And I think Stefano Pena, maybe playing a little bit earlier, has had that time to kind of calm down again and, you know, put that to one side. As far as predictions are concerned, I kind of alluded towards who I was thinking about at the start of it, but just seeing how calm and cool and composed Stefano Pena is, I'm actually going to pick him. I just think that he's got the nous and the mentality and the all-round game to call himself a cross-console champion here. I mean, it's that close for me that I've changed my mind in the time that you spoke to them and came back.
It happens, but that's how we're all feeling, and you get a vibe and an energy from it. Before we go up to MLB in the breakdown board to look at the squads, Kyle, do you agree with Onset there? Have you changed your mind?
For me, it's been quite an interesting day watching these two players because we saw tweets, we saw people, Aga was saying that, people are saying that Stefano Pena is underrated. I think he's been underestimated because people will talk about Tex, people will talk about Nicholas, people will talk about MS Dasari, so many other players. But this guy, he's consistent, he's always here and he's in another final and I think he can take it. So yes, I'm agreeing with Mark. I think that PSV Pena will win.
Okay, people have been saying he's underrated. I think he's got this under control. MLB in the breakdown board, what are you saying, sir?
I'm saying that we got Pena's squad on screen. And when I say that I think that he's underrated or maybe even underappreciated, it's because he's so consistent. And the pros know this, but a lot of times the general public doesn't give him the credit that he deserves. Like, I don't see enough people saying, I want to follow this guy, I want to tweet this guy, I want to ask him about this, I want to ask him about that. And he's always there doing his thing. He's got the 4-2-3-1. And I actually want to bring this back to when he matched up against the Doctor, because I thought he's made some very smart tactical choices between Pena and his coach. And usually he'd have Kyle Walker, but instead he used Sergio Ramos because Dr. Arjano crossed a lot when he was able to be beat Nicholas, which I thought was an interesting shift. And they also changed the chemistry style for Marcelo, where they added Sentinel because that bumps your physical, your jumping. And of course, you're defending, as opposed to just bumping up his pace. They're like, he's fast enough. I just want this guy to win headers because I don't want to concede any goals against Dr. Hirano. And he did a great job. He kept a clean sheet over 2 legs, which you don't see very often. And then Mbappe up top is interesting to me because you're so used to seeing Cristiano Ronaldo time and time again. But he feels that Mbappe makes better runs to get him behind and allows him to be a little more explosive, a little more dynamic. And then when you're looking at Megabit's team, it's really all about the formation, because this is kind of meta breaking. We really don't see the 4-2-3-1 used, or sorry, the 4-3-2-1 used very often. And he's done it, and he's been successful with it, and he might win the entire event using the 4-3-2-1. And now with a new patch coming as well, I'm expecting to see a few different formations going forward, whether that's going to be a shift where you're seeing some narrow, some wide, or somewhere in between. Because it's definitely an advantage if you can play a formation that people aren't used to going up against, and you have success doing that, or you're able to shift what's happening with the meta. Nothing out of the ordinary in terms of the squad, outside of you don't see a Rio Ferdinand. Instead, you have Maldini on the defensive back line, and that usually deals with preference. Ramos is the right back. Definitely going to be your best option right now for defending crosses, if you can afford to do that, if you're comfortable with one of the icons. Then up top, Cristiano, Mbappe, Neymar, all those guys are going to put in work. And it's really going to come down to, is this going to be a slow, controlled game for Pena versus is it going to be a fast, organized chaos match for someone like Megabit? But back to you guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, MLB, as ever, breaking things down, just giving us sort of an insight into what kind of like the guys, the pros, are doing up there. What did you notice from those squads?
The application of that chemistry style, I think, is something that's really interesting and a great thing that Mike's noticed there. Making sure you're bumping up the physicals on that Marcelo stat, the jumping, heading accuracy, and those defensive stats as well, I think is vital. I think you have to have that on there, unless you're going to play someone off chem at that left back position who you're going to simply use for the height. I think that's something you have to do now, and I'm sure that a lot of pros are already doing it, but I think it's a great point that Mike's picked out there.
Yeah, 75 chemistry. Interesting what he's going to go in with. Megabit, what did you take from that, Carl?
For me, it's just the minor changes in different positions. We saw time and time again before Team of the Year with that Kyle Walker was being used at right back, but now we're seeing Sergio Ramos is being put in there, which is an interesting choice, and I think actually it's just those minor changes in these different positions. They're going to be things that change it for that player. They obviously know who they like to use, but it's going to bring a different dynamic to the team. Also, having Hullet, Vieira, Modric, Megabit had in his midfield. What a midfield that is. If you just look at those 3 foot items, they're brilliant cards and they're unreal. And I think that's just going to... They're the most exciting ones for me.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. On set, Carl, we're excited about this console final, as I'm sure you are as well. Before we go to it, though, people often ask about rituals before we get started. Here's someone in particular's ritual, actually.
I'm so glad. Oh, wow. I'm so glad that he got caught doing that. Wow. I did exactly the same thing last event, so I'm happy that it's Richard, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's going to be someone, though, again, who gets caught on camera. It's going to be Mr. Buckley, isn't it?
It is indeed. I'll tell you what, he's definitely been the MVP of analysts and presenters and casters today. Let's throw to them, and let's get ready for this cross-console final. Wow. Richard, Brandon, top work from you, gentlemen.
Wow. Sometimes I question that. He just always falls over, this man. I don't know how. Richard, it's a pleasure to be bringing you this cross-console final. At least you're on balance now. The reason for that is, all weekend he just comes in here and takes his shoes off because he feels like he's at home at the Gfinity Arena. We've been here so much. You all right now?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for a cross-console final. Come on.
We're ready, of course. Well, here we go. It's Megabit, of course, up against that man, Stefano Pena, who is so used to talking about being in these grand finals. PlayStation up against Xbox. The debate continues again. Which console's going to come out on top? Of course, we know by now Xbox have won so many more than the PlayStation players have. However, the last LQE we were here, it was actually Nicholas99 who won that cross-console final in a fantastic fashion as well. However, the journey for these two then, let's go all the way back to the beginning and how they got here. Of course, Swiss-style format was on day 1 yesterday. It was Stefano Pena that went 3-2 in that one. So he went all the way to round 5, Richard. And of course, on the other hand of that, Megabit, he got the job done a little bit earlier, went 3-1.
Yeah, so if we're taking just a few takeaways from the Swiss style, both of these two players have suffered defeat. in this competition. They've had to come from adversity in the Swiss style. Stefano Pena a little bit more than Megabit, and I'm sure we're going to talk about Stefano Pena's journey throughout this LQE from being quite poor on Saturday. And you would say, I mean, by his own standards, scraping through the Swiss style. Usually he's a 3-0 in the hotel by 7 o'clock, job done sort of player, but he left it late in the 5th round. Megabit, on the other hand, 3-1. And then they're coming into today. Stefano Pena, big performance, 2-1, beat Zimmer. And then an absolute domination, a 9-0 in his quarterfinal. I should say in his semi-final, and then in that console final. A great, great performance versus Dr. Ahano. Books his place in this cross-console final. On the green side of things, on the Xbox side of things, how did Megabit get here today?
Of course, he won against SPQR Senna, 8-3 in the quarterfinal there. Beat F2 Tex, yes he did, 6-4, and then beat his arch-enemy from Swiss-style format in PSG DAX, 6-3. And if you're wondering, how are these two playing against each other? This is a cross-console final, and we are kicking off on Xbox first, on Megabit's console. You saw the coin toss. And what do you make of that one then?
So I were up here actually when the coin toss were done. It landed for Pena. Pena was the person who decided to go Xbox first. It was his decision. Thought process behind that. You want to have the second leg in your hands almost. You want to be attacking the game. It's much easier to attack a game than it is to defend a game, in my personal opinion.
And alongside that, I believe there's a little stat out there as well. You look at Hasu at the Cup last week. He was at home first. He went and lost his home game 2-1 and then lost away as well. It's kind of like you put too much pressure on yourself when you're on that home leg. However, both players have the exact same use of the same players. It's just the small kind of difference of the holding that controller, moving your goalkeeper.
And if there's one man who is ready for a console final, it is Megabit.
It is. The guy plays, or did last year, 40 games on Xbox, 40 games on PlayStation, every single weekend on Weekend League. And I'm sure when he's had a bit of free time to himself, he's been doing exactly the same on FIFA 19 here. However, 2 legs of action as always. You may be asking what they're playing for. 850 Global Series points. They've already guaranteed themselves each. We'll talk about those rankings and how they're affected throughout this game. However, it's all about that big prize. That's a mistake. Megabit just about gets away with that one. However, whoever wins this one will pick up $8,750 on a check. Last time it was Nicholas on the PlayStation, and that man representing that side, Stefano Pena, strikes after 10 in-game minutes on his away console.
It's all come from the mistake from Megabit. He tried playing cute, you'd say, with the goalkeeper, with the defence. Pena nicked the ball back and then didn't rush. He kept his time. He worked a really nice opportunity into Mbappe's feet, slotted past the goalkeeper at the near post, and Pena taking an early 1-goal lead here on his away console. We have to keep on stressing this.
Aggregate scoreline, no away goals as such. So, for example, if Pena goes and wins this one 6-0, and then Megabit does the 6-0 on his away, 6-6, we go to extra time on the second console. For example, we'll be back on the PlayStation side there. Here's Megabit now, Ruud Gullit, surely a chance. What's a save? David De Gea had to be flexible.
So we've not seen a very tight cross-console final in a while. I'm going to predict this is going to be a tight game. Maybe a 1 or a 2 goal.
We've been crying out for it as well.
Goal discrepancy in between the two sides. We often see one player blow the other one away in the first leg. Second half, big performances. And the game's done.
Yeah. It's one of those things, you know, we see so many fantastic games in competitive FIFA. That cross-console final, we want to see a few more twists to the tail. Who will come out on top? Remember, this is an LQE as well. Both players have guaranteed themselves 850 Global Series ranking points, and they've done a great job in doing that. You look at Pena, he's jumped up from 3rd up to 2nd just by that 1 space, but he's only 1 point off. Ignore me on that. He's only 75 or 70 points off Nicholas, who's at that top spot there. Ball across. This is Stefano Pena there. But just to repeat that again, so Pena, currently in 3rd in those rankings, will jump up to 2nd past Joxan and will be about 70 points away from Nicholas, who is catchable. He's catchable now.
All to play for at the top of the leaderboard, I should say. On the PlayStation side of things, on the Xbox, Tech's still reigning supreme, but Megabit will have moved up as well in those rankings.
And he's actually only 1 point behind MS Desari, as Dan Gaskin said. So he's jumped up from 8th to 3rd place. A great jump up there. Here's Stefano Pena, who's looking to go 2-0 up off the post, nearly, for the Belgium.
That just shows the confidence he's playing with. No need to do a skill move inside. No need to slow down the play. He just hit it as you were running on Ronaldo's left foot. And cannons off the post. One thing that I've seen, @9 has been shoved out at a lot of these teams. Last year was such a presence from day 1 to day 365 in the FIFA life cycle.
Yeah. Team of the year didn't affect him. Team of the season didn't affect him. He was always playing in these games, always playing the competitive structure. However, it's crazy to think that he's been pushed out, and that just shows the likes of the Mbappes and the Neymar. Well, especially Mbappe. We didn't even see much of Mbappe.
Messi as well. I think he's the one. Now you've got a central player who can do what R9 can do. You can play Ronaldo up top, who, if you're not using CR7, I think I saw one player this weekend actually brought CR7 on as a sub, and
you must have been
I was so shocked.
Cristiano Ronaldo on as a sub. If he's not starting in your team in the competitive world, you've got to be asking questions. Probably the best finisher on the game.
The best player, arguably, on the game.
Can go back and defend as well for you. 30 minutes into this one. It's the man on his away console that's in front. Of course, if you don't know the story about Stefano Pena, people have been tweeting about all weekend saying he's underrated. If he goes and wins this, he's already won the console side. That's all got to be put to bed now. He'll be second in those rankings. Playing in all these tournaments, Richard. He's played in all the LQEs up to date. Plus the FUT Champions Cup that he has placed well, and this is Megabit now with Cristiano Ronaldo. Great save.
Oh, wow, what on earth have I just seen?
So unfortunate for him. It was an original save by David Hay. We might get to see on the replay exactly what happened.
He's gone to clear
Just
it with Varane.
If he passed it, I don't know if that would have made any difference.
See, that's just unfortunate. That is just really unfortunate for Stefano Pena. However, you concede a goal like that, you can't let your mental side of the game slip, because sometimes when you concede a goal like that, you just feel like the game's just going against me. I'm not playing against my opponent anymore. I'm playing against the game. That's the thought process and the mind that some of these pro players do have.
Straight down the other end, Stefano Pena, he's got other ideas. Tried to play the one more, going to fall back to Vieira. No, it's not. Very unfortunate from there. Just went to boot the ball clear, and the one person you don't want to boot the ball into is Cristiano Ronaldo. There's a finesse from distance, off the bar, off the woodwork, on the rebound. No.
Didn't even seem like you're in range there for the finesse, but whipped it round.
Why not? Stefano Pena, this has been an end-to-end game between the two. 1-1. I think you said it perfectly. It's kind of hard to read a Stefano Pena performance. One time he's scoring 9 goals, but he's never really conceded many. That's one thing that I'll always stick with Stefano Pena.
Yeah, he's very good defensively. He builds from the back.
Attacking, it's up and down. Some days he's going to score loads, a few he scores 2 or maybe 1. He doesn't need to win by many goals. That's straight into the hands of David De Gea before we go into half-time here. If you are joining us, this is the cross-console final. The big one with all the talking point, all the statue of being a winner to the back post. That will go! Oh, no!
How on earth has he just missed that? Head in hands for Stefano Pena there. He must be thinking, what on earth am I doing right now? 45 minutes gone. I've conceded a goal that is 1 in 100. And then that goal right there is 99 out of 100. How often do we see Ronaldo just leap up, head it in?
Put it past the post, he did.
Yeah, not even on target.
You put your house on him to finish that one.
I'd be homeless.
99 jumping. 99 finishing. Just put it past the post. Still 1-1 though. Pena not looking affected at all on his away console, supposedly. Always been a PlayStation player, is Pena. Megabit, to be honest, could play on both.
Yeah, almost the home away sort of theme.
The best person for a cross-console
100%.
final.
Him or Desari, I'd say. Desari plays on both, he's very good on both.
But just aren't phased of what console they're playing on. For them, it's just FIFA.
I mean, Pena, I imagine he's got an Xbox at home now. He's practicing, knowing that this is a regular routine for him to get to cross-console finals, the second one this year for the Belgian.
is Megabit. Intercepted in the end.
I think the third cross-console final, actually. Dasari, Tex earlier on in the year, and now this. 3 cross-console finals inside 12 months for Stefano Pena. Will it be third time lucky? The last 2 he's lost.
That's very much true, and I think it's something that we have to point out is that Pena's always at these events. He's always in his console final, but when he gets to the extra, to the trophy stage, to the check stage of winning the competition, I think he sometimes struggles with that, and he needs one of those wins.
Yeah. Just to almost...
It's like Megabit. Megabit needed a win last year, and his win was the playoffs.
Yeah, I think with Pena, is it a little bit of like an invisible barrier that he puts up? Like, it hits the brick wall. It gets all the way to that cross-console final and then just can't get over that last hurdle.
At the moment, that man at that hurdle is Megabit. What's a save on the line? He dropped back slightly, you saw from David De Gea, and somehow still got down and saved it.
That's Pena, all with manual goalkeeping. Moving your keeper backwards gives him more time to see the ball, and you also see more acrobatic saves as well.
He's offside. Yes, he is. That's Neymar there.
It's been a really enthralling game so far. A little bit of insight for you. We're up here waiting when Tom and the guys at the desk were doing their thing, hyping up the game. Pena was down on the stage. He was sat, getting his team ready. Who do I see up next to me, up in the commentary booth? Megabit, getting his picture taken. He's enjoying the moment. He don't know how many times he'll be able to call himself a champion this year. He's here, posing. You'll see them on Instagram later on today. That's just a different...
You never know, he might be changing that picture up.
The different mindset. Yeah, Pena down there, getting into the zone. Megabit, all smiles.
Well, maybe he's looking back. Remember, we go back, what, to August last year when he was at the grand final, when he enjoyed that moment of being the best PlayStation player in the world. However, don't get me wrong, Dasari's a fantastic player, but in his eyes, didn't have a good cross-console final.
Yep.
Maybe he enjoyed the occasion too much then. Because Pena is one of those players, you guys at home can't always see how the players prepare for games and stuff like that, but sometimes there's people out there that go, these esporters, how professional are they as athletes? Are they just, young adults playing video games? You look at the likes of someone like Stefano Pena, Megabit, the list goes on of people that are so professional, representing football clubs.
Well, you see Pena, it comes with the same person every single event. Almost a routine. I imagine they get up at the same time, they play the same people practicing.
Same breakfast.
Yeah, 100%.
And this really is a profession. This is when this esport goes to the next level. As you can see, behind them there, both players with a coach. You've got Sakul, the next competitor. It's funny, actually, story. They actually met in Swiss-style format. In the first round, Sakul and Megabit, as Megabit comes forward, now intercepted in the end as Messi will try and play forward. Yeah, they met in the first round, Richard, and he actually beat Sakul 7-2. Did Megabit. But then Megabit went and lost to Dax in Swiss and then goes and beats him in the knockout. It's really anyone's game.
Just goes to show that once you get past Swiss, you don't look back. It's not don't look back in Hungary, it's don't look back in Swiss.
And then you look at Stefano Pena, a bad Swiss style when is in his own opinion.
Completely turned it around.
Doesn't matter about yesterday. You blink your eyes, next thing you know, you're in a cross-console final here. Because those are the players that forget on about that record they had yesterday. As long as they're through, as long as they're in that 8, as I said, out of that 16 that got through, it's all about that. Jumping up in the points, getting the opportunity now. And they've both got themselves 850 Global Series ranking points. 1-1 still in this game, we have to say.
And that's the big...
Oh, no. That's a golden opportunity. Stefano Pena, all the time in the world. He got a little bit unfortunate in that first half with the goal he conceded. If anything, that could be a little bit of karma for him.
This game has been made up of loads of tiny, small moments. Small, game-changing moments. Megabit getting dispossessed on his own halfway line. You're not going to catch Mbappe when he goes through like that. Now we're seeing this change into that 4-5-1 that Pena likes to do. Brings on Kante, brings on Eusebio out wide, just to strengthen that up and then hit the back post crosses if he needs to.
He loves playing that 4-5-1, as you said. Getting an extra man in the midfield as well, and having the left and the right sided players that can drop back if you want to.
Well, there's a reason right there, you can see it on your screen. He's put Ronaldo over to left mid now as well. For that back post cross, Icanel Tornado inside straight away. Eusebio, extremely good at the back post. He can win headers, can the man from Portugal.
Such a gift, though, Richard. Such a gift to give away to a player of Pena's quality. Megabit knows it as well. He's just looking down there saying, That's a mistake from my end. Now I find myself 2-1 down, and I honestly believe there's some kind of theory behind playing on your away console first. Sometimes, I'm not saying we'll see what the end result is on the aggregate, but for some reason the away player always seems to do well in the first game. And for him to win the toss as well in Pena and say, right, I'm playing away on my first game.
I think it's less of playing away on your first game and knowing that you're playing at home on the second leg. Like I said, it's much easier to chase a game, in my opinion, than to sit and hold the ball. With the constant pressure this year, with being able to really bump up your depth and squeeze your opponent, you can press relatively effectively this year. Last year, that wasn't really the case. You could switch the ball quite frequently last year and just tire your opponent down. Look on that far side.
Oh, lovely ball all the way across. This is a golden opportunity. Look at Ronaldo. Can he play him? This is Messi. Plays to Ronaldo. No! No! What's a chance? Megabit knows it as well.
Real big bit of reaction there from Megabit. He knows that that was a golden opportunity. And Ronaldo just seemed to...
Just didn't fall into his path, did it? Until slightly later.
Blinded in the floodlights there.
If anything, I was actually quite surprised with the chance that Pena had. I thought he would have more time on it. Well, not more time. Sometimes when you have so much time on a chance, you overthink it. For him, he didn't, because he's now 2-1 up, but go down the other end. That's a golden opportunity. Kante. Pena can pray and wave his hands. I've never seen Kante coming in from the left wing, pulling out a few skill moves. I've seen a few things from Kante today I didn't expect.
Just played it short from the corner, a couple of ball rolls. That is very harsh. Very, very harsh.
Pena steps up now, scores as well. What an away leg. He's going to go into a pause as well now, just to see out this score at 3-1. Make a bit down the other end, should have scored. Should have locked onto that with Cristiano Ronaldo.
This game should be 2-2 right now. It should be 2-2. And again, the small margins, a very harsh penalty goes against you, and you find yourself 3-1 down going into your away console. Couple of changes coming on there.
Bring on Ronaldinho, why not? The best thing about Stefano Pena, whether he's winning 3-1 or 2-1 or 8-1, it will always make a very small change if he needs to, just to see out a game, to bring the extra energy forward. And that's what he's done.
And he's thinking as well, Ronaldinho, fresh Ronaldinho with 3 minutes left against fatigued defenders. If he can snatch me another goal, 4-1, that goal margin becomes bigger and bigger and bigger, and the chance of Megabit coming back into the game might go smaller and smaller and smaller.
We said this is going to be a good cross-console final. If he goes and scores again, he could be running away as we head into this second leg for Megabit. But Megabit plays a lot on both consoles. Don't know if it will affect him too much. Pena's going back home, and if anything, we know how defensive Pena can be. This will be massive for him. This is Modric to Kevin De Bruyne. Good to see him involved. Haven't really seen him much this weekend. On the finesse with Messi. And an easy day. An easy day for David Gea to see this game out now for Pena. Added time of 3 minutes. And what an away leg this has been.
Yeah, as long as we don't see any mistakes from Pena, he'll be leading 3-1. Going into, you could say, half-time, going into the second leg of this cross-console final, the final game of FIFA for the Gfinity Arena here at the LQE in London. And it's Pena leading 3-1 at half-time.
Of course, half-time, you see straight away there, Coach Ramo Abdi into Stefano Pena saying, right, in your head, you're thinking you're halfway there. Think again, 0-0. We go straight into that second leg with everything to play for. Take a few minutes away from the screen. Go and grab yourselves a drink, because there's still a very, very long time left in this cross-console final.
Yeah, I was just looking down there, seeing the players walk across the stage over to the Xbox stations right now.
And that's exactly what they're both. These are the highlights from this game. What a start this was from Stefano Pena. Cristiano Ronaldo in the pocket space, into Kylian Mbappe, and then Mbappe, the hero, the new hero on the block since he got that Team of the Year item.
Yeah, Megabit nearly bounced back straight away. De Gea with a really good save. And a lot of chances fell Pena's way in this first half.
Did indeed. Had all the time in the world there with Cristiano Ronaldo. Off the post, that one hit. Straight down the other end. This is Neymar now, played into Ronaldo. That was the chance, the golden chance. Came off the head of Ronaldo. Right place, right time. Very unfortunate. But if you don't want to kick the ball to one man, that's Cristiano Ronaldo.
Pena did come straight back, though, into this game. Lovely nice bit of link-up play there. Didn't create anything in the end. On the stroke of half-time, that was the goal that had to go in.
It's Kylian Mbappe actually that jumps up on that one. Straight down the other end, Megabit went. This was the chance for him. Cristiano Ronaldo waiting for the perfect time to strike. Hit that one, and you just saw how he just dropped back David De Gea there slightly.
2 late goals. Mbappe dispossessing Rio Ferdinand.
The press there. Mbappe went through. After missing that header, I'm sure he was happy that he stepped up to the mark there. And then this was one of the big chances. Played across. Why Ronaldo didn't lock onto it, I have no idea.
And Kante with a little bit of skill. Couple of ball rolls on that corner. Neymar, very harsh penalty there. Ronaldo stepped up, slotted it home. 3-1 at, you could say, half-time after the first leg has been finalised.
And we've got to remember as well, Pena won that coin toss. He decided to play on PlayStation first, Xbox first on his away console. And players that do that, for example, Mike played on his away console last weekend. It just seems like, with that attitude, with that confidence to say, right, I'm playing away first. They've all got the same players, of course. It's just that different holding the controller. That's the only difference. And the only thing I'm looking at there is moving the goalkeeper, your analog slightly higher. That's all I can really think of.
You have to think mentally as well. For a player playing on their away console first, they were coming into the second leg thinking, I can only play better than I've played on my supposed away console. So now you're thinking, Pena, I'm just going to go out and smash this player right now. It's on my turf. You're coming to my home console. With Megabit, there's going to be less almost fear because you're going out on your away console. Just go play the FIFA you know you can play, like we saw in the second leg against Tex. Just play the same way and see if you can potentially spark something special.
Exactly that, and as we know already, both these players have guaranteed themselves 850 Global Series ranking points, which have done some fantastic things. It actually moved Pena up to second now. Joksam will drop down. I haven't seen his face for a while now. He's only 70 points or so away from Nicholas as well. Then on the other side of that, Megabit, even though if he wins or loses this, he will go up 6 places, or just below that, actually, 5 places. He'll go up from 8th to 3rd, and it'll be 1 point off MS Desari. 1 point off MS Desari to go second in that there. But you can see the players, they've just moved across the stage. I'm sure we'll get kind of a bigger view of the whole Gfinity arena, which has hosted so many competitive events this year. Of course, the Elite Series, Foot Champions Cup #2 in December, 2 LQEs, of course, so much more, hopefully, throughout the year from these guys. And what a stage it is for these guys. You can't see, but there's like a live audience here as well, watching all that, just to add the extra pressure on.
Well, it's the home, isn't it, of FIFA esports here in the UK, going back to Play Like a Legend days with Spencer and Bateson and all those guys. Really being the birth of FIFA esports. And then Gorilla proving his dominance here over the years. You're looking at the Elite Series in Season 3 and Season 4. It was Roma Fanatics' time to shine on that occasion, and this year
MS Desari, he came back to England. We know how much this guy loves it. And then we saw some more history be made. Nicholas, he went and won a cross-console final.
For the first time in probably about 18 months, a PlayStation 4 winner on a cross-console final, and Stefano Pena looking to make it 2 wins in the last 2 tournaments for the PlayStation 4.
And 2 wins in a year.
London.
Yeah, 2 years in a year as well. You know, FIFA 19, you said about like 18 months or so. It's all the way back to the FIFA E Club World Cup in London. FIFA 17 it was, where Marcuso won against Rafsu. That was the history there, and I believe Principe won one before as well.
And Mo Basha, the first ever cross-console final against Sean Allen in New York. That was 2016. It's almost coming up on 3 years that he won his world title.
I couldn't do the Xbox ones because there's been so many Xbox winners throughout the few years. I know you're thinking about it now, Rich. I'm sure if I give you 5-10 minutes, we might come to some sort of list there. But again, it's on task at the moment for a PS4 winner, and it's PS4 Pena, really, that is 3-1 up at this game. Megabit knows what he needs to do. He's on his away console now. If anything, I can just see Pena getting a goal and just seeing this game out.
The last time we saw Megabit in a cross-console final, if you are a FIFA enthusiast, it was in the Global E-League's final against Cody the Finisher in FC20, and he lost on that occasion, did Megabit, in the cross-console final. That was a week before the playoffs. What did Megabit do in the playoffs? He won the entire thing on the Xbox side of things.
So that means that even if he wins or loses this one, next event we see him in,
he's going to win it.
He might go on if the if the theory's right there. However, we're just waiting a few minutes to jump into this one. As we said, 3-1 is the score, and they're just paying for that extra prize money. Whoever wins this one, $8,750, and we'll be picking up a check live in this arena in about 20 minutes' time. Now we can have a look at the full breakdown here, of course. So whoever wins this one, you get the top prize there, $8,750 for a weekend of FIFA.
It's a $5,000 game right now. This is a $5,000 game. The winner takes home just under 9,000. Second place, just under 4. Third and fourth, $2.5 grand each. And then 5 through 8, $1,875. So a lot of moolah up for grabs here in this final
Playing
game.
competitive FIFA as well, which is crazy. To me, these guys are in a fantastic opportunity that they are to travel around the world, playing video games and doing it as a full-time job.
Probably more important for the players themselves are then points. 850 points. These two have already confirmed themselves to move them up through the rankings. And then the breakdown going from that, each result that you have finished in, each placement will get points.
And this
scheduled to that.
This result this weekend, Richard, this should be to get you in the finals, the World eWorld Cup finals. Megabit will be on 2,123 points. Pena, 3,275.
Both these players comfortably in the grand finals. Can Pena go one step further than last year? Potentially for him. He was runner-up, second place at the O2 Arena.
The thing that I'm going to be interested to see is that this is such a long season of competitive FIFA. The players such as Joksan, of course, we're going to see him soon again, but you can do so well in the beginning of the year, and say, I'm not saying he's not playing FIFA, but say if you just stop for a few months, as you come back into the latter stages, you are going to suffer with that. And I think we're going to see players at that grand final, or even the playoffs, just fall off that radar.
Do you also think you're going to see a positive correlation as well, where players, maybe someone like Painter, picking up points throughout the year and then just has a couple of good tournaments, squeeze himself into the playoffs and then has a remarkable playoffs. He can get top 16, and that is sort of the structure and the stories that you're going to get this year, with having to get in the top 16 to qualify for the grand finals.
And of course, roughly we're at the kind of halfway mark now of this year. We've still got the E-Champions League, the E-Club World Cup next weekend. We've got E-Nations.
Lots of leagues as well.
Lots of leagues. We've got the E-Premier League, of course, kicking off. That will be, the finals are actually in here in late March. Again, another event taking place at this arena here in London. That's going to be a fantastic one, the E-Premier League. Looking forward to seeing that. Of course, so many opportunities to earn points. So, you know, we've gone, that's not confirmed, by the way, guys. We've said, I know you've said a bit lower than me. I'm saying at least 2,000 for a final spot for me. I know you've gone a slightly lower. And then we've gone playoffs at about 700, we're saying.
Yeah, I think it's going to be just looking at how the tournaments are breaking down at the minute and who's getting points. I'd say for the playoffs, 650 to 700. For the grand finals, 1,500 to 1,700. That's going to be the rough mark to get into those almost sacred top 16 spots. And let's not forget, this season, it's a marathon, not a sprint, okay?
Yes.
It's all about being consistent throughout the year.
And also, let's remember, we haven't got that many new names in the latter stages, other than Ajit Power. And then last weekend, we saw Hasu and Dullan. We saw, obviously, Lost in the Waves. Top 10 player on Xbox in Megabit.
Top 3.
Yeah, now he's
PS.
top 3. And now you've got top 3 in PS. You've mentioned it more than me, Richard. The same names are appearing time and time again. However, we're back on PlayStation. This is the second leg now. Megabit on his away, but if you know Megabit, you watch his streams, you're following online, you know this guy plays so much FIFA. It doesn't matter which console it's on.
I think we are just getting a couple of camera preferences for the players. Here, before we do crack on with the second leg of the grand finals, of the cross-console finals. Pena looks ready. Megabit looks ready.
We need 2 goals as well, Richard. The first leg finished 3-1 in the end, remember. Pena being gifted a penalty right in the last few minutes. Here we go then. Ultra attacking from the word go. And that looks like it's going to be from Megabit.
Yeah, probably similar play style to what we saw against Tex. Second leg against Tex, who were trailing 2 goals. Okay, they were 2-0 down. Right here, exactly the same story. Expect to see them fullbacks bombing on for Megabit. Expect to see high pressing and a lot of constant pressure as well from him. On Pena's end, this is what you're going to see. Possession, possession, possession. Keep hold of the ball. Don't be afraid to go backwards and just kill the clock.
Exactly that. We're going to see such a press from Megabit. Who goes ultra attacking from the first minute? However, gaps will appear, and if you don't defend those gaps, Michael, you're going to be in trouble.
There's going to be a lot of room in behind for Pena to exploit.
But I like that he's done that because Pena is going to see this out. He's back on PlayStation. He's a defensive player. Doesn't concede many goals, however, till now, no!
That was a really big chance for Megabit early as well. The first goal in this game is huge. It's exactly what was the story in the Tex game as well. We keep referring back to the Tex game because it's quite a similar story right now.
And it's also a story that there's no Tex and there's no Nicholas. The two top seeds on the rankings, not at this stage, not in the cross-console final stage.
Just a scary thought that those two are going to be teammates.
Yeah, that is scary. Ball in the box, front post flick on into David De Gea, but yeah, speaking of that, we're going to see some really interesting competition next weekend. FIFA E Club World Cup, the inaugural competition that Bromby seem to love winning. Of course, that is next weekend. All the action will be there as well. However, those rankings need to be solidified, and we need a winner here. 3-1 up at the moment for Pena. Look at the numbers forward for Megabit. We know we've highlighted how attacking he is, but he's winning the ball back.
He's winning it high up the pitch as well, which is good. It shows that the press is working.
Megabit's in this till the end. Did 100%. It against Tex. Looking to do it against Pena now. Pull it. Oh, no, you saw it. That would be the right foot as well. I think that was Modric he was having a finesse with there on the edge of the box. Don't get me wrong, I know he's probably the best overall player at the moment. 99-foot item, that team of the year, after a fantastic year of football for him in 2018. Champions League final, World Cup final for Luka Modric. Paused by Megabit. Even though he's had a lot of the ball, still needs to just fine-tune those tactics. So everything is perfect for him. If he can get that pause after he's just scored a goal as well, that might be special for him. Pull it. Play to Vieira. Can he play that ball? No, he can't. He's going to just play it safe instead to Ramos. Neymar now in the box. Needs to be careful there. Pena do not give away a penalty. Vieira, can he cross it over? And he will to the back post. No, no, no.
De Gea just with a vital touch there, just to flick it out of the flight path of the onrushing attackers from Megabit. Mbappe is going to rush that down. That pause being queued for maybe 10 minutes right now from Megabit.
There's that finesse. No. Too heavy for him then. We're going into that pause now. Megabit, what you change, or if anything, it's just changed his controller.
Yeah, it was a controller change from him. You see the 4-3-2-1 from him there. Mike LaBelle broke it down earlier for you. The 4-3-2-1, each player in each position and why they were there.
Explaining their role as well.
Yeah, wins himself a corner. Pena just bringing the keeper out a little bit.
Straight to Ronaldo, straight to his opposition. Wins it back though, Modric is onside. Of course, we've got to remember as well, we go back a game or two, Vieira is actually a right back for Megabit against Tex. I have to ask him about that one after the event finishes. Still 0-0 though. This is what Pena would have wanted. He knows that the press is there, he knows the attack is there. If anything, soak up that pressure, counter-attack, get yourself a goal. Any momentum in the mindset of Megabit will be just destroyed, and now he's 3 goals down it'd be. On the other side of that, Megabit, you score a goal now, you're going to be feeling confident. There's Vieira. Could it be worse? Could this be Pena? No. It's crazy to think that Megabit seems more comfortable on a PlayStation 4.
It's the pressure. He's playing with no pressure right now. He's playing more attacking. He knows he's got to play more direct as well, because even from the first 30 minutes, he can see the way that Pena's playing, and he can see that he's not going to get the ball on a lot of occasions. He's not going to be able to dictate the pace of the game. Pena's got the pace of the game down to a T. He wants to play slow. He wants to play methodical. Dissect Megabit.
Mbappe, just a ball roll to get out of the way of Rafael Varane. That's Walker. Vieira now, this could be dangerous for Pena. Could be an extra goal to that lead. No, it's not. Maldini just winning that battle against Hullet. Time slowly running out for Megabit as we approach the half-time, and in Pena's head, he'll be thinking, I'm halfway there in this second leg. I'm halfway to being a champion. There we go. This is the chance he needs. Deflected. No, not into the path of any player he wanted to.
Yeah, good block. It could have deflected anywhere, really. And Pena, I think he's already had his unluckiness in the first game with that one that bounced off Ronaldo's head.
However, did get a little bit of fortune down the other end where that misplaced pass from Megabit got himself the penalty as well. This is Pena now. Ronaldo, fake shot. Inside all the time in the world. Oh no, any other day that just falls to the back post where Messi's waiting.
It's played to Ronaldo at the front post in front of the keeper.
Keeper's off his line. Oh. Easy day. Just about for De Gea. Played short. Megabit, be careful there.
He's done it a couple of times, that Megabit, throughout the tournament. It must be something he likes doing, be able to... If you drop the ball, you've got more control over where the ball's going. You sometimes see a few erratic goal kicks, goalkeeper throws.
And in time, this is it. On the stroke of half-time, play it. Oh, no. He knows what he wanted to do as well. Just got like a miscommunication or a idea of exactly what he wanted to do. I think he just tries to do a bit of a fake shot as well that opened up that space. Half-time in the second leg. No goals, no goals to talk about.
57% possession for Stefano Pena at half-time. It's going to game plan. Pressure on heavy touch from Megabit. You saw the depth there as well. Very, very high for him. At half-time. 4-3-2-1. It's a very narrow formation. You can just see there. He's got the width quite wide as well. So Mbappe and Neymar are going to spread wide. They've both got 5-star skills, so they can El Tornado as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see De Bruyne enter the pitch potentially as a right centre mid or a left centre mid as well. Kante coming on for Vieira, a good attacking change. We've seen Kante can do some pretty remarkable things in around the box.
And he can actually score a few goals as well now, N'Golo Kante. That team of the year we can see in many more teams there. I think Megabit just getting his controller sorted. Of course, on that away console, he plays a lot of PlayStation anyway. Just needs to get familiar with exactly what he's trying to do there. But you can see the formations he's trying to lose. You pointed out perfectly, Richard. You can see there change. Depending on what he wants to do, whether he's ultra attacking, you can see it'll be a 4-3-2-1. However, Richard, 2 goals are needed.
Playing a long ball as well, Megabit.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't see there was any Andy Carroll on the pitch, so...
a little bit of a Samardis-esque fan.
Interesting one from Megabit there. He's got 45 minutes, though. 6 minutes real life time, roughly. Maybe a few stoppages in there as well to bump that a minute or two. Can it be done? I think he proved a few people wrong against Tex in what was a great game. Went back against PSG Dax after losing to him in the Swiss style to beat him there. Here's a chance for him now. Modric will let rip, and not the man you probably want to shoot with.
He can do it, just not on this occasion for Megabit. How many chances are you going to get? 4, 5 opportunities
at most
to score a goal right now. Pena's so slick sometimes when he's playing.
So fluent in his football is the Belgian. I'm sure as well PSV over the moon with the signing they've picked up there. Done so much in the esports space. For a finesse, that was not troubling Megabit's keeper at all, but he'll be over the moon. He hasn't conceded a goal in 50 minutes, Pena. Somebody I think he prides himself on. Looking at the way he's gone through the semi-final and the console final. 2-0 against Dr. Hano, 9-0 against Ajit Power. Didn't concede goals.
He's conceded 2 goals in the entirety of knockouts.
Yeah.
1 against Zimmer, 1 against Megabit.
And netted a total 13 plus 16
Chance.
goals. There's a goal back. We were praising him about not conceding many goals. There's me doing my maths. He goes and concedes. Now he's conceded a total of 3.
Ronaldo just got acres of room there.
Lovely finish. Don't know how he got away with that. A little dink over the keeper's head. No chance. There was a gap there. I don't know what happened. The centre-back was pulled out.
Yeah, you could have thrown a blanket over Ronaldo. He had so much room around him. Now, you're going to see an unbelievable amount of pressure put on Stefano Pena right now when he's trying to keep hold of this ball.
The German FIFA machine Megabit just needs a goal or two just to spark something.
We were asking for a tight final. I predicted it will be won by 1 or 2 goals.
Well, you predicted Stefano's last game, didn't you? 2-0 on the dot. And that is exactly what he did. Megabit on the attack. Ah, no. But that goal could have been something for him. Could have sparked some hope for him. And he needs a goal. And he's got so much time as well. We mentioned it. Maybe get 3, 4 chances. If that was one of his chances, he's buried that one.
That's where he has to be. He has to be perfect in front of the goal right now. He's an emotional player. We've already seen the emotion come out of him. If he scores another one and then gets a late winner.
That smile will slowly start creeping up on his face. Such a smiley guy. A nice guy in the FIFA scene. And of course, Pena. Such a professional. Such a good defender as well. Look how high Ramos is. No, we've tried to just thread it through. The pressure from Megabit has to be high. The pressure has to be constant. Time's running out for him. Megabit pauses again. Not happy still. Lovely threaded through ball. This is going to be massive for Pena.
Oh, just a heavy touch. He went for the running fake shot. L1 fake shot there did Pena to just get a little bit of space. Contact. We've seen penalties gave for that. I think he's playing in the 4-5-1 now as well, Pena. Still more defensive with his formations he likes to switch to.
Look again, everyone back for him. However, they all need to be back for this attack. Mbappe just played it straight to Varane. And we go back again down the other end now. Got to be careful. He's committed so many numbers forward as Megabit. Won the ball back. Won't get many more chances to Neymar. Oh, you saw exactly what he wanted to do. If he's going to play short to Ronaldo and then look for a shot.
Big clutch tackle from Rio Ferdinand, stepping out, winning the ball back and turning over possession for Stefano Pena.
This could be game over. Kylian Mbappe, where's he going? All the way to Messi on that left foot. Back across for Vieira. No, that's blocked as well.
Just the wrong play at the wrong time for Pena. Vieira, not the man you want in front of goal. If that's Messi, if that's Mbappe, if that's Ronaldo, that's 4-2.
This goes 3-3. It's going to be one chance that will change this game. Ronaldo, he has to do well, though, and score first, of course. The pressure, everyone is trying to fight for the ball back here, but every time he does that, gaps will appear. He's onside as well, Kylian Mbappe. Look to the back post. Ronaldo's there. He's beaten one man. This is Mbappe outside the boot. What's a claw? What's a glove? Or a hand from De Gea to say no thank you and to keep this German in this battle. Played all the way across to Neymar. Inside to N'Golo Kante. Could this be it for Megabit? No, overplayed again.
You can see the aggravation on his face. He knows that's a chance.
Look at the space on the right-hand side.
These gaps are just opening up time and time again for Megabit. That pause has been queued for about 37 minutes.
And he's crying out for it to happen, but he doesn't want to give away possession. Oh, he has. 10 minutes, Pena. Keep yourself in there. There's the pause eventually. Wow, we said this was going to be a final that went all the way to the end. And touch wood, it might even go even further if you're a Megabit fan.
Pull it off. De Bruyne on. I won't be surprised to see Modric come off as well. R9 maybe playing left centre mid potentially. It's going Messi at left centre mid, Mbappe at centre mid. I mean Messi at left wing, I should say. Mbappe left centre mid.
You can't imagine the mindset of both of these at the moment. You've got Pena, who's like, just hold
Just
on.
defend. I'm on my home console right now. I need to defend. And Megabit frantically, probably scrambling for his thoughts.
Doing anything he can to crunch up some kind of attack.
It's a free kick.
I think it was going the other way, apparently.
You always get one more chance in FIFA.
And wow, this could be a grand slam finish. Kante. Just don't rush it, Megabit. That's once, twice, 3 times now.
Just rushed his chance. Ronaldo's always going to win that, and Pena gets hold of the ball. This is where he wants it.
Ronaldinho, he's fresh. Super sub last game, this late on. The ball's back in the Germans' hands again. Megabit.
This is his chance.
Come on. Everything has to be perfect for this man. Pena, just defend. See this out. Get everyone back behind the ball. Kevin De Bruyne, the Belgium. Back to Ramos. Inside to Neymar. Oh, he's done it! German strikes again in London. And you know what? Extra time. It's happening. It's on the cards.
Stefano Pena's cross-console final heartbreak continues. He had just to keep hold of the ball with Ronaldinho. It was in the complete opposite end. We said we were going to get one more chance. You always do. Clinical from Megabit inside the box. And Pena, he's got kickoff. Can he do something special?
And if he does, this really will be an incredible finish to this game. All that heartbreak, all that pain for the Belgium. Plays it through. This is Vieira. Back to Ronaldinho, the super sub. This is it now.
Can't go
Last
backwards.
attack. Kylian Mbappe. Where's he going to go? Into Ronaldinho. The super sub. Oh.
Corner.
Wins a corner instead.
This is it.
Where's he going with this one? Kylian Mbappe. Front post. Massive header from Rafael Varane. Referee, send us to extra time, please. And that is where we're going to go. We are not done here. Megabit can have a breather. He knows he's done just about enough to get 30 more minutes. He's on his away console.
He's on his away console. We've got some cross-console final magic in London. It brings the best FIFA here in London. Thinking back, Gfinity Elite Series, so many unbelievable games. Envy versus Roma. Now we've got Werder Bremen versus PSV, Pena versus Megabit.
And what a story this is bringing as well. 3-1 in the first leg for Pena. An incredible away console for him. Looked better on the Xbox side.
And Megabit looked better on the PS4.
We saw a poor Stefano Pena yesterday by his own accounts. Went 3-2, went all the way down to round 5, came back today, had an incredible performance until what we've just seen in this game at the moment. He's been struggling. But that's because of the press of Megabit. There's the finesse. Oh no!
Rebound!
On the rebound, yes, he's done it! So used to calling those goals. On the finesse is normal. Ronaldinho, the super sub. And if anyone's going to leap up and jump, it's always going to be Ronaldo. He's going to win the header every single time.
As soon as it bounced off the bar and you saw Ronaldo there, you knew it was going to be a goal. You knew we were going to jump up and head it in. He jumped higher than the crossbar there. Towering over Sergio Ramos, and Megabit is coming from behind once again.
You see it ultra attacking from the word go. And we're back once again. We can have a breather because Megabit now needs a goal. He kept us going all the way to the last minute there. That's a little bit risky at the back there. Clears it for David Gea. Well won there. Pena back in front now. Maybe that was the wake-up call he needed to concede that late on. Now he's through again. Play it into Ruud Gullit, who's made that run. Superb defending from Maldini. To stop him in his tracks. As we are in extra time of the second leg. I don't think this has been a while since we've gone to extra time in a cross-console final. A long, long time. And there's still so much action to call upon unless Pena can extend that lead to 2-0. And N'Golo Kante to Gullit.
Good save from De Gea, moved him across the goal. That's a little bit risky rolling it out, but he's rolled the dice and they've come up for him. He's going to get a chance, Megabit. Or is he before half-time? Pena extends this to 5-3. Could be looking at game over.
He's onside as well with Ruud Gullit, but pushed off the ball there by Rafael Varane. We're going to go into half-time.
Probably one added minute, two added minutes.
In extra time to get a few words of wisdom on board from both of these coaches. You've got Sakul there, of course, we don't know that man from the Focus Clan. And an ex-pro player, Raimo Abdi, PSV coach there.
It's a free kick.
Wow, this could be something.
And a good area as well.
Box for Cristiano Ronaldo or someone to leap up.
Tell you what, I would honestly lose it if Megabit hits this direct from the free kick straight in.
We'll never see it, do we? Never see a direct shot. It's Kevin De Bruyne over it. Messi's there as well. Where's this one going to go? Messi just runs over that. Played short as always. We're used to seeing that. Kevin De Bruyne, where's he going? Last attack of this half in extra time. 3 players round Mbappe.
Can't go backwards.
And he went backwards, as you said. Can't go backwards. Half time and extra time. Megabit is only had about 2 shots, I think, still.
Yeah, 2 shots on target, 2 goals from the German. All 3 subs are on as well for Megabit. Stefano Pena probably going into his custom tactics. 5 at the back, I'd imagine. See this game out.
This is a $5,000 game. Whoever wins this one will walk away with $8,750.
It's not only that, but having the reputation to be able to call yourself the champion, the best player right now. A little bit of history as well.
Exactly that. And for that PlayStation side, that they love that argument, PlayStation up against Xbox in the cross-console finals. This is a chance, Megabit, Kevin De Bruyne rebounded to the Belgium. Imagine that, breaking the Belgium heart. The Man City man.
And look, we always say, you often don't get German winners. Look at our back-to-back German champions.
I've been crying out for it for months. They have the most competitors in every single tournament. Last time it was Dolomite. This time it could be Megabit. However, he still needs to go back, Richard. Here's that chance. Ronaldo played back to David De Gea, who's just going to boot that one long. 10 minutes remain for Stefano Pena. Lovely ball to spread that one all the way across. Is he going to about keep in? That's dodgy there from De Gea, but
does enough.
He had to believe in him. He had to put all his trust into the Spaniard. Well won. Oh, no, just a foul. That's what happens when you're so aggressive, though. You have to win the ball back, and sometimes you can be slightly too aggressive.
Wouldn't be surprised to see it go all the way back, potentially, from Pena if he needs to.
He was in this position in the 80th minute. He had no time left to just see out the win. 8 minutes if most. Megabit knows that pressure.
This is the chance.
Everything has to be perfect.
Look on that far side.
He's found it as well. Marcelo, of all people.
Great.
Didn't have enough on him. Back inside. Kevin De Bruyne. The Belgium. Oh, no! A script that you did not want to follow. The Belgium scoring for Manchester City against the Belgian FIFA player.
I think I just gasped all the air out of the room. It were a mistake. It were a mistake from Pena. He's gone to clear his lines with his goalkeeper. Only a hit as far as his own 18-yard box.
And we could be seeing a penalty shootout to decide a cross-console final. I don't think we've seen that today. Unless there's one more twist to this tale.
Tell you what, if Megabit wins this game right now,
he
with
will
the last
probably
kick
jump
of the
off
game.
that stage. Added time, 2 minutes at most.
Oh, he's gave it away.
This could be Pena. This could be Pena's to win. And if he wins it now, this will be in remarkable fashion. Oh, wow, what a tackle, Marcelo.
What a recovery tackle. Megabit, last chance of the game.
Oh, my. Get it past that line. No, it's going to be a penalty shootout. A penalty shootout to decide a cross-console final. What a performance he's put on. This is Stefano Pena. Steps up first, goes left and scores.
Good penalty from Pena. Megabit, first penalty of the shootout. Messi steps up to the spot, goes bottom right and saved by Pena.
Pena up again. Ronaldinho, the super sub for him, goes left and will score.
Good penalty from Pena. Megabit, it's a must-score situation already, and he does score.
Been crying out for an entertaining cross-console final for a while. Kante will step up now, down the middle. Pena, everything's perfect.
Megabit has to score his penalty, and he does score it. He's got to save one.
He needs to save this one. And if it's Ronaldo to miss it, this will be a shock. Goes left and will score. Has to score, Megabit.
Has to score. If Pena saves, Pena is the champ. Ronaldo scores, keeps it alive. This is it.
Save it. Or score it. Pena steps up. History can be made. It is! Stefano Pena! We're in London again! And no surprise, another PlayStation winner on that cross-console final. It was Nicholas in January. This time, it's Stefano Pena. All that heartbreak that Belgium's faced in cross-console finals, put it to bed. You are a winner and a champion in London.
What a cross-console final. The best cross-console final I have ever seen. Wow. Stefano Pena is the winner from PSV for the PlayStation 4 and walks away with $8,750 to his name.
We said it was going to be an interesting one. At 3-1 after that first leg on Pena's away console. We were asking questions, Richard. We were saying, is it done? Is it dead and buried? Megabit had other ideas, and that man deserves such respect, Megabit. He's back with his first event of 2019. And he's delivered. You've heard it there from Richard. The best cross-console final this man has seen, he's telling you.
What a game that was. penalty shootout
to decide
in the
a cross-console final. $5,000 game to decide.
A $5,000 penalty shootout. Megabit just lost a $5,000 penalty shootout. Both players, huge congratulations. We're walking away with 850 Global Series ranking points. But the man who can call himself champion is Stefano Pena.
It's massive for that man, massive. He's been at so many events, lost in the cross-console final to MS Dasari. He's been in a few cross-console finals.
Yeah,
lost, of course, to Tex before there. However, put all those behind you now. You are now a winner in London.
The curse
and
is broken.
Without further ado, it's been a pleasure providing you all the commentary throughout the weekend, alongside, of course, on set, of course, Gaskin, Harry, and Mr. Chris Tom. I'm going to throw it down now to the desk. Tom Deacon, we have a Belgian winner in town.
Thank you very much. I love the way you were just looking over as well. Like, is he there? Definitely here. We are in absolute bits. We're not the only one. Richard is in unbelievable scenes.
What?
Crying $5,000 on this.
I mean, what a roller coaster it's been for him. He started off by falling backwards through the set. Then we've just seen another bang and how that game has finished. I mean, you couldn't ask for more, could you, from a cross-console final? It's so sad that we have to have a loser, but Stefano Pena, I mean, unbelievable.
The nerves. The nerves, and for Megabit to come back into that cross-console final had everything. And I mean, I remember betting a mate £10 on a penalty shootout, but $5,000 on the line is unbelievable. But I mean, how has PSV, Stefano Pena, done this? He's just been incredible today.
He has. He's been brilliant. We saw the results he's had throughout the day. Unbelievable. And he is well-deserved. We have underestimated him because he just slips through. I said it before. You've got the big names that we always talk about. And now PSV Pena has joined them. He is one of those big names. He's won here in London. Unbelievable stuff. What a performance. What a weekend for him.
I was so worried for him at one point, though, because when Megabit got that equaliser at the end of regular time, it was because of a mistake from Stefano Pena. He had Ronaldinho on the left-hand side. He tried to drive around the outside, and Megabit tied up the game. The way that Megabit got the equaliser again in extra time, he did exactly the same thing. And I was like, have you not learned from that first mistake? But luckily for him, he got the chance to put right those wrongs, and he won the penalty shootout. But
it was definitely edge of your seat stuff. I mean, I'm sure you guys, tweet us at Gfinity. It just had everything, that final. You had the two best performers today, deserved to be in that cross-console final. There was no luck involved in that. They are there for a reason, and they didn't disappoint. And your heart goes out to Megabit to lose in a penalty shootout like that. But epic performance. They both get 150 Global Series ranking points, and they both got to walk away from the LQE in February with their heads held high.
Definitely, yeah. I think it's just, for both of them, they've been brilliant. This is why we tune in to watch these things, people at home, that they want to see this, and they've provided so much entertainment, not just for everyone in here, but for everyone that's tuned in, everyone that is watching, and they both just go home. You might be a bit sad that you came second, but you should be proud, definitely.
Yeah.
Megabit, unbelievable stuff.
And the epic music at the end, we were all dancing here. People in the arena were laughing at us. But listen, let's look at that last penalty and then the reaction. Let's relive that moment again. Bosh! He's rude for a reason, and there it is. Bosh.
To hold your nerve in that situation is huge, and you can see what it means to him as well. This is the curse broken for Stefano Pena as well. He's got to console finals, Go back to the FIFA eWorld Cup finals last year. He came second place. He won the PlayStation 4 side of things as we see him disappear. He got a little bit ahead of himself there. He's too excited at this point. But he was the nearly man. He didn't beat Dasari in that final. Now he's got the cross-console win.
Hey, he's just so eager to get down here, collect that check, hold that check ready, Carl. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome out for the LQE February. Your winner is the PSV, Stefano Pena! My man, I'm going to come this side. Get in there. That is all yours. Oh, my man, how are you feeling? That penalty shootout, talk me through it.
Yeah, I make 2 mistakes in the 98th minute and the 160 minutes. So I was thinking, if I lose this one, I blame only myself. And yeah, I'm very happy with the penalty shootout. Normally, I always lose a penalty shootout, but this time I won.
Not today. And I tell you what, you came out you were so quick to come out. We weren't even ready for you, Stefan. I tell you what we'll do. Come on over. Let's head over to LVP's lounge. Bring that giant check with you as well. Why not? You are not going to let that out of your sight. Kyle, I'm going to pass that over to you, Stefano. What was going through your head? Put us in your mind space when it got down to penalty, and Megabit got that last equaliser in extra time.
Yeah, I begin with the Xbox side. That's not my side. I played a couple of games on the Xbox, but I was thinking the Xbox is gonna kill me because Megabit is so good in the attack. So and I scored the first goal, so I was very happy. I was confident, and at the end I went 3-1. So I was thinking, well, what happened now? And on the play session, I was so confident in myself, and I make 2 mistakes, but I'm very happy that I won at the end.
You seem very happy. You seem relieved. Behind you, in your head, it says champion. Do you feel like a champion right now? Is it sinking in still?
Yeah, it's still sinking in. But I lost 2 console finals, so I was thinking I need to win this one to make the next step to be a champion. And yeah, I'm very happy to win this one.
It's a nice person to have in the LVP lounge, isn't it?
100%. I can't wait to talk to you. I mean, first of all, congratulations, Stefano, incredible stuff. And I feel super proud, actually, because I got to speak to you all across the weekend. We've had many chats, and I think for you to be able to overcome that hurdle that we saw on the first day, you know, things weren't going your way, but you're like, don't worry about it, I'm just going to sleep on it, and overcome some of the mistakes that you were making right at the beginning, and that's exactly what you do. And I think as a FIFA pro, that's all you can ask of from you, is to be able to overcome those mentally and physically, and then take it home with you as well. It's just incredible stuff. I mean, you must be feeling so happy right now, but what is the next move for you going forward now? Are you going to keep practicing doing the same sort of stuff, or are we going to see you change it up a little bit?
Yeah, next move is to stay consistent on the PS4 side, and that's at the end the most important part. The ranking points are also very nice to have him, the 850, I think. So it brings me to a top 2 spot, I think, behind Nicolas. And I'm very happy. First day I was always mental side. It was not right on my side, so I need to sleep, take my rest. And the other day it was always good. So.
Now, I just want to say welcome to Kyle's Cool Down Corner. We were back in Bucharest chatting, and now we're here in London. No, in all seriousness, though, I was analysing and talking about the Xbox and the fact that you chose that first, and that's something that I would do. Was that because you were thinking, OK, if it does go to extra time and penalties, I'm on my home console in the second leg? Or did you just think, let's get the Xbox One out first and get it done?
Yeah, also on the extra time, it was on my side then. But also Xbox side, I was with the game plan. I need to score the first goal. It was always nice to score the first goal to make it confident for myself. And you know, Megabit is so good in the attack. I need to keep the ball against him. I don't need to go 3-0 behind on the Xbox side. I was all over, but I scored the first goal, so I was very confident in myself, and I won 3-1. I don't expect it, but it's okay.
It's done.
Definitely was okay.
My main man, SP, I want to take you back. 87th minute, you've got a 1-0 lead, then this happens. I want you to talk us through what it felt like when Megabit had the ball here with De Bruyne.
Yeah, I think I lost the ball with Vieira, if I'm not mistaken. I want to pass the ball with Vieira, but I don't know what happened. And Megabit so good at attack, like I always say, so he scored that one. And here I was thinking I need to shoot because he was not expecting that. He was not moving his keeper. And so I shot with Ronaldinho, and the remote was on my side. A little bit lucky, but okay. And here a couple shots from Megabit. I was thinking on the counter, maybe I could score 1 goal. That was over. I had a 3-goal lead, but I was not playing really good on the attack. The second on the PS4 side.
But you were defending so well, and then that clearance fell to De Bruyne.
I want to shot the ball to Ronaldo, or just far away. Like you see, the ball was, I don't know what happened, but that was not mean to be. So.
But it was so nervy, having all those chances you were defending, but you held your nerves in the penalty shootout. Did you talk to your coach? Who did you talk to? How did you get yourself prepared for that?
Yeah, my coach Rommel Abdi was always speaking to me, so stay focused, stay calm. And he's always saying, switch formation or something, so he's always behind me. Since he's behind me, I always come in the semi-final, console final, so it's nice to be with him. And and the penalty side was thinking about nothing, just to win it, just to score and hold 1 penalty of Megabit, and
I think I can hear him whooping in the audience as well. Nice to see you, mate. How you doing? Well done, by the way. Great player, great player. Stefano, I just want to quickly ask you, you mentioned earlier with Kyle how at the beginning in the Xbox, like you had a game plan. You knew what you wanted to do, score the first goal immediately. I just want to know, as a FIFA pro, what do you do when that doesn't go to plan? What happens if you don't score the first goal and it goes against you? Do you have other things in your locker? Do you have stuff backed up so that you take these situations by situation?
Yeah, if I was going 0-1 behind against Megabit, then I will keep the ball so much as possible because I don't want 0-3 on the Xbox side. And if I just stay calm. My defense was again on point. That's the most important thing for me. I'm not very good at attack. I score always, but my defense is the most important thing. So I'm very happy with my defense and my gameplay.
Yeah, well, one man who has been rooting for you in his corner, well, it's not technically a corner, it's actually a whole breakdown area, is Mike LaBelle. What do you make of it? We've got Stefano Pena as the champ.
Well, first off, congratulations to Pena, and as well as Megabit. I think both these players accomplished a lot here, and that was the most entertaining final we've seen this year in terms of anything in the FIFA scene. And I want to talk a little bit more about mistakes and also capitalization, because that's really what this match was all about. For the most part, a lot was in the midfield, but then every time one of these guys made a mistake, we saw a goal. And it's so important to have, or to be able to capitalize and almost have this composure once you get the change of possession. And that's what we're seeing here. So Megabit does a bad job on a clearance. And this is picture-perfect time to use the La Croqueta. If you guys are not familiar with the skill, you should definitely familiarize. I can't talk. Make sure you know how to do this, okay? It's been a long day. So when you see a defender basically approaching from the inside, on this direction, it tells you that there's going to be space that you can scoot through. And it's really important, and it's just a beautiful execution here from Pena, and he goes up 1-0 on his away console, which I don't know if these guys have away consoles just based on what happened. They both looked really comfortable on both consoles, and they were able to do better on their away consoles, so who knows. And this was super out of character. Towards the end of the game, he goes for a clearance with Pena, and unfortunately, it doesn't work out for him well. And this always becomes a guessing game with the goalkeeper situation. You know, option 1, option 2, where are you going to scoot him? And really good job here from Megabit, making the smart read and scoring against Pena, and that took us to penalty kicks. And I mean, I was sweating. I'm sure most of you guys in here were sweating. Who knows what was going to happen? I mean, it was a very close penalty kick matchup, but congratulations to you, Pena. I definitely think you deserve all the credit in the world, and the same goes out to Megabit. Back to you guys.
Yeah, beautiful words there from MLB. Mike LaBelle, make sure you come down once you've packed that away, the whole screen and everything, and get yourself to the players' tunnel, because we need you there in a second.
We do indeed. Now, I think the only thing that we have to do left, and I've been doing all weekend long, is updating everybody on the championship bracket. And I know it's signed, sealed, delivered, but let's just confirm it, shall we? Let's just see exactly how it all went down. And there we go. We have our man, SP, right there at the top. You have finished in the grand final. You've come first. Fantastic stuff from you. And, you know, obviously, congratulations to all of these guys that did make it to the championship bracket, did fall short, but there is always next time. Amazing stuff. You've sealed the deal. You've gone home with an amazing day at the office there with that check. And also, you've got some incredible Global Series points to add to the tally as well. So amazing stuff to you. I mean, Tom, what a weekend it's been.
If we were playing noughts and crosses, but we were using maybe the noughts as Pena's face, there was a perfect diagonal there, and you've won that as well. So congratulations on that. Here's the thing I want to point out. Let's look, before we get to the PS4, let's look at the Xbox Global Series ranking at the moment, with all of this weekend's results being added up there. As you can see, the F2 Techs dominated. More than double between them. The second person, MS Dasari, and Aisha Marcus Gomes, who went out in the Swiss format section. But yeah, PSG Dax, all those results of getting those points have really helped. And there you go, 1 point. I'm just noticing that Megabit versus MS Dasari, just 1 point the difference. Maybe a cheeky little weekend league can settle that. Right then.
PS4 then, isn't it? Time for the PS4 standings, looking at that. Nicholas right at the top there with a decent lead. Not too far behind him, though, is our boy SP, who's on the Sakul list right now. And then Joxan third there for the US of A. But obviously, a lot of names that we have been seeing this weekend, too. Some incredible stuff going on. But, of course, it's all about those points, and you can get ever closer to the eWorld Cup. I mean, you must be looking forward to the eWorld Cup.
Yeah, this is the biggest tournament, so I want to be there.
You know, you're actually not that far off the first top place. Are you going to be gunning for that one?
Yeah, Nico's a great player, but I want the first spot.
You can do it. Come on. You're sat here looking fantastic, feeling fantastic. You've got this in the book.
It was nice of you to jump up over Joxan to get that second spot. And now is it back to grind on the weekend league and make sure that you're qualifying for the next qualifiers and events?
Yeah, especially with the new patch, so we need to grind more and more. And actually, last week I could be on the first place. I was 1 win away from the first place, but yeah, I'm happy with my second place for now.
Okay, well, look, I know it's a novelty check, but I'd like you possibly to hold it up one more time. Show the people, the fans out there, what you've won, and we'll give a celebration to the one and only Stefano Pena. There he is. Yes, thank you. Listen, take a seat. Listen, I want to say thank you very much to LVP for having us in the LVP Lounge. That's what it's officially called. Kyle Walker, next time, maybe it can be your lounge dedication. Been a great weekend, hasn't it?
It has indeed.
Absolutely not. No.
I mean, in my cool-down corner, it's always good. So,
no.
Yeah.
Why are you making terrible promises?
Look, this is good vibes. It's good vibes. I want to say a massive thank you very much to everybody who's come and watched it here at the arena. Also, a massive thank you to all of that crew up there. MLB, Onser, Richard Butley, Brandon Smith, Dan Gaskin, Chris Tan, Wonder Boy as well. You've been doing marvellous things. And also, the best fall of the weekend goes to Richard Buckley, MVP. That's it from us. Thank you very much to the Gfinity staff, for EA and everybody else. So that leaves me just to close out February's LQE. And can I just say it's been an absolute pleasure to take you through all of the action over the last 2 days. A massive congratulations to all of our competitors who put in the graft over the last 48 hours to bring us one heck of a show. We'll be back here in the Gfinity Arena on the 23rd of March for another licensed qualifier event. And if this event has proven anything, it's that it's gonna be unmissable. I'm looking forward to the LVP Lounge back again. We'll see you all soon. Good night.
Staring back up in the mirror, 'cause it's special when you stand out from the rest. When you know that you're